As the sun sets in the west, dusk envelopes the land. Each day, the sun rises in the east and descends in the west, a steadfast law of nature. Yet, amid the turmoil of war, a once thriving village is bound by a cursed decree. Each day, lives are lost. While the entire village mourns the heroes who fell in battle, a young lad, weary of the somber atmosphere of funerals, stealthily escapes to the reindeer farm of the Nara clan. What the prodigy? Downloading a mobile game hack could lead to a traversal of worlds? Oh, heavens! Why couldn't I be transported to the world of Naruto at a more opportune time? At the end of the Third Great Ninja War, with shadows of conflict closing in and the looming threat of the Nine Tails attack, though, you have any idea how perilous that is? Lives will be lost, many lives. Do you understand? After venting his frustrations, the boy feels a slight relief. But upon noticing the peculiar pattern on the palm of his right hand, his mood darkens once more. The boy's name is Yuyama, though his former name has become irrelevant. He is now aware that he is Nara Yuyama, a member of the branch family of the Nara clan from Konohagakure. What? The Nara clan does not have a branch family. As a seasoned fan of Naruto, Yuyama prided himself on knowing the lore better than even Kishimoto, yet he was oblivious to the existence of a branch family within the Nara clan. Moreover, even if it were stated in the original work, the Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimichi clans were known to have maintained amicable relations for generations with their elite members, forming the esteemed Ino Shikacho trio, dedicated to protecting the Hokage and the village. However, upon his actual traversal, Yuyama discovers that the notion of a family devoted to protection is a mere fiction. Take, for instance, the pattern on Yuyama's palm. It appears to be the emblem of the Nara clan, yet it is, in fact, a cursed seal employed by past Hokages to exert control over the Nara clan. The function of this seal is akin to that of the Hyuga clan's caged bird. Any member of the Nara, Yamanaka, or Akimichi clans must undergo the sealing process under the watchful eyes of the Hokage upon reaching the age of 4. In essence, once the seal is activated, the Hokage dictates whether you live or die, leaving no room for defiance. Among the branch families of the Nara clan, the only one considered fortunate may be the main house, as their conflicts are far less profound than those of the Hyuga clan. After all, whether one belongs to the main or branch family, survival hinges upon the Hokage's will, with even their fates resting in the hands of the Hokage. Could there be any internal strife? Yuyama has spent 3 months in this world and has come to understand his lineage and the historical context of the Naruto universe. As a member of the Nara branch family, he was orphaned shortly after birth when both parents perished on the battlefield during the Third Great Ninja War. Their only legacy was a scroll of ninjutsu, currently held by his uncle, Nara Shikaku, leaving Yuyama without the opportunity to attend the ninja academy or even the privilege to observe its teachings. At this juncture, the third Hokage had recently stepped down, and the fourth Hokage had assumed his role, yet the wartime policies remained unchanged. Any child reaching the age of 5 could enroll in the Ninja Academy. As it stands, the 4-year-old Yunya only needs to endure a few more months to enter the Ninja Academy and reclaim his parents' relics from Nara Shikaku. Regrettably, when Yunya received this news from Nara Shikaku, he felt nothing but an increasing sense of gloom. In this world, it seems that Yunya alone comprehends that the essence of survival does not lie in family secrets or sheer effort, but rather in external advantages. Reflecting on the original story, it becomes evident that whether one belongs to the Nara clan or the prestigious Hyuga and Uchiha clans of Konoha, the outcome remains bleak. The Hyuga clan members hardly fared better than mere extras in the narrative. Even the prodigious Neji Hyuga, who was celebrated as a genius and the protagonist's uncle, met his untimely demise. The Uchiha clan faced an even grimmer fate, as they would soon encounter a catastrophic massacre. Those lacking the potential for the Mangekyō Sharingan were particularly unfortunate, often failing to survive until the conclusion of the story, with the remaining members of the clan numbering merely a handful. In the original tale, aside from those favored by fate such as Naruto Uzumaki, the son of Ashura, and Sasuke Uchiha, the embodiment of Indra's legacy, who truly possessed the ability to shape their own destinies. Thus, reflecting upon the tragic tales within the narrative, Rinnegan could only lament the bleakness of his future. All he could do was embrace the notion of striving to soar ahead, diligently cultivating his skills in a desperate struggle against the relentless grip of destiny. Alas, it is best not to dwell on such thoughts. Should I cease training simply because I lack an external advantage? Who knows? I might perish within a few years when a nine-tails strike. Better to train diligently than to become mere cannon fodder on the battlefield. Stealing his emotions, Rinnegan turned towards the carefree reindeer, raised in the nurturing environment of the farm. His heart filled with envy, he brought his hands together and formed a rather peculiar seal, a signature technique of the Nara clan. Shadow imitation technique? Buzz. Buzz. As Rinnegan channeled his chakra, his shadow, illuminated by the sun, suddenly elongated, swiftly merging with the shadow of a nearby reindeer. Undoubtedly, the technique he employed was the Nara clan's renowned secret art, the shadow imitation technique, which allows the user to extend their shadow to connect with an adversary, thereby immobilizing them and compelling them to mimic the user's movements. Moreover, if any member of the Nara clan had been present to witness Rinnegan's training, they would have been utterly astonished. It is crucial to understand that children in wartime, even if they begin training at the tender age of 4, cannot easily alter the nature of their chakra to refine it for the Nara clan's shadow techniques. Rinnegan, having just crossed over and trained for a mere 3 months, had already managed to change the nature of his chakra, possessing the potential to execute the shadow imitation technique ability that even the original character Nara Shikamaru did not possess. However, just as Rinnegan felt the reindeer's body completely ensnared, preparing to synchronize its movements with his own, a sudden crack echoed. In an instant, Rinnegan felt as if a nerve within his mind had snapped, accompanied by waves of excruciating pain surging through his consciousness. Curse it, have I failed once? Again, as a traveler, aside from a slight advantage in mental energy, I have spent 3 months yet failed to master the shadow clone technique. Is this not a disgrace to all travelers? While others might marvel at his training speed, the protagonist, Rinnegan, was far from satisfied. He was acutely aware that the original text was populated with numerous prodigies. To cite a few examples, Kakashi Itachi became a genin at age 5, a chunin at 7, and developed strength ninjutsu by the age of 10. Quite the aberration indeed. Then there's Itachi Uchiha, a contemporary ninja whose prowess was nothing short of extraordinary, awakening his Sharingan at 8 and wielding the Mangekyō Sharingan in his teens. From a moment he traversed into this world, Rinnegan had set his sights on surpassing figures like Itachi and Kakashi, employing every means possible to secure a fleeting opportunity from Naruto to view the scrolls left behind by his parents. Yet, despite internalizing the chakra cultivation methods and the shadow clone technique, Rinnegan possessing the intellect of an adult endured rigorous training, limiting himself to a mere 5 hours of deep sleep each night. Even with his exceptional mental energy, the fact that he could not successfully execute the simplest shadow clone technique was intolerable. Moreover, what hindered Rinnegan's growth was not merely a lack of effort, but rather the constraints of innate talent. His physical limitations were a significant factor at just over 4 years of age. Hailing from the Nara clan, which lacked the physical prowess of the Uchiha or Hyuga clans, he could only muster a chakra volume equivalent to 1/3 that of an ordinary genin. Achieving even a rudimentary application of the shadow clone technique was a miracle in itself. Mastering it would require months of diligent practice. Enduring the backlash from his failed attempt, as the throbbing pain in his head gradually subsided, Rinnegan gazed silently at the Nara seal on his right hand, sighing. Were it not for Uncle Shikaku implanting the seal a few days ago and the unfortunate depletion of my physical energy, I might have already progressed to the next stage of the Nara clan's secret arts. Alas, this seal was not willingly bestowed upon me by Uncle Shikaku. I can only blame the regulations set forth by successive Hokage. For now, I must resort to a grueling training regimen akin to that of Lee. I desire nothing more than to increase my physical energy, enabling me to swiftly master the shadow clone technique. Ding! Dear player, Rinnegan, greetings. Congratulations on depleting your energy to 1,000. You have successfully activated the accelerated level up app, and it is currently binding. What? Just as he was preparing to head to the nearby training grounds to sweat profusely, Yuanyo is startled by a peculiar sound echoing in his mind, quickly followed by a wave of exhilaration. Indeed, I possess a golden finger. This accelerated level-up app truly works show. Wonderful. With his heart racing from joy, Yuanyo composed himself and inquired of the system, App, can I exchange for the Rinnegan here? Apologies, that service is not available. App. Can I exchange for ninjutsu here? The Flying Thunder God technique, the Shadow Clone technique, I wish to redeem them. Apologies, that service is not available. App. Then I would like to engage in weight training. Surely you can facilitate that? Apologies, that service is also unavailable. Then, what can you do? With each inquiry met with disappointment, the thrill of gaining a new ability gradually faded away. However, amidst the growing disillusionment, as he began to feel that relying on this counterfeit app was less beneficial than his own training, the accelerated upgrade feature finally provided a glimmer of hope. Player, app binding successful. You are currently experiencing the instance of Naruto. Energy consumption rewards. 1 tree climbing training card, 1 water walking training card. Player, under certain conditions, you may freely modify the progress of skill training. Would you like to proceed with the modification? Yes. Having finally grasped some of the app's remarkable functions, he felt a surge of excitement and promptly addressed the app. App, I wish to modify my physical attributes, simply transforming them into those of a sage. Apologies, player, but it appears that you have not yet acquired the skills pertaining to physical prowess. Would you like to review your training progress? Alas, it seems I was overthinking. From the moment of my transdimensional journey, the abilities within the realm of off-road fantasy can be distilled into 3 core aspects. First, the Sage Body. Second, the Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. And third, the Rinnegan. Among these powers, the Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan and the Rinnegan require no introduction in the world of Naruto. Where prowess is often dictated by one's ocular abilities, any ninja possessing either of these eye techniques is essentially treading the path toward invincibility. As for the Sage Body, casual fans of Naruto may remain oblivious to its profound benefits, yet seasoned enthusiasts, like myself, are well aware. To put it succinctly, what enabled Naruto Uzumaki in the early chapters to thrive? Was it not the Sage Body, emblematic of the Uzumaki clan's unique constitution? This lineage harbors an almost boundless reservoir of mental and physical energy, allowing for a chakra quantity rivaling that of tailed beasts with minimal training. More importantly, the vitality of the Uzumaki clan is remarkably tenacious. Early on, Naruto faced numerous life-threatening encounters, and had it not been for his clan's resilience, he would have perished no fewer than 20 times. If only I could possess a physique akin to that of Naruto Uzumaki, or even half of it. I hold the information that prior to the age of 5, I could master the Nara clan's secret techniques, surpassing contemporaries like Kakashi and Itachi with ease. Unfortunately, since the app has issued a notification, I realize that my disappointment is unwarranted. Thus, following the app's guidance, I endeavored to comprehend its functionalities, beginning with an examination of my training progress. Oh, shadow imitation technique? According to the app's prompt, upon reviewing my training progress, the first thing I noticed was the familiar shadow imitation technique, distinctly marked with a proficiency value of 3100. I had initially believed that I had mastered the technique, yet it turns out I had only achieved 1/3 of the required progress. Wait, didn't the app state that I could modify the training progress of skills? Could it be that the training progress for the shadow imitation technique is also subject to alteration? Silently contemplating this, I swiftly engaged with the app, inquiring, App, may I amend the training progress of the shadow imitation technique? Player, the shadow imitation technique is currently in the training phase and can indeed be modified. Excellent. Then I shall adjust the training progress of the shadow imitation technique to 100-100. Ding. Player, the training progress of the shadow imitation technique is now 100-100. Congratulations on completing the training. Completed? After toiling for 3 months to grasp merely the basics of the shadow imitation technique, it was that effortlessly achieved? As the app's notification echoed in my mind, a look of astonishment filled my eyes. I hastily replenished my chakra, and once restored, I directed my focus toward the deer ahead and formed the necessary hand seals. Shadow imitation technique. Buzz. Buzz. In the fleeting moment of hand seals, Yu felt the ebb of chakra within his body. However, the sight before him rendered him momentarily speechless. While performing the shadow imitation technique, he distinctly sensed a transformation in his chakra. It was a more refined alteration, where chakra underwent a metamorphosis without the slightest depletion. seamlessly converting into the in-release chakra required for the technique. Moreover, as the transformation completed, the shadows beneath him extended in mere seconds, intertwining with the shadows of several reindeer ahead. With just a thought, the movements of those reindeer could mimic his own. Had he truly succeeded? The application hadn't deceived him. As his chakra reserves were fully expended, Yi felt a tingling numbness in his legs, collapsing to the ground, yet his sweat-drenched visage radiated with exhilaration. In the original narrative, Shikamaru was considered exceptionally gifted for mastering the shadow imitation technique at the age of 12. Yi, having achieved this feat at 4, had undoubtedly surpassed Nara Shikaku among the 12 ninja. Should he be deemed a prodigy? For the first time, amidst a ruthless world where geniuses were plentiful and elite ninjas abounded, Yi found the confidence to thrive, even in an era shared with Kakashi and Itachi. And despite foreknowledge of the terrifying future adversaries presented in the original plot, he firmly believed that with the application in hand, he could steer his own destiny. Potentially outliving the original protagonists, Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. Seated on the ground, he began to recover his chakra once more. Whether it was due to the repeated use of the shadow imitation technique or the influence of the application, as he recondensed his chakra, he realized, astonishingly, that after breaking through with the shadow imitation technique, his capacity to gather chakra had significantly increased and become more refined. Moreover, equipped with the application as an auxiliary, and viewing Kakashi and Itachi as his first benchmarks for surpassing, Yi suddenly discovered that training had evolved into an exceptionally intriguing endeavor. Eagerly, he prepared to embark on the next round of training. The application's effect on modifying training progress proved quite remarkable. However, according to its explanation, it seemed that only the ninjutsu he actively practiced could have its progress altered. For instance, the shadow strangle technique, an advanced form of the shadow imitation technique, remained inaccessible to him for lack of knowledge in its training methods, thus rendering the modification effect of the application ineffective for swift mastery. It appeared that his current training options were limited to chakra accumulation and some foundational practices. Resolutely, Yi determined that his forthcoming training would focus on the fundamental control of chakra, specifically through tree climbing and water walking exercises. One must not underestimate the significance of these basic skills. During the past 3 months since his arrival, Yi had unwittingly elicited countless amusing incidents while practicing tree climbing. Fortunately, the adventurous spirit is wise enough to place a thick mat beneath the tree. Otherwise, after numerous falls, his posterior would have been severely bruised, making it impossible for him to leisurely evade the incessant funerals held in the reindeer form. Moreover, while perusing comic strips, he felt that the training of climbing trees and walking on water was not particularly arduous. Even a fool like Naruto Uzumaki could master it in just a few days. Having inherited the intelligence of the Nara clan, he believed he would excel, like Sakura Haruno, capable of completing the training upon first attempt. However, he soon discovered that the task of climbing trees was far more complex than he had initially imagined. It required constant energy, otherwise he risked dispersing his chakra or unevenly distributing it, leading to the unfortunate consequence of tumbling from the tree. With chakra already in limited supply, each climbing session consumed considerable time and yielded meager progress. Over time, he resolved to first master the shadow clone technique, intending to pursue tree climbing and water walking once his chakra reserves were comparable to that of a genin. Yet, the sudden emergence of an app facilitated the completion of the shadow clone technique and bolstered his confidence, transforming tree climbing and water walking into his next ambitious objectives. Particularly, when his gaze fell upon the app's storage space, he spotted a floating tree climbing training card and a water walking training ground. With firm conviction that the app's offerings were of superior quality, he eagerly retrieved the tree climbing training card and instructed the app, activate the tree climbing training card. Ding. Player, you have activated the tree climbing training card. Duration, 60 minutes. Tree climbing training begins. What? Only 60 minutes? The app's announcement left him astounded. 60 minutes? That was merely an hour. During his 3 months in this new world, he had lost count of how many times he had trained to climb trees, each session consuming an entire day with only slight improvements to show for it. Thus, when the app indicated that the tree climbing training card had a time limit of 60 minutes, his initial enthusiasm began to wane, and he held little hope for the training card. Just as he felt utterly deflated inside while approaching a tree, without even laying down a thick mat, preparing to grit his teeth and make the most of the 60 minutes for tree climbing training, a refreshing sensation suddenly enveloped him. It caused his dark pupils to constrict slightly in surprise. Was that chakra? Did the tree-climbing training card indeed enhance his chakra? Heavens! Such a surge of chakra! It was likely so abundant that it could rival Naruto Uzumaki. No, perhaps even the tailed beasts, as the effects of the tree-climbing training card manifested. He was astounded by the app's formidable capabilities. What had previously posed a challenge during his tree-climbing training? Primarily, the difficulty of the task itself and the inadequacy of chakra. Each session was time-consuming and labor-intensive. At this moment, with the assistance of the tree-climbing training card, an ample reservoir of chakra was at his disposal. The glimmering determination in his eyes reflected his unwavering resolve as he channeled his chakra, adhering it to the soles of his feet, and effortlessly stepped onto the tree trunk. With such a generous supply of chakra, scaling the tree was indeed a trivial task. Suddenly, a notification from the app caught his attention. Initially, he believed that the abundant chakra was the sole utility of the tree-climbing training card. However, he was soon to discover that its benefits extended beyond mere climbing. As the app's subsequent alerts echoed in his mind. Ding. Player, you have overexerted your chakra. Face a penalty. Player, you have underutilized your chakra. Face a penalty. Player, your chakra distribution is flawed. Face a penalty. The persistent chimes of the app reverberated in his consciousness, each indicating a misstep during his tree-climbing practice. Furthermore, any error incurred a consequence. An imperceptible current coursed through his body, enveloping him in a painful sensation emanating from his nerves. Yet, this pain seemed not only to serve as a reminder but also to deepen his understanding each time he erred. A single penalty from the app led him to perform better in subsequent attempts. As time gradually passed, especially with the decreasing frequency of error notifications, he was astonished to find that what once seemed a daunting task had been accomplished. Not just completed, but achieved with perfection. What constituted a perfect completion? Simply put, it meant that during his training, each allocation of chakra was neither excessive nor deficient, thereby reducing chakra consumption and enhancing efficiency. Previously, his chakra could barely sustain a single use of the shadow clone technique, but after mastering the tree-climbing exercise, he found he could now execute the technique twice with ease. With sheer determination, he even managed to utilize the technique thrice, marking a significant qualitative advancement. Then, the app announced that the usage time for the tree-climbing training card had expired. Unaware of the passage of time, he felt as if he were in a dream. Yet, as he once again summoned his chakra to practice climbing, whether hanging upside down from a branch or balancing on one foot upon the trunk, a surge of excitement filled his heart. He realized that his previous training was not a figment of his imagination, but rather a tangible reality. Following the triumphant results of his tree-climbing training, he was invigorated and promptly instructed the app to activate the water-treading training card. Determined to complete all his training within a day. Upon reaching the water's edge at the reindeer farm once more, engrossed in his training with the water-treading card, he failed to notice two figures leisurely approaching from a short distance away. Alas, another life had been lost. Recently, it seems that we have encountered each other solely at funerals, and it has been quite some time since we've had the opportunity to enjoy a leisurely stroll. Indeed. Nara Shikaku. By the way, would you care for some potato chips? No, thank you. Not far from the rugged terrain, two figures leisurely sauntered towards them. It was none other than Nara Shikaku and Akimichi Choza, who had just departed from a funeral. The Nara clan and the Akimichi clan share a close bond. And Nara Shikaku and Akimichi Choza are members of the trio known as the boar, deer, and butterfly. It is quite ordinary for Choza to be seen alongside Shikaku, especially in the wilderness, as they often encounter each other, including their companions, Yamanaka Ino, and others. At this moment, Shikaku was taking a stroll with Choza at his family's reindeer farm, a rather commonplace occurrence. However, as they approached the pond under Shikaku's lead, they suddenly spotted Inuzuka Kiba practicing water treading nearby. As someone who cannot live without snacks, Choza pointed towards Kiba with an expression of newfound discovery, exclaiming, "Shikaku, look. It's truly remarkable how diligent your Nara clan can be." Oh. Following Choza's direction, Shikaku mirrored his astonishment, clearly unable to fathom Choza's words. Laziness can indeed be contagious. The Nara clan possesses exceptional genes, yet their propensity for laziness is deeply ingrained, as evidenced by the characters of Nara Shikaku and his father, Nara Shikamaru, in the original narrative. Furthermore, due to this inherent laziness, countless members of the Nara clan have squandered their remarkable talents. In times of peace, Shikaku found the Nara clan's lethargy manageable, but during wartime, such indolence equates to a gradual demise. Thus, under the previous clan leader's sloth, Shikaku assumed the mantle of leadership and pondered whether to instigate reforms within the clan. It was then that Choza's remark unexpectedly redirected Shikaku's attention to Kiba, who was nearby. Oh, so it's Kiba. He is indeed a hard-working child, but alas. Shikaku sighed, reflecting on Kiba's past, particularly the tragic fate of his parents who perished on the battlefield, and shook his head vigorously. Meanwhile, as Shikaku lamented, Choza gazed intently at Kiba, seemingly in contemplation. Particularly, when he noticed Kiba mastering the water-treading technique in a mere 10 minutes, even the renowned Choza could not hide his astonishment. Momentarily forgetting to reach for the potato chips in his bag, exclaiming, "Shikaku, the lower ninjas in your clan are truly impressive. They have mastered water-treading in just 10 minutes. Oh, that boy looks somewhat familiar. Shikaku, who is he? What? 10 minutes?" Suddenly realizing the significance of Choza's words. Shikaku stood there, momentarily stunned, muttering, Choza, that is Kiba. He isn't just any lower ninja, he is the 4-year-old Kiba. Kiba? Only 4 years old? Is he a child of the Inuzuka family? Lujio momentarily unveiled the identity of Yu, prompting Dingzhou to exclaim in astonishment. Just 4 years old. Reflecting on his own childhood, he recalled that at the tender age of 4, he had merely begun to cultivate his chakra and was already heralded as a prodigy within his clan. In stark contrast to Yu, Dingzhou felt utterly diminutive. While peers of the same age had mastered the art of tree climbing, Yu had effortlessly completed the water-walking technique in a mere 10 minutes, showcasing an almost monstrous talent. Unbeknownst to Dingzhou, while he was grappling with his surprise, Lujio was equally shaken within. Not long ago, Lujio had heard whispers of a genius emerging from the Uchiha clan, named Uchiha Itachi, who had, at the same age, already mastered the basic fire release techniques and was regarded as a paragon of pride and a successor for the new generation. At that time, Lujio had lamented the prospects of his own generation, believing they would be overshadowed by the brilliance of others. Yet, the emergence of Yu shattered Lugio's preconceived notions. In comparison to Uchiha Itachi, he sensed that Yu's innate talent was even more remarkable. For Lugio, who had been closely observing Yu, the truth was undeniable. Yu's genuine training had commenced merely 3 months prior. Achieving such accomplishments in a span of just 3 months, surpassing the talents of the Uchiha clan, seemed merely a matter of time. After overcoming his initial shock, Lugio composed himself, tugged at Dingzhou's sleeve, and tentatively inquired, Dingzhou, who do you think is more formidable, my Yu or that Uchiha brat? Of course, it's that Uchiha brat, Dingzhou replied. However, upon hearing Dingzhou's response, Lugio felt a flicker of disappointment. Unexpectedly, Dingzhou's words took a turn that brought a smile to Lugio's face. Yet, your Yu seems to have only trained for a short while, right? If you can direct training resources towards that lad, he may very well rival the Uchiha child. Oh, I see. Let us observe Yu's training further. Lugio nodded with a smile, calming his thoughts as he focused intently on Yu's training in the distance. His gaze reflecting the hope for the future of the Nara clan, filled with anticipation. As time progressed, Lugio and Dingzhou were increasingly astonished to witness the perfection of Yu's water-walking technique. Even the 2-seasoned Jonin had to concede that Yu's displayed talent had eclipsed that of Uchiha Itachi, making him a likely candidate to shine as the brightest star of the new generation. Has the time limit elapsed again? However, fortunately, the 60-minute limit was sufficient for him to perfect the water-walking technique. The training app's cards were indeed effective, though regrettably scarce. Having flawlessly completed the water-walking technique, Yu felt that, based on his chakra levels, the limit for using the shadow clone technique had increased to at least 5 times, marking a significant qualitative leap. Alas, it seemed that the pace of his future training would inevitably slow. The insufficient amount of chakra has become a significant hindrance to Yu's advancement in his training. Unless his physical capabilities undergo a remarkable transformation, he would either have to procure the scrolls left by his parents from Uncle Riku, thereby accelerating his mastery of the Nara clan's secret techniques, or face a stagnation in his training. He would have to wait until he possesses a chakra level comparable to that of a lower-ranked ninja before he could embark on the next phase of his development. However, Yu remains indifferent to this. Even if his chakra accumulation is slow and he cannot fully learn the clan's secret arts, he can still practice the use of hidden weapons and physical techniques. Ultimately, Yu's aspirations do not align with those of his uncle Riku, who is limited to the Nara clan's techniques and possesses a singular approach to ninjutsu. Instead, he aspires to be a well-rounded ninja, akin to Itachi or Madara from the original storyline. After a brief recovery from the exertion of training, Yue straightened his attire, ready to treat himself to a hearty meal. Just as he was about to leave the vicinity of the pond, his mentors Riku and Dazwa appeared before him. Uncle Riku, Uncle Dazwa, what brings you here? Having recently escaped from a funeral, Yue felt a tinge of awkwardness upon seeing them. However, Riku and Dazwa seemed oblivious to the nuances of the situation. Riku closed his eyes upon arrival, silently sensing Yue's chakra, causing Yue's heart to race, fearing a reprimand was imminent. On the other hand, Dazwa's demeanor was more amiable. Holding a gigantic bag of potato chips, he approached Yue, patting him on the shoulder with a smile. Yue, we noticed you were deep in training and decided not to disturb you. Now that you're finished, we wanted to inquire about your progress. Have you encountered any challenges in your training? Indeed, I have faced some difficulties. Dazwa's inquiry eased Yue's apprehensions, coupled with Riku's unguarded smile. Yue sensed an opportunity to request a ninjutsu scroll. Summoning his courage, he replied, Uncle Dazwa, my issues with training aren't too severe. As you know, we of the Nara clan specialize in secret techniques. Recently, I just mastered the shadow imitation technique, but I am rather troubled by the lack of subsequent techniques to practice. What? You've mastered the shadow imitation technique? As soon as Yue finished speaking, both Dazwa and Riku stared at him in disbelief. Their expressions akin to that of having tasted something foul, their mouths agape as they regarded him like a creature of legend. Ultimately, it was Riku who, recovering his composure, shrugged lightly while exchanging a glance with Dazwa. He then ruffled Yue's hair, chuckling, Good lad, you've even mastered the shadow imitation technique. I learned it when I was 6. Now, let me see the fruits of your training. With that, Riku's smile widened, and he beckoned Yue closer. Dazwa, too, appeared intrigued, hastening his pace and munching on the chips, eagerly anticipating Yue's demonstration. However, when it comes to sparring with Riku, the most exhilarated individual is undoubtedly Yukiya. After all, it is a rare opportunity to engage with a jonin. Such encounters are indeed hard to come by. Thus, upon hearing that Riku would offer guidance, Yukiya swiftly performed the secret hand seal of the Nara clan, grinning as he exclaimed, Uncle Riku, I shall not hold back. Be cautious, and do not get hurt. Impudent child, do you underestimate your uncle? I am, after all, a jonin. In response to Yukiya's words, Riku smiled and shook his head, subsequently encouraging him. Did you not just express a desire for the Nara clan's secret technique scroll? Very well, if you can manage to wound me. The scroll left by your father shall be entrusted to you. Agreed. It is a pact. With this wager in place, Yukiya's spirits soared, and his demeanor grew increasingly earnest. Merely casting a sidelong glance at the position of DZA, a perfect ambush plan quietly formulated in Yukiya's mind. Uncle Riku, underestimating me will come at a cost. Oh, that little rascal Yukiya seems to possess some intriguing potential. Initially believing that Yukiya's talents were confined to training, DZA assumed his practical skills would undoubtedly lag behind. Therefore, when Riku proposed to mentor Yukiya, DZA's first thought was that Yukiya would surely suffer a humiliating defeat, as he had long suspected that Riku's true intention was to instill a sense of humility in Yukiya, reminding him not to become complacent with even minor achievements. However, upon noticing Yukiya's sidelong glance in his direction, DZA suddenly realized that this little imp was far from ordinary. Setting aside the matter of strength, Yukiya's calm demeanor and composure made DZA, as well as Riku, perceive him as significantly surpassing the average genin. Formulating strategies may appear trivial, yet it is an essential element in the confrontations of ninjas. Much like the original storyline during the Nin exams, where Naruto Uzumaki harnessed the power of the Nine Tails and Sasuke Uchiha utilized Chidori, leaving their contemporaries in the dust. Yet, who ultimately advanced to Nin? Was it not Nara Shikamaru, whose prowess was unremarkable, save for his mastery of shadow imitation technique? In the original narrative, it was not Shikamaru's strength that prevailed, but rather his understanding of how to judiciously wield his abilities, an indispensable lesson for any genin aspiring to become a Nin. At this moment, both Riku and DZA, poised to challenge Yukiya, found themselves reassessing their perceptions of him due to this very quality. Little did Riku and DZA anticipate that Yukiya would soon unveil even more astonishing surprises. Uncle Riku, brace yourself. Suddenly, Yukiya's fierce shouts signaled the commencement of their duel. Upon hearing Yukiya's fierce call, Riku's expression grew markedly more serious, as he clearly perceived Yukiya's subtle movements, which were directed toward his ninja tool pouch. Shuriken. Whoosh. Whoosh. Without a moment's hesitation, Yukiya reached for his ninja tool pouch and threw 3 shuriken directly at Riku. although Yuanya may not have yet honed his skills in hidden weapons. If he were to miss his mark against Rukyu, the arduous training he endured over the past 3 months would seem nothing more than a jest. Observing the 3 shurikens soaring through the air with nary a curve, their trajectory was purely linear. Rukyu smiled subtly, extending his palm. While the aim was commendable, the shuriken's lack of curvature and their sluggish velocity rendered them ineffective. With a mere flick of his hand, Rukyu effortlessly swatted away the 3 shuriken, showcasing the stark disparity in strength between the two. The shuriken posed no threat to Rukyu, a fact well within Yuanya's expectations. If he could not evade a few shuriken, Rukyu would be undeserving of the title Pig Deer Butterfly and certainly unworthy of being a jonin in Konohagakure. Thus, as the shuriken fell before Rukyu, Yuanya surged with chakra, dashing towards Rukyu. This display of chakra prowess elicited a slight reaction from both Rukyu and Dingzu, who observed from the sidelines. Regrettably, mere chakra bursts were insufficient to best Rukyu, especially given Yuanya's already subpar physical condition. Despite his proficiency in tree climbing and water walking exercises, he could not prevail. As Yuanya lunged forward, delivering a punch aimed at Rukyu's face, Rukyu merely waved his hand, deflecting Yuanya's fist. He then seized Yuanya's wrist, intending to hurl him to the ground. However, just as Rukyu anticipated Yuanya would crash heavily to the ground, Yuanya unexpectedly twisted his body midair, launching a spinning kick towards Rukyu's head. His taijutsu is passable. Alas, it is still insufficient. With a focused gaze, Rukyu's smile widened in response to Yuanya's spinning kick. Releasing Yuanya's wrist, he raised his hand to shield his face. Thud. Yuanya's kick struck Rukyu's arm, and he felt as if he had kicked a steel plate. A numbing sensation radiating through his leg. Seizing the moment while Yuanya's leg was momentarily numb, Rukyu resorted to his previous tactic, grasping Yuanya's ankle in an attempt to throw him to the ground once more. Yet to Rukyu's surprise, Yuanya appeared to have already anticipated his assault. The instant Rukyu's fingers brushed against Yuanya's ankle, a surge of azure chakra erupted from Yuanya's foot, allowing him to stabilize himself on the ground while his other foot remained planted on Rukyu's arm. Impressive. Indeed, I had underestimated you, Yuanya. Faced with Yuanya's somewhat refined taijutsu and precise chakra control, Rukyu could not help but temper his previously dismissive attitude, realizing he must approach this battle with seriousness to avoid being schooled by Yuanya. However, as Rukyu began to retract his smile and adopt a more earnest demeanor, Yuanya, now crouched on the ground, formed hand seals, causing Rukyu's eyes to narrow involuntarily. That is, the shadow imitation technique. Alas, upon suddenly witnessing Yuanya forming hand seals with both hands, Lugio felt a disconcerting sensation, as though he had been outmaneuvered by Yuanya, as if all his previous actions had been anticipated within Yuanya's calculations. Moreover, just as panic flickered in Lugio's eyes, and he silently acknowledged Yuanya's formidable intellect, a dark shadow unexpectedly stretched from Yuanya's direction, extending to Lugio's feet. The shadow imitation technique. Buzz. Buzz. Due to the fact that Yuanya was crouched low to the ground, the distance between him and Lugio was precisely at the threshold of the shadow imitation technique's range. Seizing the opportunity while Lugio remained oblivious to his intentions, Yuanya executed the technique without hesitation. However, just as the shadow beneath Yuanya's feet was a mere half-centimeter away from merging with Lugio's shadow, with a sudden bang, Lugio erupted with chakra from beneath him, leaping away to evade the shadow imitation technique. Uncle Lugio, you tricked me. Although the rules of their sparring had not been articulated before Yuanya, the fact that a jonin was engaging in a contest with a 4-year-old child while employing chakra was akin to delivering a resounding slap to Lugio's face, causing him to display a visage of embarrassment as he awkwardly wiped his nose. However, just as Lugio prepared to explain himself and salvage his dignity in front of Dingzhua, suddenly, Lugio caught sight of the cunning smile that danced upon Yuanya's face, causing his heart to skip a beat as he caught a glimpse of movement in the shadow beneath Dingzhua's feet. It was Yuanya's second application of the shadow imitation technique. You little rascal, I almost fell for your trick. Lugio realized that Yuanya's earlier shout had merely been a ruse. While he outwardly jested at Yuanya, inwardly he marveled at Yuanya's prodigious talent. What do exceptional training aptitude and meticulous thought equate to? Surely, they signify the future of the Nara clan. Perhaps Lugio had lost face by utilizing chakra twice in front of his old friend Dingzhua. Yet with Yuanya, the Nara clan had secured its future. Thus, despite feeling somewhat humiliated, Lugio felt a swell of joy within. after narrowly avoiding another of Yuanye's shadow imitation techniques. Lujio smiled and shook his head, preparing to offer Yuanye some words of encouragement. Who could have predicted that just as Lujio, Dingzhua, and the two Jonin of Konoha believed Yuanye had indeed performed admirably but was ultimately defeated? A radiant smile suddenly blossomed on Yuanye's lips, leaving Lujio and Dingzhua dumbfounded. Uncle Lujio, you have lost. The shadow imitation technique is a success. Yuanye, are you jesting? Wait, this is the shadow imitation technique? The joyous voice of Yuanye rang out, and just as Lujio was about to voice his skepticism, a shadow surged up from beneath him, compelling him to silence. For it was the unmistakable sign of being ensnared by the shadow imitation technique. As the shadows of Lujio and Yuanye intertwined at Lujio's feet, even Dingzhua wore a look of astonishment, clearly unable to comprehend how Yuanye's shadow mimicry had ensnared Lujio. However, Lujio, well-versed in the art of shadow mimicry, slightly closed his eyes to attune his senses. Upon reopening them, his gaze fell upon the shurikens not far away. He turned to Dingzhua with a wry smile and said, Dingzhua, you see, that young rascal Yuanye had it all planned from the beginning. His shadow mimicry has 3 layers of preparation. Your shadow was merely one part of his elaborate scheme. Is it truly that impressive? Dingzhua, upon hearing Lujio's explanation, felt as though he were lost in a dream, casting an incredulous look at Yuanye. In the presence of his elders, Yuanye naturally maintained a humble demeanor. After a brief smile, he explained to Dingzhua, Uncle Dingzhua, my primary objective in using shadow mimicry for the first time was to draw Uncle Lujio closer to you. You see, the range of shadow mimicry is limited. However, if I first connect your shadow and then link it to Uncle Lujio's, wouldn't that compel Uncle Lujio to leap towards those shurikens? As Yuanye gestured towards the shurikens behind Lujio, Dingzhua's expression shifted to one of realization. Those very shurikens had been cast by Yuanye at the outset, posing no threat to the formidable Lujio. Yet, who could have anticipated the depth of Yuanye's strategy? He had not only calculated the shuriken's landing positions, but had also foreseen the necessity of forcing Lujio to evade towards them. With this newfound understanding of Lujio's defeat, Dingzhua's gaze towards Yuanye transformed, reflecting the same awe previously reserved for Lujio, akin to beholding a prodigy. Lujio, your Nara clan is on the brink of ascendance. With a mix of envy and admiration, Dingzhua couldn't help but smile ruefully, pondering why the Akimichi clan lacked a talent like Yuanye. Meanwhile, Lujio, reveling in Dingzhua's exclamations, smiled proudly. He casually retrieved a scroll from his robes and, while smiling, cast an appreciative glance at Yuanye, saying, well then, Yuanye, consider this a stroke of luck on your part. The scroll is yours. Remember to practice diligently, understood? Yes. Receiving the scroll from Lujio, Yuanye's face lit up with joy as he promptly placed it in his ninja tool pouch. However, just as Yuanye was brimming with enthusiasm, eager to return home and delve into the Nara clan's secret techniques, Lujio's stern voice echoed once more in his ears. Nonetheless, Yuanye, you must remember that this time, you merely won by chance. From now on, you must train earnestly. While our Nara clan's shadow mimicry is indeed formidable, if you remain as careless as you are now after ensnaring someone with it, then the one who will lose will be you. With a cold snort, Lujio suddenly snapped his fingers, and then Yu observed that the shadow imitation technique he had used to restrain Lujio had abruptly shattered. Startled, a cold sweat broke out on Yuye's back. It was at that moment that he comprehended why Lujio had uttered such words after his victory. Indeed, as Lujio had stated, while the shadow imitation technique was formidable, one must never underestimate the numerous powerful shinobi within the ninja world based solely on this technique. Take Nara Shikamaru from the original storyline, for instance. How many times had he faced near-death crises due to his over-reliance on the might of the shadow imitation technique? Thus, at this juncture, Lujio was effectively sounding an alarm for Yu. Following Lujio's stern admonition, rather than feeling a hint of resentment, Yu found himself silently grateful for Lujio's guidance. Uncle Lujio, thank you for your instruction. I will certainly strive harder in my training and endeavor to become a ninja like you as soon as possible. Compliments are universally welcomed, and Lujio was no exception. Indeed, upon hearing Yuye's words, Lujio smiled again, stepping before Yu and giving his shoulder a hearty pat. All right, Yu, you have trained long enough. You must be weary. Go home and rest well. Understood, Uncle Lujio, stretching his sore wrist. Yu marveled at the prowess of the Jonin while simultaneously lamenting his own inadequacies. In truth, even if Lujio had not sounded the alarm for Yu, Urging him not to become complacent due to minor achievements, Yu Yu was already resolved to diligently train upon returning home, striving to possess the strength to stand before a Jonin. Through his sparring with Yu Yu had come to fully recognize his shortcomings and the formidable nature of the Jonin. Initially, in the original narrative, the Jonin had seemed akin to mere background characters, leading Yu Yu to harbor a degree of disdain. However, upon witnessing Yu, a ninja renowned for his intellect, overwhelm him using only physical techniques without chakra, Yu Yu felt a twinge of frustration, his desire to become a Jonin transforming into a short-term goal. Yet, as Yu Yu bid farewell to Lu and Ding Zhuo, preparing to head home, Ding Zhuo's voice suddenly called out, halting Yu Yu in his tracks. "Uncle Ding Zhuo, is there something you need?" "Nothing much. Just a little something to give you." Hearing Yu Yu's inquiry, Ding Zhuo chuckled and tossed a scroll to him, saying, "I have no other gifts. But as a member of the Akimichi clan, which is known for its secret techniques, consider this scroll a present. Make sure to heed your uncle Lu's advice. Prioritize training in the clan's secret arts before delving into the contents of this scroll. Understood?" Of course. Nodding earnestly, Yu Yu was pleasantly surprised. Especially upon unfurling the scroll and casually browsing through it, he discovered that it contained the training methods for the shadow clone technique. Grateful, he hastened to express his thanks to Ding Zhuo before racing home, eager to commence his training in the technique often regarded as a game-changer. As the figure of Yuende gradually vanished into the distance, Lu could not help but sigh. "Ding Zhuo, are you preparing for that plan? Our Akimichi clan lacks a prodigy like Yuenya. We must make early arrangements." With a sigh, Ding Zhuo reminisced about Yuenya's performance, smiling once more. Before speaking in a tone that was both teasing and cautionary, "Lu, remember to nurture Yuenya well. We owe so much to Nara. Besides, Yuenya possesses such remarkable talent. If your Nara clan does not prepare to cultivate him, do not blame our Akimichi clan for taking action." "Ha ha, how could that be?" "From tomorrow onwards, the resources of the Nara clan will be directed towards Yuenya. Ding Zhuo, you should go back and ponder what talents your Akimichi clan possesses." As soon as Lu finished speaking, Ding Zhuo wore a sorrowful expression, causing Lu to chuckle. Meanwhile, the hurriedly returned Yuende, while the leaders of the Nara and Akimichi clans were discussing him, quietly opened the two hard-earned scrolls at home. Should he first cultivate the secret techniques of the Nara clan or focus on the shadow clone technique? After hastily bidding farewell to Lu and Ding Zhuo, Yuenya returned home without even having time for dinner, quickly retrieving the two scrolls from his ninja gear, deep in thought. Yet, he barely pondered for a second before a self-deprecating smile crossed his face. With the help of the app, even the secret techniques of the Nara clan can be mastered in an instant. How foolish of me to be troubled over which technique to pursue first. It seems I've grown accustomed to hardship, and now that I have this golden opportunity, I don't even know how to utilize it. All right, it's settled. I'll start with the secret techniques of the Nara clan. Forming a secret seal of the Nara clan, Yuenje combined it with the unsealing method from his memory, gently placing his hand upon the scroll Lu had entrusted to him. With a soft pop, the seal of the scroll was released. Bypassing the earlier chakra cultivation methods and the shadow imitation technique, Yuenye's objective was clear. He intended to thoroughly study the scroll left by his parents, to ascertain how many secret techniques of the Nara clan were recorded therein before proceeding with their cultivation. However, just as Yuenye was about to finish examining the scroll and had managed to jot down a fair amount of its contents, he suddenly froze. The reason for his bewilderment was not due to the plethora of secret techniques recorded within the scroll. Rather, it was the stark realization that the scroll contained far too few techniques of the Nara clan, while an abundance of seemingly useless information was documented. Could this be a mistake? Aside from the shadow imitation technique, the Nara clan's secret techniques are recorded as merely the shadow neck binding technique and the shadow stitching technique. The rest consists of some healing remedies and explanations about medicinal herbs. Uncle Lu, are you certain you didn't jest? Is this truly the scroll left to me by my parents? Yuenye could not help but doubt that Lu had handed him the wrong scroll, as the scarcity of recorded secret techniques was indeed striking. With the addition of the shadow imitation technique, the Nara clan's secret arts have been recorded in only 2 forms, while the remaining valuable knowledge pertains to the cultivation of chakra. Beyond these, the records concerning medicinal herbs and prescriptions appear utterly trivial to Yuenye. Is he expected to rely on his memory of herbs and prescriptions to triumph in battle against foes? Such an idea is preposterous. However, it must be acknowledged that Yuenye has underestimated the significance of these records on herbs and prescriptions. If placed within the realm of shinobi, These records would likely incite a frenzy among countless individuals eager to seize them. The true wisdom of the Nara clan lies within these records. In the village hidden in the leaves, the Nara clan's contributions extend beyond the rearing of deer. They are also pivotal in developing prescriptions and supplying medicinal herbs for medical ninjas. Within the narrative, Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, stands as an exceptional medical ninja. While the Nara clan is renowned for producing top-tier pharmacists, each generation of the Nara clan possesses the ability to craft potent secret medicines utilizing deer antlers alongside various herbs. And their extensive array of prescriptions serves as vital references for medical ninjas of Tsunade's caliber. Yuanya recalls a scene from the original story where Naruto's team embarks on a mission to rescue Sasuke, only to find themselves grievously injured. Among them, Neji and Choji bear the most severe injuries, teetering on the brink of death, were it not for the timely provision of a prescription from the Nara clan by Shikaku. Even a medical ninja of Tsunade's stature would have been rendered helpless, forced to watch as Neji and Choji succumb to their wounds. Thus, as Yuanja reflects on certain plot points from the original work and recognizes the value of the records on herbs and prescriptions, he takes a deep breath and secures the scroll within a hidden compartment at home, preparing for any unforeseen circumstances. Subsequently, having mastered the shadow neck binding technique and the shadow stitching technique, two secret arts of the Nara clan, Yuanda, with his exceptional chakra control, swiftly integrates these techniques into his training progress. He then communicates with the app, update the training progress of shadow neck binding technique and shadow stitching technique. Target 100-100. Ding. Player. The training progress of shadow neck binding technique and shadow stitching technique is now 100-100. Congratulations on completing the training. Phew. Thankfully, the app did not disappoint me. Otherwise, I would have lost all appetite for dinner. Upon completing the training, it was as if the app directly conveyed the insights of mastery into Yuan's mind, eliminating the need for experimentation. He instinctively knew he had grasped the two secret arts of the Nara clan. However, for the sake of caution, Yuanya decided to first employ the shadow imitation technique on a vase ahead of him, following the app's prompt. Subsequently, he executed the newly acquired shadow neck binding technique, conjuring a dark shadowy hand that forcefully gripped the vase. With a sharp crack, the shadowy hand, under Yuanya's control, shattered the vase into pieces. The advanced technique of shadow imitation, paired with the efficacy of the shadow neck binding technique, proved to be quite formidable, utilizing the elongated shadow to constrict the enemy's throat, thereby suffocating them alive. A member of the Nara clan who has mastered the shadow neck binding technique can be deemed to possess rudimentary combat capabilities. Now, we shall delve into the shadow stitching technique. Quietly contemplating, Yuyama discovered that he still had residual chakra within him and proceeded to employ the shadow stitching technique. However, as he executed this technique, new insights dawned upon him. As he aimed the shadow stitching technique at another vase, he pondered, the shadow stitching technique is a more advanced secret art of the Nara clan, whose effects can be categorized into two distinct facets, one being supportive and the other offensive. With this thought in mind, Yuyama first utilized the supportive variant of the shadow stitching technique, dividing his extended shadow into countless minuscule forms that extended towards the vase before him, as well as the surrounding tables and chairs. The first aspect, supportive in nature, bore resemblance to an advanced version of the shadow imitation technique, albeit consuming less chakra and exhibiting a slightly diminished binding effect. Nevertheless, the advantage of the shadow stitching technique lies in its ability to bind multiple targets, compensating for the inconvenience of the shadow imitation technique in group combat scenarios. As for the offensive aspect, boom. In the next moment, retracting the previous shadow stitching technique, Yuyama's gaze was entirely fixated on the vase ahead. Subsequently, the shadow beneath his feet transformed into a wisp of light, swiftly merging into the shadow of the vase, followed by the sudden shattering of the vase. A spectacle that was vividly imprinted in his eyes. The offensive aspect involves directly penetrating the enemy's body with one's shadow to inflict damage. Indeed, its potency surpassed that of the shadow neck binding technique, validating his efforts and training. While Yuyama may have felt a tinge of disappointment regarding the quantity of techniques mastered, he was nonetheless elated by the quality of the techniques acquired, particularly after mastering both the shadow neck binding technique and the shadow stitching technique. He considered that although he may not rival the lower ninjas in terms of chakra volume, his genuine combat capabilities, having completed tree climbing and water walking training, and mastering 3 secret techniques of the Nara clan, positioned him well to handle ordinary lower ninjas with ease. Thus, Having completed the training of 2 of the Nara clan's secret techniques, Yuyama was prepared to unveil another scroll to practice the renowned shadow clone technique. However, just before he commenced his training, an unexpected idea struck him to integrate the shadow stitching technique into his shuriken. Using them to bewilder his enemies and secretly unleash the power of the shadow stitching technique to achieve an element of surprise. Just as this notion materialized in Yuyama's mind, a sudden prompt from the app left him momentarily stunned. Ding. Player. Binding development function. Please wait. Development function? Beyond accelerating training. The app can also be used to create ninjutsu, secret techniques. The echoing prompt reverberated in his mind, causing Yuyama to pause in astonishment. Upon regaining his composure, he merely began to analyze the implications of the development function, his gaze betraying a hint of anticipation. Ding. The player successfully binds the development function, and under the right conditions, he can autonomously create skills. Indeed, as I had anticipated, the development feature is intended for crafting ninjutsu and secret techniques. I shall proceed to utilize it. The app, once again, prompted him, and in his delight, he promptly accessed the interface of the development function. As the interface appeared, he pondered the remarkable applications of this function, reminiscing about the various wonders of the app. He couldn't help but reflect. Was not the mobile game I initially played merely a first-person perspective Naruto game? The downloaded external program indicated that. Apart from modifying character levels and skill levels, it also possessed the ability to combine skills and alter fundamental character information. If my bound acceleration upgrade app originates from that external program, then accelerating cultivation equates to modifying skill levels, while the combination of skills corresponds to the current development function. If I can meet the triggering conditions in the future, could the ability to alter fundamental character information also be transformed? Or could it even embody the effect of absorbing bloodlines? By consuming the Uchiha clan's bloodline, would that not grant me the opportunity to awaken the Sharingan? What of the Byakugan from the Hyuga clan or the Shikatsu Miyaku from the Kaguya clan? Might I not possess them all? This external program was indeed worth the download. With the emergence of the development function, he began to speculate and harbor expectations regarding the app he had bound. These expectations, needless to say, revolved around absorbing the myriad bloodline limits within Naruto, transforming into a formidable being with the left eye as the Rinnegan and the right eye as the rebirth eye. However, at this moment, he understood that his hopes for the app should not be overly ambitious, nor should he fully rely on its effects. The app, in a certain sense, merely serves as an auxiliary tool, much like the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. Whether one can harness its potential depends on the user's own capabilities. For instance, although he utilized the app to accelerate his training and rapidly mastered the secret techniques of the Nara clan, what does that truly signify? Mastery of advanced ninjutsu does not automatically equate to possessing relative strength. Did Naruto Uzumaki, as a genin, become superior to the 4th Hokage merely because he mastered the Rasengan? Could Sasuke, having grasped the Chidori at an early stage, claim to be stronger than Kakashi? Thus, with a mature mindset, he had already established a clear understanding of the app's role. Even with the app's assistance in accelerating training, he must continue to hone his own skills, surpassing one target after another, and ascend to the pinnacle of the ninja world. Then, as he accessed the development function's interface and delved into it earnestly, he discovered something quite intriguing. Within the development function's interface, there were 2 blank options. Upon clicking the first option, he found the shadow imitation technique, shadow neck binding technique, and shadow stitching technique, those secret techniques of the Nara clan that he had mastered. Upon opening the second option, he was astonished to find it encompassed a vast array of items, including not only the Nara clan's secret techniques but also tools such as shuriken and kunai, as well as various body parts like fists and feet. Immediately following the prompt from the app, Yu, in conjunction with his previous thoughts, selected shadow stitching technique in the first option and subsequently chose shuriken in the second option. As anticipated, a notification indicating a 100 chance of successfully developing a new secret technique through the combination of the 2 appeared at the bottom of the research interface. How intriguing. It turns out that the research functionality does not conjure ninjutsu or secret arts out of thin air. Rather, it amalgamates the techniques I have already mastered to forge new secret arts. With the probability of creating a new technique from the fusion of shadow stitching technique and shuriken being 100, I shall proceed. Communicating silently with the app, I chose the affirmative option. Soon, a progress bar displaying 0-100 emerged at the bottom of the research interface, indicating that once it reached full capacity, Yuya's new secret art would materialize. As the first technique I would create, Yi harbored a tinge of anticipation. However, after a prolonged wait. The progress bar had not advanced even a fraction. With a resigned shake of his head, he mused, "Indeed, developing new secret arts is an exceedingly arduous task. If the app requires such a lengthy duration, how much more challenging must it be for me to create one independently? Moreover, the research function permits the study of only one new ninjutsu or secret art at a time, which could be considered a drawback. Nevertheless, it appears that the advantages outweigh the disadvantages, for not everyone possesses the privilege to create new ninjutsu or secret arts. In any case, since the development of a new secret art is commenced, I might as well delve into the scroll gifted by Uncle Ding and strive to master the shadow clone technique. That advantageous skill. Greed can lead one to overreach. Yi is indeed a person of ambition. Yet the distinction between the wise and the foolish lies in knowing when to be avaricious and when to temper that instinct. Subsequently, he casually unrolled the scroll sent by Uncle Ding. Initially, he merely glanced at it, but soon discovered it contained the cultivation method for the shadow clone technique, which filled him with delight. As Yi deepened his understanding of the contents inscribed on the scroll, he increasingly recognized the thoughtful intentions behind Uncle Ding's gift. Besides the shadow clone technique, the scroll merely recorded the methods for the three-body technique, clone technique, substitution technique, transformation technique, and the ordinary body flicker technique, all of which are considered rather fundamental ninjutsu within the ninja world. However, do not be deceived by the scroll's apparent lack of value. Its true worth lies in the significance of its transmission to Yi. Within the Hidden Leaf Village, the Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka clans each have their main and branch families. Although there appears to be no overt conflict between the main and branch families, it is implausible to assume that every clan member harbors no ulterior motives. The clan leader undoubtedly represents the interests of the main family. And as a member of the branch family, even though Yi has demonstrated some talent before Shikaku, he remains under the pressure of the Nara clan's main family. Thus, Shikaku faces a dilemma: to favor the majority of mediocre clan members from the main family or to defy the consensus and, in opposition to the main family stance, allocate training resources to the branch-born Yi. Originally, when Lugio exhibited a certain talent for off-road performance, he hesitated over whether to test his skills further. However, as Dingzhou handed over the scroll, the astute Lugio realized that his friend had made a choice, prepared to offer unwavering support for the off-road endeavor, thereby compelling Lugio to confront the entrenched forces within the Nara clan. Moreover, the off-road enthusiast was equally aware that Dingzhou's goodwill likely stemmed from considerations for the Akimichi clan. Thus, while perusing the contents of the scroll and committing the training methods for the three-body technique, body flicker technique, and shadow clone technique to memory, he simultaneously recorded the ninjutsu into the app's training progress bar. Reflecting on Dingzhou's jovial visage, he silently vowed, "Uncle Dingzhou, your kindness shall not be forgotten. Once I achieve fame, I will surely take good care of the Akimichi clan. App, I wish to adjust the training progress of the shadow clone technique to 100-100. Ding. Ding. Player, the training progress of the shadow clone technique is now at 100-100. Congratulations on completing the training. Excellent. Let us first observe the effects of the shadow clone technique." Utilizing the app's functionalities, Lugio, having completed the training without hesitation, began forming hand seals from the memories in his mind, and then exclaimed, "Shadow clone technique." Boom. As smoke enveloped the area, Lugio immediately sensed that half of his chakra had been consumed in an instant, a testament to the daunting cost of employing the shadow clone technique. The shadow clone technique, classified as B rank, was developed by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, with the intention of enhancing the intelligence capabilities of Konoha. Unlike the ordinary clone technique, which merely creates an illusory duplicate, the shadow clone technique allows the user to evenly distribute their chakra among each clone, thereby producing tangible duplicates that mirror the original. These clones not only possess offensive capabilities but also the ability to perform ninjutsu and genjutsu, marking a significant advancement, thanks to the app's expedited training. Lugio's mastery of the shadow clone technique was flawless, ensuring that he would not create a defective version. Upon successfully casting the technique, he gazed at the visage of his clone, which bore a striking resemblance to him, handsome yet refined, with black hair styled in a refreshing manner, unlike the often unflattering pineapple hair common among the Nara clan. Satisfied, he nodded in approval. However, when Lugio decided to test the effectiveness of the clone by delivering a powerful punch to its face to see if the sensation of pain would return to him, he was taken aback when the clone dissipated into smoke with a resounding pop. To his astonishment, he discovered that the pain from the clone had not transferred back to him. What could be the issue? Had I erroneously trained the shadow clone technique? The name of the shadow clone technique, often regarded as a mere embellishment, is fundamentally an invention by Kishimoto to provide Naruto with an extraordinary ability. In astonishment, Rinnegan hastily created another shadow clone, employing the same method for experimentation. Unfortunately, during this latest trial, he discovered once again that the shadow clone lacked the capacity to transmit information, prompting a bittersweet smile as he mused. Indeed, this must be a contrived setting introduced by Kishimoto. How curious it is that, despite the plethora of talents within Konoha, it was only under Kakashi's tutelage that the shadow clone technique was deemed suitable as an enhancement for Naruto. It appears that the villagers of Konoha are not dim-witted. Rather, the narrative was deliberately crafted to accelerate Naruto's growth. Clearly, the original setting in the story is fictitious, and similarly, the portrayals found in fanfiction are equally untrue. Shadow clone technique. I have unveiled your true nature, and you shall no longer bear the title of an extraordinary ability. Shaking his head in silence, Rinnegan, upon realizing the technique's lack of enhancement effects, did not feel disheartened. After all, he still had the transcendent ability of an app to expedite his training. So the disappearance of one enhancement hardly mattered. He proceeded with his chakra training, and upon completing the restoration of his chakra, he summoned the training progress bar, intending to modify the progress of the body flicker technique and the multi-shadow clone technique. Yet, at the very moment he accessed the training progress bar, the sudden change in the progress of the shadow clone technique caught his attention. Wasn't the training progress for the shadow clone technique 100-100? Why had it abruptly transformed to 100-1000? An app to accelerate training? I am eager to see what effects arise from advancing the shadow clone technique to 100-1000. Ding. Player, the training progress for the shadow clone technique is now 1000-1000. Congratulations, player, on completing the training for the multi-shadow clone technique. Wait a moment. The multi-shadow clone technique? It seems there is an explanation for it within the original storyline. Suddenly realizing the transformation prompted by the app, Rinnegan was both astonished and introspective as he recalled the description of the multi-shadow clone technique, uncovering the distinct differences between the two variants. Reflecting on the original work, when exactly did Naruto Uzumaki acquire his extraordinary ability? Was it not after failing the Chunin exams and succumbing to Mizuki's persuasion to steal the Forbidden Scroll, thereby mastering its contents? The Forbidden Scroll is no ordinary artifact. It holds not only techniques mastered by past Hokages but also methods for training various secret arts and forbidden techniques of the Hidden Leaf Village. As Rinnegan revisited the original text, he found it peculiar that although the shadow clone technique is classified as a B-rank ninjutsu, it is widely mastered by many within Konoha, with even some ninjas outside the village capable of employing it. Surely, it cannot be considered a forbidden technique. However, following the app's revelation, he suddenly realized that the multi-shadow clone technique is classified as an A-rank ninjutsu. It became clear to him that the scroll contained not merely a B-rank technique, but rather an upgraded version of the shadow clone technique, an esteemed A-rank ninjutsu that carries a certain degree of risk in its execution. The technique of multiple shadow clone jutsu, classified as an A-rank ninjutsu, possesses distinct characteristics, notably its ability to create a greater number of shadow clones while consuming less chakra than the basic shadow clone jutsu. However, this technique is not without its drawbacks. Every clone experiences events that are relayed back to the original before its dissolution. In the original narrative, Uzumaki Naruto harnessed this ability for training, relying on the effects of multiple shadow clone jutsu. Nonetheless, due to the dual nature of its advantages and disadvantages, if the number of clones created becomes excessive, the accumulated fatigue from numerous clones can pose a serious risk to the caster's life. Consequently, the second Hokage deemed this perilous technique unsuitable for most, thus enshrining it within the Forbidden Scroll of Konoha. Interestingly, the term multiple distinguishes this technique from the ordinary shadow clone jutsu, which merely creates physical clones. Conversely, the addition of multiple elevates it to the status of an extraordinary ability. Fortunately, the presence of an additional progress bar within the app alleviated any temptation to abandon the multiple shadow clone jutsu. Nevertheless, it was prudent to further explore the effectiveness of this technique to avert unforeseen complications. With renewed determination, the protagonist, having restored chakra, swiftly formed hand seals and proclaimed multiple shadow clone jutsu. In an explosive display, the technique was successfully executed. Utilizing the same amount of chakra, multiple shadow clone jutsu astonished the protagonist by conjuring 4 clones in an instant, a remarkable fourfold increase compared to the singular clone produced by the basic technique. Furthermore, as the 4 clones commenced their training, only one dissipated, yet the experience gained in taijutsu seamlessly transferred back to the protagonist's consciousness, further solidifying the reputation of multiple shadow clone jutsu as a formidable asset. However, it is undeniable that employing this technique for training is akin to courting danger. While the protagonist could endure the loss of a single clone, the subsequent disappearance of the second and third resulted in a pallor on his face. By the time the 4th clone vanished, he appeared as pale as a sheet of paper and collapsed onto the bed. Upon awakening the following day, he was beset by waves of pain. As the discomfort gradually subsided, a new notification from the app resonated within his mind, igniting a spark of excitement. Ding! Development successful. Player, would you like to engage in the training of the new shadow stitching technique? Without hesitation, he opted to train. After perusing the development interface, he noted that the training duration was 8 hours. Relieved, he mused that a night's rest would mitigate the fatigue from utilizing shadow clones. Subsequently, as he integrated the new shadow stitching technique into the training progress bar, he promptly adjusted the training progress for the 3 bodies technique, body flicker technique, and the new shadow stitching technique all at once. Ding! The player has achieved a remarkable milestone, mastering the techniques of shadow clone, substitution, transformation, body flicker, and the newly developed shadow stitching art, reaching a completion rate of 100/100. Congratulations to the player for successfully completing the training in these arts. May I inquire if the player wishes to bestow a name upon the shadow stitching art? Just a moment. Allow me to first observe the effects of this new technique. Having rapidly mastered an abundance of ninjutsu, the player feels somewhat overwhelmed and swiftly closes their eyes to deepen their understanding, aiming to perfect the simpler techniques of body clone and body flicker before delving into the nuances of the shadow stitching art. The casting effect of the shadow stitching art is rather intriguing. It appears to employ shurikens and kunai to pin down the shadows of others, thus enabling the binding effect characteristic of the shadow stitching technique. Upon grasping the essence of the shadow stitching art, the player not only deepens their comprehension of the development functions, but also silently marvels at the extraordinary capabilities of such innovations. In the Nara clan, who could have envisioned that combining the shadow stitching technique with shurikens and similar tools could yield a ninjutsu without hand seals? Furthermore, its effective range is entirely contingent upon the distance of the thrown shurikens. Previously, the Nara clan's techniques, whether the shadow imitation or the shadow stitching, were limited to mid-range abilities. Should the enemy be at a greater distance, members of the Nara clan would have to risk closing the gap, as illustrated by Shikamaru's struggles during the Chunin exams against Temari due to the constraints of his techniques. In such distant scenarios, Shikamaru found himself utterly powerless against Temari. Thus, the advent of the new shadow stitching art represents a radical departure from the Nara clan's outdated paradigms. If the other members of the Nara clan were to learn that the player has developed a technique for long-range combat, they would not merely seek resources. They would go to great lengths, perhaps even selling their possessions, to implore the player to share the new shadow stitching art to enhance their arsenal. However, driven by a desire to keep their skills concealed, the player is unlikely to reveal the new technique prematurely. Moreover, being familiar with the original narrative, the player understands that in a decade or so, Shikamaru would create a technique akin to the shadow stitching art, the shadow imitation shuriken, while seeking vengeance for his mentor Asuma against the Akatsuki member Haiden. Regrettably, the shadow imitation shuriken is slower to cast and requires hand seals, rendering it incomparable in value to the new shadow stitching art. Yet, inspired by Shikamaru's method of naming, the player smiles and swiftly decides upon a fitting name for the new technique, Shadow Shuriken. Moreover, it will be imperative to incorporate training with concealed weapons to ensure the effectiveness of the Shadow Shuriken. After all, it would be quite comical if, after throwing 100 shurikens, none were able to pin down an enemy shadow. Furthermore, the development list cannot remain empty. Hence, the innovative combination of shadow imitation and shadow binding techniques will also be considered, boasting a creative probability of 100. Let us explore the synergy between these two Nara clan techniques. Upon reflecting, Yi opened the development feature list and added 2 secret techniques from the Nara clan, secretly anticipating the emergence of new techniques in the future. After casually enjoying a breakfast to satiate his hunger, he felt invigorated and was preparing to embark on his training, when a sudden knock at the door disrupted his plans. Who is it? Yu Yi, open the door. It's me, Yu Ming. Oh, so it is Yu Ming. One moment, knowing that they were both from the Nara clan's branch family, yet with Yu Ming being only 7 years old and currently attending the ninja academy. Yu Yi hurriedly tidied up his training area and, panting, made his way to the door. Yu Ming, what brings you here so early? Yu Yi, what were you just doing? Yu Ming shot a suspicious glance at Yu Yi, but upon finding nothing amiss, he furrowed his brow and continued. Yu Yi, Lord Jukyu has just instructed us to gather the clan members under 8 for a test. Seriously, it's so early, and I can't even get a good sleep. Yu Yi, did you hear what I just said? Ah, I heard. Let us hurry, or we'll end up getting scolded by Uncle Jukyu. Responding without much thought, Yu Yi was acutely aware that this family test would certainly be significant, likely a tailored examination devised personally by Jukyu for him. The Nara clan, while not a prominent family in Konoha, boasted several hundred members. Having recognized Yu Ye's talent, Jukyu was now inclined to allocate clan resources in his favor, necessitating persuasion of the main family and various elders. Thus, as he made his way from the cramped residence of the branch family to the main family's estate, Yu Yi mentally prepared himself, eager to shine in the clan's test. Conversely, Yu Ming, who shared a less than amicable relationship with Yu Yi, maintained a silence throughout the journey, only speaking to greet Jukyu upon their arrival. Lord Jukyu, Yu Yi has arrived. Very well, you may return. As one from the branch family and the other the clan leader's nephew, Yu Ming understood the distinctions of kinship with Jukyu's command. He rejoined the ranks of the branch family members. When Jukyu looked at Yu Yi, there was a palpable sense of expectation in his gaze. With a subtle nod, he indicated for Yu Yi to observe the two elders arriving from the Nara clan. Then, giving Yu Yi's shoulder a firm pat, Jukyu whispered a brief encouragement before instructing him to return to his place. Yu Yi, perform well. I understand, Uncle Jukyu. Nodding with a smile, Yu Yi joined the line of clan members. All the 8-year-old members of the Nara clan had gathered, precisely 12 in total. Among them, 4 were from the main family, aged 6 or 7, who had been honing their skills at the ninja academy for 1 or 2 years. The 8 members from the branch family varied greatly in their experience. Yu Yi, at 4 years old, had yet to enter the academy, while the others were either 6 and still unregistered, or 8 and lingering in the academy, clearly trailing behind the quality of the main family members. Upon the arrival of all clan members under the age of 8, Lu Jiu first inquired about the opinions of the esteemed elders, Nara Yue and Lu Deng. He then stepped forward and proclaimed, today's family test primarily aims to assess your recent cultivation levels. Exceptional performances will be rewarded, while poor performances will face consequences. Now, let us commence the test with the branch family. Yu Ming, Yu Li, you two shall go first. Yes, under Lu Jiu's command, Yu Ming, accompanied by the robust Yu Li, stepped forth to engage in their sparring match, causing Yu Yi to stifle a yawn. It was hardly surprising. Having already sparred with Lu Jiu once, Yu Yi found it difficult to regard these youngsters as worthy opponents. Moreover, the two participants in the test lacked the strength of a genin, and even a mere shadow clone technique elicited gasps of awe from the surrounding clan members. In his boredom, Yu Yi began to observe the members of the main family, only to discover that he recognized not a single familiar face. Thus, he allowed his mind to wander, idly passing the time in a state of distraction. However, while Yu Yi was disinterested in the test, the young members of the Nara clan were brimming with enthusiasm. Particularly during the subsequent tests, a little boy named Nara Eugene executed a shadow imitation technique, which prompted a subtle nod of approval from Lu Jiu, who chuckled, well done, this round goes to Eugene. Next, Lucien. It is your turn to offer guidance to Yu Yi. Huh, it's my turn? Hearing his name, Yu Yi yawned lazily as he ambled toward the sparring area, only to suddenly catch a sigh from Yu Ming beside him. Alas, poor Yu Yi, his sparring partner, is that Lucien. Lucien? Yu Ming's exclamation piqued Yu Yi's interest. As he approached the center of the sparring ground, he gradually caught sight of a pineapple-haired boy, whose features bore a striking resemblance to elder Lu Yu. Smiling as he approached, Yu Yi couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, realizing, so this is elder Lu Yu's grandson, the renowned Lucien from the Ninja Academy. I see, mastering the shadow imitation technique at merely 8 years old, and having secured first place several times at the Ninja Academy, he is indeed regarded as a promising talent of the new generation within the Nara clan. Uncle Lu Jiu, I never imagined you would resort to such tactics, pitting me against the grandson of an elder. How ruthless. Engaging in a spar with Lucien posed no psychological burden for Yu Yi. After all, what significance did achieving first place at the Ninja Academy hold? Wasn't Itachi? Upon joining the academy, also subject to mockery? However, not everyone shared Yu Ye's optimistic outlook. Even Lu Jiu, fully aware of Yu Ye's capabilities, felt a bead of sweat form at his brow. Beside him, elders Lu Yu and Lu Deng exchanged glances, the latter unable to suppress his concerns, stating, Lu Jiu, we recognize your intention to support Lu Nai's child, but Yu Yi is only 4 years old. Is it not a bit unfair to have Lu Xian spar with him? Humph. Isn't that precisely the point? Lu Jiu, if Yi can defeat my Lu Xian, what does it matter if resources are tilted towards the branch family's children? Humph. I merely fear that Lu Nai's child may disappoint you. With a cold expression, Riku looked towards Yuya, who was evidently the head of the Nara clan and the foremost opponent of cultivating Yuya. Upon hearing the comments from the elders Yuya and Riku, Rika felt a twinge of unease. Regrettably, to persuade the elders at home, Rika had no choice but to resort to this desperate measure, silently cheering for Yuya. Yuya, you must win. Meanwhile, in the training arena, Yuya caught a glimpse of Riku's ashen face out of the corner of his eye, and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, his expression growing increasingly serious. Undoubtedly, a formidable opponent who could make Riku feel troubled was not to be underestimated. If he were to falter, it would not merely be a loss of face for himself. However, among the younger generation of the Nara clan, no one felt that Yuya would suffer any disgrace and defeat, especially when Riku stepped before Yuya, beckoning him with a finger before forming hand seals. The younger generation of the Nara clan gasped in astonishment. Shadow mimicry technique? Was Riku unwilling to grant Yuya a single chance to strike? To employ such a technique against a mere 4-year-old child? Was this meant to send a warning to Riku, asserting that Yuya was unworthy to be his opponent? Look, Yuya is about to lose. This highlights the disparity in strength, as the younger generation of the Nara clan continuously exclaimed in surprise. Riku before Yuya appeared to be reveling in the moment, brazenly declaring, Yuya, I'm sorry, but you are going to lose. Shadow mimicry technique. Buzz. Buzz. Almost instantaneously upon completing the hand seals, Riku successfully executed the shadow mimicry technique, clearly demonstrating formidable skill, not to mention the technique's remarkably brief casting time. Just based on the adept transformation of chakra, Yuya realized that the 3 months of arduous training he had endured prior to acquiring the app paled in comparison to Riku's prowess. The two were simply not on the same level. However, ever since acquiring the app for accelerated training and cunningly outmaneuvering Riku, Yuya's strength had undergone a transformation beyond words. Thus, when the members of the Nara clan, including Riku, broke into a sweat for Yuya, suddenly, whoosh, just as Riku's shadow mimicry technique was about to succeed, seamlessly connecting with the shadow beneath Yuya's feet, a phantom appeared at the very spot where Yuya had been, while his true self stood, kunai in hand, poised at Riku's throat. That means I have won, right? As Yuya's calm voice faded, not only did Riku freeze in shock, but so did Riku Yuya, the two elders, and the entirety of the younger generation of the Nara clan. The outcome of the sparring had utterly exceeded their expectations. Was this a joke? Yuya had emerged victorious? Riku had managed to withstand even a single round against Yuya? How could Yuya be so powerful? The instructors have often remarked that Lu Xian is on the verge of attaining the prowess of a Chunin. Could it be that Yu surpasses even a Chunin? After a moment of silence, the younger generation of the Nara clan gazed at Yu Yi with astonishment, their eyes betraying a hint of admiration, a clear reflection of their reverence for strength. Simultaneously, the previously skeptical elders, Lu Yu and Lu Deng, fell silent, particularly as Lu Jiu expounded upon Yu Ye's capabilities, prompting the elders to contemplate the allocation of resources. Yu Yi demonstrated remarkable prowess, employing the shadow clone technique and the body replacement technique in tandem, seamlessly replacing his original self with a clone and decisively defeating Lu Xian in a single exchange. Elders Lu Yu and Lu Ding, I trust you will not oppose my proposal to allocate resources to Yu Yi? Lu Jiu smiled at the two elders, feeling a sense of pride for Yu Yi's accomplishments. However, just as the two elders of the Nara clan were about to acquiesce to Lu Jiu's suggestion and support Yu Yi, his somewhat languid voice echoed once more in their ears. Uncle Lu Jiu, this series of duels is too slow. Why not have everyone face me at once? I am prepared to take on all 10 of them. What? Preposterous. As Yu Yi's words hung in the air, Elder Lu Yu, suppressing his indignation, could not help but exclaim, Lu Jiu, that brat Yu Yi is utterly insufferable. If you insist on allocating resources to him, I shall vehemently oppose. Unless he can indeed defeat every young member of our Nara clan as he claims, not only will he not receive any resources, but I shall also reclaim the secret medicine you intended to reward him with. I understand, Elder Lu Yu. With a wry smile, Lu Jiu turned to Yu Yi, asking helplessly, Yu Yi, do you have confidence? Uncle Lu Jiu, have no worries. Defeating them all is merely a matter of expending a bit more chakra. With a casual wave of his hand toward Lu Jiu, Yi mimicked Lu Xian's earlier gesture, beckoning to the remaining 10 members of the Nara clan. This seemingly innocuous gesture, however, provoked a collective ire among the younger generation of the Nara clan, who were united in their determination to teach the arrogant Yu Yi a lesson. Yet, before they could make their move, Yu Yu swiftly formed hand seals and instantaneously executed the shadow stitching technique. In an instant, the shadows split into 11 distinct strands, not only binding the surrounding members of the Nara clan, but also ensnaring Lu Xian before him. In a mere second, Yu Yu triumphed over all the younger members of the Nara clan. As Yu Yi emerged victorious, even Elder Lu Yu, who had earlier disdained him, momentarily froze, only to swiftly change his demeanor, excitement coursing through him as he bellowed at Lu Jiu. Lu Jiu, where's the medicine? Hurry and reward Yu Yi with the secret medicine. He is truly the pride of our Nara clan. Medicine? What medicine? Enough with the trivialities. Isn't that the secret medicine you prepared? Never mind. I will use the one I prepared for Lu Xian first. Hastily, I untied the pouch from my waist. And under the astonished gaze of Lu Jiu, Elder Lu Yu, who had always been skeptical of the off-road abilities, eagerly beckoned to Yu Yi. As Yu Yi approached, Lu Jiu, still in shock, witnessed Elder Lu Yu kindly instructing Yu Yi. Yu Yi, this is the secret medicine I had previously prepared for Lu Xian, and now I entrust it to you. Remember, it must be taken during chakra training, and only one at a time, understood? Should there be any adverse reactions after taking the secret medicine, you must report to Lu Jiu. Thank you, Elder Lu Yu, I understand. Yu Yi, why so formal? From now on, just like Lu Xian, call me Grandpa. Yes, Grandpa. Undoubtedly, the change in Elder Lu Yu's demeanor left Lu Jiu utterly astonished. Conversely, Yu Yi had anticipated the shift in attitude from the two elders of the Nara clan, as he was preparing to educate the new generation of the Nara clan with the shadow stitching technique. What are the advantages of being a branch family member of the Nara clan? It is simply the recognition from all clan members, provided one demonstrates potential. In the original work, what difference does it make for Hinata branch family members, such as Hinata Hayashi and Hinata Niji, to possess exceptional talent? They still face discrimination from the main family, and their fates remain under the control of the main family. However, for Yu Yi, merely showcasing his potential before the clan leader, elders, and the new generation of the Nara clan transformed the previously critical Elder Lu Yu's attitude a complete 180 degrees. Not to mention the respect earned from the new generation he had defeated. At this moment, Lu Xian, Yiming, and those who had looked down upon Yu Yi now regarded him with idolization, their eyes filled with admiration. Even though Yu Yi received a secret medicine from Elder Lu Yu, the new generation of the Nara clan felt no envy. Rather, they believed that rewarding Yu Yi with a secret medicine was rather insufficient. After all, Yu Yi is a genius who mastered the shadow stitching technique at the age of 4. Moreover, witnessing the unity within the Nara clan, especially the absence of jealousy among his peers like Lu Xian, only deepened Yu Yi's sense of belonging and recognition towards the clan. Coming back to his senses, Lu Jiu first cast a deep glance at the two elders of the clan before turning his gaze to Yu Yi, confirming from the traces of chakra usage that Yu Yi had indeed used the shadow stitching technique. Lu Jiu gently cleared his throat and said, Elder Lu Yu, Elder Lu Dang, I will leave the upcoming competition in your capable hands. Yu Yi and I have some matters to discuss, so I shall take my leave. Go ahead. Leave the trivialities to me. Yu Yi, you must work even harder in your training. If you encounter any difficulties, come find us. All right. Thank you. Nodding slightly, he followed behind Rikuju, bidding farewell to the elders of his clan and exchanging goodbyes with the younger generation, devoid of any arrogance typically associated with prodigies, which prompted Rikuju to silently approve. As they journeyed towards Rikuju's home, he affectionately ruffled Riku's hair, exclaiming, Riku, mastering the shadow stitching technique in just a day is quite impressive. Hee, it's all thanks to Uncle Rikuju's excellent teaching. The boy was quick to flatter. You little rascal. Rikuju playfully smacked Riku's head, but his expression soon turned serious. He inquired, Riku, do you understand the purpose of this clan assessment? Is it about resource allocation? Discussing such sensitive matters demanded caution in the presence of others, yet with Rikuju, there was no need for such restraint. Given that the Nara clan members possessed high intelligence and emotional acumen, Riku felt no hesitation in speaking candidly, though he still misstepped. On one hand, it was indeed about the family resources and securing the elders' approval. On the other hand, it was for a specific plan. With that, Rikuju halted, gazing thoughtfully into the distance. Our Nara clan, along with the Akimichi and Yamanaka clans, share a brotherly bond, and nearly every generation has been honored with the title of boar, deer, butterfly. Unfortunately, the situation in the village has become somewhat tense lately, and our three clans are facing a transitional period. Thus, pre-selecting the heir to the boar, deer, butterfly title has become our utmost priority. In other words, Riku, you now possess the qualification to inherit the title of deer. Do you understand? Riku's eyes widened in astonishment at Rikuju's words. Clearly, this revelation had caught him off guard. However, being awarded the title of boar, deer, butterfly was an honor that Riku could not possibly reject. Moreover, a hero is only as good as his companions, without a few allies. One could hardly expect to navigate the battlefield, let alone participate in the Chunin exams. Thus, with the support of the elite from the Akimichi and Yamanaka clans, Riku felt a flicker of anticipation. Uncle Rikuju, who has been chosen from the Akimichi and Yamanaka clans. The problem is that no one has been selected yet. Otherwise, your Uncle Dingzu would not be worried. With a smile, Rikuju patted Riku's head again, expressing pride in him and joy for the Nara clan to have Riku. Subsequently, as they strolled through the courtyard, they discussed matters concerning the Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka clans. While gathering more information, Riku gradually concluded that the three clans were about to face a daunting challenge, stemming from the fourth Hokage. Unfortunately, Rikuju remained enigmatic, leaving Riku puzzled about the troubles the fourth Hokage had instigated. Just when Riku persistently pressed Rikuju for answers, another disruptive presence arrived. Akimichi Dingzu. Rikuju, I've been looking for you for quite some time. Oh, Riku is here too. Greetings, Uncle Dingzwa. In this fleeting moment, the off-road vehicle seemed to constrict Dingzwa's heart. Yet he remained unperturbed, deliberately disregarding the vehicle before him. He turned to Lugio and inquired, Lugio, have you forgotten what day it is today? The day has been anxious, urging me to hasten here and prompt you. How could you be idly chatting with the off-road vehicle? Truly I am at a loss for words. My apologies, my apologies. There are simply too many matters today, and I nearly overlooked it. Lugio responded hastily, then glanced at the off-road vehicle, saying, Off-road, the Hyuga clan has an event today. Please accompany me. Uncle Lugio, what event is it? Upon hearing the name of Nakaira in their earlier conversation, the off-road vehicle felt a surge of excitement, eager to meet the legendary figures of the Hyuga clan. However, at that moment, he had no inkling that he would encounter not one, but two legendary individuals. Nothing of great consequence, merely that Nakaira's family has welcomed a boy, and today we are to celebrate his full moon feast. By the way, I believe the little one who has just celebrated his full moon is named Niji, correct? Hyuga Niji? Now that is indeed an impressive fellow. Despite the original plot depicting the Byakugan Hyuga clan as a prominent family of Konoha, the off-road vehicle concluded that, apart from the formidable Tenzin of the Warring States period, the Hyuga clan lacked the qualifications to be regarded as an elite family alongside the Uchiha clan. They were merely a product of the second Hokage's efforts to suppress the Uchiha clan. Consider the Uchiha clan, with the likes of the legendary Azura Uchiha Madara, the unparalleled Shunshin no Jutsu of Shursui, and the remarkable Itachi. Even after their near extinction, they still had the indomitable Sasuke, wielding the power of the Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, capable of vanquishing any adversary that defied him. In contrast, the Hyuga clan, apart from Nakaira, could only boast of his son Niji, who was indeed a prodigy in the original tale, recognized as the first Jonin among the 12 ninja warriors. With further advancement, he could have transcended to the ranks of the top-tier ninja in the world. Alas, Niji's fate was tragically entwined with misfortune. Born into the branch family of the Hyuga clan, he lost his father at the tender age of 4 for the sake of the main family's interests, bearing the mark of a caged bird like a slave. Living amidst hatred and resentment, Niji's innate talent was evidently stifled, which led to him bearing the title of genius in his early years. Only after reconciling with his hatred could he truly soar. Yet during the Fourth Great Ninja War, destiny remained unkind to Niji, rendering him the sole sacrifice among the 12 ninja warriors, transforming him into the tears of countless Hokage fans and becoming a burden on the heart of the off-road vehicle. Some assert that familiarity with the trajectory of the original plot allows one to foresee and navigate life more adeptly. However, in the eyes of the off-road vehicle, being unable to alter the events one wishes to change while perpetually following the gears of history, filled with regret and sorrow. is no different from having traversed into another life. As Yuanze accompanied Dingzhou to the residence of Hinata Hizashi, he felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of meeting distinguished characters such as Hizashi and Niji. However, beneath this exhilaration lay a resolute determination to alter the tragic fate of the father and son duo. His ambition did not extend to liberating them from the control of the Hyuga clan. Rather, he simply wished for them to live joyously, to shine with the brilliance befitting their innate talent. If Hizashi had not perished, would he not have been able to nurture Niji into a stronger version of himself than portrayed in the original narrative? Might Niji have attained the rank of Jonin sooner, or even transcended the barriers to join the ranks of elite shinobi? As Yuanze contemplated the potential alterations to the future, he could not help but clench his fists. Silently analyzing the circumstances, Hizashi's demise appeared to be intertwined with the ambitions of the Reikage. He recalled that the original story merely hinted at the conflict, mentioning how the peace treaty between Konoha and the Cloud Village had been undermined by the latter's desire to abduct Princess Hinata, provoking the anger of the Hyuga clan leader, who subsequently killed the head of the Cloud delegation. This incident had led to the Cloud Village pressuring the Hyuga clan to surrender Hizashi and covertly coveting the Byakugan. If one were to assess Hizashi, he could indeed be deemed a coward, relinquishing Hizashi under the counsel of the Elder Council, resulting in Niji losing his father. Thus, the crux of Hizashi's death was intricately linked to the battles between Konoha and the Cloud Village during the Third Great Ninja War. It would be prudent to ascertain the current status of the war. After a moment of introspection, Yuanya turned to Lukyu and inquired with curiosity, "Uncle Lukyu, is the war still ongoing?" "Oh, Yuanya, what brings this question to mind?" Dingzhou asked, intrigued by Yuanya's inquiry. Conversely, Lukyu, who had long harbored intentions to mentor Yuanya, interjected to halt Dingzhou's questioning and admonished Yuanya, "Yuanya, you should concern yourself less with such matters. Your focus ought to be on your training, understand?" "Yes." Upon seeing Yuanya nod, Lukyu paused before continuing, "The Third Great Ninja War has persisted for a considerable duration. Since the conclusion of the Battle of Kaiki Mountain and the surrender of the Sand Village, our village's primary adversary has been the Rock Village. However, under the astute leadership of the Fourth Hokage, we achieved a resounding victory in the Battle of Canopy Bridge, and we have recently signed a ceasefire agreement with the Rock Village. Thus, our only remaining foe is the Mist Village. I trust that the plan set forth by the Third Hokage has succeeded, and the conflict is on the brink of a comprehensive conclusion." As they spoke, Yuanya and the others arrived at Hizashi's residence, prompting Lukyu to quickly instruct, "Yuanya, remember to speak less. You may only showcase your abilities when I permit you to do so, understood?" "Understood, Uncle Lukyu." Following Lukyu, Dingzhou entered the Hinata household, and upon surveying the surroundings, Yuanze could not help but let out a chuckle. It was not that Yuanze found humor easily. Rather, the hierarchical structure of the Hyuga clan was simply too absurd. It was ostensibly the full moon banquet for Niji, yet as the elder brother of Hinata, not a single member of the main family led by Hizashi made an appearance. Instead, only a handful of individuals from the branch family trickled into the estate, exchanging a few hurried words with Hinata before hastily departing, as if fearful of incurring the wrath of the main family. In stark contrast, the Nara clan, represented by Shikaku, and the Akimichi clan, represented by Choza, were the first to extend their congratulations to Hinata, presenting monetary gifts, and subsequently settled themselves at the family banquet. As for Koyomi, who could only find a place in the corner, he naturally could not witness the adoration showered upon Niji like a star surrounded by planets. Thus, while silently observing Hinata, he contemplated the intricacies of the ongoing Third Great Ninja War. Although Shikaka spoke little about the war, it did not imply that Koyomi was oblivious to its circumstances. In truth, as a time traveler, Koyomi might possess a deeper understanding of the Third Great Ninja War than Shikaku. Given that the original narrative provided extensive exposition on the conflict, the Third Great Ninja War, as depicted in the original text, resembled an exhilarating tale of a lone hero triumphing over numerous antagonists. The war's inception was triggered by the assassination of the Third Hokage by Sasori of the Red Sand, which plunged the Sand Village into chaos. In an effort to compensate for the losses of the Second Great Ninja War and to obscure the turmoil following the Third Hokage's disappearance, the Sand Village had no choice but to engage in battle with the Leaf Village. As Shikako had noted, the Battle of Kikyo Mountain ensued, resulting in a defeat for the Sand Village, which was subsequently coerced into signing a treaty of alliance with the Leaf Village. In reality, the agreement was nothing short of a disgraceful pact, obligating the Sand Village to remit a substantial portion of its resources to the Leaf Village annually, while simultaneously restricting the number of ninjas it could train. This forced the Sand Village onto a path of elitism. Unable to cultivate a significant number of ninjas and deprived of the authority to restore its former glory. Yet, following the Sand Village's capitulation, the Leaf Village found itself facing an unprecedented crisis. With the renowned Sannin having defected, the apparent power of the Leaf Village began to wane, prompting the Rock Village to see an opening for opportunity. A new wave of warfare erupted, culminating in the widely recognized Battle of Canopy Bridge, which concluded with the fourth Hokage's ascension and the signing of a ceasefire agreement with the Rock Village, thereby bringing the Third Great Ninja War to a temporary close. 3 months prior, when Koyomi had just traversed into this timeline, it was during that pivotal moment. The fourth Hokage had only recently taken office, and the Battle of Canopy Bridge had just reached its conclusion, coinciding with Kakashi's acquisition of the Sharingan. However, while the majority of the Leaf Village residents, including the astute Shikaku, believed that the Third Great Ninja War was on the verge of conclusion, Koyomi secretly scoffed, knowing that the full-scale outbreak of the war was merely the beginning. For soon, under the machinations of the mastermind Madara, Kakashi's companion Rin would tread a path from which there was no return, becoming the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails Aisabu, and in conjunction with Tobi, intensifying the strife between the Mist Village and the Leaf Village, heralding a new round of conflict. Moreover, Madara's schemes were merely the precursor. After the Mist Village had thoroughly depleted the Leaf Village's strength, the ambitions of the Raikage would soon be laid bare. Thus, the proclamations of the war's impending conclusion in light of the threats from both the Mist and Cloud villages were nothing short of absurd. Koyomi, however, did not share in Shikaku's amusement. He merely shook his head in silent lamentation for the tribulations that awaited the Leaf Village. In the face of ceaseless turmoil, the Hidden Sand and Hidden Rock villages have finally ceased their hostilities, only for the Hidden Mist and Hidden Cloud villages to prepare for renewed conflict. Alas, the Hidden Leaf Village is truly beset by calamities. If the third Hokage possessed the foresight akin to my own, and was aware that the masked Tobi would return next year seeking vengeance, unraveling the chaos of the Nine Tails and leading to the fourth Hokage's demise, would he not have contemplated even the most desperate of measures? Reflecting quietly, Yuanya believed himself unnoticed at the banquet, concealed in the shadows of his own thoughts. Yet, just as he shook his head in resignation, Dingzhua, seated ahead, caught a glimpse of his gesture and inquired with a grin, "Yuanya, what troubles you? Have you discerned the ill intentions of the Uchiha clan?" The mere mention of the Uchiha clan startled Yuanya. Indeed, within the confines of the Nara family banquet, only a scant few were observant of his demeanor, including the likes of Rikuju and Dingzhua, who were likewise fixated on the Uchiha clan members entering the estate. Thus, Yuanya's moment of discomposure went largely unnoticed. As the gathering progressed, his gaze fell upon the entrance, where a familiar figure emerged. Could it be Uchiha Fugaku? Among the Uchiha clan, few left an indelible mark on Yuanya's memory. But Uchiha Fugaku was certainly one of them, the esteemed head of the illustrious Uchiha clan and the captain of the Konoha Guard. These two exalted titles encapsulated the immense power wielded by Uchiha Fugaku. In disbelief, Yuanya scrutinized Fugaku's imposing visage and commanding gaze, swiftly confirming his identity. Yet, what business did the clan leader have at a mere moon-viewing celebration for Niji? Was it conceivable that the Uchiha clan members were so idle as to grace such an occasion? Confusion washed over Yuanda as he sought Rikuju's attention, but alas, Rikuju remained oblivious to his plight. Consequently, as he observed the procession of Uchiha clan members, adorned with the emblem of the flaming fan, entering the estate with an air reminiscent of ruffians storming a venue, Yuanya could not help but click his tongue in realization. It seemed the Uchiha clan was indeed seeking trouble. Trouble was brewing for the Nara family. True to his thoughts, as if summoned by fate, Uchiha Fugaku approached Nichiha, exclaiming with arrogance, "Nichiha, your child has reached their full moon. How could that scoundrel Hizashi fail to attend? Such rudeness. We are all of the Hyuga clan, yet why this distance? Are the branch family members not to be regarded as kin? Worry not, for Hizashi may be absent. But I am here. Quickly, bring forth the child, that I might ascertain whether yet another genius has been overlooked within the Hyuga clan." With Fugaku's words, a chorus of disdainful huffs erupted, yet not a soul dared to voice their grievances. Those who scoffed were undoubtedly members of the branch family, who, bereft of status within the Hyuga clan, found themselves diminished in the presence of the Uchiha clan leader. Silenced, they could only swallow their indignation. However, What piqued Yuenya's curiosity was that it was not only the members of the branch family of the Hyuga clan who were angered. Even Shikyu and Dingzu cast disdainful glances at Uchiha Fugaku, as if the affairs of the Hyuga clan were somehow related to them. "Uncle Shikyu, are you alright?" Yuenya inquired while stealthily hiding behind Shikyu, attentively observing his expression, clearly intent on unearthing the underlying issues behind Uchiha Fugaku's provocation. Yet, at the moment of Yuenya's inquiry, the astute Shikyu chose silence, aiming to evade trouble and protect Yuenya's identity. Unfortunately, beside Shikyu stood the forthright Dingzu. Having interacted frequently with Yuenya, Dingzu spoke without hesitation, explaining. The third Hokage devised a plan to dismantle the Mist Ninja Village, which was already entrusted to the fourth Hokage for execution, yet the Uchiha clan refuses to comply. What can the prominent families within the village do? We all support the third and fourth Hokages. Can the Uchiha clan openly challenge the Hokage? Dingzu, be quiet. Before Dingzu could finish, Shikyu reprimanded him sharply, prompting Dingzu to promptly close his mouth, wary of saying more. His gaze shifted back to Yuenya, who for the first time perceived an aura of authority emanating from Shikyu, and thus sat obediently behind him. Little did Shikyu know that Yuenya's heart was tumultuous at that moment. A plan to dismantle the Mist Ninja Village? The fourth Hokage had taken the reins? Could it possibly be related to Rin? Uchiha Madara schemed against Konoha, but had the third Hokage not also been plotting against the Mist Ninja Village? If Rin's infiltration plan could be realized, the defeat of the Mist Ninja Village would merely be a matter of months, by then, with ample preparations. What could the ambitions of the Raikage amount to? A well-prepared Konoha would not be easily vanquished by any cloud ninja. Alas, the third Hokage's plan contained flaws, with Obito's premature death being that very flaw. Astonished by the intricacies of the character's schemes, Yuenya felt a shiver down his spine, vowing never to underestimate any character, including Uchiha Fugaku, who seemed to have come without much thought. It was only by contemplating from Konoha's perspective that Yuenya understood that the village's victory in the Third Great Ninja War was not due to luck, but rather sheer strength. Imagine, if Obito had not interfered, igniting the chaos of the Nine-Tails War, the fourth Hokage, had he survived, could have easily concluded the Third War with a perfect resolution. Not only would the Mist Ninja Village, recently emerging from the Blood Mist era, have been powerless before Konoha, but even the Cloud Ninja Village, which posed numerous troubles in the original narrative, would have been rendered utterly insignificant. Yet, it was precisely the death of the fourth Hokage that cast a shadow over Konoha. Otherwise, how could Konoha have shared the spoils of victory with the Cloud Ninja Village, with the title of the foremost ninja village seeming like a mere gift from others? Just as Yuenya lamented that the course of history often bore a hint of twists and turns, Uchiha Fugaku, who had failed to meet Niji, indeed began to stir trouble. Nishi, today I have brought along a few unworthy juniors. I kindly ask for your guidance. Zenu, Yunu, come forth and greet your esteemed senior, Nishi. You, esteemed elder Richa, are indeed the foremost of the Hyuga clan, and it is a privilege for you to impart your wisdom to us in our training. Yes, esteemed clan leader. As soon as Uchiha Fugaku's words fell, two young members of the Uchiha clan stepped forward, clasping their hands in respect and requesting, Elder Richa, please bestow your guidance upon us. With a slight narrowing of his eyes, Richa scrutinized the two young Uchihas before him. Even Yuenya could not help but think that Uchiha Fugaku was truly deserving of his title as clan leader, demonstrating remarkable ingenuity. While he summoned the younger generation to provoke, he also subtly sowed discord between Richa and the main branch of the Hyuga clan. At that moment, Yuenya could not help but lament that while Uchiha Fugaku might not be an exemplary father, he was undoubtedly a shrewd politician. Uchiha Fugaku's remarks undoubtedly placed Richa in a precarious position. In the world of aristocratic rivalries, it is often a matter of face. When compared to the Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan's influence was already lacking. If they were to further falter in this battle for honor, how could they maintain their esteemed reputation? What would other families in Konoha think of Richa? How would they perceive the timid Hyuga clan? Moreover, should Richa instruct the younger Uchihas and emerge victorious, it would be deemed an unworthy triumph. Should there be any misstep, the Uchiha clan could capitalize on it, making the situation exceedingly troublesome. However, as Yuenya mused, the visibly troubled Richa would undoubtedly take the opportunity to teach the two young Uchihas a lesson, even if it meant sacrificing his own dignity to uphold the honor of the Hyuga clan. To everyone's surprise, after a moment of hesitation, Richa smiled faintly and gestured towards the rear, saying, since Brother Fugaku is interested in an exchange, as an elder, it would be unbecoming of me to bully these two youngsters, would it not? Coincidentally, my nephew, Mingzi, is also here. Let him provide some guidance to Sano and Yuno. With that, Richa paused briefly before adding with a smile, Mingzi, remember, this is merely a friendly sparring session. Do not go too far. Yes, Uncle Richa. As they spoke, Yunya observed a young boy emerging from behind Richa, roughly the same age as the Uchihas, around 8 or 9 years old. Clad in the signature white kimono of the Hyuga clan, a mark of a caged bird in vivid green was emblazoned on his forehead, indicating his status as a branch family member. However, just as Yunya anticipated that the Uchiha clan, filled with talented elites, would triumph in this contest of noble families, he was taken aback when the branch family member, Mingzi, assumed a soft fist stance, prompting gasps of astonishment from those in front of him, including Riku and Dingzwa. Is that child Mingzi, the hope of the current Hyuga clan? Yunya, keep a close watch on Mingzi. He may very well become your rival in the future. Rival? Mingzi of the Hyuga clan? Who is this newcomer? As a seasoned fan of the Hokage series, Yunya prided himself on remembering every gifted character in the storyline. After all, how else could he recognize Uchiha Fugaku at a glance? Even Lugio and Dingzwa gasped in astonishment, reminding the youth named Hyuga Akira, a proud scion of the new generation of the Hyuga clan, as Yunya surreptitiously scrutinized Hyuga Akira in the arena. Pondering, it seems there is no mention of Hyuga Akira in the original narrative. Could he perhaps be a prodigy who fell before fully maturing? A chill ran through Yunya's heart as he cast a glance at the smirking Uchiha Fugaku, his gaze tinged with something unusual. Many geniuses only gain value upon their maturation. In the world of shinobi, particularly during the brutal epics of war, it is rather commonplace for talents to be snuffed out in their cradles. Furthermore, with the Uchiha clan approaching with evident hostility, Yunya could not help but speculate that Uchiha Fugaku's true intention was to extinguish prodigies like Hyuga Akira through combat, thereby thwarting the rise of the Hyuga clan. Perhaps Yunya's thoughts were somewhat sinister, yet Uchiha Fugaku was undoubtedly a figure worthy of caution. Thus, even though Lugio remained silent, as Yunya observed Hyuga Akira assume the stance of the gentle fist, preparing to engage Uchiha Sano, he began to discreetly guard against any underhanded maneuvers from the Uchiha clan. Especially when Hyuga Akira initiated the first strike, delivering a gentle fist attack toward Uchiha Sano, Yunya could not help but think, impressive. Compared to the new generation of the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, the Nara clan's youth seem utterly inept. Their clash could truly be deemed a confrontation of shinobi rather than mere child's play. This was not an exaggeration on Yunya's part. The prowess of both Hyuga Akira and Uchiha Sano was indeed commendable. At merely 8 years of age, Hyuga Akira not only awakened the Byakugan but also displayed remarkable mastery of the gentle fist, swiftly suppressing Uchiha Sano's offense within a few exchanges. Although Uchiha Sano appeared to be at a disadvantage, once he produced a kunai from his ninja tool pouch, he transformed entirely, managing to gain the upper hand against Hyuga Akira. Truly, wielding a superior weapon provided a significant advantage over barehanded combat. As Yunya observed the engagement between Hyuga Akira and Uchiha Sano, he felt as though he was accumulating considerable combat experience, while Lugio, noticing Yunya's rapt attention to the duel, nodded in silent approval. Shifting his gaze back to Hyuga Akira, Lugio remarked slowly, "Your uncle Dingzwa was correct. Akira is the hope of this generation of the Hyuga clan, albeit born into the branch family, while Uchiha Sano seems to hold an advantage. It is primarily due to the sharpness of his kunai that he is suppressing Akira. The outcome will likely be decided within 2 rounds. Watch closely for Akira's counterattack." Nodding earnestly, Yunya initially did not regard the clash between the two with much concern, but as time passed, merely observing their encounter sparked within him a subtle sense of personal growth. For in a shinobi's confrontation, the reliance is not solely on individual strength. The accumulation of practical experience and combat acumen is equally vital. In the original narrative, when Uzumaki Naruto first engaged in battle with a ninja, he was so frightened that he was rendered utterly incapacitated, failing to exhibit even a fraction of his potential. In contrast, Uchiha Sasuke, during a mission alongside Naruto, showcased remarkable prowess owing to the combat experience he had accumulated since his days at the Ninja Academy, far surpassing Naruto's performance. At that moment, it was not that Uchiha Sasuke was overwhelmingly powerful. Rather, it was Naruto's lack of experience that left him at a disadvantage even before he had taken action. The situation in front of them was similarly balanced, with Hyuga Neji and Uchiha Itachi facing off in what could be described as an even matchup. However, Niji's extensive battle experience allowed him to strategize meticulously as he launched his gentle fist techniques, quickly adapting to Itachi's rhythm, ultimately revealing his true prowess. Gentle fist. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. With each resounding strike, the essence of the Hyuga clan's gentle fist technique emerged, leaving the spectators, including Kakashi and Shikamaru, bewildered. They were astonished to witness Niji, merely 8 years of age, mastering the intricacies of the gentle fist, demonstrating the formidable 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Yet, with the keen eyes of seasoned jonin like Kakashi and Shikamaru, their initial shock subsided into a deep sigh. For all of Niji's skill, his execution of the 8 trigrams, 64 palms revealed only a superficial understanding. Despite the relentless assault, there were noticeable inconsistencies in his technique. Nonetheless, in the context of a sparring match among the younger generation, Niji had already secured the upper hand. In the subsequent moment, Uchiha Itachi, who had once managed to hold his own against Niji, found himself utterly defenseless against the relentless onslaught of the 8 trigrams 64 palms, retreating step by step. On the brink of defeat, just as Itachi appeared destined for failure, Uchiha Fugaku, who had been observing intently, suddenly glimmered with a spark of insight. Alarmed, he realized that while Niji's execution of the 8 trigrams 64 palms had led everyone, including Hinata, to believe his victory was assured, Fugaku had anticipated this moment. Prior to instructing Itachi and Yu to engage in combat, he had equipped them with armor studded with spikes. As a result, Niji's application of the 8 trigrams 64 palms only amounted to 10 strikes, leaving his fingers stained with crimson, perilously close to incapacitating his hands. Even more despicable. Seizing the opportunity while Niji's hands were injured, Itachi's gaze darkened, as he swiftly grasped a kunai and thrust it menacingly toward Niji's abdomen. Itachi's intentions were unmistakably clear. He aimed to render Niji incapable of continuing the fight. Moreover, Uchiha Fugaku's strategy was astute. He first allowed Itachi to appear on the verge of defeat, only to orchestrate a counterattack at the critical moment. Thus, as Itachi's kunai lunged toward Niji, not even Hinata nor the skilled jonin Kakashi and Shikamaru could intervene to prevent the impending assault. Yet, just as Fugaku reveled in his anticipated victory, a sudden explosion reverberated through the air. Under the astonished gaze of Uchiha Susanoo, he suddenly realized that no matter how hard he tried, he could not thrust the kunai in his hand. Hinata Hayashi, witnessing this, was naturally filled with elation. Noticing the shadow beneath Uchiha Susanoo's feet shifting, he secretly smirked. Leaping into the space between Uchiha Susanoo and Hinata Niji, grasping tightly the wrist of Uchiha Susanoo that held the kunai, he shouted in indignation, "Brother Fugaku, what do you mean by this? It's merely a spar. Are you intending to incapacitate Niji? Incapacitate Niji? That was not my intention. Rather, what is your purpose, Kakashi? It's just 2 juniors sparring. Why did you suddenly intervene? Wait, you're not Kakashi. Who are you?" Seeing the change in the shadow beneath Uchiha Susanoo, most people immediately assumed it was Kakashi who had acted, and even Fugaku was no exception. However, when they turned their gaze, they found Kakashi wearing a cold smile, seemingly without performing any hand seals. Instead, it was the young boy behind Kakashi who, as Uchiha Fugaku and the others directed their attention towards him, spoke lazily, "Lord Fugaku. Even if Susanoo-senpai had won just now, would that be acceptable? Not Kakashi? A mere child saved Niji? Who was this young boy? It seemed no one had heard of him before. Was he a prodigy discovered by Kakashi within the clan? To wield the shadow imitation technique so adeptly at such a young age, the Nara clan indeed has a promising successor, a prodigy. To possess such strength without even entering the ninja academy, the number of talents in our Leaf Village is truly on the rise." Having long been wary of Uchiha Fugaku, Yama never anticipated that his own shadow imitation technique would save Hinata Niji. Not only did he earn the gratitude of the Hyuga clan, but even the other ninja from various clans present regarded him with newfound respect. It must be noted that those participating in the Hayashi family banquet were all of the same caliber as Kakashi from the Nara clan and Shikaku from the Akimichi clan. To garner such admiration from so many esteemed individuals, Uyama's reputation would soon resound throughout the Leaf Village, earning him the title of a genius akin to Itachi. Moreover, having saved Hinata Niji, not only was Niji filled with gratitude, but Hayashi too looked at Uyama with appreciation. Then, exchanging a glance with Kakashi, Hayashi silently nodded. He understood that under Uchiha Fugaku's nefarious scheme, being able to save Hinata Niji was already quite remarkable, and he hastily sought to ease the situation for Uyama, saying, "Brother Fugaku, Since this is a spar and not a life-and-death battle, there is no need to determine a victor or a loser. Let us consider it a defeat for our Hyuga clan this time. However, regarding today's events, Brother Fugaku, I ask for your explanation in the future. Humph. You seek an explanation, do you? Allow me to provide one right now. Listening to Hayashi's words, Uchiha Fugaku snorted coldly, calling Uchiha Susanoo over, and said indifferently, Susanoo, what is your explanation? I understand, clan leader. Uchiha Susanoo already knew the outcome when he attempted to strike Hinata Niji. However, neither Uchiha Fugaku nor Uchiha Sannin anticipated that the unexpected emergence of the prodigious Yuya would lead to the collapse of their meticulously crafted plans. Yet, in an effort to placate the Hyuga clan, Uchiha Sannin cast a fierce glare at Yuya before plunging a kunai into his left palm. A desperate attempt to quell the anger of the Hyuga. Just when those such as Nakaira believed that the Uchiha clan would surely temper their actions after this humiliation, Uchiha Fugaku's gaze suddenly fell upon Yuya. Riku, perhaps you ought to properly introduce the young talent standing behind you? Nara Yue, Riku replied coolly, raising an eyebrow and suppressing his inner fury as he retorted, What? Does Brother Fugaku wish to engage in a spar? Indeed, Fugaku stated with a nonchalant demeanor, which is a hallmark of a seasoned politician. Almost instantaneously after Riku's words, Fugaku remarked, I previously thought that exceptional youths would surely emerge from either the Uchiha or Hyuga clans. I did not expect to find such talent within the Nara clan. Riku, are you perhaps concerned about the well-being of a rare genius from your clan? Without the crucible of experience, one cannot be forged into something great. Let Yuno guide Yuya in his training. Yuya, please. With that, the boy named Uchiha Yuno grasped the kunai tightly, facing Yuya, his eyes filled with a menacing glare. Uchiha Sannin was, in fact, Yuno's brother. After Yuya's shadow imitation technique cost Uchiha Sannin his hand, how could Yuno simply stand by? While the Uchiha clan directed their ire at Yuya, it must be acknowledged that the members of the Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka clans felt a surge of indignation. However, they were bound by the Uchiha clan's overt machinations, leaving them with no choice but to comply. Thus, upon hearing Fugaku's words, Riku quietly inquired of Yuya, Yuya, do you feel confident? Uncle Riku, rest assured, I am confident. Good. Then perform admirably. Do not allow the Uchiha to underestimate you. Yes. Inwardly smirking at the challenge posed by the Uchiha, Yuya displayed no signs of trepidation. In fact, he felt a tinge of regret for missing the opportunity to confront the illustrious Itachi of the Uchiha clan. Undoubtedly, individuals like Hyuga Akira, Uchiha Sannin, and Uchiha Yuno could be regarded as the backbone of the new generation in Konohagakure. Yet, in comparison to prodigies such as Itachi and Kakashi, they fell far short. If Yuya lacked the confidence to defeat them, how could he ever hope to contend with the likes of Itachi and Kakashi? It would be better to simply resign himself to despair. However, as Yuya stepped into the arena, preparing to confront Uchiha Yuno, not everyone harbored faith in Yuya's abilities. Riku, if I recall correctly, Yuya is only 4 years old, isn't he? At merely 4 years of age, how could he possibly triumph over Uchiha Yuno? Alas, the Uchiha clan schemes are about to succeed once more. It is such a pity that our Nara clan has finally produced a genius. Uchiha Yoning could at most lose a hand, but for Yunya, it seemed unlikely he would return alive. Alas, who could blame them for the overwhelming power of the Uchiha clan? The fourth Hokage ought to reprimand the Uchiha clan thoroughly. On one hand, there was lamentation over Yunya's impending demise, while on the other, a quiet fury simmered at the Uchiha clan's audacity. As Yunya approached Uchiha Yoning, apart from Riku, who was brimming with confidence, even Dingzhua, Hachichi, and even Nicha bore expressions of regret. Uchiha Fugaku appeared to be certain of victory before the duel commenced. He raised his chin and smiled at Riku, saying, Riku, merely sparring seems rather dull. Let us raise the stakes. Should your clansman Yunya triumph over Yoning, then Yoning must share the secret technique he is currently cultivating. But if Yoning, by some stroke of luck, wins, Riku, would you be willing to wager your Nara clan's prized medicine? What? Uchiha Fugaku, are you not being a tad oppressive? Riku retorted. For one, the Nara clan's medicine was far too precious, incomparable to a mere technique. Furthermore, Fugaku's wager was blatantly an affront to the Nara clan. If Riku were not incensed, he would not be worthy of his position as the clan leader. Yet, as his gaze fell upon Yunya, and noticing Yunya discreetly signaling, Riku smirked and nodded at Uchiha Fugaku, just as Fugaku was about to declare the commencement of the duel with a confident smile. Yuenya's sudden proclamation caused Fugaku's complexion to darken. Lord Fugaku, I, Nara Yuenya, have an old tradition when it comes to sparring. I do not wish to bully anyone. I see many of your Uchiha peers present. Let them join in, lest your clan faces an embarrassing defeat. Riku, your little one is quite the spirit. Yuenya's languid voice echoed, causing Fugaku's expression to shift dramatically, while Hachichi, standing beside Riku, chuckled, his gaze towards Yuenya transformed. At that moment, the one who understood Yuenya best was undoubtedly Riku. Hence, when Hachichi spoke, Riku merely smiled mysteriously, recalling Yuenya's performance that morning, secretly thinking, with just the shadow stitching technique. Yuenya, victory is beyond your grasp. Yet, the more so, the more I anticipate the surprise you may bring. With a deep breath, Riku silently awaited Yuenya's display. In contrast, Fugaku, after turning pale, forced a smile and addressed Yuenya. What a remarkable Nara Yuenya. Indeed possessing some skill. You wish to challenge all of us from the Uchiha clan? Jin, In, Hua, why not join Yoning in sparring with Yuenya? I am truly curious to witness how a mere Nara clan member dares to be arrogant before us Uchiha. Yes, Lord Clan Leader. With a commanding voice, Uchiha Fugaku ordered 3 young members of the Uchiha clan to surround the unyielding figure of Yayuen. At that moment, the Uchiha clan could not afford to suffer another defeat. If the 4 elite newcomers of the Uchiha clan could not overcome a single opponent, it would be a disgrace that would drive Uchiha Fugaku to despair. Yet, as he discreetly observed the 4 Uchiha youths, Yayuen remained in a state of languid indifference. Following Uchiha Fugaku's command, before Yayuen could even begin forming hand seals, the 4 young Uchiha surged forward, determined to deny him any chance of retaliation. Yayuen was in peril. Indeed, had it been a mere confrontation with Yoning, Yayuen might have had a chance at victory, but his overconfidence proved to be his downfall. Uchiha Fugaku's tactics were utterly despicable, sending 4 individuals to combat a mere 4-year-old. What glory could there be in such a victory? With the combined assault of the 4 Uchihas, onlookers began to lose faith in Yayuen's chances. However, as the foremost Uchiha, Jin, unleashed his chakra and closed the distance to Yayuen, there was not a trace of fear upon Yayuen's countenance. He retained that same lazy demeanor. His nonchalance seemed to taunt, even mock. Seeing Yayuen's relaxed expression, Uchiha Jin sneered coldly, gripping his kunai as he prepared to plunge it into Yayuen's chest. Yet, just as Jin's foot advanced to strike, a sudden brilliance ignited in Yayuen's eyes, followed by the swift formation of hand seals. Shadow imitation technique. Buzz, buzz. With repeated usage of the shadow imitation technique, Yayuen demonstrated a mastery that rivaled even the most skilled shinobi. In an instant, the shadow beneath him extended, intertwining seamlessly with Uchiha Jin's shadow. In the blink of an eye, Yayuen's technique ensnared Jin's advancing steps, eliciting gasps of astonishment from those around. Was Yayuen a monster? How could he execute his technique with such speed? Had he been personally trained by Ryujin? No, Ryujin's shadow imitation technique seemed to pale in comparison to Yayuen's swift execution. It was no wonder Yayuen had been able to rescue Mingzi. This technique alone was formidable enough. But wait, Uchiha-in was approaching. No matter how impressive Yayuen's shadow imitation technique may be, could he truly immobilize 2 opponents simultaneously? Just as the crowd gasped in astonishment at Yayuen's prowess, Uchiha-in struck. Engaged in battle with multiple foes, Yayuen found himself at a distinct disadvantage. Had he been facing Uchiha Jin alone, victory would have been within his grasp. Unfortunately, he had to contend with more than one adversary. Thus, while a handful of spectators marveled at Yayuen's shadow imitation technique, the majority remained convinced that he was destined for ruin. Since you all doubt my abilities, allow me to surprise you. Shadow stitching technique. Whoosh, whoosh. The languid visage revealed a faint smile, and as Yuenjae grew increasingly serious, he suddenly altered his hand seals, prompting a gasp of astonishment from Dingzhua. Rujio, is that the shadow stitching technique? Indeed, it is the shadow stitching technique. Smiling confidently, Rujio realized that he had not misjudged Yuenya when he employed this technique. The Uchiha clan had grown overly complacent. Figures such as Uchiha Jin, Uchiha-in, and Uchiha Hua all believed that Yuenya was an easily conquerable opponent. Hence, at the outset of the competition, Uchiha Jin, Uchiha-in, and Uchiha Hua charged directly at Yuenya, oblivious to the fact that he had already mastered the shadow stitching technique. A secret art of the Nara clan capable of simultaneously restraining numerous individuals. As anticipated, Yuenya's execution of the shadow stitching technique swiftly secured his victory. In the midst of rapid movement, Uchiha-in and Uchiha Hua showed no inclination to retreat. When Yuanjie unleashed the shadow stitching technique, the rapidly extending shadows soon intertwined with theirs. Thus, with merely 2 secret techniques of the Nara clan, Yuanjie triumphed over the 3 elite newcomers of the Uchiha clan. However, just as victory seemed imminent for Yuanjie, Uchiha Yoning unexpectedly began to form hand seals. Is that fire release ninjutsu? Yoning had actually mastered fire release. This could spell disaster. With the 3 Uchiha elite newcomers ensnared by the shadow stitching technique, victory appeared to be within Yuanjie's grasp, and Ruchio wore a confident smile. Yet, from afar, Uchiha Yoning suddenly formed hand seals, preparing to unleash fire release, which caused Ruchio's pupils to constrict slightly. For during the casting of the shadow stitching technique, Yuanjie was unable to move freely. Faced with only 2 choices, either release the remaining 3 Uchiha elite newcomers to evade Uchiha Yoning's fire release or risk grievous injury, or even death, under the assault of Uchiha Yoning's fire release. Clenching his fists tightly, Ruchio hesitated, contemplating whether to assist Yuanjie. In contrast, Uchiha Fugaku wore a faint smile, seemingly foreseeing Yuanjie's inevitable demise at the hands of Yoning's fire release. However, just as everyone held their breath, awaiting the revelation of the victor, Yuanjie's hand suddenly reached for his shinobi tool pouch. In the next moment, as Uchiha Yoning completed his hand seals and was about to unleash his fire release, a shuriken hurled by Yuanjie struck Yoning's shadow. In an instant, the tide of the battle shifted. Shadow shuriken. Uchiha Yoning, you have lost. With a resounding thud, the shadow shuriken soared forth, enabling Yuanjie to achieve a flawless victory with a technique developed through the app. Under the binding power of the shadow shuriken, Uchiha Yoning, who had just completed his hand seals, took a deep breath to execute the Uchiha clan's signature fire release, Great Fireball technique. Little did he expect that a shuriken, suddenly launched from Yuanjie's hand, bore the restraining power of the shadow stitching technique. In an instant, the shadow of Uchiha Yuno was pinned down, effectively binding him in place. However, the disruption caused by the casting of the technique led to a backlash, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Upon witnessing Yuno's distress, Uchiha Jin, Uchiha In, and Uchiha Hu displayed expressions of alarm. As comrades, their concern for Yuno's safety was palpable. Yet, as the gazes of the 3 elite members of the Uchiha clan's new generation fixated upon Yuno, Yue suddenly altered his hand seals once more. Shadow binding technique. With a sharp sound, the hand seals shifted again, and the shadows beneath Uchiha Jin, Uchiha In, and Uchiha Hu transformed ominously. Dark, shadowy hands ascended, gripping tightly around the necks of the 3 elite youths, instantly draining the color from their faces, rendering them a shade of deep purple. A mere increase in Yue's strength would undoubtedly spell doom for them. Yet, amidst this peril, who truly paid heed to the plight of the 4 unfortunate Uchiha clan members? The attention of all present had, in the blink of an eye, shifted entirely to Yue. To eliminate 4 of the Uchiha clan's elite in 3 rounds was a feat of terrifying prowess, including the likes of Rikuju. None of the onlookers had anticipated that a mere 4-year-old Yue could triumph over 4 elite members of the Uchiha clan solely through the Nara clan's secret techniques. Thus, when Yue achieved such a flawless victory, a profound silence enveloped the crowd, particularly among those who had previously doubted him, who now felt a flush of embarrassment wash over their cheeks. Only Uchiha Fugaku's expression fluctuated continuously, his gaze towards Yue growing increasingly hostile. However, while Fugaku struggled to contain his rising fury, vowing not to openly confront Yue, Rikuju's exclamation shattered the tense silence around them. Yue, that technique you just used, did you invent it yourself? Oh, the shadow shuriken? Indeed, Uncle Rikuju, it was my own creation. Yue replied with a smile. Now that he had utilized the shadow shuriken in the competition, what do you think, Uncle Rikuju? Isn't my new technique quite impressive? Impressive? It's nothing short of perfection. Yue, come back to the clan with me at once. I must report your invention to the elders. Quickly, the exchange between Yue and Rikuju resonated throughout the residents of Nakaira. Upon learning that Yue, at merely 4 years of age, had improved upon the Nara clan's secret arts and developed new techniques, Nakaira, Dingzhua, and Hai felt as though they were living in a dream. When had even a 4-year-old child begun to enhance family secret arts and innovate new techniques? In the original narrative, Kakashi Hitaki was regarded as a prodigy, yet he did not begin to develop his own techniques until the age of 12. At this very moment, Nara Yue, merely 4 years of age, had already developed new techniques, which caused the patriarch of the Nara clan to display a hint of discomposure. To the eyes of many prominent families, this was an extraordinary display of talent. The Nara clan was on the verge of rising. Almost all the esteemed figures from various families simultaneously entertained this shared thought. In contrast, Yuya, upon hearing the words of Shika, maintained a subtle smile before turning to Uchiha Fugaku, saying, "Uncle Shika, please wait a moment. We still have matters to resolve." As he spoke, Yuya's smile deepened. And he inquired of Uchiha Fugaku, "Lord Fugaku, shall we settle the wager now?" A cold huff escaped Yuya's lips. The more exceptional and talented he appeared, the more irate Fugaku became. Nevertheless, Yuya's ability to innovate techniques at such a tender age undeniably altered Fugaku's perspective. Prior to realizing Yuya's prowess, Fugaku had harbored resentment towards him for tarnishing his pride. Yet, upon discovering Yuya's capabilities, Fugaku felt a twinge of frustration towards his own clan, lamenting that no one could rival Yuya, let alone surpass him. However, for the sake of the clan's honor, Fugaku knew he must fulfill the wager. Receiving a scroll from a clansman behind him, Fugaku tossed it towards Yuya, forcing a smile as he proclaimed, "Yuya, this is a secret technique scroll for shuriken training from the Uchiha clan. It is entrusted to you. I hope that our clan's secret arts will shine in your hands. And do not tarnish the name of the Uchiha. Rest assured, Lord Fugaku, I shall not disappoint you." With the introduction of the new technique, Shadow Shuriken, Yuya had been eager to delve into the intricacies of hidden weapons, and Fugaku's scroll essentially alleviated his dilemma. Receiving the scroll filled Yuya with joy as he prepared to return with Shika to the clan, intending to leverage the Shadow Shuriken for some benefits before diligently practicing the Uchiha clan's secret arts. However, just as Yuya approached Shika, who was preparing to bid farewell to Nichi for a discussion within the clan, a figure slowly emerged from the crowd of Uchiha, capturing Yuya's attention. The more he scrutinized the figure's appearance, the more familiar it seemed. When the youth spoke, Yuya was struck with shock, deducing the boy's identity. Itachi? Could he be Uchiha Itachi? Indeed. Gazing at the familiar visage of the boy beside Uchiha Fugaku, Yuya quickly recognized him as Itachi, the one often referred to as the god of Itachi. Curiously observing the young Itachi, whose youthful exterior belied a gaze filled with the profundity of an adult, Yuya noted that as Itachi stepped forth from the Uchiha ranks, his eyes first locked onto Yuya before he addressed his father, Uchiha Fugaku, saying, "Father, the esteemed Yuya is incredibly formidable. I wish to seek his guidance. What do you think?" "Oh, Itachi, do you wish to challenge Yuya?" Listening to Uchiha Itachi's request, Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but furrow his brow. In the confrontation with the Nara clan, the Uchiha clan had already suffered a setback. If Itachi were to fail again, how would they salvage their reputation? Thus, with a frown, Fugaku's first instinct was to refuse Itachi's request, considering the honor of the Uchiha clan. However, before he could articulate his refusal, Yuya fixed his gaze on Itachi's youthful visage, and for the first time, a fervent battle spirit ignited within his eyes. He then smiled and addressed Itachi. "Uchiha Itachi, is it? I have heard of your esteemed name. I have long wished to engage in combat with you. May I have a moment to recover my chakra?" Of course. Born into the prestigious Uchiha clan, Itachi always maintained an unflappable demeanor. Despite Yuya's earlier display of extraordinary talent by taking on 4 opponents simultaneously and astonishing everyone with a newly developed technique, Itachi's gaze remained calm, which only intensified the gravity of Yuya's focus. Truly, Itachi was remarkable. In the original narrative, the third Hokage praised him for possessing the insight of a Hokage at such a tender age. Indeed, he was exceptional. It seemed that the forthcoming sparring session with Itachi would require Yuya to showcase his true abilities. While he felt a sense of caution, the prospect of battling the illustrious Itachi ignited a thrill within Yuya. To be candid, figures like Hyuga Hayashi, Uchiha Wainen, and Uchiha Jin were indeed prominent among the new generation in Konoha. However, these individuals were merely well known within their cohort and paled in comparison to the legendary Itachi from the original storyline. Furthermore, after Yuya agreed to the duel with Itachi, even Fugaku tacitly permitted the challenge. As the clan leader, Fugaku could not be deemed foolish. He had been discreetly observing Fugaku ever since the Uchiha clan considered ousting Hyuga Hayashi. Thus, as Yuya prepared to restore his chakra, he caught a glimpse of Fugaku whispering something, which prompted him to turn towards Uncle Juku and hand over the scroll he had been holding. "Here you go, Uncle Juku. Yuya, that is something you earned. Not only I, but even the elders of our clan have no right to dispose of it, so keep it for yourself." Ruffling Yuya's hair, Juku felt a genuine pride for him. Yet, when Juku's gaze shifted to Uchiha Itachi, recalling the information he had on him, even he could not help but frown, clearly skeptical of Yuya's chances of victory. That must be Uchiha Itachi, Fugaku's son. Yuya, you should exercise caution. I have heard Itachi is a rare genius of the Uchiha clan. Hurry and recover your chakra. At this moment, not only Lucio, but also the elders such as Ding Zhuo and Hai Yi held a rather skeptical view of Yu Yi. Despite his previous outstanding performance, it paled in comparison to the formidable reputation of the Weasel God. Unfortunately, Lu Jiao and the others remained oblivious to Yu Yi's thoughts. The more they extolled the prowess of the Weasel God, the more determined Yu Yi became to prove himself. However, as the host of the banquet, Richa did not afford Yu Yi the opportunity to retort. He hurriedly approached and, with an apologetic smile directed at Lu Jiao, said, Lu Jiao, I truly apologize for the inconvenience. I never anticipated that Fujiwara would bring trouble our way. Thanks to Yu Yi, our Hyuga clan has avoided considerable embarrassment. As he spoke, Richa turned to Yu Yi and remarked, Yu Yi, allow me to find you a quiet room to recuperate your chakra. Rest assured, while I am here, it is impossible for the Uchiha clan to cause you any trouble. Thank you, Uncle Richa. Although he had salvaged the Hyuga clan's reputation, Richa's demeanor remained somewhat casual, lacking any sense of gratitude. Moreover, any acknowledgement would merely pertain to the elders, Richa and Lu Jiao. Thus, led by a servant to the rear courtyard, Yu Yi entered a tranquil room. Taking a deep breath to calm his tense emotions, he prepared to begin restoring his chakra. Just before he did, he suddenly recalled Lu Jiao's parting words. Yu Yi, do not rush. Remember to take the secret medicine I provided you this morning. It will enhance your chances of victory. The secret medicine? Extracting the treasured concoction of the Nara clan from his pocket, Yu Yi gazed at the dark, pungent pill with a grimace. Ultimately, he complied with Lu Jiao's instructions, pinching his nose and swallowing it down. After all, even though Yu Yi was aware of the Nara clan's secret medicine's value, coveted even by someone as esteemed as Uchiha Fugaku, he thought little of it. How much difference could a single pill make, he mused. However, after consuming the medicine and feeling a gentle warmth spreading within, a look of surprise crossed Yu Yi's face, prompting him to sit cross-legged on the ground and begin his chakra cultivation. Clearly, the Nara clan's secret medicine was now manifesting its effects, and as a first-time user, Yu Yi was beginning to sense its profound mysteries. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the true extent of the secret medicine's effects was far beyond his expectations. While Yu Yi immersed himself in cultivation, a voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding. Player, you have used a special item, Nara secret medicine. You have gained a special buff. Please make a selection. A. Continuous chakra restoration. B. Reduced chakra consumption. C. Accelerated training. What? The Nara clan's secret medicine not only activated a response from the app, but also granted a special buff? As he listened to the voice echoing in his mind, Yu Yi was so astonished that he nearly lost control of his chakra cultivation, which could have resulted in a grave mistake. Fortunately, in the practice of chakra, Yu Yi had long mastered the art of traversing the terrain. He hastily reined in the somewhat chaotic chakra within him and mused. The buffs A and B are momentarily irrelevant. They are likely designed for practical combat scenarios. Conversely, option C precisely aligns with my current requirements. Insufficient chakra equates to a limitation on my growth. Hence, I shall choose you. App, I select C, accelerate my training. With a resonant hum, the app responded to Yu Yi's command, bestowing upon him the buff for accelerated training. Enveloped by this enhancement, Yu Yi was filled with both delight and admiration, realizing that the app indeed produced nothing short of excellence. Just by the sensation alone, he could feel his chakra swiftly rejuvenating, flowing like a gentle stream, and after a mere session of practice, it surged through his meridians like the mighty currents of the ocean. Time slipped away unnoticed, and when Yu Yi finally rose once more, his deep black eyes sparkled with brilliance. In particular, as he attuned himself to the amount of chakra within, he listened intently to the notification signaling the cessation of the accelerated training buff, all the while secretly astonished by the breakthroughs it had facilitated. Having consumed but a single Nara secret medicine, his chakra level had remarkably ascended to that of a genin. What does it signify to elevate one's chakra to such a level with just one session of practice? It is tantamount to Yu Yi's single training session being equivalent to months of arduous toil. At this stage, the reason hindering Yu Yi's chakra growth was quite simple: inadequate bodily energy. Having traversed into this realm, Yu Yi inherently possessed the traits of a traveler, particularly an advantage in spiritual energy. His spiritual energy far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. It is not an exaggeration to assert that if Yu Yi's bodily energy were sufficient, he would possess an innate advantage in the path of chakra cultivation. potentially surpassing even Naruto Uzumaki in chakra levels during the same period. Unfortunately, the Nara clan's members generally exhibit average physical attributes. Thus, the limitation of bodily energy became a shackle on Yuenye's cultivation. Prior to gaining the app's assistance, Yuenye had been unable to demonstrate his remarkable talent primarily due to his physical constitution. Yet, who could have imagined that a mere Nara secret medicine could eradicate Yuenye's deficiency in bodily energy, suddenly possessing chakra levels comparable to that of a genin? It is no exaggeration to state that Yuenye's own strength had surged, leaping several tiers in quality. Of course, Yuenye never truly believed that the Nara clan's secret medicine could possess such miraculous effects. Otherwise, it would not be merely a secret medicine but rather a divine elixir of the Nara clan. To cultivate chakra levels akin to that of a genin in a single session was, in Yuenye's view, primarily due to the app's assistance. Notably the existence of that accelerated training buff. Feeling the abundant chakra within, it was undeniable that Yuenye had gained a newfound confidence from his encounter with Uchiha Itachi. In that moment, he couldn't help but silently muse. If only the Nara clan possessed a greater supply of their secret medicine. Perhaps, with the assistance of the Nara clan's elixirs, I could attain a chakra level rivaling that of a jonin after just a few training sessions. Upon my return, I must certainly inquire with Uncle Shikaku for more of the Nara secret medicine. I firmly believe that the Nara clan would not be so stingy as to withhold a few pills from me, especially when I demonstrate superior talent in cultivation compared to even Itachi. There is no denying that Yuenye's thoughts were not misplaced. Moreover, even if he could not triumph over Uchiha Madara, based solely on his previous performance, Shikaku had already decided to provide unlimited access to the Nara clan's secret medicine for Yuenye's training. Furthermore, the Shadow Shuriken technique he had previously employed served as leverage for him to acquire more training resources. This singular technique completely compensated for the Nara clan's shortcomings in long-range combat. With this contribution alone, Yuenye could firmly establish himself as the foremost representative of the new generation within the Nara clan. After becoming somewhat acquainted with the surging chakra within him, he meticulously devised a series of detailed battle plans based on his current capabilities. This illustrates that Yuenye had always been a prudent individual. Even though he felt his strength far exceeded that of Uchiha Itachi, he still approached the super genius within the original storyline with caution. Yet, at that moment, Yuenye was unaware that the miraculous effects of the Nara clan's secret medicine, combined with the app, were still in play. Just as he was familiarizing himself with his newfound strength, poised to step out the door for his confrontation with Uchiha Itachi, the app's voice reverberated once more in his mind. Ding. Accelerated development successful. Player, do you wish to undertake training in the new shadow imitation technique? Accelerated development? What does that mean? Stunned, Yuenye quickly inquired of the app regarding the nature of accelerated development. Subsequently, through the app's explanation, he was delighted to learn that the accelerated training provided by the Nara secret medicine could not only be applied to chakra cultivation but also enhance the research functions. If relying solely on the extraordinary effects of the research capabilities, combining the shadow imitation technique and the shadow binding technique would typically require several days for completion. However, under the influence of the accelerated training buff, this process was significantly expedited, leading to another surprise for Yuenye. This surprise was none other than the new shadow imitation technique. Train. Additionally, modify the training progress of the new shadow imitation technique. Ding. Player, the training progress of the new shadow imitation technique is at 100-100. Congratulations, player, on completing the training of the new shadow imitation technique. Would you like to name the new shadow imitation technique? Excellent. Silently contemplating the newly acquired technique of shadow mimicry, Yuenye suddenly realized that its effects bore a striking resemblance to the Nara clan's secret art, as refined by Shikamaru Nara in the original narrative. This technique, aptly named shadow tendrils, allowed Shikamaru to solidify his ethereal shadow into tangible appendages, leveraging their physicality to initiate remarkable attacks. While Yuenye's understanding of the new shadow mimicry technique might parallel Shikamaru's adaptation, he resolved to bestow upon it his own unique nomenclature, Shadow Hand. Alas, I have dallied too long. Itachi, I trust you shall not disappoint. Both the surge in chakra and the mastery of this new technique have imbued Yuenye with unwavering confidence in overcoming Uchiha Itachi. However, just as Yuenye stepped out the door, poised to confront Itachi, the voice of Uchiha Fugaku unexpectedly reached his ears. Riku, does it truly take you so long to regain chakra? If your Nara clan is afraid, you might as well concede. I have pressing matters to attend to." As Fugaku's words echoed, the members of the Uchiha clan accompanying him erupted into laughter, leaving only Itachi in silence. The derisive mirth from the Uchiha clan undeniably tarnished the dignity of Riku and his companions. Particularly, Riku, Yuenye's uncle, furrowed his brows at Fugaku's taunts, about to retort. Yet, before he could voice his objections, Yuenye emerged before the crowd, a smile gracing his features. "My apologies for the wait, Lord Fugaku." "Oh, Yuenye, you've returned? Are you prepared? I thought you might have fled." Haha. Another round of mockery followed. But with each jibe from the Uchiha clan, Yuenye's composure only grew. He gestured to Riku and the others, signaling that they need not worry about him. Taking a few deep breaths, Yuenye directed his calm gaze towards Uchiha Itachi and assumed a posture of invitation, saying, "Itachi, let us begin." "Very well." Itachi nodded in response. Swiftly, the surrounding crowd parted, granting Yuenye and Itachi the space necessary for their confrontation. As the onlookers cleared, Yuenye locked eyes with Itachi. Realizing that the moment Itachi's right hand reached for his ninja tool pouch, their duel had officially commenced. Nara Yuenye, age 4. Uchiha Itachi, also 4. What can a child of 4 accomplish in Yuenye's original world? Even within the realm of Naruto, it is uncommon for anyone to pay heed to a confrontation between children of such tender age. However, due to the prowess of Nara Shikamaru and Uchiha Itachi, who represent the elite of the new generation from their respective clans, the spectators were utterly captivated, fearful of missing any remarkable moment. Even before the confrontation between Shikamaru and Itachi commenced, several young individuals had gathered at the residence of the Nara clan. These youths were the promising heirs from various families. Their true focus was on assessing the chasm that lay between themselves and these genuine prodigies. I firmly believe that Itachi will emerge victorious, after all. The Uchiha clan is a prestigious lineage, whilst the Nara clan is hardly comparable. What is the Nara clan, really? You must not have witnessed how Shikamaru recently triumphed over several members of the Uchiha clan, which is why you make such claims. Indeed, Shikamaru managed to defeat 4 opponents single-handedly. What could one Itachi possibly accomplish against him? Yet, I have heard that Itachi mastered fire release techniques at a remarkably young age, earning the title of the Uchiha clan's foremost genius. No matter how formidable Shikamaru may be, it seems unlikely that he could secure an easy victory. Before their battle commenced, the younger generation from various clans began to silently critique the impending duel. It was indisputable that the number of supporters for Shikamaru had grown significantly, primarily because he had previously bested 4 elite members of the Uchiha clan, thereby establishing his prowess well before facing Itachi. However, what astonished Shikamaru was that, amidst the cacophony, Itachi remained utterly unfazed, his gaze as serene as ever, or perhaps, one might say, composed. And just as Shikamaru gestured for Itachi to commence, the latter's right hand moved towards his ninja tool pouch, unleashing a flurry of afterimages that surged swiftly toward Shikamaru. The battle had begun. Fixating on the rapidly approaching afterimages, Shikamaru recognized them as the Uchiha clan's exceptional shuriken throwing technique. In the original narrative, the Uchiha clan's signature skills, aside from their ocular prowess known as the Sharingan, included their remarkable shuriken throwing technique and formidable fire release techniques. Both the shuriken throwing and fire release techniques are commonplace within the ninja world. Yet, the Uchiha clan's ability to excel in these conventional arts showcases their innate talent in these areas. Itachi, being a rare genius of the Uchiha clan, undoubtedly possessed extraordinary aptitude in this regard. Thus, as the shuriken Itachi hurled transformed into afterimages, carving elegant arcs in midair and effectively narrowing Shikamaru's evasive options, he realized that the legend of Itachi was indeed not exaggerated. Indeed, Uchiha Itachi is formidable. But does he truly believe he can defeat me with mere shurikens? What a fantasy! Casting a sidelong glance at Itachi, Shikamaru allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips as he reached for his own tool pouch, retrieving several shurikens of his own. Perhaps Shikamaru's shuriken throwing skills did not quite rival those of Itachi, especially in executing the arc technique. To speak plainly, the effectiveness of a straight throw and whether it can accurately hit the target is indeed questionable. In terms of mastery over concealed weaponry, Itachi stands leagues ahead of his opponent. However, on the defensive end, as long as the shuriken thrown by his opponent possesses some degree of accuracy, it suffices. Subsequently, several shuriken were hurled forth, producing a series of metallic clanks. In that fleeting moment, the opponent cleverly utilized the shuriken to neutralize the imminent threat. Yet, Itachi did not grant him a moment's respite. He swiftly launched several more shuriken, which collided with those in front, effectively altering their trajectories. Truly, Itachi is deserving of his reputation as a prodigy of the Uchiha clan. The skill of shuriken throwing alone is adequate to contend with ordinary genin. The opponent is in peril. He scarcely had time to employ his secret techniques, and it seemed that Itachi was on the brink of victory. Observing the opponent's lack of time, even to form hand seals, many elite shinobi began to believe he had no hope of prevailing. Alas, they underestimated the opponent's strength. Itachi included. Was there truly no time for hand seals? No. There was a fleeting moment, but it was merely a handful of seconds. Yet, the opponent is merely a 4-year-old child. Who could fathom that he could complete the Nara clan's secret arts in such a brief span? Only one person. Watching the clash between the opponent and Itachi, firmly believed that the child could indeed execute the Nara clan's techniques in record time, his uncle, Nara Shikaku. Humph. You all have underestimated the child. Now is the moment of opportunity. A glimmer of determination flickered in Shikaku's eyes as he smiled at the child, and indeed, the child began to form seals. At that very instant, as the child was forming the seals, a shuriken thrown by Itachi struck him, producing a resounding thud. A substitution technique? It turned out that when the shuriken hit, the child had cleverly employed the substitution technique to avert disaster. In that critical moment of evasion, Itachi caught sight of a shadow extending on the ground. This was the child's shadow imitation technique. From a distance, the child sat on the ground, completing the Nara clan's secret seals, a smile adorning his face. A shadow imitation technique alone could never defeat Itachi. However, even while executing the shadow imitation technique, the child had anticipated Itachi's escape method, as Itachi prepared to perform a backflip to evade the limited range of the technique. The child's confident voice echoed in Itachi's ears. Take 2 steps back, Itachi, and you shall enter the realm of my shadow stitching technique. What? The child suddenly exclaimed. And a flicker of alarm crossed Itachi's eyes. Because Yuanya spoke with impeccable precision when the shadow imitation technique was launched from Uchiha Itachi's front. Yuanya's shadow stitching technique circumvented the surrounding kunai, extending a shadow from behind Uchiha Itachi, effectively blocking his escape route. What a terrifying calculation. What an astonishing scheme. Uchiha Itachi could never have anticipated that as he planned Yuanya's next move. Yuanya had already devised a strategy even before him. Furthermore, Yuanya's plan was executed with absolute precision. As Uchiha Itachi took a step back, he realized that retreating further would lead to his downfall under the grip of the shadow stitching technique. In a moment of panic, Uchiha Itachi braced himself on the ground and leaped into the air, preparing to evade. Yet, little did he know that Yuanya's reminder about the shadow stitching technique was merely a ploy to induce him to leap. In the next instant, seizing the opening presented by Uchiha Itachi's airborne position, Yuanya altered his hand signs with a triumphant smile gracing his lips, calmly declaring, Uchiha Itachi, you have lost. Shadow stitching technique. Attack. With a resounding thud, the hand signs transformed, and Yuanya unleashed the shadow stitching technique anew, this time emphasizing an offensive approach rather than confinement. The shadow beneath him surged violently, clearly indicating the aggressive nature of the technique Yuanya employed. As the hand signs shifted, a shadow surged directly toward Uchiha Itachi, who, suspended in midair, found himself with no means of evasion. At that moment, the scales of victory appeared to tilt decidedly in Yuanya's favor, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. Having employed 3 secret techniques of the Nara clan in succession, Yuanya's chakra levels were nothing short of formidable. At merely 4 years old, he possessed chakra comparable to that of a low-ranking ninja. How had the Nara clan managed to cultivate a prodigy like Yuanya? Uchiha Itachi had indeed lost. He succumbed to the intellect of the Nara clan, and in observing Yuanya's strategy, one could almost perceive the cunning of Rikuju truly formidable. The wisdom of the Nara clan was undeniably remarkable. Amidst the continuous exclamations of admiration, the prominent figures from various clans silently marveled at Yuanya's potential, while the younger generation, either of the same age or slightly older, were taken aback by Yuanya's prowess. Could he truly be only 4 years old? How could he surpass even me? Without having entered the ninja academy, he already possessed the strength of a low-ranking ninja. Was he aiming to break records and become the youngest genin? Defeated by Yuanya, Uchiha Itachi held no grievances. Had he known earlier that Yuanya possessed strength rivaling that of a low-ranking ninja, he might have refrained from challenging him. This was the essence of a ninja battle. Both Yuanya and Uchiha Itachi were extraordinary. Amidst the chorus of astonishment, Yuanya's smile grew ever more pronounced. as though Uchiha Itachi had already succumbed to his hands. Yet, who could have anticipated that while everyone marveled at Yuinya's prowess, believing Uchiha Itachi was destined to lose, he too raised a smile in midair. Nara Yue, indeed, is a formidable opponent. I must take this seriously. Yue, be cautious. With a thunderous roar, Yue unleashed the shadow stitching technique, conjuring a dark shadow that struck Uchiha Itachi, resulting in an explosion of white smoke. A substitution technique? This is bad. The sudden deployment of the substitution technique thwarted Yue's shadow stitching, and Uchiha Itachi's figure materialized right before Yue, subtly imposing pressure upon him. Uchiha Itachi remains the prodigious genius from the original tale, a far cry from the opponent Yue perceives as easily vanquishable. It is not an exaggeration to state that Yue's previously displayed prowess is already comparable to that of an average genin. However, who could have imagined that the 4-year-old Uchiha Itachi possesses strength akin to that of a genin as well? The fundamental substitution technique within the body flicker technique reveals marvelous effects in his hands. Moreover, swiftly employing the substitution technique in midair to evade Yue's shadow stitching, Uchiha Itachi surged with chakra and instantly closed the distance to Yue. Undoubtedly, Uchiha Itachi discerned Yue's weakness, his lackluster close combat abilities. During the battle, Yue first exposed his shortcomings in the use of concealed weapons, then showcased his talents in techniques and strategy, compelling Uchiha Itachi to take him seriously. Subsequently, having discreetly analyzed Yue's vulnerabilities, Uchiha Itachi advanced, delivering a powerful punch in Yue's direction, causing Yue to retreat. Indeed, at this stage, Yue's Achilles' heel lies in close-quarters combat. His taijutsu is utterly inadequate, despite having trained in some fundamental taijutsu over the past 3 months. Such skills pale in comparison to Uchiha Itachi. Even a random elite from the new generation of the Uchiha clan would assuredly lead Yue to a woeful defeat in a physical confrontation. Not to mention, Uchiha Itachi is among the finest in his clan, far surpassing the likes of Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Obito. Thus, after forcing Yue back with a punch, a faint smile graced Uchiha Itachi's lips. Especially as Yue gradually descended into a disadvantageous position, Uchiha Itachi's taijutsu became increasingly menacing. He first delivered a heavy kick to Yue's abdomen, causing excruciating pain and forcing Yue to stumble back several steps. Once again, Uchiha Itachi unleashed his chakra, closing in on Yue, who anticipated a frontal assault. However, as Yue threw a punch, Uchiha Itachi swiftly ducked, executing a sweeping kick that sent Yue crashing to the ground. Yue's fate was sealed. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Boom. Yue was sent tumbling to the ground, and without a moment's hesitation, Uchiha Itachi leaped into the air, his hands forming seals with incredible speed. The tide of victory shifted dramatically with Uchiha Itachi's strategic use of the substitution technique. Initially, victory was secured through the application of physical techniques, and at this moment, Uchiha Itachi's fire style, Great Fireball technique was poised to completely seal the triumph. The prostrate figure of Yuinya lay helpless, unable to thwart Itachi's impending assault, as Itachi swiftly completed his hand seals and unleashed a scorching fireball aimed at Yuinya's position. Even the onlooker, Rikuju, exhibited a look of alarm, clearly fearing for Yuinya's safety or the possibility of him being utterly defeated at Itachi's hands. However, just as everyone anticipated that Itachi's sudden invocation of the fire style, Great Fireball would assuredly lead Yuinya to defeat, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. Another Yuinya appeared before him. Was it a clone technique? Could a mere doppelganger withstand the might of a fire technique? Had Yuinya lost his senses? Ordinary clones bear no defensive properties. And it seemed Yuinya was indeed on the brink of losing. Wait, that did not appear to be an ordinary clone technique. It resembled the shadow clone technique. What? The shadow clone technique? A gasp echoed through the crowd as it became clear that Yuinya's technique was not a simple clone, but rather the revered shadow clone technique. This revelation left the spectators, including Rikuju and Dingzhua, in utter astonishment, for the shadow clone technique is classified as a B-rank ninjutsu. At merely 4 years of age, mastering a family secret and a B-rank technique left them at a loss for words, resorting to the term prodigy to describe Yuinya, especially for Rikuju and Dingzhua, who were aware that Yuinya had only acquired the training method for the shadow clone technique the previous day. Their astonishment rendered them speechless as Yuinya executed the technique. Yet, Yuinya's intention to astonish them was not limited to this, for when he chose to strike, he did so with remarkable flair. With a resounding bang, Yuinye utilized a shadow clone to deftly neutralize Uchiha Itachi's fire style, great fireball technique, all while maintaining that victorious smile. Just as Itachi's feet touched the ground, Yuinye unleashed another new technique, leaving Rikuju beside him agape and momentarily at a loss for words. Shadow's Grasp. Uchiha Itachi, you have lost. Shadow's Grasp. Whoosh. As Rikuju, Dingzwa, and the other spectators gazed in disbelief, Yuinye, having countered Itachi's fiery onslaught with the shadow clone technique, boldly unveiled a newly developed secret technique from App in front of all. Shadow's Grasp. Then, beneath Yuinye's intense gaze, as he felt his chakra swiftly deplete, the enigmatic effects of the new technique, Shadow's Grasp, manifested before everyone. A shadow first coalesced beneath Yuinye's feet, rapidly forming into a multitude of hand-like shapes. These hands were not mere illusions, they were tangible. Thus, upon witnessing Yuinye's new technique, Rikuju could not help but exclaim in awe. Another reformed secret technique. Yuinye, how many surprises do you intend to bestow upon me? As soon as the words left Rikuju's lips, an uproar erupted around him. What? Another newly developed secret technique? Is one improved technique not sufficient? Unbelievably, he has managed to refine multiple secret arts of the Nara clan? This is madness. Truly insane. To possess such potential and talent at the age of 4, remember the name Nara Yue. He shall be the target you aspire to surpass in the future. Exclamations of all resounded, drawing the attention of the elite younger generations from various clans, all gazing at Yuya with expressions of envy, wishing fervently that the spotlight shone upon them instead. Yet, within the arena, neither Yuya nor Uchiha Itachi exhibited any signs of distraction. The clash between the two was about to determine a victor. With no hesitation, Yuya unleashed his new technique, the Shadow Hand, commanding the manifested shadowy appendage to grasp the shurikens scattered below. Those shurikens were the very ones Yuya and Itachi had previously thrown. And Itachi had never anticipated that the shurikens strewn across the ground could pose a significant threat to him. In the next moment, propelled by the force of the Shadow Hand, the shurikens whistled through the air, hurtling directly towards Itachi's position. It is crucial to note that Itachi, in order to perform the great fireball technique, had leapt into the air to avoid the searing heat of the flames. With so many shurikens flying in his direction, Itachi found himself lacking both the space to evade and the time to employ a substitution technique. As the weight of the situation pressed upon him, Itachi could only reach for his ninja tool pouch to mitigate the impending injury. However, just as his hand approached the pouch, an uncanny sensation enveloped his entire being, and he was astonished to discover that his body could not move freely. Defeated. Yuya, I have underestimated you. Your new technique, truly formidable. A resigned smile spread across Itachi's face as he realized that a shuriken had embedded itself in the shadow beneath his foot. And he understood that his defeat was not unwarranted. It turned out that while Yuya executed the Shadow Hand, another new technique, the Shadow Shuriken, had also been unleashed from Yuya's grasp. Most of the shurikens manipulated by the Shadow Hand were merely a ruse to distract Uchiha Itachi. The true ace up Yuya's sleeve lay in the concealed Shadow Shuriken that ensnared Itachi, ultimately sealing his victory. However, as Itachi smiled helplessly, he closed his eyes, bracing for the shurikens launched by the Shadow Hand to pierce him. To his surprise, upon landing on the ground, he felt no pain. Curiosity piqued. He opened his eyes. Why was there no sensation of pain? Suddenly opening his eyes, Itachi Uchiha was astonished to discover that, upon his descent to the ground, Yue had adeptly utilized the Shadow Hand to grasp the shurikens that were flying through the air, allowing Itachi to land unscathed. On one hand, he admired Yue's prowess. On the other, he quietly marveled at Yue's character. Facing his complete defeat, Itachi bore no resemblance to the haughty demeanor typically exhibited by members of the Uchiha clan. Instead, he sincerely acknowledged, Yue, I concede this time. However, I assure you that in our next contest, victory shall be mine. All right, I shall await your challenge. Having triumphantly defeated Itachi, Yue also displayed a measure of grace. Subsequently, he approached Itachi, performing a gesture of reconciliation, and returned to his companion Rikuju, covertly giving him a thumbs up. Upon noticing this, Rikuju smiled and patted Yue on the shoulder, then turned to Fugaku Uchiha with a grin, saying, Brother Fugaku, I suppose you have no rebuttal this time? Humph, we shall see. Itachi, let us depart. At the family banquet hosted by Nisha, the Uchiha clan had undeniably suffered a significant embarrassment. Thus, Fugaku Uchiha showed no trace of noble bearing, hastily leading Itachi away from Nisha's residence. Within the entire Uchiha clan, Only Itachi maintained his calm demeanor, as if utterly unconcerned by his earlier defeat, even waving goodbye to Yue as he left. Recognizing Itachi's composure, Yue understood why the third Hokage placed such unwavering trust in him. However, the repeated provocations from the Uchiha clan rendered Nisha's banquet impossible to proceed smoothly. Following the conclusion of the clash between Yue and Itachi, the prominent figures of various clans began to depart with their members. Even Rikuju, Dingzhou, and Hai bid farewell to Yue and Nisha before returning to their own clans. On the journey home, Yue noticed that Rikuju and Hai were both silent, seemingly lost in thought. Redirecting his curious gaze to Dingzhou, Yue clearly sought information, eager to understand why Rikuju and Hai were so muted. Unexpectedly, Dingzhou met Yue's eyes and chuckled, particularly as he playfully tousled Yue's hair with a firm hand. Dingzhou's question left Yue momentarily speechless. Yue, are you ready to embrace the challenge? The title of genius is not easily born. Genius? Taken aback, Yue appeared somewhat perplexed by Dingzhou's implication and curiously inquired, Uncle Dingzhou, what do you mean? What I mean is, Yue, you will have plenty to occupy you in the future. Listening to the exchange between Dingzhou and Yue, Hai, who had remained silent alongside Rikuju, suddenly smiled and remarked, Yue, your performance has been exceptional. Uncle Hyde is equally delighted for you. However, do you know why both Uncle Shikaku and I maintained silence on our way back? It is because we were contemplating how to best safeguard you, the prodigy of the Nara clan. Upon uttering this, Shikaku, Dingzhou, and Kaichi sighed deeply, offering no further explanation to Yuyama. It was not until the following day, when the title of the Nara clan's new generation genius spread throughout the entire Hidden Leaf village, that Yuyama realized the weight of such a title is not easily borne. The next morning, after parting ways with Shikaku, Dingzhou, and Kaichi the previous evening, which had turned into night, Yuyama returned home early, intending to indulge in some well-deserved rest. Reflecting on the experiences of the previous day, Yuyama felt a profound sense of fulfillment. He had first validated his talents within his family and subsequently declared himself the foremost figure of the new generation before the various clans of Konoha, particularly the esteemed Uchiha and Hyuga clans. With the joy of having triumphed over the long-admired Itachi, Yuyama had significantly improved his strength through numerous practical encounters. Moreover, the development of the new secret technique, Shadow Hand, alongside a leap in chakra capacity, had elevated his prowess to rival that of a lower-ranked ninja, enabling him to defeat most of the lower-ranked shinobi in the village. Thus, amidst a dual fatigue of mind and body, Shikaka refrained from allowing Yuyama to return to the clan to reveal the two newly developed secret techniques, dragging his weary body home. Yuyama merely added to his list of techniques to be developed after creating the Shadow Hand, before seeking rest. As for what Yuyama added to his development list, it was quite intriguing. Upon invoking the development function list once more, Yuyama was astonished to discover that the success rate of combining the new technique, Shadow Hand, with the long-mastered Shadow Clone technique was a remarkable 100. Curiosity piqued, Yuyama combined the new technique with the Shadow Clone technique, secretly hoping for the miraculous effects of the development function before succumbing to fatigue and drifting into dreams. To his surprise, when he awoke the next day and accessed the development function list, he found that not even one of progress had been made. Realizing that the novel technique might require some time for successful development, Yuyama retrieved the technique scroll acquired from Uchiha Fugaku, preparing to focus on mastering the shuriken technique to enhance the efficacy of his shadow shuriken, and subsequently address his shortcomings in physical combat with diligent training. However, before he could commence with the scroll, a series of knocks echoed from outside. After tidying himself, Yuyama opened the door to find a long line of individuals awaiting him, each eager to challenge him due to his newly acquired title of genius. Nara Yuyama, please enlighten me. Nara Yuyama, shinobi of the Nara clan, please grant me your guidance. Nara Yuyama, Uchiha Mizu, at your service. Nara Yuyama, Hyuga Tamaki, at your service. With a head full of black lines, he stared at the dozens of people ahead, his eyes filled with a sense of helplessness. At this moment, he finally comprehended that the title of genius was far heavier than he had ever imagined. What is a genius? In the ninja world, where strength reigns supreme, a genius becomes the target that many aspire to challenge. In the original plot that he was familiar with, wasn't there always a troublesome situation where Guy relentlessly pursued Kakashi, claiming he would surpass the genius? After yesterday's events, he had only just begun to make a name for himself. Yet countless opportunists from various clans were already preparing to step upon his reputation to elevate themselves, proving that they were the true talents of the new generation in Konoha. Of course, if it were Uchiha Itachi, these individuals would have had no chance to challenge him. Who could joke about Uchiha Itachi? Not only is he from the prestigious Uchiha clan, but he is also the eldest son of the clan leader. A fact that alone would make most of the new generation from Konoha ponder their qualifications to challenge Uchiha Itachi. However, just as the new generation from various clans found themselves helpless and unable to confront the god of Itachi to prove themselves, unexpectedly, he emerged. Perhaps it was because the Nara clan members were perceived as easier targets, or perhaps it was due to the fame he had gained from a single battle, leading many to believe he was not deserving of his reputation. Thus, early in the morning, numerous challengers gathered at his doorstep, ready to confront him. Yet, he was not one to possess a gentle temperament. "Oh, you wish to challenge me? Then I shall send each of you back one by one." With no intention of abandoning his morning training, he gazed at the group of challengers outside, secretly scoffing. "I require my training. My morning regimen must be completed punctually. So please make way." As he spoke, the challengers mistakenly assumed he was afraid to fight and began to insult him, attempting to provoke him into action. Unfortunately for them, they were unaware of his true temperament, and before their taunts could even escape their lips, he assumed a gesture of invitation, sneering. "So, why not all come at once? Let us not waste any more time." Boom. No sooner had he finished speaking than he unleashed his chakra, delivering a powerful punch to Uchiha Mizuki's face, not allowing the challengers any time to react. He had long held a grievance against the Uchiha clan, and this was finally an opportunity to vent his frustrations. While his strength may not have been extraordinary, the moment his fist connected with Uchiha Mizuki's face, he adeptly channeled his chakra, sending Mizuki flying 3 meters away. The remaining challengers, witnessing this spectacle, particularly the embarrassed expression on Mizuki's face, felt a chill run down their spines. Subsequently, the challengers exchanged glances, rushing forward in unison, intending to overwhelm him with sheer numbers. However, what they never anticipated was that as their first foot stepped forward, their second foot would find itself utterly immobilized. Lowering his gaze, he discovered that his shadow had long since merged with that of the challengers. Each one of them appeared despondent, clearly overwhelmed by the insurmountable gap between their abilities and his. They were so oblivious to the nuances of his shadow-weaving technique that they fell, one after another, into defeat. In the midst of dispatching the first wave of challengers, he remained unfazed, eagerly preparing for his morning exercises. However, as he set out for breakfast, a relentless stream of challengers continued to approach, much to his annoyance. Throughout the day, whether he was using the restroom, training, or eating, the new generation from various clans swarmed him like flies, each seeking to test their mettle. After dealing with one group, another would soon follow. He found it nearly impossible to focus on his training, often interrupted during his chakra recovery by surprise attacks. This simply could not continue. With so many challengers appearing daily, how could he possibly manage? The incessant interruptions left him with no time to train. This would not do. He resolved to seek refuge at Uncle Rukyu's home. After a grueling day of facing challengers, he felt that the ordeal was more exhausting than training itself, and he yearned for the solace of Rukyu's abode. To his dismay, on his way to Rukyu's house, he encountered yet another 3 or 4 groups of challengers, making him feel as though the title of genius had become a curse. Fortunately, after overcoming those challengers, he finally arrived at Rukyu's home. The cleanliness of the place filled him with excitement, nearly bringing him to tears. However, his moment of joy was abruptly interrupted by news from Rukyu that left him utterly stunned. "Young master, you've arrived? Lord Rukyu has been waiting for you. It is said that the 4th Hokage has come personally to see you." The 4th Hokage? Namake's Minato, initially seeking refuge to train in peace. He could hardly fathom that the 4th Hokage had come to visit him. Despite having encountered renowned figures from the original storyline and even having battled Itachi, he felt a surge of excitement as he was led by a servant to meet the 4th Hokage for the first time. After all, he was a legendary figure, the representative of Konoha during the Third Great Ninja War. However, as he respectfully greeted the 4th Hokage and stood behind Rukyu, observing this iconic individual, he noticed that Minato was far less serious than he had anticipated. Instead of the stern demeanor he expected, the 4th Hokage exuded warmth, even displaying a hint of playfulness. Not only did he engage with Rukyu without a trace of Hokage's arrogance, but he even shared some light-hearted jokes, leaving a remarkably positive first impression on our protagonist. It is difficult to fathom that the amiable gentleman before me, infused with a touch of sardonic wit, is none other than the legendary Golden Flash of Konoha. Even more astonishing is the unwritten rule established within the ninja world. any ninja encountering the Golden Flash may abandon their mission without fear of reprisal. However, as Yuya observed the jovial exchange between Kakashi and the fourth Hokage, he was oblivious to the fact that the fourth Hokage was discreetly scrutinizing him, whose renown had spread throughout the village. After sharing pleasantries with Kakashi, the fourth Hokage turned his attention to Yuya, inquiring with a smile, "Yuya, you appear rather disheveled. Have you encountered numerous difficulties?" Taken aback by the unexpected question, Yuya initially failed to recognize that the Hokage was addressing him. Instinctively nodding, he acknowledged the inquiry. Neither Kakashi nor the fourth Hokage appeared offended by Yuya's lapse in etiquette. To foster a positive impression, Kakashi quickly interjected with a smile, "Minato. Do not hold it against Yuya. I suppose anyone would appear this way when conversing with you for the first time. I should have brought him along this morning to spare him from the relentless challenges posed by the new generation of clans." Kakashi then shifted his gaze to Yuya, asking with a warm smile, "Yuya, after a taxing day, what are your thoughts? Do share." Yuya replied, "I have no profound reflections. Merely that the weight of the title genius is truly burdensome." This elicited a knowing smile from both Kakashi and the fourth Hokage, the latter having once borne the same title as a disciple of Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, and thus understood Yuya's sentiments. With a gentle shake of his head, the fourth Hokage, acknowledging the pressing matters at hand, did not linger on trivialities. Instead, he spoke directly to Kakashi. "Kakashi, to be candid, the purpose of my visit today is Yuya. You are likely aware of the perilous fate that often befalls geniuses during times of war. Yuya is a prodigy of our village, and I am determined to ensure his safety. Thus, my true intention for coming here is to take him on as my apprentice." "An apprentice?" Upon hearing the fourth Hokage's declaration, Yuya's eyes widened in astonishment, clearly taken aback by the unexpected purpose of the Hokage's visit. In contrast, Kakashi had been aware of this intent long before the Hokage's arrival. The Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka clans have long upheld the legacy of protecting the Hokage. Therefore, cultivating strong ties with these clans was a prudent move for the fourth Hokage, should he successfully mentor the next generation of the trio known as Inoshikacho. It would undoubtedly yield benefits for the Nara, Akimichi, Yamanaka clans, as well as for the fourth Hokage himself. Furthermore, upon hearing that the rugged terrain had dealt a significant blow to the illustrious Uchiha clan, Riku understood that certain high-ranking officials in Konohagakure would inevitably take action. The discord between the Uchiha clan and the village was no longer a secret. As early as the era of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, proposals to suppress the Uchiha had been put forward. While the village's security force appeared to promote the Uchiha clan, it was, in fact, a strategic maneuver by the second Hokage to distance them from the centers of power and isolate them. Now, to counterbalance the Uchiha clan, the fourth Hokage could not act directly and needed to find a representative. The individual who had incited the Uchiha's ire, Yuyue, was undoubtedly an excellent candidate. Thus, from another perspective, the fourth Hokage's desire for Yuyue to take him as a mentor implicitly suggested the intention to wield him as a weapon against the Uchiha clan. Additionally, the fourth Hokage, harboring a genuine appreciation for talent, sought to nurture the new generation of geniuses in Konohagakure. At this juncture, Yuyue was hailed as the foremost individual of the new generation, prompting the fourth Hokage to personally seek him out for apprenticeship. However, as both Riku and the fourth Hokage entertained the notion of Yuyue becoming a disciple, it was Yuyue himself who began to harbor reluctance towards such an apprenticeship. Setting aside the implications of prematurely entangling himself in the power struggles of the village, he perceived no tangible benefits in apprenticing under the fourth Hokage. The imminent outbreak of the Nine Tails War loomed large. The fourth Hokage would soon sacrifice himself for the village, and what could he impart in just a few months? It would be far more advantageous for him to be a disciple of the third Hokage. After all, he was a peer of the legendary Sannin, and the generational gap could not be significant. Although his mind was filled with resentment, Yuyue's thoughts were, regrettably, destined to remain unspoken. Under Riku's and the fourth Hokage's mutual desire, Yuyue's apprenticeship was hastily established, with the formalities to be addressed after the fourth Hokage completed his strategic endeavors concerning the Mist Village. In simple terms, Yuyue's apprenticeship under the fourth Hokage had been settled. Yet post-apprenticeship, their relationship would merely carry the title of master and disciple, devoid of any actual mentorship from the fourth Hokage. With a grimace, Yuyue acquiesced to the apprenticeship, realizing that it bore little distinction from not becoming a disciple at all, and subsequently accompanied Riku to bid farewell to the fourth Hokage. To their surprise, As they reached the entrance, Yu Yue finally received a delightful surprise from the fourth Hokage. Apologies, Yu Yue. I have been quite busy lately and have no time to guide your training. However, I have heard of your exceptional talent in ninjutsu, thus, I shall leave you with this scroll that I personally inscribed. Be sure to practice diligently according to its contents, for I shall assess your progress in 3 months. 3 months? Not an issue. As Yu Yue accepted the scroll from the fourth Hokage, his expression shifted from overcast to radiant. Undoubtedly, due to the significance of the scroll penned by the fourth Hokage himself, equipped with the assistance of the app. Regardless of whether he heeded the teachings of the fourth Hokage, Rinnegan was unreservedly eager to acquire any ninjutsu scrolls available to him. For the more techniques and secret arts he mastered, the more he enriched his arsenal, with a greater mastery of various weapons. Rinnegan undeniably progressed closer to the goal of becoming a versatile ninja, thus setting aside the lessons the fourth Hokage could not impart. Rinnegan enthusiastically stored the scrolls in his ninja tool pouch, contemplating that perhaps apprenticing under the fourth Hokage was not entirely a disadvantage. He then prepared to seek assistance from Rikuju, aiming to find a tranquil spot for focused training, striving for an early breakthrough. Rikuju, already aware of Rinnegan's intentions, was equally unambiguous. Initially, he obtained the Shadow Shuriken from Rinnegan, along with the training method for the Shadow Hand technique. After carefully securing the scrolls that contained the secret arts of both families, he affectionately ruffled Rinnegan's hair and remarked, "Rinnegan, after becoming Watergate's apprentice, no one will dare challenge you, out of respect for him. However, to prevent any disturbances from the Uchiha clan, it's best for you to move in with me. Since you've contributed 2 secret arts to the family, they will surely reward you. With all those training resources, it's unsafe to keep them at your home. They will be much safer here, and you can access them whenever you need." "Thank you, Uncle Rikuju." With Rikuju's assurance, Rinnegan nodded with a smile. Under the guidance of a servant from the Nara clan, he found a secluded little courtyard at Rikuju's residence, marking the establishment of his new home. Of course, Rinnegan did not forget to return home to retrieve the secret art scrolls left by his parents, as well as the scroll gifted to him by Dingzhua. He arranged all the scrolls in his new abode, and as per Rikuju's instructions, meals and provisions were delivered daily by the servants. If Rinnegan required anything, he merely had to mention it to the servants, who would promptly procure it for him. This experience allowed Rinnegan to grasp the burdens associated with being labeled a genius while simultaneously understanding the advantages it conferred. On this particular day, after triumphing over countless challengers and becoming the apprentice of the fourth Hokage, Rinnegan concentrated solely on his daily chakra training, neglecting any other forms of practice. During his chakra training, he naturally did not forget to consume the Nara clan's secret medicine. After relocating to Rikuju's estate, Rinnegan could freely access the Nara clan's secret medicine, a clear indication of his elevated status within the family. Regrettably, after once again consuming the Nara secret medicine, he felt only a slight increase in the speed of his chakra training, with no further notifications from the app, leading him to silently sigh. However, Rinnegan understood that the efficacy of the Nara clan's secret medicine was indeed remarkable, yet it likely only triggered the app's extraordinary effects upon first use. Thus, with a quiet sigh, he took up the scrolls handed to him by Uchiha Fugaku and the fourth Hokage, contemplating, "Before I embark on my formal training, I must carefully plan my training direction." The adage that a multitude of skills enriches one's life is undoubtedly true. However, one must also heed the wisdom that excessive ambition can lead to failure. At present, I primarily focus on the esoteric techniques of the Nara clan as a foundation, complementing my chakra cultivation. Consequently, I have embarked on the study of the fourth Hokage's secret arts, though I am aware that this could potentially disrupt my foundational training. It may be more prudent to first master the Uchiha clan's technique of throwing concealed weapons, thereby solidifying my base while simultaneously enhancing my offensive capabilities. Hence, I shall temporarily set aside the scroll of the fourth Hokage and concentrate on honing the Uchiha clan's art of concealed weaponry. With that thought in mind, I discreetly unrolled the scroll gifted by Uchiha Fugaku and meticulously examined its contents. Initially, I had presumed that the Uchiha's training in concealed weaponry was merely a refinement of the techniques already mastered by Itachi. However, after thoroughly reviewing the scroll, I realized that this seemingly simple discipline was far more intricate than I had imagined. The scroll delineated that the Uchiha clan's training in concealed weaponry unfolds in 3 distinct stages. The first stage is characterized by perfect accuracy. Even among the Uchiha, those who attain mastery in this initial phase are celebrated as masters of concealed weaponry within the ninja world. Every aspect of throwing concealed weapons, force, angle, technique, is comprehensively encompassed in this first stage. It is not an exaggeration to assert that if I were to master this phase, the potency of my shuriken would be at least doubled, and its effectiveness on the battlefield could potentially amplify tenfold. The prospect of understanding the first stage of the Uchiha clan's concealed weaponry training invigorated me, affirming my decision to pursue this path. The subsequent 2 stages of concealed weapon training are the curve throwing technique and the multi-shuriken throwing technique. In essence, the curve throwing technique involves altering the trajectory of the concealed weapons after mastering the initial stage. A greater arc in the throw, while maintaining perfect accuracy, undoubtedly increases the likelihood of hitting the target, rendering the adversary defenseless. The multi-shuriken throwing technique, however, is the quintessence of the Uchiha clan's art of concealed weaponry. In the original narrative, during Sasuke's observation of Itachi's training, there exists a pivotal scene illustrating this technique, regardless of the target's position. Mastery of the multi-shuriken technique allows the user to successfully hit the target through the strategic collision of the shurikens. When combined with perfect accuracy and the curve throwing technique, this method can entirely obstruct an opponent's evasive maneuvers, transforming concealed weapons into formidable instruments of destruction. During my encounters with Itachi, he employed the multi-shuriken technique. However, at this stage, Itachi had not yet attained the prowess depicted in the original narrative, thus rendering his concealed weapons less formidable than those in the story. At this juncture, I recognized that mastering the latter 2 stages of training would be inherently challenging. Therefore, the following morning, I instructed my servant to procure an array of concealed weapons. Preparing to commence my training in the first stage, thus began the tedious and monotonous journey of training. The damaged concealed weapons from daily practice could easily fetch a price on the market sufficient to purchase several properties within the Hidden Leaf Village. Despite their impairment, these weapons could be meticulously polished for reuse or even remade anew. Yet Yuinja couldn't help but feel a pang of regret over their deterioration. It became clear to him why so many refrained from training with concealed weapons. The economic burden made it virtually impossible for one to attain proficiency in this art. Nevertheless, amid the wear and tear of these weapons, Yuinja's training progressed exceptionally well, particularly with the aid of the shadow clone technique. He mastered the first stage of concealed weapon training in just half a month. However, realizing that his courtyard was inadequate for the second stage, he ventured to a remote training ground within the village, determined to pursue the subsequent phases of his training. Little did he know, at that secluded training site, a figure was already diligently honing their skills. At 5 in the morning, who could be training with such fervor? Wait, isn't that Mike Guy? Mike Guy, affectionately known as Kai, was one of the more legendary jonin of the Hidden Leaf Village. In the later chapters of the original storyline, he famously triumphed over Madara Uchiha using the 8 Gates technique, earning the illustrious title of Konoha's Blue Beast. Yet, what left a lasting impression on Yuinja was not merely Akai's formidable prowess when unleashing the 8 Gates, but rather his entire journey of growth. In the present Hidden Leaf Village, who could be deemed a true genius? Aside from the recently acclaimed Yuinja and Itachi Uchiha, there was Kakashi Itachi, who became a jonin at the tender age of 12 and created S-rank jutsu. However, following the events of the Third Shinobi World War, Yuinja understood that Kakashi's reputation was beginning to wane. Having acquired the Sharingan from Obito, it was expected that Kakashi, with his innate talent, would carve out another legendary path in the ninja world. Yet, fate had other plans. Burdened by emotional ties, he stagnated, and by the time of the original plot, he had devolved into a mere shadow of his former self, nearly defeated by Zabuza Momochi. Conversely, Akai, a man of seemingly average talent, seized the opportunity during Kakashi's decline, rising through sheer determination and hard work to earn the title of Konoha's Blue Beast, becoming Kakashi's lifelong rival. Even in the Fourth Great Ninja War, Akai proved far more formidable than the now diminished Kakashi. Thus, among those Yuinja genuinely admired, Akai undoubtedly ranked high, particularly at 5 in the morning. Witnessing Akai's feet drenched in pools of dried sweat, Yuinja couldn't help but reflect, graduating at 7, becoming a chunin at 11. Akai's achievements were undoubtedly the fruits of perseverance rather than mere talent. In comparison, it seemed that I had grown somewhat complacent in recent times. After nearly half a month of diligent effort, assisted by shadow clones, I have just completed the initial phase of my concealed weapon training. Such progress will undoubtedly be surpassed by Itachi and other prodigies from Konoha. This simply cannot stand, even for the sake of the title of genius. I must begin to strive earnestly from this day forth. Henceforth, I shall entrust the subsequent stages of concealed weapon training to my shadow clones. Having already surmounted the arduous first phase, my focus must now shift. Contemplating this, I observed my companion Guy, drenched in sweat at the training ground, and a faint smile graced my lips. I then accessed the development function list, noting that the new technique had only reached a little over 30 completion. I realized that the development of this new skill would require considerable time, prompting me to redirect my training emphasis towards physical techniques. One must never underestimate physical combat. It is often the cornerstone of a ninja's confrontations. Take Kakashi Hitaki, for instance. How many times could he utilize his chakra for Raikiri? In battles where he employed the Sharingan, he often found himself exhausted before his adversaries fell. This illustrates that most high-ranking ninjas prevail over their foes through physical prowess. Currently, my own physical techniques are a vulnerability. If I fail to train diligently, no amount of family secret techniques or ninjutsu will spare me from becoming cannon fodder on the battlefield. Recognizing my shortcomings necessitates rectification. Particularly now that I have completed 1/3 of my concealed weapon training, I believe that utilizing shadow clones will enable me to accomplish the remaining 2 stages efficiently. Thus, after employing the multi-shadow clone technique to create over 10 clones, I felt my chakra dwindle to a mere 1/3. With a smile, I manifested before Guy. In his training, Guy had evidently not noticed my presence. Almost instantly upon my emergence, he assumed a combat stance and demanded, "Who goes there?" My apologies. I had just reserved this training ground yesterday, and I didn't expect anyone else to be here so early. I hope I haven't disturbed you, I replied, acknowledging the ninja world's taboo against eavesdropping on others' training. Fortunately, Guy is not one to hold grudges. He then smiled and said, "Oh, you're here to train. No worries. Let us train together. This place is usually quite peaceful. I prefer to practice here. By the way, I haven't caught your name yet. I'm Nara Yue, and I look forward to your guidance." "What? You are Nara Yue?" Upon hearing my name, I noticed a shift in Guy's expression. Despite his appearance closely mirroring that of the original story, a signature watermelon head and a vibrant green jumpsuit, accented by a red scarf around his neck, there was an air of distinction about him. Who could have imagined that when Akai heard the name of the trailblazer? His eyes sparkled with excitement, and his teeth gleamed as if they were promoting toothpaste. "Nara Yue, I have heard of your reputation. You are the genius of the village. Are you not? I wish to challenge you." Initially, Yue thought Akai had some peculiar hobby, but it turned out he was yet another challenger eager to face a prodigy. While Yue might not have taken the other challengers seriously, who stood before him now was none other than the illustrious Kai from the original tale. Thus, upon hearing Akai's intent to challenge, Yue smiled and replied, "You haven't introduced yourself yet. That seems rather impolite." "Oh, my apologies. My name is Might Guy. You may call me Akai." Akai sheepishly scratched his head and smiled as he continued, "Yo, I have always harbored a dream, to prove that even those at the back can triumph over geniuses. Kakashi was my goal in the past, but I have been unable to find him lately. Now that I have stumbled upon you, I wish to spar." With that, Akai's eyes ignited with determination as he asked, "Yue, shall we engage in a friendly match?" "Of course. However, you should rest for a moment. Your recent training must have exhausted your energy," Yue kindly suggested. Akai, however, dismissed the concern with a smile, replying, "It's nothing. This little training is trivial. Since you agreed to spar, here I come. Be careful." In terms of personality, Akai was remarkably straightforward. Engaging with someone like him meant there was no need to worry about ulterior motives. Yet, while the notion of a sparring match was simple, it caught Yue somewhat off guard, particularly since Yue's physical prowess had never been exceptional, despite Akai unleashing his signature leaf hurricane. Yue found himself stepping back a few paces under Akai's formidable strength. However, after regaining his footing, Yue's gaze shifted towards Akai with newfound respect. "What an impressive display, Akai. Yet, physical skill alone cannot defeat me." Shadow imitation technique. In the midst of his rigorous training, Yue had not only made strides in his mastery of projectiles, but had also diligently accumulated chakra and honed the Nara clan's secret techniques. Employing the multi-shadow clone technique, he summoned over 10 shadow clones to further his training in projectiles, demonstrating the progress he had made in chakra capacity. At that moment, with swift hand seals, Yue's shadows surged toward Akai, showcasing his advancements in the Nara clan's secret arts. Among the ordinary members of the Nara clan, if the casting time for the shadow imitation technique is 3 seconds, then Nara Shikaku's execution speed is a mere 1.5 seconds, setting a remarkable record in the annals of the clan's history. In the original narrative, perhaps one of the renowned Konoha 12, the more gifted Nara Shikamaru could execute the technique slightly faster than Shikaku. However, at this moment, before Shikamaru's birth, Uyama astonishingly surpassed his uncle Shikaku, managing to cast the shadow imitation technique in a mere 1.3 seconds. One must not underestimate the significance of a mere 0.2 seconds. In the heat of battle among ninjas, that seemingly insignificant fraction can often determine the outcome of their encounters, and even the very fate of their lives. As Uyama executed the technique, even Guy could scarcely believe how adept and swift Uyama's shadow imitation was. Witnessing the shadow beneath Uyama swiftly approach, Guy couldn't help but admire Uyama's prowess, truly deserving of being the foremost elite of the new generation in Konoha. Having sparred with members of the Nara clan alongside Kakashi during their time at the Ninja Academy, Guy recognized that Uyama had surpassed those he previously knew from the clan in both execution speed and power, causing him to remain on high alert. However, the moment Guy unleashed a leaf whirlwind and prepared to switch tactics, Uyama's pupils suddenly constricted slightly. Something felt amiss. Guy had clearly noticed the shadow imitation technique. Yet why was his transition so sluggish? Was it that Guy's strength paled in comparison to his original portrayal? Or had Uyama set his expectations too high for someone who had recently been promoted to CH Nin? Such a level of skill was hardly what one would expect from a CH Nin. Perhaps it would be wise to ease off a bit and observe for now. Reflecting on Guy's taijutsu, Uyama deliberately slowed the extension speed of his shadow while executing the shadow imitation technique, allowing Guy to narrowly evade the secret technique and land safely on the ground. Leaf Gale. Bang. Just as Guy's feet touched down, under Uyama's somewhat serious gaze, he indeed did not relent in his offensive. As if oblivious to Uyama's earlier concession, he launched a direct Leaf Gale kick. Unlike the upper section spinning kick of the Leaf Whirlwind, the Leaf Gale is a lower section spinning kick. As a fundamental technique of the Leaf Strong Fist style, Guy's execution was flawless in both strength and speed. Yet, as the Leaf Gale approached, Uyama sensed something peculiar. Furrowing his brow, Uyama, a novice in taijutsu, could not discern the reason. Subsequently, channeling chakra into his feet, he successfully evaded Guy's Leaf Gale and retreated several steps, drawing a shuriken into his hand, which he then hurled towards Guy. It was time to end this unworthy sparring. Guy, you have truly disappointed me. To speak of Akai's first Leaf Whirlwind, it truly captivated the attention of Yuanya. However, as Yuanya engaged in combat with Akai, he gradually discerned that Akai's martial arts were far from what he had imagined. In fact, it seemed that Yuanya had to intentionally hold back for Akai to maintain his undefeated status, which dissuaded Yuanya from the idea of further sparring with him. In the next moment, as Yuanya launched his shuriken, the culmination of his half-month intensive training in concealed weapons did not disappoint him. He skillfully hurled 3 shuriken in succession, each one hitting its mark flawlessly. Following the preordained trajectory, Yuanya first used 2 shuriken to distract Akai, while the third successfully pierced Akai's shadow, thereby completing the technique of shadow shuriken and concluding this encounter, which had left Yuanya feeling rather disheartened. Yuanya, you are indeed formidable. I wish to challenge you once more, Akai exclaimed after his defeat, while Yuanya felt a profound disappointment. Conversely, Akai remained brimming with excitement and fervor, showing no sign of despair in the face of failure. Eager to continue their sparring, observing Akai's martial prowess, Yuanya realized it was not as insurmountable as depicted in the original narrative. Surely, it would take some time for the Kaiser to develop. Thus, as Akai boldly declared his intent for another round of sparring, Yuanya found himself wearing a look of exasperation, ready to politely decline, thinking that it would suffice to simply train together without indulging in the tedium of combat. After all, Yuanya had already gauged Akai's capabilities. Winning a few more times against him seemed rather pointless. But just as Yuanya prepared to voice his refusal, Akai's subsequent actions left him momentarily stunned. Akai, you. Suddenly, with a decisive motion, Akai loosened the constricting sleeves and pant legs of his training attire, revealing what appeared to be a bandage-like apparatus. As Akai carelessly discarded it to the ground, the dust that erupted momentarily left Yuanya in awe. It then dawned on Yuanya that it was not Akai's martial arts that were lacking, but rather that he had not fought with his full strength previously. During their encounter, Akai had been encumbered by a heavy load, which had contributed to the rather peculiar impression Yuanya had experienced regarding Akai's abilities. Approaching Akai, Yuanya lifted the weights, his expression turning grave. The weights on Akai's hands and feet felt no less than 20 kilograms. In that instant, Yuanya found it hard to fathom that Akai had been battling him with a full 20 kilograms of weight. Were it Yuanya in Akai's position, even an additional 10 kilograms would have rendered him breathless. Thus, upon understanding the fundamental reason behind Akai's apparent weakness, Yuenje could not help but feel a twinge of embarrassment, especially when gazing into Akai's innocent eyes. He quickly apologized. "My apologies, Akai. I naively thought you were weak. I had no idea you were training with such a burden. It matters not. You, like me, are engaged in your own training, are you not?" Akai, with a bright smile revealing his pearly whites, nonchalantly remarked, "Moreover, considering you are much younger than I, your ability to surpass me even while I bear a heavy load attests to your genius within our village. Now that I have removed my burden, would you care to recuperate before we spar?" "There is no need for a spar, Akai. May I attempt to bear your weight?" "Of course. Go ahead." With Akai's affirmative response, Yuenya, filled with curiosity, wasted no time in strapping the weights to his legs. Walking became an arduous endeavor. While grappling with the burden, he could not help but chuckle at the absurdity of Akai's training regimen. Just then, the app provided another notification, filling Yuenya's eyes with renewed excitement. "Ding! Player, you have utilized a special item, weight, and have gained a special buff, 10 acceleration in physical training." A special item? Apart from the secret medicine of the Nara clan, does the app also regard weights as a special item? And it grants a buff for accelerated physical training? How splendid! His eyes sparkled with joy. The unexpected efficacy derived from the weights, though it only offered a 10 acceleration, alleviated Yuenya's pressing concerns. It is worth noting that the app's ability to modify training progress applies not only to ninjutsu but also to secret techniques. It appeared that training with shurikens and physical techniques required Yuenya's direct involvement. Otherwise, he would not have spent so much time adhering to the training methods outlined in the Uchiha clan's secret scrolls to complete shuriken training. A mere modification of training progress would expedite the completion of such training. Moreover, compared to shuriken training, physical training is undoubtedly more challenging. In shuriken training, Yuenje could follow the records in the Uchiha clan scrolls and gradually complete his training based on the consumption of shurikens. However, without a master to guide him in physical training, it is uncertain whether Yuenje could even grasp the basics. The arduous nature of physical training far exceeds that of shuriken training. Now, with a 10 acceleration in physical training, Yuenye could finally set aside his worries about the prolonged difficulty in entering the realm of physical techniques. He then turned his gaze towards Akai, secretly deciding to seize the opportunity presented by the future master of physical techniques beside him. It would be foolish not to take advantage of this chance. With a spirit of exploration, he first took the weights from Akai's hands, testing whether this would further enhance the acceleration percentage. Indeed, by incorporating the weights from his hands, Yuenye discovered that the 10 acceleration in physical training doubled to 20. Through his experimentation, he gradually discerned the principle of acceleration in physical training. For every 10 kilograms of weight, a 10 increase in the acceleration effect is achieved. If Yuenje could cultivate under a burden of 100 kilograms, he would experience an astonishing acceleration of 100 in his physical training. Unfortunately, after conversing with Akai, Yuenje realized that without harming his body, a burden of 10 kilograms was his limit, which reduced his training enhancement to a mere 10. Nonetheless, understanding that any burden could activate the app's physical training enhancement, Yuenye felt that his gains were not insignificant. Observing Akai struggling to don the weights, Yuenye, driven by curiosity, inquired, "Akai, may I train alongside you in the future? During our recent spar, I noticed your proficiency in physical techniques. Could you guide me in my training?" Surprised by Yuenye's words, Akai hesitated for a moment before responding, "Yuenye, you are from the Nara clan. Have you not practiced physical techniques within your clan?" "No. I have not trained in the clan's techniques," Yuenye replied, shaking his head in resignation and sighing deeply. Members of the Nara clan typically focus on secret arts, so those dedicated to physical training are quite rare. Moreover, the physical techniques of our clan are not nearly as formidable as the strong fist style practiced in the village. I noticed you employing the strong fist style, which is why I sought your guidance. Understanding the situation, Akai smiled and gave Yuenye a thumbs up. "Yuenye, if you are not afraid of hardship, then join me in training. My regimen is quite rigorous. For the sake of our burning youth, let us strive harder together." "All right." Akai, with his forthright nature, preferred directness. Yuenye's straightforwardness and Nara lineage resonated with Akai, fostering a budding camaraderie. Instead of withholding knowledge, Akai began to diligently instruct Yuenye in physical techniques. Notably, during their training on the following day, Akai intentionally provided Yuenye with a set of weights, deeply touching Yuenye's sensitive heart. In Konoha village, the person Yuenye was closest to was Nara Shikaku, the only one who had truly entered his heart. Akai, in contrast, was merely a chance acquaintance. Had Yuanya not known that Akai was the legendary might guy from the original work, he would have had no inclination to engage with him. Who would have thought that beneath Akai's seemingly foolish exterior lay a genuinely considerate heart? Do not underestimate that set of weights. Collectively, they amounted to 10 kilograms. Given Yuanya's status within the Nara clan, acquiring such weights was a trivial matter. However, what truly mattered to Yuanya was the fact that Akai was constantly thinking of him. Thus, apart from Nara Shikaku, Akai became the second person to enter Yuanya's heart, particularly as the grueling death training of the two progressed. Yuanya gradually forged a profound bond with Kai, and they became exceptionally good friends. Time flew by, and 2 months later, leaf whirlwind, boom, boom. The morning sun had yet to rise, and in a secluded training ground of the hidden leaf village, Yuanya and Kai had already begun their rigorous practice. With Kai's assistance, Yuanya endured an intense 2-month regimen of hellish training, finally grasping the fundamentals of the leaf's gentle fist style. After 2 months of arduous training, martial arts were no longer Yuanya's weak point. Rather, they had become his forte. During their sparring sessions, both discarded their weights, moving with remarkable speed, while employing identical techniques. Yuanya's speed and strength were slightly inferior to Kai's. Yet, in their purely martial exchanges, even Kai could distinctly perceive Yuanya's progress. After engaging in hundreds of rounds without a clear victor, Kai wiped the sweat from his brow and remarked, "Yuanya, your improvement is astonishing. Achieving such martial prowess in just 2 months, truly the mark of a genius." Genius? Does that imply one does not need to exert effort? Yuanya retorted, "Kai, don't think I'm unaware that you've held back. Are you saving your strength for a challenge against Kakashi?" Through their 2 months of camaraderie, Yuanya and Kai became confidants. Thus, it was a month prior that Yuanya learned of Kai's intention to challenge the renowned Kakashi Hitaki, as chronicled in the original narrative. Regrettably, Kakashi was at his peak during this time, especially after acquiring Obito Sharingan, making it exceedingly difficult for Kai to secure victory through martial arts alone. Consequently, each time Kai confronted Kakashi, Yuanya witnessed scenes of Kakashi effortlessly defeating Kai, utilizing the insights afforded by his Sharingan. However, it was undeniable that Kai's relentless determination to improve after each defeat only fueled Yuanya's own desire for victory. Now, seeing Kai prepare to challenge Kakashi ignited a fervor within Yuanya, as he yearned to ascertain whether, after 2 months of rigorous training, he had indeed attained the qualifications to contend with a Jonin. For an ordinary individual, aspiring to undergo a transformation in just 2 months of strenuous training would be akin to chasing a fantasy. Yet, it must be remembered that Yuanya possessed not only an app at his disposal but also the formidable shadow clone technique as an advantage. Hence, with Kai's companionship, Yuanya had made significant strides in his overall capabilities within these 2 months, particularly in addressing his deficiencies in martial arts, thus taking a substantial step towards becoming a versatile ninja. Firstly, concerning chakra, Yuanya's physical attributes had improved considerably during his martial arts training. On the other hand, the support from the Nara clan has proven to be invaluable for Yuanya. The secret medicines of the Nara clan are almost as if they were free. And through 2 months of rigorous training, Yuanya's chakra capacity has transcended the constraints of a lower ninja, advancing toward the level of a middle ninja. Just a step, or perhaps half a step, remains before Yuanya's chakra can rival that of an ordinary middle ninja. Such progress is undeniably astonishing. Even Riku would be taken aback if he were to learn of Yuanya's training advancements. Moreover, the improvement in chakra capacity is, in fact, the slowest aspect of Yuanya's growth. In terms of weapon mastery, Yuanya diligently utilizes shadow clones for daily practice, resulting in remarkable advancements in his proficiency with hidden weapons. Having successfully completed the 3rd stage of training from the Uchiha clan, while it may be impossible for Yuanya to throw 8 shurikens simultaneously and hit the target like the legendary Itachi, he can effortlessly launch 6 shurikens at once, all striking their mark. Thus, aside from excelling in physical training, the mastery of hidden weapons stands as Yuanya's most significant achievement. Regarding physical training, the 10 kilograms weighted vest provides a 10 enhancement, and within just 2 months, even Guy has expressed admiration for Yuanya's prowess in this area, indicating the extent of his improvement. It is no exaggeration to say that Yuanya could now defeat a standard lower ninja without relying on the Nara clan's secret techniques. Merely utilizing hidden weapons or his physical abilities would suffice. When considering his overall strength, Yuanya believes he has reached the level of an elite lower ninja. With no rivals among his peers and under duress, he might even overcome some ordinary middle ninjas. This has inspired Uende to challenge opponents like Kakashi, as he feels confident enough to face ordinary middle ninjas and wishes to gauge the disparity between himself and higher-ranked shinobi. Of course, with joy in the training process. There also comes regret. Uende deeply laments that the development of new secret techniques remains stagnant at 99, tantalizingly close yet perpetually just out of reach, leading to a growing sense of impatience. However, there is little that can be done. Without the completion of the new techniques, Uenya's progress in jutsu has been limited. Aside from mastering the Nara clan's techniques to an even greater extent, with the ability to create more shadow clones for supplementary training, Uenya has begun contemplating other areas of improvement during discussions with Guy. Having completed his training in hidden weapons, it is now imperative that he focus on physical training himself, as his shadow clones have been fully engaged. Now that 2 months of rigorous training have come to a close, it is time for Uenya to return home and unlock the 4th Hokage scroll. While mastering the 4th Hokage's secret techniques, he will also embark on the next stage of chakra control training. Henceforth, he will utilize his real body for physical training, while shadow clones will assist in mastering the 4th Hokage's techniques and chakra control. When it comes to the cultivation of chakra control, it seems that practicing the Rinnegan can indeed enhance one's mastery over chakra. Suddenly reminded of the Rinnegan, Yuue's eyes lit up. It is a ninjutsu that every traveler must master. Unlike Kakashi's Raikiri, the original work clearly details the method of practicing the Rinnegan. Thus, it is not merely a matter of Yuue seeking the tutelage of the 4th Hokage. Even without such mentorship, the Rinnegan would inevitably become a skill within Yuue's grasp. With the imminent prospect of practicing the 4th Hokage's secret techniques, alongside the training of the Rinnegan, Yuue found yet another goal after challenging Kakashi. Then, his gaze fell upon Guy, and Yuue prepared to request a brief leave to return home and examine the scroll of the 4th Hokage's secret techniques. However, just as Yuue was about to speak, he suddenly noticed someone rushing toward them. Yuue and Guy exchanged glances and simultaneously exclaimed, "Yuue, be careful. Guy, watch out." Bang, bang. As they called out, the shadow of an assailant loomed before Yuue and Guy. Among them, one assailant charged directly at Guy, engaging in combat, leaving the outcome uncertain. Meanwhile, Yuue, in a moment of panic, realized that the other 3 assailants had set their sights on him. Were they from the Uchiha clan? No, that could not be. The Uchiha clan would not possess such audacity, nor would anyone from Konoha dare to ambush the talents of other clans within the village. Furthermore, it was implausible for individuals from other ninja villages to infiltrate Konoha under the vigilant eyes of the Uchiha clan's guards. With all other possibilities discarded, only one conclusion remained. Someone within the village was testing his strength, dispatching these assailants to gauge his abilities. Engaging his intellect, Yuue, inheriting the remarkable genes of the Nara clan, swiftly surmised the hidden motives behind the ambush, a faint smile creeping upon his lips. Especially when he noted that all 3 assailants were clad in the garb of the Umbu, Yuue further speculated about the identity of the one orchestrating this ambush. However, regardless of who commanded these Umbu, Yuue, having made considerable advancements in his strength, was determined not to falter in this test. Thus, as the 3 Umbu brandished their kunai and unleashed their chakra, swiftly closing in on him, the composed Yuue showed no hesitation. He discarded the weighted bands around his legs and repelled 2 of the Umbu. Finally, facing an Umbu adorned with a rabbit mask, Yuue swiftly retrieved 6 shuriken from his ninja tool pouch and launched them with remarkable speed. Shadow Shuriken technique. Whoosh, whoosh. The 6 shuriken, tracing elegant arcs through the air, effectively restricted every avenue of escape for the rabbit-masked Umbu, instilling a sense of dread in that very assailant. However, the mere act of hurling a few shurikens did not warrant the attention of the masked figure from the Umbu, gripping his kunai with determination. Yugi observed as the figure deftly blocked the shurikens, swiftly knocking down the 6 projectiles he had thrown. Yet, as the enigmatic figure concealed behind the rabbit mask lifted his lips in a cold smirk, preparing to unleash another wave of chakra to topple Yu Yi, he was met with a confident smile curling at the corner of Yu Ye's mouth, just before the masked figure could ignite his chakra. Is this the extent of the Umbu's capabilities? Have you not realized that you are already defeated? A calm voice resonated, causing a flicker of doubt to cross the masked figure's eyes, though he dismissed Yu Ye's words. However, just as the figure attempted to advance, he suddenly found himself rooted to the spot, finally believing Yu Ye's earlier proclamation. It turned out that when the rabbit-masked Umbu had deflected Yu Ye's shadow shurikens, Yu had swiftly performed a secret technique, the shadow hand. By altering the shape of the shadow beneath him, he solidified the illusion into a tangible form. Controlling the shadow hand, Yi had managed to pin the previously embedded shadow shurikens onto the masked figure's shadow, thus outmaneuvering him. Of course, Yu Ye's ease in overcoming the rabbit-masked Umbu was not due to the latter's weakness, but rather the unexpected efficacy of Yu Ye's secret technique. Had Yi faced Akai, who was well acquainted with his techniques, Akai would undoubtedly have been vigilant, carefully observing the ground or his rear for any signs of Yu Ye's secret arts. However, the trio of Umbu sent to ambush Yu Yi lacked detailed information about him, thus naturally falling into a disadvantage during their confrontation. With the rabbit-masked Umbu dispatched, Yu Yi swiftly altered his hand seals. What he aimed to achieve was nothing less than a new record for Konoha, to defeat 3 Umbu operatives before even entering the Ninja Academy at the age of 4. With the rabbit-masked Umbu out of the way, the remaining adversaries, the pig-faced Umbu and the scarred-faced Umbu, presented a clearer challenge. The scarred-faced Umbu was undoubtedly the stronger of the two, thus focusing his gaze on the scarred-faced Umbu. As the pig-faced Umbu stood in shock at the defeat of his comrade, Yi suddenly formed the seals with both hands. Multiple shadow clone technique. Boom, boom, boom. As he executed the technique, Yi instantly conjured 3 shadow clones, which proceeded to ensnare the pig-faced Umbu. Although each of Yu Ye's clones possessed only 30% of his original strength, after training diligently under Akai to compensate for his deficiencies in physical combat, Yu Ye's shadow clones were not so easily vanquished. In the original narrative, had Naruto, during his time as a low-ranking ninja, possessed the same level of martial prowess as Lee at that stage, defeating mere Nin would have been a triviality. Even formidable Nin would find themselves with a daunting 50% chance of succumbing to Naruto's relentless tactics. Moreover, honing his physical skills would not only compensate for his weaknesses, but would undoubtedly augment the strength of his shadow clones. Thus, a shadow clone wielding merely 30% of his true power swiftly approached the masked Umbu with a pig-like visage, effectively interrupting its advance. As for the scarred-faced Umbu, he had long since devised a strategy to counter it when the multiple shadow clone technique was unleashed. With a swift movement, Naruto executed the Leaf Whirlwind, and, eschewing the use of hidden weapons, directly engaged the scarred-faced Umbu with his martial arts, launching himself into the air. He channeled chakra into his foot and aimed a decisive kick at the Umbu's cheek. Unfortunately, the scarred-faced Umbu, having observed the defeat of the rabbit-masked Umbu, was already on high alert for Naruto's assault. Therefore, the Leaf Whirlwind, rather than catching him off guard, exposed Naruto to vulnerabilities. As the Umbu seized his ankle with a sinister grin hidden beneath his mask, preparing to throw him to the ground. In a swift motion, all it would take was for the Umbu to press his kunai against Naruto's neck, easily securing victory and fulfilling their mission. However, just as the scarred-faced Umbu was about to execute this maneuver, Naruto, despite losing control of his body, managed a confident smile. Did he underestimate my chakra reserves? I regret to inform you, you shall be disappointed. Multiple shadow clone technique. In a brilliant display, Naruto executed the technique once more, creating 2 additional clones in an instant. These clones, identical to Naruto yet possessing only 30% of his strength, immediately sprang into action, one catching the falling Naruto, flawlessly serving as a cushion. The other clone, upon its emergence, swiftly formed hand seals and executed the shadow imitation technique, ensnaring the scarred-faced Umbu in its grasp. What a remarkable stratagem! Is this boy some sort of monster? He had prepared to utilize his shadow clones to execute this secret technique long before our confrontation. This young lad truly is increasingly formidable. The shadow imitation technique successfully immobilized the scarred-faced Umbu. Ignoring the Umbu's astonished expression, Naruto turned his gaze towards the pig-masked Umbu. Among the 3, it was unequivocally the weakest. Furthermore, in terms of height, the pig-masked Umbu was likely no taller than Guy. By the time Naruto had dealt with the scarred-faced Umbu, the pig-masked Umbu had only just dispatched Naruto's 3 shadow clones, indicating that its strength was, indeed, inferior even to that of Guy. After raising a confident smile, Yuinja discreetly calculated the time. Suddenly, he formed a series of hand seals and unleashed the shadow stitching technique. With a resounding bang as the shadow stitching technique was activated, Yuinja employed shadow shurikens and the shadow mimicry technique, simultaneously restraining 2 members of the Umbu while from beneath his feet, a shadow suddenly emerged, striking directly at the Umbu with a pig-faced mask. Stumbling, with numerous openings in his defense, did Yuinja need to hold back any longer? He erupted with chakra, shedding his burdens, and his speed was astonishing, even rivaling that of Guy in a sprint. Before the pig-faced Umbu had a chance to react, Yuenye's figure surged right in front of him. With a kunai gently resting against the Umbu's neck, he locked eyes with the unwilling gaze of the pig-faced Umbu. The smile on Yuenye's face grew ever more pronounced as he declared, "No matter who sent you, this farce should come to an end, don't you think?" Though Yuenye spoke with a smile, the three Umbu felt a chill run down their spines at his words. For as soon as Yuenye finished speaking, the shadows beneath the rabbit-masked Umbu and the scarred-masked Umbu visibly rose up towards them. It was clear that Yuenye was employing the shadow-binding technique. Thus, the underlying message of his statement was that should the farce continue, they would face dire consequences. However, as Yuenye threatened the lives of the three Umbu with his kunai and the shadow-binding technique, he did not anticipate that his somewhat extreme actions would elevate his reputation among the hidden spectators. At just 4 years old, he had already demonstrated the ability to single-handedly defeat three Umbu in under 20 seconds. Konoha, you truly did not misjudge him, especially given Yuenye's final performance, which was nothing short of perfection. It was decided that the plan he was to execute would commence the following day. Thank you for your support, Lord Sarutobi. These children are the future hope of our village, and I will certainly take care of them. In Konoha village, many were able to call the fourth Hokage by name, such as Yuenye's uncle Nara Shikaku and Akimichi Choza, who were on good terms with him, referring to him as Minato in private. However, only one person could call the fourth Hokage by name and still receive his esteemed respect, the third Hokage, who had nurtured the legendary Sannin and was renowned for his teachings in ninjutsu throughout the ninja world. As for why the fourth Hokage needed the third Hokage's support to execute any plan upon his succession, it was necessary to delve into the distribution of power within Konoha during the Third Great Ninja War. During the Second War, the second Hokage, Tobarama Senju, perished, leading to the third Hokage's ascension, which marked the historical low point of the Hokage's power in Konoha, the illustrious Senju clan and the Uchiha clan. The prominent families of Konoha held sway over half of the village's power at the time of the third Hokage's ascension. Had it not been for the emergence of the legendary three ninjas, whose exceptional prowess was a source of pride, the third Hokage might have struggled to reclaim his rightful authority from the noble families, despite the support of allies like Danzo. As the fourth Hokage took office, the situation grew increasingly intricate. The Senju clan had vanished from the annals of history, yet the legendary three ninjas had not similarly disappeared from Konoha, had they? The ongoing strife between the powerful Uchiha and Hyuga clans, coupled with the need to guard against the Elder Council, who had once aided the third Hokage in his power struggles but now sought to usurp his authority, effectively weakened the fourth Hokage's influence within Konoha. Thus, despite the fourth Hokage's esteemed position, he found himself compelled to seek the third Hokage's approval before implementing any plans, allowing him to navigate the turbulent waters of dissent. In a moment of reflection on the impending plans, the fourth Hokage's elation was met with a profound sigh from the third Hokage. At that moment, only the third Hokage comprehended the sacrifices he had made for the fourth Hokage. However, when his gaze fell upon Naruto, a flicker of a smile graced the third Hokage's otherwise furrowed brow. Minato was indeed correct. As long as new seeds sprouted and bore fruit, any price paid was justified. Nara Shikamaru, I hope Minato has not misjudged you. After all, Minato's strategy is centered around you. With that silent thought, the figures of the third and fourth Hokages gradually faded from view. Meanwhile, Shikamaru was oblivious to the presence of such formidable figures as the third and fourth Hokages, for they were renowned as powerful leaders in the shinobi world, while he himself was merely an elite genin. A somewhat stern gaze fell upon the masked Umbu operative before him, employing the flawless tactics that had impressed both Hokages. Shikamaru compelled the three Umbu before him to cease their antics, and the defeated operatives surrendered without a trace of complaint. However, the Umbu engaged with Guy became increasingly obstinate, as if spurred on by a desire for competition. Almost instantaneously, upon Shikamaru's victory over the three Umbu, the operative facing Guy became serious, targeting Guy's vital points with every strike, transforming the encounter from a mere test into a genuine battle. Noticing the precarious situation Guy found himself in, Shikamaru furrowed his brow in concern and began forming seals to intervene against the frenzied Umbu. Yet, to his astonishment, just as he prepared to assist Guy, the latter bellowed, "Shikamaru, don't help me. This is my fight with Kakashi, stay out of it." Kakashi? Listening to Akai's roar, Yuenye was taken aback, clearly not expecting that among the ambushers were notable characters from the narrative. He then released the few restrained members of the ambush, disregarding their hasty departure, as all his attention focused on the clash between Akai and Kakashi. Observing the duel, he couldn't help but inwardly marvel. Hatake Kakashi is truly formidable. Akai's physical prowess had long been capable of overwhelming his peers among the Chunin. Yet here, Kakashi, relying solely on taijutsu, showed no signs of faltering. It appeared that acquiring the Sharingan had not fully led him astray. Alas, Akai, what a pity. As he silently appraised Kakashi's strength, Yuenze did not foresee that Akai would ultimately be defeated, albeit narrowly, by Kakashi. Yet, even in the face of defeat, Akai maintained his ever-optimistic demeanor. He extended his right hand towards Kakashi, clearly intending to form a gesture of reconciliation post-battle. However, what incited Yuenye's ire was Kakashi's dismissive attitude. Not only did he ignore Akai's goodwill, but he also cast a haughty glance at Yuenye, particularly after noticing that the ambushers, who had previously succumbed to Yuenye, had all departed. Kakashi scoffed disdainfully and remarked in a detached tone, "What a bunch of useless fools." Fleeing at the first sign of failure, lacking even a smidgen of courage to face defeat. With his face obscured by a mask, Kakashi then fixed his icy gaze upon Yuenye and directly inquired, "Are you Nara Yuenye?" "Indeed. What, do you wish to challenge me?" Everyone has their boiling point, and Yuenye, whose nature was inherently straightforward, was no exception. While genius may breed arrogance, such pride must be tempered with discernment. Kakashi's hubris was nothing short of a collective mockery. Even the amiable Akai stood there awkwardly scratching his nose, while Yuenye couldn't help but feel a surge of indignation. Unfortunately, when it came to provoking others, Yuenye clearly had not mastered the art. Kakashi, however, paid no heed to Yuenye's words, maintaining his frosty stare locked on Yuenye's furious eyes, and continued to speak to himself. "You are the disciple of Minato-sensei. From now on, you may refer to me as Senpai. For this assessment, both you and Akai have passed. Report to training ground number 8 tomorrow. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave now. Remember, do not be late. Even as an intern in the Umbu, one must adhere to the rules. Any transgressions will result in punishment." Whoosh. No sooner had he finished speaking than Yuenye had no opportunity to respond, as Kakashi's figure vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, Akai, utterly unfazed by Kakashi's unpleasant demeanor, was exhilarated at the prospect of qualifying as an intern in the Umbu, embracing Yuenye without letting go. As for Yuenye, watching the jubilant Akai, his mind was filled with sarcasm. Bah, what intern Umbu? Isn't it merely a temporary worker? Bearing the title of genius and being the first of the new generation of the Nara clan, Yuya enjoyed considerable advantages within his lineage, not only in terms of training resources but also in the realm of intelligence. It seemed that peculiar occurrences were transpiring within the village of Konoha, and in his efforts to nurture Yuya, Shikaku often shared such information while casually inquiring about Yuya's thoughts as a form of assessment. The internship program for the Umbu, which the fourth Hokage was poised to unveil, was evidently something Yuya had been privy to long before. However, at that time, Yuya could scarcely fathom that. At the tender age of 4, and without having attended the Ninja Academy, he would be deliberately thrust into that very initiative by the fourth Hokage. Before delving further, it is essential to elucidate the fourth Hokage's internship Umbu program, which essentially functioned as a temporary employment scheme. In a bid to cultivate a faction of his own and to rally the new generation of Konoha's talents, the fourth Hokage, with the tacit approval of the third Hokage, sought to assemble a cadre of elites to integrate into his Umbu. However, these summoned elites lacked an authentic Umbu identity and were exempt from the preliminary training typically required for Umbu recruits. The true aim of the fourth Hokage was to allow gifted ninjas like Yuya and Guy to enter his ranks early, thereby branding these elites with the fourth Hokage's mark while simultaneously preparing them for the battlefield, ensuring they became adept ninjas in due course. As Yuya observed the original narrative, he contemplated that ninjas who had never participated in a shinobi war were significantly inferior to those who had. Thus, when Shikaku informed Yuya of the fourth Hokage's temporary employment initiative, Yuya wholeheartedly supported the idea. However, just as Yuya expressed his desire to join the temporary program, Shikaku's previously cheerful demeanor abruptly darkened, and he forcefully tapped Yuya on the head. "Enough of this nonsense. Yuya, while Minato's intentions are commendable, do you grasp the complexities involved in executing such a plan? Setting aside whether the elites Minato gathers can withstand the pressures of the battlefield, what if they were to suffer casualties in combat? Wouldn't that spell the utter demise of our clan's new generation? Moreover, who can predict the outcome of the battlefield? And how can we be certain our plans remain undisclosed?" Thus, Shikaku admonished Yuya, If Minato intends to summon you to the battlefield, you must categorically refuse. Opportunities for training on the battlefield will naturally be arranged for you in the future, so do not fret. However, you must remember that if anyone, even your Uncle Dingzwa or Uncle Hachi, encourages you to join the battlefield, they may harbor ulterior motives. Do you understand? Initially, upon hearing Shikaku's admonition, Yuya thought perhaps his concerns were exaggerated. Yet, after returning home and reflecting on the potential pitfalls of premature battlefield involvement, he found himself increasingly skeptical of the fourth Hokage's plan, despite outwardly endorsing it. Who would have thought that today, amidst a sudden attack from the Umbu, both Yuya and Guy would find themselves enlisted in the plans of the fourth Hokage after encountering the renowned Kakashi? As Yuya observed the excitement and exhilaration radiating from Guy, his own feelings were decidedly complex. It was evident that the prospect of soon joining the fourth Hokage on the battlefield stirred a sense of anticipation within Yuya. After all, while he had garnered some recognition within the confines of Konohagakure, on the battlefield he would merely be another mediocre warrior. Moreover, it was only in the crucible of combat that Yuya's growth could truly flourish. During his training in the village, he had already sensed a stagnation in his progress, compelling him to seek a perilous environment to sharpen his skills in pursuit of his goal to confront a Jonin. Yet, the reminder from Riku instilled a degree of apprehension within Yuya, particularly contemplating the possibility that the fourth Hokage might go to great lengths to protect him. While the esteemed Uchiha clan could resort to underhanded tactics to see him fall in battle, left him in a state of hesitation. Thus, he hurried home to seek Riku's counsel. However, upon entering Riku's room and catching sight of him, Yuya was taken aback to find none other than the fourth Hokage already present. Yuya, you've returned? Your performance was nothing short of exemplary. I was just discussing it with Riku, the fourth Hokage remarked warmly, beckoning Yuya with a smile. Acknowledging his nominal mentor's greeting, Yuya dutifully performed a bow before taking a seat beside Riku. After a brief exchange of trivialities between Riku and the Hokage, their conversation shifted focus to Yuya's participation in the temporary worker program. Minato, are you truly certain? Yuya is merely 4 years old. Is it truly wise for him to train on the battlefield? Riku inquired with concern. Rest assured, Riku. This is merely to allow Yuya to experience the atmosphere of the battlefield, not to thrust him into actual combat, the fourth Hokage reassured, maintaining his amiable demeanor. Casting a sidelong glance at Yuya, he continued to comfort Riku. I completely understand your worries. However, do not forget that this opportunity, while fraught with danger, could also serve as a pivotal moment for Yuya. There is a chance he may surpass even Kakashi and emerge as the youngest Jonin in the village. Furthermore, prior to his deployment, I have already arranged for training tailored specifically for Yuya. 3 days should suffice, considering his innate talent. Wouldn't you agree? Riku. Having said all this, you surely cannot refuse my request. Indeed, witnessing the genuine intent of the fourth Hokage, and considering Yuya's lineage as a member of the Nara clan, a family known for safeguarding the Hokage, Riku ultimately acquiesced with a silent nod, thereby granting Yuya permission to partake in the temporary worker program. Immediately after the fourth Hokage departed, he entrusted a scroll containing the fundamental equipment of the Umbu to Yuya, while also informing him of the time for their gathering the following day, before hastily vanishing from the residence shared by Ryujin and Yuya. However, the words of caution imparted by the fourth Hokage went entirely unheard by Yuya, for at that very moment of the Hokage's departure, the voice of the app resonated once more within Yuya's mind. Ding. Development successful. Ding. Development successful. Player, do you wish to commence the training of the new Shadow Hand? After a long wait, the app's notification finally echoed in Yuya's consciousness. Hearing the long-awaited voice of the app stirred a profound emotional response within him, as he had endured a grueling 2-month wait for the successful development of the new secret technique. Had Yuya known that the combination of the Shadow Hand and the Shadow Imitation technique would require such an extensive period, he certainly would not have attempted to merge these two techniques. Nevertheless, with such a lengthy development time, Yuya could not help but anticipate the effects of the new Shadow Hand. Frankly, the secret techniques developed by the app had never disappointed him. Whether it was the Shadow Shuriken or the Shadow Hand, they had become formidable assets in Yuya's arsenal, particularly the Shadow Shuriken, when combined with the astonishing effects of the Shadow Hand, had aided Yuya in overcoming the 3 Umbu dispatched by the fourth Hokage. It is indisputable that had Yuya failed to master the Shadow Shuriken and the Shadow Hand with his current abilities, defeating even a single Umbu would have posed a significant challenge. After all, the Nara clan within Konohagakure possessed formidable secret techniques, which everyone in the village was well aware of. Thus, it was primarily through the development of new secret techniques that Yue was able to challenge opponents beyond his level. With the addition of the new Shadow Hand, he completely cast aside the fourth Hokage's admonitions and Ryujin's concerns. Not only did he fail to heed the Hokage's warnings, but he also barely registered Ryujin's worries. After bidding farewell to Ryujin, Yue hurried back to his room. Almost as soon as he locked the door, he eagerly began to test the effects of the new Shadow Hand. After waiting for over 2 months, please do not let me down. Training of the secret technique New Shadow Hand. Progress modified. Target 100-100. Ding. Player, the training progress of the new Shadow Hand is 100-100. Congratulations on completing the training of the new Shadow Hand. Player, would you like to name the new Shadow Hand? No problem. I shall name it now. Communicating with the app through focused thought. As Yue fully grasped the intricacies of the new Shadow Hand, he suddenly realized that it was nothing short of a divine technique. Before mastering the new Shadow Hand, the Shadow Hand, developed by the app through the combination of the Shadow Imitation Technique and the Shadow Binding Technique, was already regarded as an extraordinary skill. The inherent notions surrounding the Nara clan's secret techniques have been utterly dismantled, transforming the ethereal shadows into tangible forms. It is no exaggeration to assert that in a world before the birth of Nara Shikamaru, the Shadow Hand harnessed through the application has truly forged a new historical chapter for the Nara clan's secret arts, a new era. However, if we consider the Shadow Hand merely as the prologue to this new epic, a mere embryonic form of what is to come, then the newly mastered Shadow Hand represents the full maturation of this new age. It transcends the mere condensation of a portion of shadows from their void state into physicality. The terrifying efficacy of the new Shadow Hand allows the wielder to transform their very own shadow into a corporeal entity for combat. If one Yuyama cannot triumph over a foe, surely two can prevail, utilizing the new Shadow Hand to conjure a shadow clone that mirrors oneself in every aspect, without losing an ounce of power, encapsulates the essence of this innovative technique. What is a shadow clone? What are multiple shadow clones? Such concepts seem utterly trivial. My Nara Yuyama's new Shadow Hand is the true art of shadow cloning, indeed. Henceforth, let the name of this secret technique be designated as the Shadow Clone Technique. Ding. Due to the miraculous effects of the Shadow Clone Technique, Yuyama has been secretly exhilarated for quite some time. Only when the application prompted him to successfully rename the new Shadow Hand to the Shadow Clone Technique did his gaze shift to the empty research list. Contemplating. It seems that the longer the development time, the more powerful the newly created secret techniques will be. Alas, I am soon to follow the fourth Hokage into the battlefield for training, and mastering more secret arts is essential for my survival. Therefore, I must pursue something that can be developed swiftly. Oh, the Shadow Imitation Technique range, with a success rate of 100, does not appear to be particularly challenging to develop. This is the one. With this thought in mind, Yuyama added the Shadow Imitation Technique range to the research function list. However, initially intending to grasp more new secret arts quickly to gain an advantage on the perilous battlefield, Yuyama found himself disheartened the following day when he checked the research function list again, discovering that the development of the new technique had not even reached one. A wave of frustration washed over him. How could it take so long for just a Shadow Imitation Technique range to be developed? Application, you have deceived me. Never mind. If it takes longer to develop, I can still hope for the new technique's effects and power. For now, I must gather with the fourth Hokage. It would be disastrous to be late for his first personal guidance in my training. Hastily, I rise to wash up and don the dark attire personally delivered by the fourth Hokage. A form-fitting black suit lies beneath silver armor, and I carry a specially crafted long sword on my back. Gazing into the mirror, I suddenly realize that there are indeed many benefits to being a temporary worker. Upon donning the dark attire of the Umbu, Yue felt an undeniable surge of confidence, momentarily indulging in self-admiration before hastily making his way to the training ground as previously notified by the fourth Hokage. To his surprise, as he stepped into the arena, he encountered a familiar face, none other than the insufferable and arrogant Kakashi. It is worth noting that, in the original narrative, Kakashi was often the one most notorious for his tardiness, always presenting a plethora of excuses upon his late arrivals. However, as Yue gradually familiarized himself with the lore, he came to realize that Kakashi's penchant for lateness was a tribute to Obito Uchiha, who was believed to be dead but, in reality, was not. Yet, Kakashi remained blissfully unaware of Obito's fate. Thus, at this moment, Kakashi's punctuality exceeded Yue's expectations. In contrast, Kakashi, upon observing Yue clad in Umbu garb, merely snorted dismissively. Just as Yue was about to inquire when the fourth Hokage would personally arrive for instruction, Kakashi, with an air of arrogance, beckoned him with a finger and stated coolly, "Lord Minato has conveyed that, due to his lack of time, he will not be personally overseeing your training. Moreover, should you wish to receive his guidance in the future, you must first pass my assessment. For now, let me evaluate your abilities and determine if you are worthy of Lord Minato's tutelage." What a disappointment. The Kakashi of the original story was so amiable, yet here he was, a petty and calculating individual. Nevertheless, facing Kakashi's provocation, Yue maintained a facade of calm. Inwardly scoffing, "Whether I am worthy of the fourth Hokage's instruction is not for you, Kakashi, to decide. Who do you think you are?" With that thought, Yue could not simply allow Kakashi to flaunt his superiority before him. Therefore, as Kakashi beckoned him, Yue fixed his gaze upon him and replied resolutely, "Very well. I welcome your guidance, senior. But let it be known, should I, by some stroke of luck, emerge victorious, you must take me to meet the teacher. For you truly lack the qualifications to instruct me." Arrogance. As soon as Yue finished speaking, Kakashi's visible black pupils narrowed slightly, his chakra surging explosively beneath him as he launched an immediate assault towards Yue. There is no doubt regarding Kakashi's prowess. Having earned the title of Jonin during wartime and creating the S-rank Jutsu Raikiri, anyone who would dare to call him incompetent at the end of the Third Great Ninja War would be met with derision, even from Yue. Especially after the battle at Kamui, having gained a Sharingan from Obito Uchiha, Kakashi's strength had undeniably reached its zenith. As he charged towards Yue, the timing of his chakra explosion and his ghostly speed left Yue in silent awe. Yet, at that moment, Kakashi's display was enough to instill astonishment within Yue. But nothing more. Taking advantage of the moment when Kakashi remained beyond 10 meters of proximity, it was evident that Kakashi's physical prowess could easily surpass that of Guy. Engaging in a contest of martial skills with Kakashi would be tantamount to courting death. Thus, as Kakashi prepared to take his next step, Yama suddenly crouched in the grass, his hands swiftly forming seals. Shadow stitching technique. Whoosh. At this juncture, the only secret technique that Yama could employ to repel Kakashi was indeed the shadow stitching technique. The shadows beneath him suddenly coalesced, accompanied by a sharp sound, as they surged toward Kakashi. Had Yama been facing a mere genin, or even an ordinary chunin, his shadow stitching technique would likely have ensured his victory. However, under Kakashi's hawk-like gaze, the shadow transformed and lunged forward, prompting a scoff from Kakashi, whose face was partially concealed by his mask. "Childish tactics, what use do they hold? Nara Yue, you have lost." Clap. It is difficult to fathom that in the face of Yama's shadow stitching technique, Kakashi not only showed no intent to evade but instead charged directly toward Yama's technique. Just as Yama assumed his technique would at least pose some trouble for Kakashi, a sudden crackling sound erupted. A bolt of lightning enveloped Kakashi's right hand, gently descending to completely dismantle Yama's shadow stitching technique. Moreover, almost instantaneously upon the appearance of that flash of lightning, Yama felt Kakashi's speed had increased even further. In the next moment, Kakashi swiftly darted forward, landing a powerful punch directly on Yama's chest. Time to take this more seriously. Bam! Kakashi's fist struck Yama's chest, followed by a resounding thud. Shadow clone technique, body replacement technique, executed in rapid succession. The astonishing speed at which Yama performed these techniques momentarily left Kakashi taken aback. Such impressive body replacement technique, such swift seal formation. Wait a moment. Hadn't he just executed without forming seals? Could it be the legendary no-seal technique? At this moment, it wasn't merely Kakashi who was astonished. Even the fourth Hokage, if present, would be left speechless upon realizing that Yama could unleash jutsu without the need for seals. But had Yama truly performed without seals? Was it possible to utilize the shadow clone technique and body replacement technique without them? Certainly not. During his training, forming seals was an integral part of Yama's practice, with the aim of achieving a seal formation speed that rivaled the legendary Itachi. One so swift that even Kakashi's Sharingan would struggle to perceive it. Regrettably, Yama's ultimate achievement in seal formation training was merely an enhancement of his mastery over certain secret techniques and the speed of jutsu formation. Therefore, the concept of no-seal jutsu was entirely beyond Yama's capabilities. The true reason Kakashi did not witness Yama forming seals was that Yama had not formed any seals at all. Regarding why Yuanze could utilize the shadow clone technique and subsequently the substitution technique without forming hand seals, the reason lies in his mastery of the new secret art, the shadow clone technique. Last night, upon mastering this new skill, Yuanjie referred to it as a divine technique. Why, you may ask? Because as he comprehended the intricacies of the shadow clone technique, he realized that his shadow could materialize a clone identical to his physical form. Moreover, when Yuanjie refrained from controlling the shadow clone away from his body, he merely needed to use the shadow clone to form seals. As soon as the shadow clone completed the hand seals, Yuanjie could execute the corresponding ninjutsu. In a sense, Yuanjie could indeed cast ninjutsu without hand seals. After all, in the heat of battle, few could ever keep a vigilant eye on Yuanjie's shadow, and others could hardly fathom that his shadow could assist him in forming seals. Thus, during the previous exchange, Yuanjie managed to narrowly evade Kakashi's assault, all thanks to his newfound technique. Without the shadow clone technique, it is likely that Yuanjie would have succumbed to Kakashi's prowess in that very round. However, even though he did not fall to Kakashi, Yuanjie was acutely aware of the chasm between him and a jonin. Itachi Kakashi was indeed a genius. In the first round of their confrontation, Kakashi showcased a mastery of taijutsu and ninjutsu that was utterly unimaginable to Yuanjie. Frankly speaking, even if Kakashi were to rely solely on taijutsu, Yuanjie would only have a 30% chance of victory against him, as Kakashi's speed and strength existed on an entirely different plane in Yuanjie's eyes. Under such circumstances, merely maintaining an unbeaten record was already a triumph. What more could one say about defeating Kakashi? Yet, the more unattainable a goal seemed, the more Yuanjie felt compelled to pursue it. Especially when locking eyes with Kakashi's expression of surprise, Yuanjie wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and raised a subtle smile. The more insurmountable the mountain, the more fascinating to climb, is it not? Kakashi, since you have not disappointed me, I, Nara Yue, shall not disappoint you either. Moreover, your weaknesses were unveiled in our previous encounter. Shadow imitation technique. Whoosh. Whoosh. As a jonin, Kakashi revealed his own vulnerabilities while engaging with the 4-year-old Yuanjie. Who would believe such a thing? Perhaps even Nara Shikaku and the 4th Hokage, those who held great faith in Yuanjie, would sincerely think he was jesting. However, whether Yuanjie was joking or not would soon become evident in the ensuing clash. With his expression growing increasingly serious, as Yuanjie formed seals yet again, a comprehensive plan took shape in his mind, a plan meticulously crafted to counter Kakashi. The shadow imitation technique was executed directly. And although Kakashi was momentarily taken aback by Nara Yue's previous use of the technique without hand seals, he remained unfazed as the shadow beneath Yue rapidly spread towards him. With a cold smirk, Kakashi leapt to evade Yue's shadow imitation technique. What did it matter if one could perform techniques without seals? Nara Yue, despite being somewhat different from other youngsters, was still just a child. Such juvenile tricks could never earn him the privilege of receiving guidance from the esteemed Minato-sensei. While Kakashi mocked Yue's secret technique, he secretly acknowledged Yue's strength in his heart. Sometimes, merely comparing oneself to others can lead to genuine conclusions. Kakashi believed that at the age of 4, he had not yet possessed the prowess Yue displayed today, thus his words were more a tactic to distract Yue, aiming to undermine his confidence through unconventional means. However, Kakashi was equally aware of his own weaknesses during their confrontation, and he knew he must secure victory swiftly. Yet, could Yue truly lose his composure over a few of Kakashi's words? The answer was, of course, no. Inheriting the exceptional genes of the Nara clan, Yue, with an adult's mindset, had grown even more mature, intelligent, and formidable. Having devised a plan to overcome Kakashi, he could not afford to make a single mistake while executing it. Just as Kakashi leaped into the air to evade the shadow imitation technique, a glimmer of confidence ignited in Yue's eyes. The first step was a success. Now, he would proceed to the second phase of his plan. Resolutely, Yue wasted no time and utilized shadow clones to form hand seals. Multiple shadow clone technique. Boom, boom, boom. 2 months of rigorous training had brought Yue comprehensive improvement. In terms of chakra, he was no longer the one who depleted his reserves after a few uses of the Nara clan's techniques. Hence, when he employed the multiple shadow clone technique, Yue astonishingly produced more than 10 shadow clones before Kakashi's astonished gaze. Shadow clones? This seemed not to be an ordinary shadow clone technique, but rather, the multiple shadow clone technique. As Yue completed the technique, over 10 shadow clones appeared amidst a cloud of smoke, leaving Kakashi once again in a state of shock. It was reminiscent of Yue's initial mastery of the shadow clone technique, although the difference between the two techniques was slight. One was a B-rank ninjutsu while the other was an A-rank ninjutsu. The difficulty in execution was far beyond the comprehension of an ordinary person. No wonder Kakashi wore a look of sheer disbelief after Yaya's demonstration. However, if Yaya's multiple shadow clone technique merely astonished Kakashi, then the secret technique he was about to unleash would surely send Kakashi into a state of panic. In an instant, the technique of multiple shadow clones was unleashed. And in conjunction with the Nara clan's secret arts, Kakashi felt an impending danger. At that moment, Kakashi resorted to the ordinary shadow clone technique, swiftly creating 2 shadow clones, aiming to mitigate his numerical disadvantage. However, Kakashi could hardly fathom that the true ace of the Uyama was not merely the multiple shadow clone technique. The real trump card was a newly mastered secret art from the previous night, the shadow clone technique. Kakashi, did you underestimate me? A single shadow clone technique is insufficient to overcome you. Thus, allow me to unveil my new secret art. Shadow clone technique. Bang, bang, bang. As the shadow clone technique was executed, Uyama felt his chakra rapidly depleting, yet the smile on his lips grew increasingly pronounced. Moreover, as the shadows beneath Uyama's feet, along with those of his shadow clones, coalesced into solid forms, encircling Kakashi, Uyama realized that this new secret art was indeed a divine skill. The efficacy of the shadow clone technique extended beyond Uyama's physical form. Its range encompassed not only Uyama but also his shadow clones. With over a dozen shadow clones combined with the shadow clone technique, there were now more than 20 clones in total, even if Kakashi were exceptionally formidable. Vanquishing over 20 of Uyama's clones would undoubtedly require a tremendous expenditure of chakra and stamina, wouldn't it? Furthermore, Kakashi's earlier stratagem, by the time Uyama's shadow clones manifested, had evidently turned into a blunder. In the original narrative, Uyama was aware that chakra quantity significantly influenced Kakashi's prowess. At this moment, having recently acquired the Sharingan from Uchiha Obito, and lacking the Uchiha lineage's physical constitution, coupled with the absence of methods to mitigate the Sharingan's chakra drain as depicted in the original story, Kakashi, even without utilizing the Sharingan, faced a horrifying depletion of chakra. This dreadful exhaustion was a weakness that Uyama discerned in Kakashi. Thus, by first employing the multiple shadow clone technique to compel Kakashi into utilizing shadow clones as well, Uyama further drained Kakashi's strength. Once Kakashi began to weaken, Uyama's shadow clone technique intensified the depletion. Conversely, while Kakashi grappled with physical exhaustion, Uyama could quietly recuperate his strength. Subsequently, under Uyama's cunning strategy, as the more than 20 clones engaged in chaotic combat with Kakashi and his shadow clones, with each of Uyama's clones perishing, Kakashi's shadow clones likewise fell in battle. Moreover, as all of Uyama's clones vanished, Kakashi appeared as though he had been pulled from water, his steps faltering unsteadily. However, as a high-ranking ninja, Kakashi still believed that the consumption during the shadow clone battle was quite significant. Therefore, after eliminating all of the clones, he resolved to determine the outcome within a single exchange. Unexpectedly, just as Kakashi prepared to unleash his chakra, intending to defeat his opponent, he suddenly found himself immobilized. Quickly, he cast a bewildered glance towards his adversary. As he listened to the indifferent words of his opponent, he finally comprehended the reason for his impending defeat. Kakashi, have you not realized that my shadow has vanished? Reflecting on those words, Kakashi's pupils slightly constricted as he discovered, to his astonishment, that the shadow of his opponent had indeed disappeared. Struggling against the firm constraints, he managed to catch a glimpse beneath him and soon recognized that the shadow which had vanished was merely a short distance behind him, employing the shadow mimicry technique. At that moment, it became apparent why Kakashi was unable to move, while he engaged in a chaotic battle with the shadow clones. His opponent, recovering continuously, had maneuvered the real body as shadow clone behind him. Subsequently, as Kakashi was severely drained and his chakra nearly depleted, the prepared lethal move suddenly manifested. Thus, when the victorious smile that hinted at triumph appeared on his opponent's lips, it was reflected in Kakashi's slightly narrowed dark pupils. And even the proud Kakashi could not help but feel a measure of admiration for his rival. After all, to defeat a renowned high-ranking ninja like Kakashi at the tender age of 4 is no small feat. In contrast, after his victory, his opponent felt only a fleeting sense of joy, overshadowed by a profound sense of gravity and caution. That was merely a test. Kakashi did not unleash his full strength. Even if I won, it signifies little. In a true life-and-death struggle, given Kakashi's prowess, I would have likely perished several times over. The weight of seriousness and caution gradually replaced the joy of victory in his eyes, as it became evident that even he understood the vast chasm between himself and a high-ranking ninja. Earlier, Why had he deemed the encounter with Kakashi merely a test? The reason was simple. Kakashi, even without employing the recently acquired Sharingan from Obito, had not been compelled to reveal his signature jutsu. Had Kakashi unleashed his full power in that fleeting moment of confrontation, it is doubtful that his opponent would have had any opportunity to retaliate, let alone utilize the multiple shadow clone technique in tandem with the shadow clone technique to exhaust Kakashi. Kakashi's self-invented S-rank ninjutsu, Raikiri, was undoubtedly a lethal move. Was it not? After acquiring the Sharingan from Obito, Kakashi's S-rank ninjutsu, Raikiri, was further enhanced, allowing him to pinpoint his opponent's position with the Sharingan and eliminate AJ Nin in the blink of an eye, let alone someone of inferior strength like Yuya. Moreover, considering the previous instance where Yuya utilized shadow clones, it seemed evident that Kakashi had shown leniency. In an authentic life-or-death battle, could mere shadow clones truly delay the movements of AJ Nin like Kakashi? He could effortlessly execute the multi-shadow clone technique, evade the encirclement with a body flicker technique, and then proceed to weave hand signs, directing a Raikiri towards Yuya for certain victory. Consequently, the more Yuya sensed Kakashi's apparent restraint, the more discomfort he felt within, especially upon realizing that his victory had come purely by chance. He silently motivated himself to train diligently once he stepped onto the battlefield again, aspiring to eventually triumph over the true Kakashi. But for now, his mind was filled with Kakashi's smug demeanor, prompting Yuya to prepare a fitting lesson for Kakashi when the opportunity arose. Kakashi, are you ready to admit defeat? As long as you acknowledge my eligibility to receive Master Minato's guidance, I might consider sparing you. But before that, you must apologize. Remember, your apology must be sincere, or I shall not accept it. Apologize? In your dreams. Kakashi scoffed at Yuya's taunts. Nara Yuya, do you genuinely believe you've won? Didn't your Nara ancestors teach you that the shadow imitation technique is not infallible? Crack, crack. As Kakashi's voice echoed, Yuya remained unfazed. However, when Kakashi, despite being ensnared by the shadow imitation technique, regained the ability to move his hands and began forming hand signs, Yuya's pupils constricted in disbelief. Was this the prowess of AJ Nin? To disregard the binding power of the shadow imitation technique and still perform hand signs? Indeed, I have underestimated the Nin. No, I have underestimated Kakashi. Feeling the dwindling chakra within him, a bitter sensation welled up in Yuya's heart. In the previous encounter, he had not reserved a single ounce of chakra for himself. Had the shadow clones failed to ensnare Kakashi, defeat would have been inevitable. Who would have thought that even with a successful tactic, Kakashi still possessed a means to retaliate? Especially upon witnessing Kakashi's hand signs, executed in the sequence of Tori, Yu, and Shin, a hint of panic flickered in Yuya's eyes. For Kakashi's speed in forming hand signs was reminiscent of a renowned A-rank ninjutsu from the original storyline, the simplified version of Raikiri, Chidori. Indeed, at the moment Kakashi completed his hand signs, Yunya beheld his right hand morphing into a claw-like shape, as a brilliant silver lightning flickered within his palm. The sound of crackling electricity echoed like a chorus of 1,000 birds singing. What else could it be but Kakashi's Chidori? However, even Yunya was unaware that, at this juncture, Kakashi's Chidori had not yet come into existence. As a member of the Umbu, one must execute ninjutsu in secrecy. The commotion generated by Chidori was simply too great. If Kakashi were to employ Chidori, it would not only alert the mission target but likely reveal his whereabouts to everyone within several miles. At this moment, the reason Kakashi resorted to Chidori was precisely because of Yunya. In previous skirmishes, Kakashi had expended an excessive amount of chakra, leaving him incapable of employing Raikiri. Yet, a genius remains a genius. Spurred on by Yunya's provocations, Kakashi astonishingly crafted a simplified version of Raikiri in the blink of an eye. The A-rank ninjutsu, Chidori, manifested in a dazzling flash of lightning, as Kakashi, harnessing the electric currents coursing around him, shattered Yunya's shadow imitation technique with a resounding crash. The pitch-black shadow swiftly returned to Yunya's feet, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead, particularly as he focused on Kakashi's Chidori. Yunya was acutely aware of the shadow of death looming ominously above him. Oh no, am I to perish? With my speed, there is no chance of survival beneath Kakashi's Chidori. No, how can I so easily concede? In the face of dire straits on the battlefield, would I merely sit idly by and await my demise? His gaze momentarily vacant, Yunya, under the immense pressure of Chidori, briefly entertained thoughts of surrender. Yet, this flicker of resignation was fleeting. Soon, his eyes regained their sharpness, and under the duress of Kakashi's Chidori, Yuanya underwent a profound mental awakening. Unfortunately, such a spiritual elevation bore no fruit against the A-rank ninjutsu. Aside from the courage to fight to the bitter end, Yuanya found himself utterly powerless against Kakashi's Chidori. In the next moment, as Kakashi's right hand shimmered with the light of Chidori and his chakra surged beneath him, propelling him forward with great speed, Yuanya bit down hard on his lower lip, tasting the metallic tang of blood. Yet, he was left with no recourse as Chidori surged closer. He could only widen his eyes, watching helplessly as Kakashi's Chidori approached his chest. However, just as Kakashi's Chidori was about to pierce Yuanya's heart in what would have been a mundane contest leading to his demise, a sudden roar echoed from afar, instantly becoming Yuanya's lifeline in this precarious moment of life and death. Kakashi, halt! Bang! Kakashi, halt! Bang! Just as Kakashi's Chidori, held firmly in his right hand, was a mere 20 centimeters away from piercing the chest of Yuanya, a thunderous shout echoed from a distance, igniting a flicker of hope for Yuanya. For he recognized that familiar voice. It was the fourth Hokage. With the fourth Hokage present, Yuanya knew his life was spared. Indeed, the fourth Hokage did not disappoint Yuanya. In the moment when Kakashi struggled to control the intensity of his Chidori, nearly delivering a fatal blow to Yuanya, the Hokage's figure appeared like a bolt of golden lightning, instantly placing himself between Yuanya and Kakashi, forcefully striking Kakashi's wrist. Bang! Another resounding noise echoed as Kakashi's Chidori struck the ground, creating a deep crater upon impact. In that fleeting instant, both Yuanya and Kakashi were drenched in a cold sweat. Clearly, Yuanya's sweat stemmed from the relief of having his life saved by the timely arrival of the fourth Hokage, while the cold sweat on Kakashi's brow was a result of sheer terror from his near-fatal mistake. Just moments ago, I nearly killed Yuanya? What on earth is happening to me? Taking several deep breaths, Yuanya's panic finally subsided, while Kakashi remained in a state of shock. Meanwhile, the fourth Hokage, relieved to have averted a tragedy, slowly exhaled a breath of tension. Noticing that Yuanya had not sustained any injuries, merely appearing startled, the Hokage's stern gaze shifted to Kakashi, who was met with a furious reprimand. Kakashi, do you realize what you were just doing? Yuanya is not your enemy. He is your comrade. Even in sparring, one must exercise restraint. Do you not agree? Master Minato, I realize my mistake, Kakashi replied, his head bowed, lacking the courage to meet the fourth Hokage's gaze. After apologizing to the Hokage, Kakashi quickly turned to Yuanya, deeply bowing before him and expressing his remorse. Yuanya, I sincerely apologize. I had no intention of hurting you. It was merely that I understand. One can hardly escape the toll of battle. Yuanya reassured him, I am unscathed, so let us move on. Though he harbored resentment for Kakashi's lack of restraint, Yuanya felt compelled to maintain a facade of composure in the presence of the fourth Hokage. Moreover, Yuanya's mindset was remarkably resilient. In the heat of battle, being outmatched often equates to dire consequences. Thus, Kakashi's aggressive Chidori served as a crucial lesson for Yuanya. Furthermore, in that life-or-death moment, Yuanya himself had experienced growth. Just as Kakashi's Chidori was about to make contact with Yuanya's chest, a sharp crack echoed, and Yuanya suddenly felt as though something within his mind had shattered. Immediately thereafter, an elusive sensation began to envelop him. Now, even without utilizing chakra perception, Yuanya can subtly sense the events unfolding around him. Thus, for various reasons, Yuanya, having gained fortune from misfortune, cannot justly blame Kakashi. Rather, he should express his gratitude. However, Kakashi, having made a mistake, is unlikely to accept Yuanya's thanks. When the fourth Hokage sees Yuanya and realizes that Kakashi can reconcile, he secretly breathes a sigh of relief. Yet, just as Yuanya believes the previous misunderstandings are about to be resolved, the fourth Hokage's stern gaze falls upon him once more. Yuanya, Kakashi has acknowledged his mistake. Do you recognize yours? Taken aback for a moment, Yuanya quickly realizes that the fourth Hokage intends to address both parties equally. Nodding earnestly, he replies, Teacher Minato, I understand my mistake. Good, it is reassuring that you comprehend your error. The fourth Hokage nods appreciatively, pleased with Yuanya's attitude of accountability. He glances first at the downcast Kakashi, then shifts his gaze back to Yuanya, slowly articulating, Kakashi erred in employing dangerous jutsu during a spar, nearly injuring you. Conversely, your fault lies in disrespecting your senior. Had you not provoked Kakashi, he would not have resorted to such perilous techniques. Therefore, Yuanya, you must promptly apologize to Kakashi. Kakashi-senpai, I acknowledge my mistake. Though a sense of discomfort lingers in his heart, Yuanya recognizes the authoritative presence of the fourth Hokage. After all, the might of the fourth Hokage's fist is unparalleled. Thus, Yuanya can only silently concede to Kakashi. Nevertheless, it is evident that the fourth Hokage is a figure of reason. At least he does not impose penalties on either Yuanya or Kakashi regarding this matter. Observing the reconciliation between Yuanya and Kakashi, who subsequently performed the reconciliation seal, the fourth Hokage shifts their focus toward training. Kakashi, now that you are a Jonin, you must often forge your own path. Just as Jiraiya-sensei taught me, I too must learn to let you advance independently. However, there are significant issues you must address, and as your teacher, I must resolve them. Therefore, for the next few days, you will train alongside Yuanya and me. Upon hearing this, Kakashi silently nods. In matters of trust, Kakashi holds unwavering faith in the fourth Hokage. Thus, when the Hokage implies he can assist Kakashi with his chakra capacity and expenditure, Kakashi readily agrees without hesitation. Once again shifting his gaze to Yuanya, the fourth Hokage meets his eyes, which are brimming with concealed excitement. With a gentle smile, he states, Yuanya, you are remarkably intelligent, and your foundation is solid. With your diligence, in no more than 3 years, you could potentially surpass Kakashi and become the youngest Jonin in history. However, regrettably, should you enter the battlefield now without any means of self-preservation or decisive techniques, your chances of survival would be exceedingly slim. Therefore, to address both your and Kakashi's challenges, I have decided to train you in this jutsu. As he spoke, the fourth Hokage suddenly paused, extending his right hand and channeling his inner chakra. Gradually, under the eager gaze of Kakashi, chakra materialized in the palm of the fourth Hokage's hand, forming a sphere. Was it not the Reincarnated? Therefore, Yohei, who was already acquainted with the principles of Reincarnated cultivation, couldn't help but smirk at the fourth Hokage's proud display of the technique. In contrast, Kakashi, a creator of S-rank ninjutsu himself, was astonished to see the fourth Hokage's Reincarnated still resembling that of a novice, exclaiming, Sensei Minato, are you preparing to teach Yohei and me the Reincarnated? Indeed, it was the Reincarnated. With a smile and a nod, the fourth Hokage was poised to expound upon the benefits and key points of mastering the Reincarnated. However, at that moment, neither the fourth Hokage nor Kakashi anticipated that Yohei, resembling a curious child, would suddenly extend his own right hand, gathering chakra as he inquired, Sensei Minato, was that how you performed the technique? Haha. Yohei, I spent 3 arduous years developing the Reincarnated. Don't try it yet. Rather, listen to my explanation of its principles. Observing Yohei's inquisitive demeanor, eager to attempt the Reincarnated, the fourth Hokage couldn't help but chuckle, realizing that Yohei was indeed just a 4-year-old child. How could a technique that took the fourth Hokage 3 years to perfect be learned by a mere child with a single glance? After sealing a reconciliation pact with Yohei, Kakashi, who had nearly harmed him, felt a tinge of guilt. Thus, upon the fourth Hokage's prompt, Kakashi furrowed his brows and advised Yohei, Yohei, you should listen carefully to Sensei Minato's explanation. Without mastering the cultivation method, I couldn't successfully perform the Reincarnated, let alone. But just then, as the fourth Hokage and Kakashi believed Yohei incapable of successfully executing the Reincarnated, the chakra in Yohei's palm began to swirl, leaving both the fourth Hokage and Kakashi utterly astonished. The chakra in his palm slowly formed a perfect sphere, resembling the Reincarnated previously demonstrated by the fourth Hokage, before Yohei truly succeeded in casting the technique. Neither the fourth Hokage nor Kakashi could fathom that he had merely observed the method once and was able to master the Reincarnated. Especially the fourth Hokage, who had toiled so diligently to create the Reincarnated, felt a wave of emotion wash over him as he saw the technique grasped within Yohei's hands, tears nearly welling in his eyes. Is this what it means to nurture a prodigy? Is this the sorrowful feeling that comes with guiding a genius? Jiraiya-sensei, I suddenly find myself understanding your sentiments from back then. In silence, filled with unspoken sighs over the prowess of the Reincarnated, the fourth Hokage and Kakashi stood in stunned disbelief. How could they know that at this very moment, Yuya, who had successfully executed the Reincarnated, was secretly mocking them? Thank you, Teacher Minato. If you hadn't taught me the method of using the Reincarnated today, I would have had to exert great effort to explain it on the battlefield in the future. And as for Kakashi, how could he maintain his pride before me now? Haha. Observing the fourth Hokage, Kakashi was frozen in place, his expression one of astonishment, while Yuya reveled in a sense of bittersweet triumph, all previous frustrations fading away. As for why Yuya only needed a glance at the fourth Hokage's technique to master the Reincarnated, must it be explicitly stated? It was undoubtedly due to the assistance of an app, having long known the principles behind the Reincarnated. Yue had prepared to train in its use even before the fourth Hokage had imparted his teachings. What are the key points in mastering the Reincarnated? The original narrative elucidates this quite clearly. The first stage of Reincarnated training is rotation. In the original story, Jiraiya's modified method for the first stage involved utilizing a balloon for practice. As for the second stage, the emphasis lies on power. Thus, following the balloon method, Jiraiya innovated a technique using a rubber ball. Successfully completing the first two stages of training essentially means one has initially grasped the Reincarnated. Conversely, the third stage of Reincarnated training is the most arduous. This stage involves maintaining the technique. Only by sustaining the rotation and power of the Reincarnated can one be said to have truly completed its training. Of course, with the app's assistance. Yue need not undergo such complex training. With a mere thought, communicating with the app, as Yue silently reminisced about Jiraiya teaching Naruto the Reincarnated. The progress of his training seamlessly advanced. Subsequently, the modification of the training progress soared directly to 100-100. Yue not only surpassed Naruto Uzumaki, but also mastered the one-handed technique of the Reincarnated. Upon completing the training, as he contemplated the intricacies of the Reincarnated, Yue felt his chakra control strengthening. The advantages of the app in modifying training progress are undeniable. Had he been required to train the Reincarnated in a conventional manner, it is likely he would not have even completed the first stage before entering the battlefield. Silently marveling at this, Yue turned his gaze towards the fourth Hokage and Kakashi, only to find that they had regained their composure. Seizing the moment, he quipped, "Teacher Minato, who invented the Reincarnated you used? It seems rather simple." The essence of mastering the Reincarnated boils down to rotation, power, and maintenance. Surely, the life-saving technique you just mentioned isn't the Reincarnated, is it? Humph. Of course not. The successful execution of the Reincarnated left the fourth Hokage internally bleeding, a sensation so palpable that even Kakashi could hear the rapid dripping of his own despair. Yet, in a bid to maintain his dignity before Yuenya, the fourth Hokage forced a smile and remarked, "Yuenya, the Reincarnated is not as simple as you may think. There are numerous benefits to mastering its technique. However, since you have already grasped the Reincarnated, you may now enjoy some freedom of movement." With that, the fourth Hokage turned to Kakashi, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, and said, "Kakashi, let us commence the first phase of Reincarnated training, which involves the rotation Yuenge mentioned." As soon as the fourth Hokage's words fell, Kakashi nodded silently. Then, akin to Jiraiya instructing Naruto in the original narrative, the fourth Hokage, having mastered the balloon training method, produced several balloons and began teaching Kakashi how to cultivate the Reincarnated. Regrettably, as the fourth Hokage had indicated, mastering the Reincarnated was no easy feat, leading Kakashi to reluctantly accept the reality of his inferiority to Yuenya. Despite Yuenya's rapid success with the Reincarnated through the use of an app, which not only embarrassed the fourth Hokage, but also left Kakashi in a state of disbelief. The fourth Hokage's earlier assertions remained true. Yuenya's mastery of the Reincarnated would undoubtedly enhance his performance on the battlefield, providing him with a lethal trump card for survival. Once Kakashi acquired the Reincarnated, he too would inevitably address his own shortcomings. To put it simply, Yuenya lacked a powerful finishing move, and the Reincarnated could serve to compensate for his weaknesses. After all, members of the Nara clan were predominantly supportive in nature, although Yuenya possessed new defensive ninjutsu. The absence of a decisive technique like the Reincarnated or Chidori rendered him particularly vulnerable. As for Kakashi, his primary issue revolved around chakra consumption. Mastering the Reincarnated would enhance his chakra control, allowing him not only to resolve his own consumption issues but also potentially discover ways to mitigate the drain of using the Sharingan. Truly a case of killing two birds with one stone. Before long, under the fourth Hokage's guidance, Kakashi finally grasped the first phase of Reincarnated training. However, a smile eluded him. Just as he was about to express his joy upon completing the first stage, he noticed the fourth Hokage staring blankly at Yuenya, who had, after a day of training, successfully launched the Reincarnated while maintaining its formidable power. It was not only the fourth Hokage who was momentarily stunned. Even Kakashi, after a brief pause, muttered under his breath, "What a prodigy! Could the Reincarnated truly be thrown?" Without a doubt. Just recall Naruto from the original storyline, who, after enduring rigorous training, could launch the incredibly difficult wind release, Rasen Shuriken. Moreover, in the canon film Boruto, Naruto the movie, Naruto's son, the fourth Hokage's grandson, also demonstrated the ability to throw the Reincarnated. thus having successfully mastered the spiral sphere through the accelerated training offered by the app. I seized the opportunity while the fourth Hokage was occupied guiding Kakashi to restore my chakra and prepare for the advanced training of the spiral sphere. I never anticipated that utilizing the app would significantly enhance my chakra control capabilities. If we consider the original storyline of Naruto Uzumaki's training, the next step in improving chakra control should logically involve altering one's chakra nature. The secret techniques of the Nara clan, passed down through generations, provide a method to transform one's chakra into in release, which is not particularly challenging. Unfortunately, I have yet to test my chakra nature, rendering any training in chakra nature alteration impossible. Surely, I cannot inquire with Minato-sensei for chakra nature testing paper. Therefore, I must delve deeper into the training of the spiral sphere, enriching my arsenal while simultaneously honing my chakra control. Upon reflection, it seems that while I had restored my chakra, I had not engaged in throwing the spiral sphere but rather focused on deepening my mastery of it. What does such profound training entail? It must undoubtedly involve the Great Ball Spiral Sphere rather than the Wind Release Spiral Shuriken technique. Setting aside whether my chakra nature is wind, it is clear that without having completed the training in chakra nature alteration, mastering the Wind Release Spiral Shuriken technique would be impossible. Thus, I resolved to prepare for the training of the Great Ball Spiral Sphere. While Kakashi was still engaged in the initial phase of Spiral Sphere training, I, guided by my insights, flawlessly executed the spiral sphere with my right hand. Subsequently, to further enhance my control over the spiral sphere, I endeavored to manipulate one simultaneously with my left hand. Gradually accumulating this practice, my chakra control would surely improve, establishing a solid foundation for the training of the Great Ball Spiral Sphere. However, the challenge of using the spiral sphere with both hands is incomparable to the ease of utilizing it with a single hand. Initially, I believed I was more adept than Naruto Uzumaki, able to perform the spiral sphere unaided by shadow clones. Dismissing the notion that using it with both hands would pose any difficulty. To my surprise, as the chakra began to coalesce in my left hand, an explosive sound erupted. I had failed to control the chakra properly, resulting in my left hand as spiral sphere backfiring and sending me tumbling away. How intriguing. What merit lies in training devoid of challenge? Very well, I shall attempt once more. Resilience is an indispensable mindset for training. Moreover, having trained alongside Guy, the trials endured under his tutelage were far more severe than the present struggles. Thus, brushing off the dust from my clothes, I resolved to employ the multi-shadow clone technique to assist my training. Whether the secrets of shadow clone training would be unveiled before the fourth Hokage or Kakashi was a matter I need not concern myself with. The fourth Hokage serves as the mentor to Naruto, with Kakashi as his senior. Is there truly a need for excessive concern? Moreover, the shadow clone training method was originally conceived by Kakashi himself, so Naruto felt that revealing his progress ahead of time would pose no significant issues. However, just as Naruto prepared to utilize the shadow clone technique for training, an unexpected notification from the app caught his attention, indicating the addition of a new technique to his training progress bar. In a state of eager anticipation, Naruto hastily accessed the app's training progress bar, and to his astonishment, he discovered a newly introduced jutsu named Spiral Double Bullets was now included, boasting a training progress of 30-100. The app's accelerated training feature had indeed grown increasingly powerful. Yet, Naruto had merely scratched the surface of mastering the Spiral Double Bullets, having not yet grasped its essence. If that were the case, there was no need for him to exert himself in advancing his training with the Rinnegan or in chakra control. With the app's efficacy, a qualitative leap in his strength could be achieved within a single day. Overwhelmed with joy, Naruto wasted no time in commencing his training with the Spiral Double Bullets, successfully mastering the new jutsu. Upon completion of this training, his chakra control capabilities had undeniably strengthened, as utilizing the Rinnegan with both hands proved to be significantly more challenging than with just one. Subsequently, inspired by his training in the Spiral Double Bullets, Naruto took a deep breath, preparing for the next phase of his training, which was none other than the jutsu that the fourth Hokage and Kakashi had seen, throwing the Rinnegan. To throw the Rinnegan required exceptional chakra control. However, given that Naruto had already mastered the Spiral Double Bullets, his chakra control was already formidable. Thus, during his first attempt at throwing the Rinnegan, he successfully propelled it about half a meter forward. Upon striking the tree trunk ahead, the Rinnegan retained its formidable power and brought the sturdy tree crashing to the ground. Indeed, once a jutsu was initially mastered, the app would duly record its training progress, Reincarnated throwing technique was indeed an apt name, albeit somewhat unappealing. Coincidentally, just as Kakashi had recently grasped the first stage of Reincarnated training, the Reincarnated throwing technique had seamlessly integrated into Naruto's training progress, with an impressive progress rate of 50-100. Silently adjusting the training metrics, Naruto perfected the Reincarnated throwing technique, further enhancing his chakra control abilities. However, as Naruto prepared for subsequent training, he caught a glimpse of the astonished expression on Kakashi's face, prompting him to sheepishly scratch his head. Trouble was brewing. Completely immersed in the exhilarating experience of accelerated training via the app, he had momentarily forgotten that his mentor, Minato, and Kakashi were still present. Would it not raise concerns for them to witness his rapid advancement? A sense of unease lingered within, as Rinnegan found himself at a loss for an appropriate reaction beyond scratching his head and offering a silly grin. Meanwhile, the fourth Hokage, observing Kakashi's astonishment and Rinnegan's evident discomfort, graciously extended a lifeline to Rinnegan. Regrettably, when Rinnegan accepted this gesture, he felt no joy, particularly as his gaze fell upon Kakashi. The weight of his troubles seemed to multiply. Rinnegan, your training speed is truly beyond my expectations, the fourth Hokage remarked. Once you finish your training, accompany Kakashi to meet your team members and prepare for a few simple missions. Yes, Master Minato, as Rinnegan utilized an app to accelerate his training. Swiftly mastering the spiral double bomb and spiral throw techniques, he found it gratifying that the fourth Hokage offered him a way out. Yet, who could have anticipated that the new directive would involve joining Kakashi's Umbu team and embarking on missions alongside him? When Rinnegan, feeling helpless, nodded in agreement to join Kakashi's Umbu squad, the playful glint in Kakashi's eyes made him acutely aware of the escalating difficulties ahead. Setting aside their numerous misunderstandings and mutual disdain, the mere prospect of joining Kakashi's team filled Rinnegan with an awkward sensation, robbing him of the desire to train further. However, the decision made by the fourth Hokage was not one that Rinnegan or Kakashi could alter. Moreover, the Hokage's intention behind Rinnegan's inclusion in Kakashi's missions was ultimately for Rinnegan's benefit. Engaging in tasks would afford him valuable combat experience, thereby enhancing his survival odds on future battlefields. At this juncture, the fourth Hokage's command for Rinnegan to join Kakashi's Umbu unit stemmed from another reason. He would likely lack the time to mentor Rinnegan in the near future, as Kakashi was also in training. This was particularly relevant considering the spiral throw technique Rinnegan had been practicing years prior, before Jiraiya's departure from Konoha. The fourth Hokage had drawn inspiration from the tailed beast bomb, intending to invent a ninjutsu without hand seals. After 3 years of effort, and with guidance from his mentor Jiraiya, he successfully developed the A-rank technique, the spiral sphere. However, at that time, he had only grasped the technique without streamlining its training method. It was only recently, through correspondence with Jiraiya, that they managed to simplify the training process for the spiral sphere, allowing the fourth Hokage to impart this knowledge to Rinnegan, leading to the memorable scene with Kakashi. Yet, during the simplification process, both the fourth Hokage and Jiraiya felt they had reached a bottleneck in the development of the spiral sphere. Little did they know, Rinnegan's mastery of the spiral double bomb and spiral throw would spark new ideas for the fourth Hokage in advancing the spiral sphere's evolution. Undoubtedly, had the fourth Hokage lived longer within the original narrative, advanced techniques such as the Great Ball Reincarnated and Wind Release, Raisin Shuriken could have been developed much earlier. At present, the fourth Hokage, inspired by the adventurer, has conceived new ideas regarding the advancement of the Reincarnated technique. In a manner of speaking, one could assert that this adventurer has altered the trajectory of the fourth Hokage's life. Whether the Reincarnated, once mastered, will fall in the battle against the Nine Tails remains an enigma. Conversely, the adventurer remains blissfully unaware that his seemingly insignificant actions have set forth a chain of events. Upon learning of his imminent induction into Kakashi's Ambu squad, the adventurer is consumed not only by resentment but also by the determination to not fall short in Kakashi's team. As both a senior and the squad leader, Kakashi will undoubtedly present numerous challenges. Alas, it would have been preferable had Kakashi retained the amiable nature portrayed in the original story, rather than being so meticulous. It seems that, in order to mitigate such challenges, I must hasten my efforts to strengthen my abilities. Fortunately, the advanced Reincarnated techniques, combined with the app's accelerated training effects, will significantly enhance my prowess. With the mastery of the Reincarnated double blast and the Reincarnated throwing technique, two formidable jutsu, I am confident that my encounters with Kakashi will not be as disastrous as before. Observing Kakashi, under the guidance of the fourth Hokage, Embarking on the second phase of Reincarnated training, the adventurer seizes the opportunity. With time to spare before Kakashi introduces him to the other ENBU members, he hastily employs the multi-shadow clone technique, utilizing his shadow clones for training. The fourth Hokage and Kakashi, having long recognized the adventurer's aptitude for jutsu, merely express mild astonishment at his training method, acknowledging his remarkable talent and continuing their own practice. Seeing that neither the fourth Hokage nor Kakashi questions his use of shadow clones, the adventurer promptly assigns them to training. 3 shadow clones suffice for mastering the Great Ball Reincarnated. As long as the jutsu is incorporated into the training progress bar, the app will assist in completing the training. As for the remaining 3 shadow clones, they shall engage in true innovative training for the Reincarnated. With this thought igniting a glimmer in his eyes, the adventurer muses, if I could execute the Reincarnated with just a finger, my mastery over chakra would surely ascend to new heights. Excellent. I shall name this new jutsu the Finger Reincarnated. Shadow clones, commence your training. While instructing his clones to begin their practice, the adventurer himself remains diligent, continuing his training in the Konoha's strong fist fluid technique under a weighted load. Before long, the sun begins its descent toward the horizon. Under the direct guidance of the fourth Hokage, Kakashi was on the verge of completing the second phase of his Reincarnated training, with the third and final phase set to commence the following day. One might wonder how Kakashi could progress so swiftly in his mastery of the Reincarnated. Well, let's not forget that Kakashi is a Jonin, renowned for his creation of the S-rank ninjutsu, Raikiri, and his control over chakra is nothing short of extraordinary. Particularly under the personal tutelage of the fourth Hokage, Kakashi quickly grasped the nuances of simplifying the Reincarnated training. Not only was he nearing the completion of his training, but he also subtly seized an opportunity to reduce the strain that the Sharingan imposed on him. However, despite Kakashi's rapid advancement with the fourth Hokage's guidance, Yuya's progress, even while utilizing an app for training, far surpassed Kakashi's. As Yuya's shadow clones dissipated, both the fingertip Reincarnated and the giant Reincarnated were seamlessly integrated into his training progress. With a mere adjustment to the app to modify his training parameters, both advanced Reincarnated techniques were now firmly in Yuya's grasp, further augmenting his strength. Once Yuya's training was temporarily concluded, the fourth Hokage departed early to focus on the development of the advanced Reincarnated techniques. Following the Hokage's departure, Yuya found himself in an awkward silence before Kakashi, who, after observing Yuya's chakra restoration, glanced indifferently in his direction and remarked, "Yuya, I presume you are not acquainted with the other members of our Umbu team aside from yourself. When they arrive, I shall introduce you." "Thank you, Kakashi-senpai," Yuya replied, relieved to hear Kakashi was still capable of handling matters with a level of decorum. However, just as Yuya had begun to relax, Kakashi reverted to his usual demeanor, coldly admonishing, "What do you mean, senpai? From now on, you shall address me as captain." "Yes, captain." True to Yuya's expectations, not long after the fourth Hokage's departure, Kakashi transformed back into the nitpicking individual he often was. Yet, there was little he could do. After all, Kakashi was indeed the captain. In order to survive within the Umbu team, Yuya felt compelled to adopt the role of the obedient subordinate. Fortunately, having nearly misjudged Yuya's intentions previously, Kakashi had become somewhat more restrained. After receiving a satisfactory response, he led Yuya to the designated assembly point for their Umbu team, in the Hidden Leaf Village. The meeting place for the Umbu was predetermined. However, as Yuya was merely a temporary member, the assembly point was less formal, often just a secluded training ground, not far from where Yuya and Guy were training. Upon arriving at the designated meeting point, Yuanya raised his gaze and immediately spotted 2 individuals clad in the attire of the Umbu, who had been waiting there well in advance. These 2 Umbu members were of a height comparable to Kakashi, and it was evident that they were also youthful members of the organization. Upon seeing Kakashi approach with Yuanya, the 2 Umbu initially exhibited a hint of surprise at Yuanya's age. However, under Kakashi's indifferent gaze, they scratched their heads and promptly addressed him. "Captain, you're here." "Yes, I'm here," Kakashi replied, nodding silently. As he acknowledged the greetings from the 2 young Umbu, his typically icy demeanor softened slightly. Yet, the more Kakashi maintained this stoic facade, the more Yuanya felt that he would be difficult to engage with. It was hard to imagine how he would manage to break through Kakashi's cold exterior while working alongside him in the Umbu team. Fortunately, Yuanya found solace in the fact that, aside from Kakashi's seemingly aloof nature, the other 2 young Umbu were quite amiable and approachable, particularly upon noticing Yuanya's tender age, which qualified him for Umbu membership. The 2 young men expressed a genuine desire to befriend him. After exchanging pleasantries with Kakashi, they introduced themselves. "Hello, new partner. My name is Inuzuka Redo, and I am Yamanaka Washi. I look forward to working with you. Greetings. I am Nara Yue. I hope to learn from both of you." Yuenya felt confident in his ability to navigate social interactions. Aside from Kakashi, who was somewhat challenging to engage with, the other members were naturally easy to converse with. Moreover, upon hearing their names, Inuzuka Redo and Yamanaka Washi, Yuenya felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Ah, how intriguing. It turned out that both Inuzuka Redo and Yamanaka Washi had made appearances in the original narrative. In the canon storyline, Inuzuka Redo held the rank of Special Jonin, while Yamanaka Washi was merely a standard Shunin. However, one should not underestimate their abilities. After all, they were members of the 4th Hokage's bodyguard team. During the 4th Great Ninja War, Redo and Awashi famously collaborated with Nara Shikamaru to execute the Flying Thunder God technique, successfully relocating the 5th Mizukage. Of course, in comparison to Kakashi, both Redo and Awashi could be considered mere background characters. Nevertheless, Yuenya chose not to view them through a lens of bias, especially given their warm and welcoming demeanor. He quickly forged a bond with the two. Subsequently, Yuenya learned from them the identities of the other two members of Kakashi's Umbu team. The first of the two was none other than Guy, an old acquaintance of Yuenya's, who had just passed the test yesterday. As for the other individual, it was a delightful coincidence. The future members of the 4th Hokage's bodyguard team were indeed all assembled within Kakashi's Umbu squad. Indeed, the final member of Kakashi's Umbu team is none other than Nara Shikamaru, who was just mentioned. Soon, after a patient wait by Yuya and the others, the figures of Guy and Nara Shikamaru appeared before them. Judging by Guy's drenched appearance, it was evident that he had been engaged in rigorous training prior to their gathering. In contrast, upon seeing Yuya, Nara Shikamaru's expression darkened immediately. Through their subsequent conversation, Yuya discovered that Nara Shikamaru was one of the 3 Umbu who had ambushed him that day, the unfortunate soul donning a pig-faced mask. Within this Umbu team, Yuya and Guy were the newcomers, while Kakashi, Nara Shikamaru, and others had long been teamed together, having executed numerous missions in unison. After a round of introductions, Kakashi cleared his throat, prompting the group to fall silent. His gaze swept over the assembled members before settling on Yuya, and with his Umbu mask in place, Kakashi began to outline the mission ahead. According to intel, there have been sightings of a band of robbers within the Land of Fire, likely spies from other nations. Thus, our mission is quite straightforward. First, eliminate those bandits. Second, ascertain their identities to determine whether they are indeed foreign spies. Given that Yuya and Guy were new recruits, Kakashi felt it necessary to inform them of a few regulations. There are 3 rules to follow. First, during the mission, you must obey the captain's commands. Second, do not interfere with matters outside the mission. Even if you encounter villagers in peril, you must act as if you have seen nothing. Third, during the mission, do not reveal your identities. Yuya, Guy, please choose your code names. Understood. During their earlier discussions, Yuya had learned that Kakashi's codename was, Nara Shikamaru's was, and the others were An, respectively. Thus, when Kakashi prompted Yuya for his codename, Yuya swiftly chose, a symbol of the Nara clan's secret techniques. However, Guy, known for his eccentricity, decided on the codename, leaving Yuya, Kakashi, and the others utterly perplexed. With codenames established, it was time to embark on their mission. Undoubtedly, this was Yuya's first time leaving Konoha for a mission, and as he stepped through the village gates, a thrill of excitement coursed through him. Yet, that exhilaration soon dissipated, especially upon witnessing the ruthless methods employed by the Umbu during their operation. Yuya silently reflected. Even as a temporary member of the Umbu, the role was far from easy. Why is being part of the Umbu so challenging? This brings us to recount the first combat operation undertaken by Yuya, Kakashi, and the others after leaving Konoha. As he departed from the Hidden Leaf Village, the exhilaration coursed through Yuya's veins, for among the crowd, he was the sole individual embarking on this journey for the first time. For an ordinary person at the tender age of 4, the prospect of leaving the village for training was a distant dream. Even the ability to successfully harness chakra and gain admission to the Ninja Academy was often fraught with uncertainty. Of course, members of esteemed clans such as the Uchiha and Hyuga might begin rigorous training at that age, given their prestigious lineage. However, no one, not even Itachi, had ever ventured beyond the village for training at such a young age. Thus he carved a unique chapter in history. Yet, to avoid drawing any ire from Kakashi, Yuyi donned a veneer of indifference, concealing his excitement. Kakashi and Guy, leading the way ahead, seemed to be in a competitive spirit. Their pace left no room for distractions, rendering any sense of exhilaration moot. "Do you always travel at this speed?" Yu inquired, wiping the sweat from his brow during a brief respite. Upon hearing his question, Radu, masked as he was, managed a wry smile before exhaling deeply and responding. "If we traveled at this pace regularly, we would have perished long ago. The captain and Guy seem unusually driven today, having accelerated our pace from the outset. Alas, it appears our mission's difficulties are set to escalate." Listening to Rada's words, Yi felt a sense of resignation. It was indeed Kakashi and Guy's competitiveness that had sparked this predicament. Initially, he had presumed that the speed of the Umbu was inherently swifter than that of ordinary ninjas, bound by stringent regulations concerning their progress. Gradually regaining his stamina, Nara Shikamaru graciously distributed provisions and water, finally affording Yu and the others a moment to catch their breath. In their exchanges, Yu noted that Shikamaru, despite his seemingly aloof demeanor reminiscent of another Kakashi, possessed a fervent spirit beneath the surface. As time passed, Yuya's rapport with Radu, Nara Shikamaru, and the others blossomed. However, when he sought their wisdom concerning mission experiences, Kakashi, who had been keeping track of time, suddenly furrowed his brow, stating, "It seems Guy has stirred up some trouble. Go resolve it." "Understood," they replied promptly. And under Kakashi's chilling gaze, Yu and Shikamaru hastened towards Guy. Yet, upon reaching Guy's vicinity and peering through the foliage, Yu was taken aback by the so-called trouble, for what he beheld was not trouble at all. But rather Guy had encountered some refugees within the land of fire and was earnestly offering them aid. Such was the reality during wartime. Civilians from other nations often lost their homes and loved ones due to conflict, seeking refuge in larger countries when left with no alternatives. Regrettably, how could these refugees fathom that seeking the protection of a great nation is a grave error? Take the land of fire, for instance. Even ordinary civilians harbor a sense of aversion towards the existence of refugees, often forcing them to dwell within the confines of the jungle, leading lives devoid of adequate clothing and sustenance. Should they encounter benevolent souls, a village might embrace them. However, if they cross paths with a band of indifferent individuals, these refugees frequently meet a tragic end in the wilderness, either succumbing to starvation or becoming prey for wild beasts. Of course, if the refugees encounter regular civilians or ordinary ninjas, the situation may be somewhat more favorable. After all, within the ninja world, it is forbidden for ninjas to indiscriminately slaughter civilians or refugees, and ordinary citizens are equally prohibited from wielding blades against them. Yet, should the refugees encounter members of the Umbu, their fate is sealed. Death is the only outcome. In this moment, someone like Guy, who generously shares food with the refugees, is committing an unspeakable taboo among the Umbu. This is because the duties of the Umbu differ significantly from those of ordinary ninjas. When confronted with refugees, they often regard them with sinister intentions, treating all refugees as foreign spies. However, Yuyama, still a novice within the Umbu and merely a temporary worker, is oblivious to the true nature of Kakashi's assignment when he witnesses Guy's act of charity towards the civilians. In stark contrast, Shiranui Gunma's experience within the Umbu has long acquainted him with their responsibilities. Thus, while Yuyama remains unaware of the assignment Kakashi has bestowed upon him, a sharp kunai finds its way into Shiranui Gunma's grasp. In the next instant, Gunma's figure vanishes from Yuyama's side. Could it be? Is Gunma about to slay them? Having only recently departed from Konohagakure, Yuyama bears witness to the brutality of the Umbu. Before him stands a group of unarmed refugees, each appearing as if they have emerged from the depths of hell, emaciated and desperate. Yet, beneath the weight of this mission, Shiranui Gunma shows no semblance of mercy, swiftly eliminating all the refugees within mere seconds. Following this, Gunma's indifferent gaze falls upon Yuyama, sending a shiver down the spine of Yuyama, who is witnessing bloodshed for the first time. Shadow, dispose of these spies' bodies. I must take Tortoise to meet the captain. Understood. Nodding silently, Yuyama, with trembling hands, picks up the shovel handed to him by Shiranui Gunma, preparing to attend to the bodies. However, Gunma's ruthless actions have evidently provoked Guy's fury. Why must you kill these people? They are merely ordinary individuals. You scoundrel. With a furious shout, Guy rushes towards Shiranui Gunma, ready to strike him. Yet, that punch never lands on Gunma's face. Instead, Kakashi suddenly appears, grasping Guy's fist. I have warned you, Tortoise, you are entirely unsuited for the work of the Umbu. Look at Shadow. His performance far surpasses yours. As members of the Umbu, our duties undoubtedly differ from those of ordinary ninjas. Therefore, Turtle, if you truly find this unbearable, you may return. With that, Kakashi's icy gaze fell once more upon Yuyama, commanding directly, "Shadow, ensure every corpse receives a finishing blow. Not a single one must be left alive." "Yes, Captain." With a shovel in hand, Yuyama had painstakingly overcome his mental barriers, only for Kakashi to issue yet another brutal command. However, to Kakashi's surprise, and that of Guy, Yuyama, who had previously harbored disdain for Kakashi, silently began to carry out the grim task. With ferocity, he delivered 3 strikes to each corpse of the refugees before tossing the finished bodies into the pit for burial. In that moment, observing Yuyama's mechanical actions and his increasingly cold demeanor, Kakashi felt a different sensation stirring within him. Particularly, when Yuyama faced his first corpse yet remained composed in completing the task, Kakashi noted the steadiness of Yuyama's hand gripping the kunai, devoid of any tremor. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Kakashi issued another command. "Yuyama, there is a refugee camp 500 meters to the front right. I trust you understand the task at hand?" "Yes, Captain." At Kakashi's command, Yuyama tightened his grip on the kunai, exhibiting no hesitation as he prepared to head toward the refugee camp. Yet, just as Yuyama turned to depart, a sudden whoosh resounded. Filled with fury, Guy abruptly grasped Yuyama's shoulder and exclaimed, "Yuyama, if you heed that scoundrel Kakashi, we are no longer comrades." Crack! Before Kakashi or Noera could react, Yuyama unexpectedly raised his hand and struck Guy across the face. "Turtle, you've made 2 mistakes." As he spoke, Yuyama slowly extended his finger, coldly fixing his gaze on Guy, stating, "First, we must obey the captain's orders. His commands are our mission, and there can be no deviation. Second, during the execution of our tasks, we must refer to one another by our code names. If, in battle, those refugees were spies, our entire Umbu team would perish here. I understand your sympathy for the refugees, but do you not value the orders of your comrades? Do you wish for us to perish alongside you?" With a cold snort, Yuyama vanished from before Guy. Regrettably, Yuyama's admonition did little to quell the anger simmering within Guy. In fact, it only exacerbated it. In the original storyline, Guy is portrayed as an exceptional ninja, renowned within Konoha and throughout the ninja world. However, if tasked with ordinary duties, Akai encounters no difficulties. Yet, should he be required to undertake the merciless missions akin to those of the Umbu, he might well resign before even commencing. To put it plainly, Akai is ill-suited for the Umbu. How could someone who frequently speaks of fervent youth and similar ideals grasp the brutality inherent to the Umbu? Conversely, Yuyue, having traversed into this realm, initially felt a pang of sympathy when Inazuma Genkin unleashed his wrath upon the refugees. Yet, it was not long before Yuyue embraced the identity of the Umbu, gradually comprehending the savagery born of conflict through subsequent trials steeped in blood. Initially, within the confines of Konohagakure, Yuyue could only grasp the essence of war through the indirect lens of funerals. Now, having departed from Konohagakure and ventured into the land of fire, witnessing the deaths of those refugees, he truly understands the nature of warfare. To spare others is to risk one's own demise. War, by its very nature, is born of selfishness. Victory is often reserved for but one. No matter how diligently one trains or how formidable one becomes, without a heart as unyielding as stone, attaining true strength within the ninja world becomes an elusive dream. In the original narrative, Kakashi, the 4th Hokage, and Jiraiya are portrayed as exceedingly benevolent individuals. Yet, how much blood stains Kakashi's hands as a member of the Umbu? The illustrious legacy of the 4th Hokage and Jiraiya, the golden flash of Konohagakure and the legendary Sannin, was built upon countless sacrifices. The absurdity of the original plot, which presents the ninja world as one brimming with youthful zeal. In truth, only through detachment can one hope to survive in this realm. Kakashi, Minato-sensei, I believe I have grasped the lessons you sought to impart. As my ideology subtly transforms, Yuyue genuinely begins to comprehend the 4th Hokage's intentions. Why did the 4th Hokage wish for Yuyue to join the Umbu, particularly after recognizing his talent in ninjutsu, urging him to follow Kakashi's Umbu team in their missions? Was it not a desire to acclimate Yuyue to this world, to reveal its inherent cruelty? In the original story, Itachi fully comprehended the harsh realities of wartime, perceiving the darkness that lurked behind conflict, which granted him a profound awareness. Thus, the 4th Hokage harbored similar hopes for Yuyue, aspiring for him to attain such enlightenment and to embody the selflessness of a Hokage. Alas, it is a pity. The 4th Hokage remains unaware that Yuyue is a traveler from another world, and his aspirations are destined to be unfulfilled, with inherently divergent values and perspectives on existence. Upon unraveling the cruelty behind war, Yuyue harbors but a singular ambition: to grow stronger. to seize control of his own fate. Concepts of Hokage-like selflessness and the grim realities of war are mere trivialities. In Yu Yu's eyes, survival is the very foundation of existence. And to live passionately is the essence of a life worth living. At this moment, Kakashi faced yet another trial, which seemed utterly futile in the wilderness. What could the unfortunate refugees possibly do? Would a truly ruthless individual fear staining their hands with the blood of the destitute? Whoosh! Beneath the setting sun, the figure of the wilderness warrior vanished before the eyes of Guy, Kakashi, and the others, transforming into a fleeting light as he swiftly made his way to the refugee camp. On the periphery of the camp, the wilderness warrior remained vigilant, meticulously surveying the situation. However, those refugees brave enough to seek sustenance had evidently perished at the hands of Kakashi's enigmatic ally, Hiruzen. Thus, in the wilderness warrior's reconnaissance, it became apparent that the camp housed only the elderly, the frail, and the ailing. Nevertheless, he remained exceedingly cautious, concealed in the branches of a distant tree. He calculated the distance before launching several shuriken with precision, simultaneously forming hand seals. Shadow stitching technique. Whoosh, whoosh. The shuriken, in concert with the execution of the shadow stitching technique, silently extended into the refugee camp. There, regardless of whether they were the elderly, women, or defenseless children. The moment they were ensnared by the technique, they faced the imminent threat of the shadow neck-binding technique. Crack, crack. The sound of breaking bones echoed repeatedly. Through the combined use of shadow stitching and shadow neck binding, the wilderness warrior efficiently dispatched over 30 refugees in less than 3 minutes, expending only a minimal amount of chakra. Of course, eliminating the refugees was merely the first step of his mission. Next, retrieving the shovel he had prepared in advance, he intended to proceed to the second and final step of his task, erasing all traces of the refugees' existence. Yet, just as he grasped the shovel and steeled himself against the shadow of murder, preparing to obliterate the remnants of their lives, a figure materialized behind him. Uttering a chilling phrase that caused the wilderness warrior's pupils to constrict slightly, they dared to use a child as bait. The inhabitants of Konohagakure were truly merciless. Bait? In the split second of life and death, the wilderness warrior's perception heightened inexplicably, and he instinctively recognized the presence of an enemy ninja lurking behind him. However, what truly left him astounded, causing his pupils to narrow, was not the fact that the individual had infiltrated the land of fire, but rather the words that had been spoken. Upon the revelation of his identity as bait, the wilderness warrior felt a flicker of belief. Given Kakashi's indifferent demeanor and adherence to the rules of the Umbu, he felt a chill settle within him at that very moment. Unconsciously, a surge of anger towards Kakashi welled up within him. How could Kakashi, despite their strained relationship, consider him nothing more than a pawn? Yet, that unwilling thought was fleeting, dissipating almost as quickly as it had arisen. Soon, upon calming down, Yi realized that it was likely a conspiracy aimed at destabilizing his mental fortitude. Thus, in that moment of tranquility, he sneered and remarked, "Facing a mere child, you need to probe with words. It seems you lack confidence." Indeed, before the ninjas of Konoha, who would possess any self-assurance? Following this, he declared, "Allow me to demonstrate true brutality." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As Yi's words lingered in the air, several sharp sounds erupted, followed by a flurry of shurikens swiftly launched towards the enemy ninja. The adversary, clearly caught off guard, had not anticipated that even a child from Konoha could possess such tactical acumen. Consequently, as the shurikens arced towards him, the enemy ninja was left with no choice but to hurriedly defend with his kunai. Yet, before he could adequately respond to Yu's onslaught of shurikens, Yu's slender figure materialized right before him. Was he a ninja from the Mist Village? Judging by the strength of his chakra, he appeared to be a Ni. Behold my Konoha hurricane. With a resounding thud, as the shurikens descended, Yi leapt into the air, executing a formidable Konoha hurricane aimed at the Mist Ninja's head. However, what Yi did not foresee was that the Mist Ninja showed no inclination to evade this impending attack. During their first life-and-death encounter, the Mist Ninja had demonstrated to Yi the stark contrast between sparring and actual combat. Thud. The Konoha hurricane, unimpeded by any weight, could shatter even a small tree. Yet, despite understanding that directly enduring Yu's Konoha hurricane would likely result in at least a concussion, the Mist Ninja, already at a disadvantage in this deadly confrontation, deemed it a worthwhile trade-off to sustain a non-fatal injury in exchange for the demise of his opponent. Thus, just as Yi had meticulously planned his subsequent moves, the Mist Ninja's desperate fight for survival obliterated all of Yu's strategies. He had truly endured the force of Yu's Konoha hurricane with his head, As Yuyi's foot impacted the Mist Ninja's skull, a faint cracking sound was audible, indicating that the ninja's cranium had suffered minor fractures. Yet, what of the fractured skull? The Mist Ninja was still very much alive. Under the glow of the setting sun, Yuyi gazed at the bloodied and grinning face of the Mist Ninja, momentarily taken aback. The reason for Yuyi's brief stupor was exceedingly simple. In the midst of their fierce exchange, it is rare for an individual to endure such grievous injuries for a mere opportunity to counterattack. Conversely, the Mist Shinobi Nin, intent on swiftly eliminating Yuyi, displayed remarkable determination, seemingly unconcerned by the severe wound to his head, particularly upon noticing Yuyi's momentary daze. A disdainful glint ignited in the Nin's eyes, accompanied by a sinister smile that curled at the corners of his mouth as he unleashed the chakra surging within him. In the next instant, a resounding thud echoed. The Mist Shinobi Nin lunged forward, seizing Yuyi by the throat, forcefully pinning him to the ground. As Yuyi fell, racked with pain, the Nin pressed a sharp kunai against his neck, threatening his very existence. In that critical moment, a frenzied glimmer danced in the Nin's eyes as he cackled, "Ha ha ha. Indeed, you are but an inexperienced brat. Surely this is your inaugural mission, is it not? To achieve such a position in the Umbu at such a tender age, you must be a prodigy of Konoha." Alas, it is often the case that prodigies meet their demise on the battlefield during their first task. But fret not, I shall preserve your head for posterity. When I confront your family's elders, your head will serve a unique purpose. As he spoke, the fervor in the Nin's gaze morphed into a palpable aura of murderous intent. The so-called genius, prepare to meet your end. Surely, it will not be I who perishes. Yet, at that very moment, as the Mist Shinobi Nin was resolute in his belief that he would surely slay Yuyi, the latter, lying on the ground, offered a chilling smirk, momentarily startling the seasoned Nin. It was precisely during this brief lapse that, with a swift motion, Yuyi's shadow beneath him sprang to life, employing the shadow imitation technique to bind the Nin's movements. Clearly, Yuyi had preemptively utilized the shadow clone technique prior to engaging the Nin, preparing for unforeseen circumstances. Fortuitously, he felt immense relief that he had indeed employed the technique beforehand. Had he not, he might have found himself in mortal peril during the confrontation. Had the Nin been astute enough to detect Yuyi forming the hand seals, it could very well have been Yuyi who met his end. Had the Nin struck decisively to eliminate Yuyi sooner, the outcome might have been markedly different. Yet in this world, the notions of what if only, and regret hold no sway. Thus, as Yuyi's shadow clone ensnared the Mist Shinobi Nin, the emboldened Yuyi, kunai in hand, thrust it into the Nin's heart. To ensure the Nin could not retaliate, he delivered a second, decisive strike as the Nin's heart shattered. With a swift motion, the Nin's head eventually fell, resting gently in Yuyi's grasp. Thank you for your teachings. The first Mist Ninja to fall by my hand. Phew, that was perilously close. The kunai fell, severing the head of that Mist Ninja Chunin. As I held the severed head, I gasped for breath. Not only from the exhaustion of the previous skirmishes, but also from the tension of teetering on the brink of life and death. Undoubtedly, in terms of true strength, my abilities were on par with that Mist Ninja Chunin. Had I truly unleashed my full power? Swiftly dispatching the previous Mist Ninja Chunin would have been merely a matter of seconds, for he was unaware of my many secret techniques. With the application of those techniques, it was entirely feasible for me to have eliminated that Mist Ninja Chunin in an instant. However, my deficiency lay in combat experience. It was evident that the Chunin possessed far more battlefield experience than I did, transforming what could have been a flawless performance into a mere struggle for survival. Nevertheless, the confrontation with that Chunin imparted a profound understanding of the battlefield's brutality. On the battlefield, regardless of the toll or injuries sustained, as long as one can eliminate the enemy and ensure their own survival, that is victory. Moreover, during combat, one must strive to eliminate the enemy swiftly, ideally before they can unleash their trump card. In my case, I initially employed shurikens to test the waters, followed by the leaf whirlwind to apply pressure. Yet, what was the outcome? I nearly succumbed to the mercilessness of that Mist Ninja Chunin, teetering on the edge of defeat. Thus, after reluctantly emerging victorious by employing the shadow clone technique and successfully claiming the head of the Mist Ninja Chunin, I gradually closed my eyes, savoring the details of the battle. Even though there was no tangible increase in strength, I felt significantly empowered by the experience gained. However, just as I was reflecting on my progress and stepping over several puddles, preparing to return and assess Kakashi and the other situation, a cold chuckle escaped my lips, and my hands swiftly formed seals, Just a mere child, yet you mist village ninjas are exceedingly cautious, if I am not mistaken. That Chunin I just defeated was your captain, correct? Since your captain has fallen by my hand, what can 3 mere Jinin possibly achieve? Prepare to meet your end. Shadow stitching technique. As I formed the seals, shadows erupted from beneath my feet, aimed directly at the 3 Jinin concealed in the puddles behind me. At the moment of my cold snort, the mist Jinin hidden within the puddles clearly sensed that something was amiss. However, if those 3 were Chunin-level ninjas, they might have had a chance to evade my shadow stitching technique. In the early stages of the ambush, with their schemes laid bare before him, how could mere lower-tier ninjas evade the swift hand seals of Yuenya? Thus, before the 3 mist ninjas could react, the shadows beneath Yuenya's feet entwined with those of the 3 mist ninjas behind him. Employing the shadow stitching technique, he immobilized their movements. To prevent any complications, Yuenya, lacking interrogation skills, abandoned the notion of questioning and swiftly altered his hand seals. Shadow neck binding technique. Crack, crack, crack. The shadowy hand, formed from darkness, ascended, and in an instant, the necks of the 3 mist ninjas snapped, leaving them lifeless before Yuenya. Subsequently, while using the shadow hand to search the ninja tool pouches of the fallen mist ninjas, Yuenya stumbled upon a peculiar scroll within the pouch of one of the mist nin. He hastily maneuvered the shadow hand to place the scroll into an empty pouch. However, in the next moment, as he surveyed the 4 corpses of the mist ninjas, Yuenya realized he had no time to clear the battlefield and swiftly raced towards Kakashi and the others. If the mist ninjas dispatched a whole team just to deal with him, what kind of ambush would Kakashi and his companions face? Damn! It seemed as though the mist ninjas were already aware of their intel the moment they left the village. Kakashi had mentioned eradicating a band of robbers. These were no mere robbers, they were spies from the mist infiltrating the land of fire. With a solemn thought, Yuenya unleashed his chakra, accelerating his pace once more. As he hurried towards Kakashi's location, the conspiracy lurking behind the mist ninja's ambush gradually unveiled itself through Yuenya's deductions. The defenses along the borders of the land of fire were undeniably formidable, especially during the ninja wars. If the ninjas of Konoha were unable to secure the borders, could they have achieved victory in the Third War? Now, not only had a team of mist ninjas infiltrated the land of fire, but they were also lurking within several miles of Konoha, an extraordinary occurrence in such a heavily guarded territory. Thus, discerning the anomaly, Yuenya quickly deduced that there must be spies or traitors within Konoha communicating with the mist ninjas. Otherwise, how could the ambush have arrived so swiftly and been executed so flawlessly? As Yuenya grasped the secret behind the mist ninja's ambush, he found himself faced with 2 choices. The first was to return to Konoha promptly and report this matter to the 4th Hokage. This choice was undoubtedly the safer option, at least in Yuenya's eyes. Unfortunately, this safe choice flickered briefly in his mind before dissipating. For Yuenya understood that if he chose to return to Konoha, Kakashi, Guy, and the others would be plunged into mortal peril. Just moments ago, it had been stated that the mist ninjas dispatched a team simply to eliminate him, a mere child. In confronting others, particularly Kakashi, who is a Jonin, it is highly plausible that the mist ninjas would dispatch an elite Jonin team, or perhaps even a squad possessing powers that far exceed those of Kakashi and his companions, in a bid to swiftly eliminate them. While it appears that Yuya and Kakashi do not share a cordial relationship, within that squad, there exists the presence of Guy, who has aided Yuya in the past, as well as his acquaintances, namely the likes of Rado and Gunma. With a deep breath, Yuya resolved to reach the battlefield where Kakashi and the others were located before the mist ninjas could enact their lethal intentions. However, upon arriving at the scene, Yuya was utterly unprepared for the harrowing situation that confronted Kakashi and his team. Hidden in the nearby woods, as Yuya cautiously peered toward Kakashi's direction, he was taken aback to discover that, apart from Kakashi, none of the members of the Umbu squad retained any combat capability. What had transpired? How could even Guy have fallen? From a distance of 100 meters, Yuya's heart sank. Within the fray, aside from Kakashi, who still possessed the ability to fight, the others, such as Guy, Rado, Gunma, and Hiruzen, were all gravely wounded, unable to assist Kakashi, and had, in fact, become liabilities that hindered his escape. In stark contrast, the mist ninjas had only lost 4 Chunin in battle, with 1 Jonin sustaining injuries. The remaining 2 Jonin, 3 Chunin, and 3 Jinin from the mist surrounded Kakashi and his companions, akin to a cat playing with a mouse, watching with predatory glee as they awaited the inevitable collapse of Kakashi's team, seeking to minimize their own casualties. It was evident that Kakashi's previous annihilation of 4 mist Chunin had instilled a sense of caution among the ambushing mist ninjas. Yet, as Yuya observed from afar. The sight of the 4 fallen Mist Chunin, all slain by Kakashi, deepened his confusion. Particularly fixating on Guy, Hiruzen, and Rado, Yuya noted their grievous injuries. Yet the absence of significant combat marks on their bodies led him to ponder what on earth had transpired. Had Guy, Hiruzen, and Rado not engaged in battle, and yet sustained such injuries? Was it possible that the Mist Ninjas had devised an alternative ambush strategy that incapacitated Guy first? Could it be that the Mist Ninja's point of breakthrough was indeed Guy? Reflecting upon the scenes before his departure, Yuya could not help but smile ruefully, realizing that the Mist Ninja's point of breach was likely Guy. After all, prior to Yuya's departure, Guy had become a ticking time bomb due to his divergent ideology from that of the Umbu, perpetually threatening the safety of Yuya's squad. However, at that time, no one was aware that the bandits they were preparing to confront were, in fact, infiltrators from the Land of Mist. Thus, even when Yuyama departed, Akai threw yet another tantrum, and neither Nara Shikamaru nor others paid him any mind, especially since Kakashi showed no inclination to console him. It was clear that they felt no obligation to guide Akai. Within this covert team, perhaps only Yuyama had previously issued a warning to Akai through his actions. Regrettably, Yuyama's approach was rather extreme. Instead of calming Akai, it only intensified his radical views. Refugees? Refugees? What of it? Are refugees not human? How is it that after leaving the village, not only Kakashi has changed, but even Yuyama has transformed? Akai thought defiantly. I refuse to believe that a handful of refugees can threaten our lives. Is it wrong to save a few refugees? Gripped by these radical notions, while Kakashi and the others awaited Yuyama's return, Akai acted independently once more. Captain, should we stop him? In response to Akai's sudden departure, the sensory-type ninja, Iwai, furrowed his brow and inquired of Kakashi. No need. A little lesson might do him good, Kakashi replied coldly, narrowing his eyes slightly as he asked Iwai. Are you certain there are only 4 nin? Absolutely. Then there's no issue. Merely 4 nin. What storm could they possibly stir? Within Yuyama's covert team, Iwai served as their eyes, being the sensory ninja. Thus, after receiving Iwai's affirmative response, Kakashi did not dwell on it further and awaited Akai's encounter with the refugees. Undoubtedly, the refugees Akai rescued once more were, in fact, disguised Mist Ninjas. Under normal circumstances, it would have been rather easy for Akai to discern their true identities. After all, through his exchanges with Yuyama, it became clear that Akai, though appearing somewhat naive, was actually a meticulous and cautious individual. Otherwise, how could he have risen to prominence as a renowned jonin in the Hidden Leaf Village? Unfortunately, propelled by his radical mindset, Akai's rationality began to fade. Almost immediately upon returning with the refugees, casting a disdainful glance at Kakashi and the others, Akai intended to demonstrate that saving refugees could also accomplish their mission. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the refugees transformed into Mist Ninjas, leaving Akai momentarily stunned. Of course, Akai was not the only one left in shock. Kakashi, Iwai, and the others were equally taken aback. For it was at the moment the Mist Ninjas revealed themselves that Kakashi realized Iwai's intelligence had been erroneous. However, Kakashi could comprehend Iwai's mistake. For it was not a flaw in Iwai's abilities, but rather an indication that there were also sensory-type ninjas within the ranks of the Mist. Moreover, the Mist Village's sensory-type ninja was a jonin. Consequently, with the sensory concealment of the Mist jonin, Kakashi and his comrades were abruptly thrust into a fierce battle. Especially upon the appearance of the 2 Mist jonin disguised as refugees, Guy, along with Nara Shikamaru and Inuzuka Kiba, barely had time to defend themselves before they were gravely injured. Among them, Guy bore the brunt of the assault, having been closest to the so-called refugees, ultimately sustaining the most severe injuries. In the end, only Kakashi managed to turn the tide within the entire Umbu team, not only swiftly eliminating 4 Mist Chunin, but also inflicting significant damage upon the Mist jonin, managing to stabilize the situation, albeit precariously. However, maintaining the status quo was all that Kakashi could hope to achieve. As he surveyed the surrounding Mist forces, even Kakashi felt a chill in his heart. Beside him, Guy, filled with remorse, lowered his head and lamented, Kakashi, it's all my fault. If it weren't for me. Silence. Before Guy could finish, Kakashi bellowed. Instead of wasting breath, perhaps you should contemplate how to escape. You fool. Ha ha ha. You still think you can escape? Just as Kakashi's words faded, Guy fell silent, only to be met with the derision of a Mist jonin. Do you genuinely believe you can flee? Or is your hope pinned on that little brat who just left? To speak plainly, the predicament that child faces is far more perilous than yours. 1 chunin and 3 genin, What chance does that child have to confront them alone? Do you truly believe he has any hope of survival? You might as well await your descent into hell. The Miss Jonin's laughter echoed mockingly, deepening Guy's regret and sending Kakashi's heart plummeting. Yet, just as Kakashi let out a heavy sigh, gripping his kunai tightly, resolved to take down as many mist ninjas as possible, a sudden whoosh resonated through the air. Amidst Kakashi's despairing gaze, a shadow surged forth, igniting a flicker of hope within his eyes. Yuyi, you have not disappointed me. Concealed 100 meters away, Yuyi had indeed not let him down. Having remained on the periphery of the battle, Yuyi was merely contemplating how to assist Kakashi and his team in breaking through. As Kakashi and Guy's conversation caused the surrounding mist ninjas to grow momentarily lax, a glint of brilliance flashed in Yuyi's eyes. In that fleeting instant, Yuyi was determined to strike with astonishing prowess. Without a moment's hesitation, he formed hand seals, channeling chakra within his body, and instantaneously executed the secret technique developed by Shadow Hand. Whoosh! Shadows coalesced into a tangible form, transforming into a physical shadow hand. In the midst of the fog, no alterations were perceived, particularly by the perceptive mist ninja, who, despite sustaining severe injuries from Kakashi's hand, found himself inexorably drawn closer to his fellow mist ninjas by the shadowy hand controlled by Yuenya. Then, at the moment when the mist ninja, in a fit of maniacal laughter, taunted Kakashi and his companions, a sudden swoosh echoed through the air. The shadowy hand under Yuenya's command seized the ankle of the mist ninja, rendering him immobile. Following this, a brilliant azure light burst forth as the signature jutsu of the fourth Hokage, the Reinnegan, coalesced within Yuenya's other shadowy hand. With a gentle push forward, it was unleashed. Bang! The mist ninja was sent flying, struck by the Reinnegan, upon crashing into a tree and plummeting to the ground. The unfortunate mist ninja met his demise on the spot, having been struck by the Reinnegan. Yuenya's ambush plan had successfully claimed the life of a mist ninja elite in an instant. Splendid! Almost simultaneously, as the life of the mist ninja elite flickered out, not only did Yuenya silently commend the execution of his plan, but even Kakashi was astounded by its flawless execution. Indeed, the key to the success of Yuenya's ambush lay in the deployment of the Reinnegan through the shadowy hand. It became evident that during his training in advanced Reinnegan techniques, Yuenya had mastered the Reinnegan double projectile and the Reinnegan throwing technique. By utilizing the shadowy hand and shadow clones, he could effortlessly employ the ordinary Reinnegan. After perfecting the Great Ball Reinnegan and the Finger Reinnegan, using the shadowy hand to cast the Reinnegan or the Reinnegan throwing technique became a trivial task. Thus, having just dispatched a mist ninja elite, Yuenya let out a cold smile amidst the chaos. Was their astonishment merely due to the defeat of a single elite? Did they truly believe that a Chunin and 3 Genin could overcome him? Now, they were beginning to understand their folly. Reinnegan throwing technique. Whoosh! With a sneer, Yuenya's gaze fixated upon another mist ninja elite, the sole remaining threat to Kakashi. If he could eliminate this elite, the remaining mist Chunin and Genin would pose no challenge whatsoever. Should Kakashi falter against mere fodder, his reputation as an elite would be irrevocably tarnished. Thus, in the next moment, Yuenya afforded the mist ninja elite no opportunity to react, as the shadowy hand once again conjured the Reinnegan, hurling it forth with great force. The Reinnegan throwing technique was executed seamlessly, and within the span of a mere second, it was but a step away from striking the other mist ninja elite. However, one must remember, an elite ninja remains an elite ninja. Having witnessed the demise of his comrade, the mist ninja elite prepared to counter Yuenya's impending assault. A mere trick. Did they think they could replicate success? Such naivety. Crack. With a firm grip on the kunai, the mist Jainin astonishingly intercepted the spiraling sphere, a technique utilized by Yuya with sheer determination. However, in that moment, the mist Jainin underestimated the formidable power of the Reinnegan. After all, it was a jutsu developed by the fourth Hokage. In the original narrative, the protagonist Naruto relied on the Reinnegan to make his way in the world. Armed with merely a small kunai, the mist Jainin exerted all his strength to barely withstand the Reinnegan's might. Yet, beneath the terrifying force unleashed by the Reinnegan, he found himself slowly retreating, gritting his teeth, clearly struggling to contend with its power. At that moment, he seemed to forget that an even more fearsome presence loomed before him. Before the mist Jainin could determine the outcome of his clash with Yuyue's Reinnegan, a sudden crackling noise erupted. With a brilliant azure glow emanating from his hand, Kakashi unleashed his S-rank technique, Raikiri. A flash of lightning surged forth, and with a swift sound, the head of a second Mist Genin soared into the air. The target, the last surviving Mist Genin. Humph, understood. At Kakashi's indifferent command, Yue let out a quiet scoff, his speed and forming hand seals undeterred. Under Yue's sudden assault, who could have imagined that two Mist Genin would perish in mere seconds, without even a chance to resist? As the two Mist Genin fell, their eyes were filled with horror, mirrored by the astonished expressions of Kai and other Leaf Village ninjas who gazed in disbelief at the unfolding battle. What further shocked Kai and his comrades was the subsequent coordination between Yue and Kakashi. Just after issuing his command for Yue to assist in the attack, a flurry of shuriken erupted from the forest. Observing the flying shuriken, the injured Mist Sensory-type Genin smirked inwardly, thinking that the young ninja was indeed inexperienced, failing to target a single opponent. However, as soon as the Mist Genin entertained this thought, a series of thuds resonated as the shuriken arced through the air, colliding with one another. In an instant, Yue's shadow shuriken pinned the Mist Genin and several surrounding Mist Nin and Genin, restraining their movements in mere moments. Under the confinement of the shadow shuriken, not even the Mist Genin could escape. Even the most powerful shadow ninjas would become Kakashi's targets. Thus, in the next heartbeat, as a flash of crimson light glimmered in Kakashi's closed eye, the lives of all the Mist ninjas were extinguished beneath the brilliance of Raikiri. Meanwhile, from a distance, Yue, who had remained hidden until now, observed Kakashi harvesting the lives of the Mist ninjas, his gaze fixated on Kakashi's right hand wielding Raikiri. Compared to the spiraling sphere, it is indeed the lightning cutter that possesses a certain allure. In the realm of off-road adventures, and among many Naruto enthusiasts, the A-rank ninjutsu spiraling sphere is regarded as far more practical than the S-rank ninjutsu lightning cutter. After all, throughout the original narrative, the protagonist, Naruto Uzumaki, has relied heavily on the spiraling sphere and its advanced techniques. However, when Off-Road witnessed Nara clan's secret techniques in conjunction with Kakashi annihilating several Mist shinobi, he couldn't help but envy Kakashi's execution of the lightning cutter, which dispatched foes with remarkable efficiency, particularly in the context of being a member of the Umbu. Off-Road felt that the lightning cutter was better suited to the clandestine nature of his role, whereas the spiraling sphere fell short in comparison. Firstly, the spiraling sphere is a single-target lethality technique. Even the fourth Hokage, while employing the spiraling sphere, could not simultaneously reap the lives of multiple ninjas. It seemed that as Off-Road eliminated the first Mist Jonin, he could not maintain the spiraling sphere's potency. To eliminate a second Mist ninja, he was compelled to gather the spiraling sphere anew. In contrast, Kakashi's lightning cutter could instantly dispatch an adversary and maintain its form for successive strikes, thereby showcasing its advantages. Secondly, the spiraling sphere does not augment the user's abilities as effectively as the lightning cutter. Take Kakashi, for instance. When utilizing the lightning cutter, the lightning chakra invigorates his cellular structure, causing a swift surge in his speed. With such heightened velocity, Kakashi can swiftly claim the lives of targets that resemble mere prey. If we were to place Off-Road in this scenario, he lacks the fourth Hokage's unmatched speed. Thus, using the spiraling sphere necessitates a level of certainty. Otherwise, even an unexpected spiraling throw could be thwarted by an enemy's defenses or evasion, rendering it ineffective, a notable vulnerability of the spiraling sphere. Lastly, we must consider the lethality of each technique. In the original storyline, many who have been struck by a spiraling sphere do not succumb immediately. For instance, had Off-Road not mastered the power of the spiraling sphere during his stealth attack against the aforementioned Mist Jonin, that ninja might have been able to utilize his own chakra to withstand the attack, thwarting Off-Road's shadowy ambush and preventing a fatal strike. Conversely, the lightning cutter, with its incredible speed, ensures that if it pierces the heart of an enemy, barring a few exceptional ninjas like Kakuzu and Haiden, most ordinary shinobi stand little chance of survival. Of course, discussing the shortcomings of the spiraling sphere merely reflects Off-Road's envy of Kakashi's lightning cutter, without undergoing a chakra attribute test or possessing the Sharingan. One can utilize the Rinnegan, an art that requires no hand seals and operates without elemental chakra. In certain aspects, it surpasses the Raikiri significantly. Moreover, with the assistance of the app, I believe that even in the hands of the fourth Hokage, the Rinnegan, though unable to radiate the brilliance depicted in the original narrative, can still evolve into a formidable ninjutsu that transcends the S-rank Raikiri and even overshadow numerous S-rank and secret techniques. As I surveyed the scene, witnessing the demise of the Mist Ninja, I remained cautiously concealed in the distance, wary of any lingering ambushes that the Mist Ninja might have in store. The more cautious I became, the higher my evaluation rose in Kakashi's eyes. In comparison to the blunders made by Guy, my debut in the Umbu had made Kakashi begin to understand why the fourth Hokage held such high regard for me. Subsequently, I instructed Awashi to employ sensory ninjutsu to assess the surrounding situation. Once Kakashi learned from Awashi that no mist ninja remained in the vicinity, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief after their prior arduous battle, addressing me from my concealed position. "Don't worry, Shadow. The danger has been averted." "That's a relief." Taking a deep breath, I slowly emerged from my hiding place, a wry smile adorning my face as I asked Kakashi, "Captain, what was the situation just now? A few mist ninja shouldn't have put you in such a predicament, right?" "In truth, it's all my fault." As I spoke, Guy, who had remained silent until then, approached with an expression of remorse. Kakashi bowed respectfully, acknowledging, "Captain, Shadow, I realized that I was at fault just now." But as he spoke, I could discern a glimmer of determination in Guy's gaze directed at Kakashi. Before I had the chance to respond, Guy continued, "However, even though I acknowledge my mistake, I cannot condone the senseless slaughter of the innocents. Upon returning today, I shall report this matter to Lord Fourth Hokage. Just as you both previously mentioned, I may truly not be suited for the Umbu." With that, Guy gave me and Kakashi a thumbs up. Though I could not see his sparkling teeth, I understood his intent. He would likely no longer serve alongside us as part of the Umbu, yet in his heart, we remained his comrades. Recognizing Guy as a man of steadfast principles, I merely nodded in silence after he spoke. Suddenly recalling something of significance, I quietly approached Kakashi while Awashi, F-Tun, and others tended to their injuries, and said, "Captain, among the mist ninja who ambushed me, one of their ninja tool packs contained a rather peculiar scroll. The mist ninjas are capable of infiltrating our land of fire and possess an intimate knowledge of our movements. It is likely that they still have spies within our village. Therefore, I believe we should search the remaining mist ninjas tool packs to see if we can glean any information from them. Given the inherent risks of rummaging through others' tool packs, I shall undertake this task myself." "Very well." Upon hearing Yuenya's words, Kakashi nodded and slowly closed his crimson Sharingan, weakly stating, "Shadow, the methods taught by our master are indeed effective, but after the recent battle, I find myself in a state of exhaustion for some time. While I recuperate, you shall temporarily lead our Umbu team back to the village. You hold the authority to command in my stead. Shadow, you have not disappointed me. I hope you do not disappoint our master either." "Absolutely." The fact that Yuenya was entrusted with such significant authority after his first mission was a testament not only to Kakashi's recognition but also to the acceptance of all members within the Umbu team. Thus, without any pretense, Yuenya assumed the role of temporary captain and began searching through the mist ninjas tool packs. After a brief period of rest, once Kakashi regained some strength, Yuenya led the accomplished Umbu team on their swift return to Konohagakure. However, little did Yuenya realize the immense importance of the peculiar scrolls he had obtained from the mist ninjas, which contained vital intelligence regarding the survival of several ninja villages. That night, within the Hokage's office, despite Yuenya's flawless performance during his initial mission and his assumption of temporary captaincy from Kakashi, the significance of seniority remained paramount in both Konoha and the Umbu, especially before demonstrating overwhelming prowess. Consequently, during his inaugural visit to the Hokage's office, Yuenya followed closely behind Kakashi, with even figures such as Inuzuka Reiku and Yamanaka Iwashi positioned ahead of him. Had Yuenya belonged to the Uchiha or Hyuga clans, tensions would have surely escalated. What a jest! Why should we scions of the Konoha noble families remain behind others? Kakashi, you all should hurry and step back. Of course, such occurrences were impossible for Yuenya, especially after grasping the burdens associated with the label of a genius. He was prepared to conceal his brilliance. In the family banquet of the Nara clan, Yuenza had overshadowed the dignity of the Uchiha clan and triumphed over the formidable Itachi, leaving him in high spirits. Yet, the subsequent troubles could only be understood by Yuenya, who harbored a bittersweet awareness. Henceforth, he was reluctant to partake in any endeavors that would draw undue attention to himself. Regrettably, despite an outstanding performance, Yuenya always stands out like a firefly in the pitch-black night sky, particularly when the diligent Kakashi reports the task's progress to the fourth Hokage. The Hokage's monstrous gaze upon him elicits a sigh from Yuenya. Indeed, men like myself are perpetually the center of attention. The more so, the greater the need to enhance one's strength. Otherwise, there may come a day when I find myself beneath the heel of another, which could spell my demise. As Yuenya mused inwardly, the voice of the fourth Hokage soon echoed in his ears. "Ah, Kakashi, I have grasped everything you have conveyed. After listening to Kakashi recount the mission, the Hokage's gaze fell upon Guy, and he smiled. Guy, since you are not quite suited for the Umbu, you shall temporarily join my guard. Furthermore, Xuanzhan, Wasi, and Lei Dong, having spent ample time in the Umbu, your temperaments have been sufficiently honed. Join Guy in my guard as well. Kakashi, for the time being, your Umbu team consists solely of Yuinye. Yuinze is your junior disciple. Take good care of him. In the future, for any challenging tasks, I shall rely on you. Yes, Lord Fourth Hokage. Somewhat astonished that Guy and the others, despite their lackluster performance during the mission, were promoted, Yuinye could not help but feel a twinge of peculiarity. Nonetheless, due to his camaraderie with Guy and the others, he genuinely rejoiced for them. Soon, under the Fourth Hokage's directives, a new mission for Yuinye and Kakashi's Umbu team arrived, which involved patrolling the vicinity of Konoha to ascertain whether any mist ninjas had infiltrated the area. In contrast, the mission assigned to Guy and the others was what Yuinye envied most. For prior to the Fourth Hokage's departure from the village, their task revolved around training, essentially meaning they had no mission at all. This left Yuinye, who was engrossed in training, feeling quite discontent. Alas, the Fourth Hokage was a figure of great stature, while Yuinye was merely a foot soldier with no chance for rebellion. Thus, reluctantly accepting the Hokage's mission, Yuinye hastily bid farewell to Kakashi, Guy, and the others before returning home to rest. However, just as Yuinye, weary from the day's toil and yearning for the comfort of his large bed, stepped back into the clan, he was summoned by his uncle, Nara Shikaku. Yuinye, I hear you performed quite well on your first mission. Uncle Shikaku, you've heard already? Yes, information reached us as soon as you returned. However, Yuinye, while you did well, you must be wiser in the future, understand? The first part of Shikaku's statement warmed Yuinye's heart, revealing the Nara clan's concern for him. Yet, the latter part of Shikaku's advice left Yuinye feeling drowsy, as it merely reiterated the principles of concealing one's strengths. However, after Lucio had rambled on for quite some time, when it was finally Yuinye's turn to speak, there was a delightful surprise. Under the direct guidance of the Fourth Hokage, Yuinye had mastered the Rinnegan, along with several advanced ninjutsu techniques. It was a pivotal moment in his training, necessitating a transition to the next stage of his development. In Yuinye's plan, the upcoming phase of his training included, firstly, the cultivation of the Fourth Hokage's secret techniques, and secondly, the refinement of chakra nature transformation. Before embarking on chakra nature training, it was imperative to undergo chakra attribute testing. Without knowledge of one's own chakra attributes, how could one proceed with chakra nature transformation training? Thus, as soon as Lucio finished his lengthy discourse, Yuinye eagerly inquired about the coveted chakra paper, an exceedingly rare item. Why is chakra paper considered so precious? Because even in times of war, let alone in the peaceful era depicted in the original storyline, it is not something just anyone can casually procure, without familial support or a certain level of renown. Chakra paper remains a commodity that is available yet unattainable. Therefore, when Yuinze approached Lucio for the chakra paper, he did so with a mindset of mere experimentation. To his astonishment, as soon as he finished speaking, Lucio, without the slightest hesitation, produced a piece of chakra paper and placed it in Yuinye's hands, saying with a smile, Yuinye, I knew you would need this. Here, this was given to me by Minato before. Hurry back and test your chakra attributes. Thank you so much, Uncle Lucio. Having successfully acquired the chakra paper, Yuinye could hardly contain his joy. Almost the instant he received the chakra paper, he vanished from Lucio's sight, prompting Lucio to chuckle and shake his head in amusement. Upon returning to his room, Yuinye gazed at the seemingly mundane sheet of white paper with palpable anxiety. For him, the chakra attribute test held a significant bearing on his destiny. If his chakra attributes turned out to be wind, lightning, or fire, attributes that evidently enhance offensive capabilities, he believed it would effectively mitigate some of his weaknesses and further bolster his strength. Conversely, if his chakra attributes were earth or water, leaning towards defensive capabilities, he felt he might have no solace left to seek. Thus, cradling the chakra paper, he silently prayed that his chakra attributes would not be water or earth. Yuinze then channeled the scant remnants of chakra within him, directing it all into the chakra paper. As he gradually opened his eyes, his heart raced with anticipation, and upon witnessing the changes manifesting on the chakra paper, he finally exhaled in relief. Thank heavens, indeed. Chakra of wind attribute? His earlier prayers had proven to be well-founded. Wait, something seems amiss. Wait, something seems amiss. It is widely acknowledged that with chakra paper at hand, the chakra attribute testing is remarkably straightforward. With a mere control over chakra, one can directly infuse chakra into a test paper and observe the subsequent changes, thereby discerning the chakra attributes of an individual. Following the alterations in the test paper, if it burns, it signifies a fire attribute. If it splits, it indicates a wind attribute. If it crumples, it represents a lightning attribute. If it becomes wet, it corresponds to a water attribute. And if it shatters, it denotes an earth attribute. Should an individual possess multiple chakra attributes, the test paper may exhibit a variety of transformations. For instance, in the original storyline, Nagato embodies 5 attributes, leading the paper to crack in the center, burn at the upper left corner, become wet at the lower left, crumple at the upper right, and shatter at the lower right. As for Yoon, even as a traveler equipped with an app for accelerated training, he never envisioned himself possessing the multifaceted chakra attributes of 5. In other words, the manifestation of 5 chakra attributes is almost beyond human comprehension. To attain a semblance of normalcy, you felt that possessing just one of the attributes, fire, wind, or lightning, would suffice. However, upon opening his eyes and witnessing the changes in the chakra test paper, Yui was initially overwhelmed with excitement. For at that moment, the sight of the test paper splitting confirmed his wind chakra attribute, or so he thought. Yet, as he reveled in his newfound wind chakra attribute, contemplating future training, he was utterly unprepared for the bizarre occurrences that accompanied such a mundane test. Typically, a wind chakra attribute would cause the center of the paper to split into 2 segments, yet in Yui's case, the paper astonishingly broke into 3 distinct sections from 2 separate points. What was happening? It seemed that others did not encounter such peculiarities. Was it possible that their chakra attributes were merely wind while his was a tempest? Surely, there must be a limit to such jest. Wind is wind. What on earth is a tempest? After a few exasperated remarks, Yu discarded the test paper, inhaled deeply, and resolved to disregard the oddities. Subsequently, he was poised to embark on the training of wind chakra attribute transformation through the technique of multiple shadow clones. Having mastered the Rinnegan and some advanced variations, Yu felt that his strength had firmly ascended to the level of a CHNI. This was especially evident during his sparring with Kakashi, where he experienced life and death crises and developed a newfound, extraordinary perception. Upon examining his body, Yu discovered that this remarkable sensation was a sign of a breakthrough in spiritual energy. With his dual advancements, he felt that mastering the transformation of chakra attributes could potentially elevate his power to that of AJ-nin. Thus, the first phase of training in wind chakra attribute transformation commenced smoothly after Yu completed his chakra attribute test. The initial phase of training, while not overly complex, was not without its challenges. It involved the practice of cutting leaves. Restoring his chakra, he endeavored to produce as many shadow clones as possible. In the courtyard outside, he gathered an abundance of leaves and then commenced the initial phase of training for the transformation of wind attribute chakra. Following the allocation of training tasks for the shadow clones, he lamented his inability to make progress in body techniques. While the training of the Nara clan's secret arts awaited the successful development of new techniques from the research list, he resolved to examine the scroll of techniques left behind by the 4th Hokage, eager to uncover the secrets it contained. Upon unfolding the scroll, he was astounded by the array of techniques inscribed within. Although it seemed to lack records of jutsu such as the Rinnegan or Chidori, the scroll was filled with practical insights into the applications of wind attribute chakra, igniting a spark of excitement in his eyes. Fortuitously, his chakra affinity was wind. Otherwise, apprenticing under the 4th Hokage would have felt like a loss. Beyond some enhanced basic jutsu, the scroll detailed methods for wielding wind chakra. Is the 4th Hokage truly a master of wind? He mused. Yet, realizing that his chakra affinity mirrored that of the Hokage, he felt entitled to inherit all of his techniques, envisioning a future where the title of Konoha's Golden Flash would belong to him. Alas, mastery of these techniques rested solely upon his shoulders. How he wished for an app to expedite his training. He expressed gratitude for the utility of the scroll, followed by a lamentation regarding the impossibility of using an app for accelerated learning. Nevertheless, he concluded that training according to the 4th Hokage scroll was indeed a boon. Thus, despite his fatigue, he persevered and, leveraging his control over chakra, managed to grasp several of the Hokage's minor techniques. With the tasks of the following day in mind, he retired early to bed. Upon awakening the next day, he noticed one shadow clone after another dissipating, leaving him somewhat fatigued. Fortunately, The Nara clan possessed an abundance of medicinal remedies, and having spent considerable time with them, he had acquired some knowledge of pharmacology. He prepared a lavish breakfast, restoring his energy for training. After organizing his belongings and donning his umbu attire, he reflected on his impending mission with Kakashi. To avoid tardiness, he arrived early at the meeting point, only to find that Kakashi was over 2 hours late, failing to appear. This incited a twinge of irritation within him. Should Kakashi claim he was helping an elderly lady or encountered a black cat? He would undoubtedly give him a sound thrashing to impress upon him the consequences of tardiness. Suppressing his frustration, he acknowledged Kakashi's status as captain. Finally, after an excruciating wait that consumed the entire morning, Kakashi's figure finally registered within his perception. Within the realm of perception, the silhouette of Kakashi emerged, and Yuya instinctively threw a punch at Kakashi's head. Under normal circumstances, not only would Yuya's playful assault be easily evaded, but even a sudden attack would be effortlessly dodged by Kakashi. Yet, on this particular day, when Yuya unexpectedly struck, Kakashi failed to react in time and collapsed to the ground, instilling a sense of unease in Yuya, especially after Kakashi fell. As he slowly rose with a vacant expression in his dark pupils, uttering the long-anticipated words that Yuya had been waiting for, a foreboding feeling surged within Yuya's mind. Yuya? There are no missions today. Return to your training. I have other matters to attend to. I shall take my leave for now. It felt as though an ominous premonition was looming. Just as Yuya was about to question Kakashi's tardiness, Kakashi's indifferent voice left him momentarily speechless. The sixth sense may seem like an ethereal concept, yet after a breakthrough in his spiritual energy, Yuya's perceptual abilities had elevated, leading him to subconsciously embrace the existence of this sixth sense. Particularly, as Kakashi's words hung in the air, Yuya sensed a dark cloud overshadowing him, further agitating his spirit. However, without granting Yuya any time for inquiry, Kakashi vanished in an instant, leaving no opportunity for questions. Thus, Yuya was compelled to suppress the ominous feeling. Standing there in a daze, silently reflecting, very well. Even if there is an unsettling premonition, it is unlikely to manifest in the near future. Since Kakashi has stated that there are no tasks at hand, I shall focus on my training. Yes, I will continue to practice the wind-release nature transformation with my shadow clones, while my main body delves into the fourth Hokage's secret techniques and seeks out Guy for further training. Guy's training location has likely remained unchanged. I shall find him. As the circumstances remained unclear, Yuya felt that enhancing his strength was of utmost importance. After all, lamenting one's fate yields no results. The true endeavor for Yuya lies in diligently augmenting his prowess. Moreover, possessing the strength of a Chunin at merely 4 years of age suggests that Yuya has surpassed many peers. However, upon reflection, his accomplishments still seemed insufficient. And amid the foreboding feelings, he sensed danger encroaching, solidifying his ambition to attain Jonin-level strength. For the following period, Yuya engaged in rigorous training day after day. He diligently utilized the multi-shadow clone technique multiple times each day to master the wind-release nature transformation. Remarkably, the shadow clone training method proved to be exceptionally effective. Furthermore, having already mastered the Reinnegan and the mini Reinnegan, his chakra control abilities were commendably proficient. After a mere week, Yuya successfully sliced through leaves with his wind nature chakra, marking the completion of the first stage of its transformation. Consequently, he had reached a foundational level in some of the secret techniques recorded by the fourth Hokage. Following the conclusion of the first week of training, Yuya discreetly concealed his shadow clone within the territory of the Nara clan, specifically near a small waterfall, to undertake the second phase of wind nature transformation training utilizing wind chakra to slice through the waterfall. In the original plot, completing this aspect of training would signify the accomplishment of the wind nature transformation. Once he mastered this transformation, formidable techniques such as the wind release, Reinnegan could be wielded by Yuya with the aid of the app. The power of the throne wind release, Reinnegan would far surpass that of a standard Reinnegan. If he could master this devastating technique before stepping onto the battlefield, he would not only survive but also have the confidence to stand beside the fourth Hokage during the imminent Third Great Ninja War. However, alas, the second phase of wind nature transformation training was vastly more challenging than the first. After completing the first phase, 3 whole weeks passed without a word from the fourth Hokage or Kakashi. Yuya devoted himself tirelessly to his training. His chakra continued to elevate, and his physical training improved with Guy's companionship and the app's acceleration buff, allowing him to carry an additional 20 kilograms, a notable advancement. Yet, he had not completed any new secret techniques on his development list, and the completion of the second phase of wind nature transformation seemed indefinitely distant, causing Yuanya some distress. Nevertheless, despite the shortcomings in his training, his strength steadily grew. Particularly, mastering the fourth Hokage's secret technique significantly enhanced his combat abilities. Now, after a month of rigorous training, Yuanya engaged in a sparring match with Guy, who felt the pressure from the future master of taijutsu. Konoha Hurricane. Bang! As the spar began, both Yuanya and Guy simultaneously shed their weights. Yuanya's figure surged towards Guy like the wind, executing a Konoha Hurricane. As Yuanya's technique approached, Guy, who had been training alongside Yuanya, was utterly unprepared for the astonishing speed Yuanya had attained. It seemed he was on the verge of surpassing him. Damn it. Is this what genius looks like? I have worked harder than Yuanya, trained longer than he has, yet his speed, how can it be so swift? With great effort, Akai managed to withstand the ferocious assault of the Leaf Hurricane, but he was poised to launch a counterattack. Little did he expect that the adversary would suddenly shift tactics midair. The velocity, akin to the wind, and the incisive onslaught left Akai feeling somewhat disheartened, instilling him with a tinge of negativity. However, Akai remained true to his nature. After a brief moment of despair, he swiftly readjusted his mindset. Ironically, it was the opponent who found himself lost in the exhilaration of acceleration. Having employed the fourth Hokage's acceleration technique for the first time, the adversary felt a remarkable enhancement in his abilities due to this seemingly minor technique. Could his speed truly rival that of Akai? The answer was undoubtedly negative. Yet, how was it that, at this moment, the adversary could exhibit a swifter pace than Akai? The reason lay in the amplification power of the wind attribute chakra inherent in the fourth Hokage's acceleration technique. In the original narrative during the Ch-Nin exams, it took Lee an extensive period of rigorous training to match the speed of Gaara's sand. Yet, Uchiha Sasuke, having trained for merely a month, achieved a comparable velocity, owing to the activation of lightning attribute chakra within his cells. Mastering the Chidori necessitated the cultivation of lightning attribute chakra to enhance one's speed. However, in comparison, the adversary distinctly perceived the wind attribute chakra acceleration techniques inscribed in the fourth Hokage's scroll as far more effective. Particularly, as he mastered the wind attribute chakra, the acceleration attained became increasingly pronounced, allowing him to comprehend the source of the fourth Hokage's esteemed title. But just as the adversary, empowered by the fourth Hokage's techniques, managed to gain the upper hand over Akai in their physical confrontation, Kakashi's figure emerged between them, causing both to furrow their brows. He glanced toward the adversary and then at Akai. Sensing the growing ominous premonition, Kakashi inhaled deeply and addressed them. Akai, adversary. Cease your frolicking here and join me to assemble with Lord Fourth Hokage. War is likely to commence again. War. As Kakashi's words resonated, both the adversary and Akai were momentarily taken aback, inhaling sharply. Throughout the preceding month of training, an unsettling intuition had loomed over the adversary, foretelling the imminent approach of War's shadow. Yet, upon hearing the confirmation from Kakashi, despite feeling prepared, the adversary could not shake off a sense of tension. For the novice warrior, this tension was akin to the anxiety before battle, whereas for Akai, it stemmed from a genuine concern for the fate of the Leaf Village. Unlike the adversary, who remained an outsider indifferent to the village's plight, Akai's apprehension was rooted in his deep connection to Konoha. As a native, the honor of Konoha village was akin to life itself for Guy. Thus, upon Kakashi announcing that war was imminent, Guy clenched his fists tightly, his gaze laden with gravity as he inquired, Kakashi, is Iwagakure still unwilling to relent? It was infuriating. They were on the verge of signing a peace treaty. Yet those conniving individuals from Iwagakure seemed intent on reneging. Iwagakure? Hearing Guy's words, Yuya slowly returned to the moment, furrowing his brow. According to the original storyline's Third Shinobi World War, the conflict between Konoha and Iwagakure had indeed concluded following the battle at Canopy Bridge. It was inconceivable that, as Guy suggested, Iwagakure was once again preparing to engage Konoha, thereby instigating the current war. When Guy mentioned Iwagakure, a tinge of sorrow flickered in Kakashi's eyes, reminiscent of mourning for the fallen Abido Uchiha. Subsequently, without responding to Yuya, as Guy succumbed to his own melancholy, Kakashi let out a deep sigh and said, Yuya, Guy. This war is beyond the control of mere mortals like us. Therefore, let us proceed to the assembly point. The advance unit led by the 4th Hokage is already prepared to depart. Guy, as a member of the 4th Hokage's escort, must hasten to gather with him. As for Yuya, Kakashi cast an apologetic glance toward Yuya and continued, Yuya, I have an important mission to undertake before the battle commences. Since you lack the capability to lead a team independently, the 4th Hokage has temporarily reassigned you to the escort unit. Quickly follow guide to the assembly. Yuya, remember, on the battlefield, it is crucial to understand your role. The battlefield is not a child's play. It is a place where lives are truly lost. Though Yuya was unaware of the nature of Kakashi's secret mission, the words Kakashi imparted instilled a measure of admiration in him. Indeed, from their first encounter, Yuya had harbored a rather unfavorable impression of Kakashi, selfish, arrogant, and calculating. Each facet of Kakashi's demeanor seemed unapproachable, and given the deviations from the original narrative, Yuya could not help but harbor some peculiar thoughts. Yet, at this moment, Kakashi's detached yet earnest counsel allowed Yuya to perceive that Kakashi was far from the unapproachable figure he had initially believed. However, at this stage, Kakashi continued to mask his inner turmoil with an icy exterior, concealing his pain through an air of aloofness. Thus, obeying Kakashi's instructions, Yuya proceeded to a clandestine assembly point. At this location, adorned in his umbu mask, Yuya undoubtedly stood out the most. For there, alongside the somewhat familiar guy, were several younger ninjas, including the likes of Shino Aburame and Hinata Hyuga, while the remaining ninjas were all seasoned warriors, each well beyond the age of 20. As a ninja even younger than Akai and others, Yuenya undoubtedly became the focal point of everyone's attention. However, while adorned with a mask, Yuenya, despite his youth, possessed the identity of an umbu, meaning that the seasoned ninjas would refrain from engaging him in conversation. As Yuenya prepared to step onto the battlefield, under the curious gazes of the onlookers, he silently attuned himself to the varying strengths of those around him. Yet, who could have anticipated that before Yuenjie could familiarize himself with his companions, a familiar voice reverberated from the front of the formation. That recognizable voice belonged to none other than Yuen's uncle, Nara Shikaku. It turned out that Uncle Shikaku was our commander. One could surmise that upon entering the battlefield, I might enjoy certain advantages. Silently grateful to step onto the battlefield under the guidance of a familiar face, Yuenye's smile, however, was short-lived. The reason was simple. Nara Shikaku was Yuenye's commander. With a protective instinct, Shikaku would rather face death than allow Yuenye to engage directly in combat. Although Shikaku understood that training on the battlefield could expedite Yuenye's growth, he echoed Kakashi's sentiments. The battlefield is no playground for children. It is a place where lives may be lost. Thus, even to mitigate a 1 in 1,000 chance, Shikaku preferred that Yuenye remain concealed among the masses. Consequently, the following days were spent in tedium for Yuenye. Despite being a member of the 4th Hokage's escort team and possessing an umbu identity, one would expect him to observe the battle from a commander's vantage point, absorbing the atmosphere of war. Yet, under Shikaku's direction, Yuenye found himself relegated to the role of a logistics officer. Aside from daily assisting with the transport of supplies alongside Awashi, Yuenye often mingled with medical ninjas, ostensibly to safeguard their well-being and that of the injured from Konohagakure. In truth, even the medical ninjas realized that Yuenye was merely seeking refuge, leading him to swiftly become an integral part of the medical team. Shadow, deliver this medicine to Medical Camp 3. Shadow, hurry and help me carry the injured inside. Shadow, stop daydreaming and assist me in preparing the medicine. Each day within the medical unit, Yuenje, as an umbu, aptly embodied the role of a temporary worker, often seen as a mere errand runner. Whenever trouble arose, the first to come to mind was the young Yuende, who seldom made mistakes. Over time, Yuenje thrived in the medical unit, becoming an indispensable presence. If Yuenrei were absent for a day, even the medical ninjas would feel a sense of unease, while the injured from Konohagakure would lose a source of light-hearted banter. In essence, their joy was built upon Yuende's presence. Life in the medical team for Yuende, simplified, revolved around training and menial tasks. As for the training aspect, thanks to the shadow clone technique, Yuenre became increasingly adept at mastering the 4th Hokage's secret arts. Even as Yuenje engaged in menial tasks within the medical unit, what initially began as a rudimentary understanding of pharmacology transformed him into a veritable medical ninja, capable of rendering urgent assistance to wounded soldiers. However, during his brief tenure of merely a fortnight with the medical team, an unforeseen incident arose. This very incident thwarted Lu Jio's plans entirely, plunging Yuende, who had been accompanying the medical unit, into a perilous predicament. The source of this calamity was none other than an ambush orchestrated by enemy ninjas. Shadow, you seem rather relaxed today, lost in thought again? Stop daydreaming. Hurry and assist me with the injured. Yes, the routine of tending to the injured became almost monotonous for Yuanya over the past several days, as he gradually acclimated to his role as a medical ninja. Initially, the newly arrived wounded soldiers were often bewildered, questioning when the Umbu had taken on the mantle of medical ninjas. Nevertheless, those who became familiar with the medical camp were well aware of the exploits of the Petit Umbu. Thus, throughout his brief sojourn with the medical unit, Yuanya garnered a commendable reputation among the injured of Konoha, though few knew that this unassuming Umbu was Nara Yuanya. They merely referred to him by his code name, Shadow. As for Yuanya's apparent daydreaming, let it be clear, it was far from mere idleness. Each day he diligently practiced the shadow clone technique, necessitating a careful management of his clones within the confines of the medical camp to conceal his training from his fellow villagers. Consequently, his intense concentration on mastering the technique often led others to mistakenly interpret his focus as daydreaming. Members of the medical unit and the injured of Konoha gradually became aware of Yuanya's penchant for seeming lost in thought, often teasing him about it, much to his bemusement, as though he were the lazy one among the Umbu. Yet, few realized the extent of his astonishing progress during these moments of apparent distraction. The primary catalyst for Yuanya's advancement was undoubtedly his training in the secret techniques of the fourth Hokage. Not long ago, while training alongside Guy, Yuanya began to grasp some of the fundamentals of the fourth Hokage's secret techniques, mastering the skill of accelerating wind chakra with remarkable proficiency. This seemingly mundane ability to enhance speed allowed Yuanya to challenge even Guy during taijutsu, indicating that such a minor enhancement could propel Yuanya's prowess to new heights. In the recent days, having established a solid foundation, Yuanya dedicated himself to training with fervor, swiftly mastering 2 additional secret techniques of the fourth Hokage. The first was the fourth Hokage's body flicker technique, and the second was his unique method of perception. To elaborate on the first, Yuanya had long ago utilized an application to successfully learn the body flicker technique, enabling him to employ it effectively. However, every ninja's body flicker technique possesses subtle nuances in its application. For instance, the fourth Hokage's mastery of this technique instills fear in his adversaries, while the attempts of ordinary ninjas amount to little more than mere displays of prowess. The body flicker technique cultivated by Yuanya, utilizing shadow clones, undoubtedly mirrors the signature style of the fourth Hokage. Moreover, the intricacies involved in executing this technique can only be realized after Yuanya has completed the first stage of the wind nature transformation of chakra, a feat reliant solely on his own rigorous training. After all, such skill-oriented cultivation cannot be facilitated by any application, which explains the considerable time Yuanya invested in mastering the method through shadow clones. When Yuanya finally grasps the essence of the fourth Hokage's body flicker technique, he cannot help but marvel at its efficacy. Not only does it eliminate the need for hand seals, but it also enhances the technique's effectiveness through the unique properties of wind chakra. Should Yuanya find himself on the battlefield, he would eagerly seek to test whether he could replicate the traces of the fourth Hokage's technique in conjunction with the Rinnegan using his wind body flicker technique. Furthermore, the specialized perception method employed by the fourth Hokage also necessitates the utilization of wind nature chakra. Simply put, it involves enveloping oneself in the transformed wind chakra and perceiving the techniques their enemies intend to unleash by sensing the fluctuations in the surrounding chakra, a fundamental aspect of the fourth Hokage's secret arts, and indeed its very essence. Due to his inability to fully master the wind nature transformation, Yuanya has only scratched the surface of the fourth Hokage's body flicker technique and his unique perception method. Yet, even this rudimentary understanding is sufficient for Yuanya to gain the upper hand against most ninjas. This highlights the fact that beyond the Rinnegan and the Flying Thunder God technique, the fourth Hokage possesses an array of formidable secret arts. Alas, the fourth Hokage met his untimely demise in the original narrative, depriving many fans of witnessing his full potential. Oh, to master such an array of secret techniques yet never have the opportunity to step onto the battlefield, Uncle Kakashi, your actions have caused considerable distress. I once thought that having you as my commander would afford me some advantages, but it appears these advantages merely confine me to the medical unit. Uncle Kakashi, I find myself somewhat resentful, as Yuanya accompanied several medical ninjas to retrieve the latest casualties. His continuous progress in training was hindered by the lack of a platform to showcase his abilities, leading him to silently grumble about his adorable yet obstinate uncle, Nara Kakashi. However, just as Yuanya was lamenting Kakashi's arrangements that deprived him of any opportunity to demonstrate his skills, He caught a glimpse of a wounded comrade out of the corner of his eye, causing his pupils to narrow in alarm. Wait, is that the shadow of a kunai? Oh no, it's entangled with an explosive tag. Realizing the imminent danger, Yue instinctively shouted, "Be careful, enemy attack." Shadow hand. With practiced precision, he summoned his chakra, forming it into the shape of a shadowy hand. Evidently, during the days of languishing in the medical corps, Yuyama never forgot his identity as a shadow operative. Nor did he neglect his duty to protect the medical unit. Especially since he practiced daily with shadow clones, Yuyama maintained a remarkable state of readiness. Thus, when a kunai laced with an explosive tag hurtled towards him, Yuyama summoned his shadow hands, not only seizing the kunai mid-flight but also taking advantage of the brief moment before the explosive detonated, swiftly returning the weapon, igniting a blaze in the dense forest ahead. Regrettably, the assailants targeting the medical unit were well prepared. Even if Yuyama could save a few medical ninjas and injured comrades in front of him, he could not rescue the entire camp's medical personnel or the wounded leaf ninjas recuperating within. In mere seconds, flames erupted throughout the camp. The extent of the enemy's assault was unknown, as was the number of comrades who fell victim to the initial onslaught. In that instant of the enemy's attack, Yuyama deeply grasped the brutal reality of war. Those who had been joyfully conversing just minutes prior could find themselves mercilessly slain on the battlefield moments later. Nonetheless, the tactical proficiency of the Leaf Medical Corps was commendable. Moreover, the medical unit, honed through the trials of the Third Great Ninja War, far surpassed the expectations of those accustomed to peacetime. Within just over 10 minutes, the Leaf Medical Unit, through the concerted efforts of numerous ninjas, successfully repelled the attacking forces. The only lament was that the quality of the assailants exceeded the Leaf Ninjas' expectations. In the course of the ambush, not a single enemy was lost, nor did any prisoners fall into their hands. The shadow of war swiftly enveloped the medical camp, with Yuyama remaining vigilant, having scarcely rested throughout the night. Even more chilling news evidently did not reach the ears of the young operative during the night. It was not until the following morning, when the captain of the medical unit summoned Yuyama to recount their grim circumstances, that he comprehended the dire situation they faced. "We fear the enemy ninjas intend to sever our connection with the main forces. We may now be isolated, fighting alone within the enemy's encirclement." Fighting alone? Yuyama pondered the remaining supplies within the camp and how long they could endure. Though a novice to the battlefield, Yuyama, as a transmigrator, understood the significance of wartime resources. A direct analogy suffices: if one cannot obtain sufficient sustenance, one cannot fight. Among these resources is the food for the ninja forces, should their supplies be compromised. It would be tantamount to an army deprived of provisions, rendering them as good as dead within the enemy's grasp. As Yuyama's inquiry echoed, the captain of the medical unit subtly nodded in agreement. Long had it been known that Yue's true identity was recognized only by the captain of the medical unit amidst the entire medical corps. Now, from Yue's very first inquiry, it became evident that he was no ordinary lad. At that moment, the captain of the medical unit, while increasingly optimistic about Yue, let out a deep sigh and remarked, "Shadow, during the previous raid, our war supplies remained unscathed, allowing us to endure for at least 10 more days. However, you must understand that the medical unit is unlike a conventional ninja squad. Our camp houses numerous wounded soldiers, many of whom are severely injured, leading to a daily consumption rate 3 times that of ordinary ninja units. The supply of medicines and medical equipment must not cease." As he spoke, the captain raised 3 fingers, struggling to continue. "In just 3 days, at most, we will exhaust our resources for the injured. If we do not secure additional supplies by then, many of the wounded, even those with minor injuries, may meet a tragic fate surrounded by the enemy. The enemy's scheme is indeed malicious. They are directly targeting medical units like ours to delay the advance of the front lines, buying themselves more time. Thus, Shadow, do you comprehend the purpose of my summoning you?" "Understood, Captain." Having heard so much from the captain of the medical unit, Yue would truly be a fool not to grasp the underlying message. Undoubtedly, he was the most suitable individual for relaying information in a breakout scenario within the medical unit. It is widely recognized that the training of the Umbu differs significantly from that of ordinary ninjas in desperate breakout situations. While elite ninjas might only have a 30% chance of success, Umbu operatives boast a 50% probability, along with a considerably higher likelihood of successfully transmitting critical information. Of course, although the captain was aware of Yue's identity, he remained oblivious to the fact that Yue had not undergone specialized Umbu training. Regrettably, with the entire medical unit facing dire straits, The captain felt compelled to place his trust in the relatively young Umbu operative, thus shouldering the responsibility upon Yue. Nevertheless, the captain understood the wisdom of not putting all his eggs in one basket. Thus, Yue was merely one egg among many. Once Yue embarked on his mission to relay information, the captain would undoubtedly dispatch others, whom he deemed more reliable than Yue, for the task. However, those considerations were beyond Yue's concern. Upon exiting the captain's camp, Yue experienced a profound transformation in demeanor. After enduring and restraining himself for an extended period during the medical ninja unit's time-wasting days, he finally seized an opportunity to ascend to the battlefield. How could he betray the fruits of his painstaking training over the past days? Just as I had recently departed from the captain of the medical unit, I set off towards the camp of my dear friend, the perceptive ninja, Iwashi. In both the breakout and the subsequent search for the main forces, as well as the transmission of intelligence, I required a perceptive ninja. After I recounted the circumstances, Iwashi did not disappoint me, responding with a smile, "Shadow. Congratulations are in order. A perceptive ninja like myself may not feel much in the logistics unit, but someone like you must have had enough of it by now. This is a splendid opportunity. If you can successfully complete your mission, Lord Fourth Hokage will surely acknowledge your merits. However, if we are to discuss the breakout, how about I introduce you to two companions? Their presence would significantly enhance our chances of success by at least 20%. Oh, who are they? As a perceptive ninja, Iwashi was always cautious, weighing each word carefully. Thus, when I learned that Iwashi was to introduce two reliable companions, I nodded in agreement, eager to gather the two new allies he recommended. However, when the two companions made their grand entrance before me, I was utterly taken aback, as I had anticipated being introduced to two seasoned jonin. To my astonishment, they were indeed familiar faces from the original storyline. Shadow, this is Asuma Sarutobi, the son of the third Hokage, and he is quite formidable. As for this one, this is Kurenai Yuhi, a powerful genjutsu specialist. And Lady Tsunade is her aspiration. Shadow, it is a pleasure to meet you. I look forward to your guidance. Kurenai, Asuma, I too hope to receive your esteemed guidance. Concealed behind the mask of the Umbu, Kurenai and Asuma seemed oblivious to my embarrassment. Yet, hidden behind that mask, I felt an overwhelming sense of awkwardness. I had never anticipated that the companions Iwashi would introduce would be two mere children. With Iwashi and me, we formed a veritable squad of youngsters. Nonetheless, I bore no contempt for Kurenai or Asuma, for they were renowned jonin within the original narrative. However, Kurenai had barely transitioned to chunin, and Asuma, with his somewhat arrogant demeanor and disheveled appearance, would find it challenging to contend with average chunin. With two such inexperienced individuals at my side, I truly felt a dwindling hope for our breakout. Yet, since they were recommended by Iwashi, I could not simply dismiss them. Thus, I swallowed my discontent and bravely declared, Kurenai, Asuma, since Iwashi has recommended you, I naturally trust in your abilities. However, there is an unpleasant truth I must convey up front. This mission is exceedingly perilous, and we are all likely to find ourselves ensnared within the enemy's clutches. Therefore, if you harbor any doubts about your abilities, it is perfectly acceptable to withdraw at this moment. Clearly, this statement was intended by Yuenye to intimidate both Tsukuyami and Asuma Sarutobi, hoping to dissuade them from proceeding. Yet, as soon as Yuenye finished speaking, Asuma Sarutobi nonchalantly replied, Leader, spare us the idle chatter and simply tell us when we will break through. I have been prepared for quite some time and await your orders. We shall depart shortly. If Asuma's carefree demeanor merely left Yuenye perplexed, the subsequent remarks from Tsukuyami surely made him feel as if he were on the verge of spontaneous combustion. Leader, is Kage your code name? It sounds rather unappealing and somewhat effeminate. Such a biting retort from Tsukuyami was an unexpected talent that had not manifested in the original narrative. Thus, when Tsukuyami's commentary arrived, Yuenye's expression was one of exasperation, acutely aware that the mission's difficulty had escalated yet further. As for Niji Iwashi, he appeared utterly exasperated, clearly overwhelmed by Tsukuyami's critique, which had sapped him of considerable morale, nearly incapacitating his combat readiness. Nevertheless, despite the jesting, when the time came to undertake the mission, Yuenye was resolutely serious. Observing that neither Asuma nor Tsukuyami intended to withdraw, Yuenye unfurled the well-preserved map from his ninja toolkit and addressed Niji Iwashi. Iwashi, I shall refer to you as such, as the moniker Kage does indeed sound rather effeminate, something I have long wished to express. Leader, may I challenge you to a duel before our departure? Absolutely not. As I am the captain, With a mere assertion of his authority, Yuan-je quelled Awashi's frustration. He then lightened the oppressive atmosphere surrounding their breakout attempt, stating with a smile, "Awashi, I am a novice, as you are aware. Thus, I shall rely on your expertise in navigation. I certainly do not wish to emerge from our escape only to find myself lost from the main camp. You will handle this matter, one to you? Of course. Leave it to me. Very well, then, Tsukuyami and Asuma, please share your respective areas of expertise." In truth, with Awashi's presence, Yuanya was confident that their combined skills would facilitate a successful breakout. His inquiry regarding Tsukuyami and Asuma's abilities was merely to ensure their protection. Following Awashi's earlier comments, Yuanya learned that Tsukuyami was a skilled illusionist, proficient in Jinjutsu, which prompted him to silently acknowledge her potential value in the breakout. Conversely, Asuma Sarutobi appeared to embody the archetype of a brash warrior, seemingly lacking any talents beyond combat. The intricacies of off-road adventures elude comprehension, particularly regarding the enchanting character of Sunset Red in the original narrative, who seems inexplicably drawn to a man already in the early stages of decline. Nonetheless, when the topic of beauty arises, the gaze of the protagonist inevitably drifts towards Sunset Red, revealing her potential as a beauty despite her tender age. Her physique, still in its formative stages, lacks the voluptuous allure depicted in the original storyline. However, her exquisite visage, coupled with her ruby-like eyes, compels even the protagonist to marvel at her early promise of beauty. It is evident that her transformation into a stunning woman is destined to unfold seamlessly in the future. As the protagonist muses over Sunset Red's latent beauty, he remains oblivious to the fact that she, alongside Asuma Sarutobi, scrutinizes him in equal measure. Simply put, the protagonist is still quite young, despite the high regard in which Deva Awashi holds him. The medical unit captain's decision to assign such a critical task to the protagonist inevitably stirs unease in both Sunset Red and Asuma, even if they refrain from vocalizing their thoughts, particularly during ensuing operations when they must follow the protagonist's lead. A shared glance between Sunset Red and Asuma reveals a hint of mockery in their expressions. Clearly, should the protagonist fail to earn their respect, he may find that the challenges he faces are not solely external, but may also arise from within his own ranks. Conversely, the protagonist, even if he perceives the disdain from Sunset Red and Asuma, finds himself at an impasse. Beyond demonstrating his capabilities, he cannot impose his authority as captain upon them. Thus, after formulating a preliminary plan for their escape, he glances at the time and instructs, "Awashi, Red, Asuma, we have 20 minutes to rest. In 20 minutes, we will convene at Awashi's tent to prepare for our breakout. Understood?" "Yes, Captain." They respond in unison, and Awashi, Sunset Red, and Asuma proceed to take their leave. As Sunset Red and Asuma depart, their hushed conversation, though barely audible, reaches the protagonist's ears. "Asuma, do you really think the shadow is as formidable as Awashi claims?" I believe Awashi has indeed exaggerated the shadow's prowess. To think he can be compared to Kakashi at such a young age, who does he think he is? So, Red, during the breakout, stick close to me. Otherwise, trailing behind that shadow may hinder our escape, let alone relay any vital information. Oh, come on, Asuma. The shadow is still our captain. For now, we must heed his commands. I won't concern myself with that. If he truly irritates me, just watch how I will flatten him. As the distant voices gradually fade away, the protagonist, resting within the confines of the camp, cannot help but let out a sardonic chuckle, reflecting, Red is tolerable, but why must Asuma be such an insufferable character? Not every figure in the original narrative is endearing. It seems Kakashi and Asuma stand as exceptions. Forget it, I shall no longer dwell on trivial matters. There is no need to stoop to the level of a petty individual. It is far better to focus on fulfilling my duties. With this resolve in mind, I decided to temporarily set aside my previous frustrations. After a brief interlude of 20 minutes, I made my way to the assembly point. To my surprise, both Shikamaru Nara and Ino Yamanaka were already present, yet Asuma Sarutobi was conspicuously absent, seemingly oblivious to my orders. Seeing Asuma's absence, not only was I perturbed, but even Shikamaru's expression darkened. At that moment, I pondered, it matters not if Asuma looks down upon me. How can he neglect the fundamental responsibilities of a ninja? Particularly in perilous situations, disobeying orders can lead to dire consequences. As the son of the third Hokage, Asuma should grasp these basic tenets. My regard for him had plummeted to an all-time low, erasing any lingering goodwill. As for Shikamaru, he felt a profound sense of embarrassment. Ino, Asuma, both of whom he had introduced to me, were now a source of discomfort. With Asuma faltering in front of me, Shikamaru felt caught between a rock and a hard place, preparing to explain. Hey, Asuma, there's no need for explanations, Shikamaru. We are comrades. I interjected with a smile, believing it unnecessary to jeopardize my friendship with Shikamaru over someone inconsequential. Since Asuma lacks the courage to join us, let us proceed. Shikamaru, Ino, follow my lead. Let the mission commence. Yes, Captain. Before our departure, issues had already arisen on Asuma's end, undoubtedly vexing Shikamaru. Thus, when I commanded us to set off, Shikamaru hastened forward, determined not to disappoint me. In contrast, Ino remained unaffected by Asuma's shortcomings, ready to show me, the rookie, a thing or two during our mission. However, none could have anticipated that as we embarked, I would demonstrate my astounding speed. Whoosh! The moment we left the Konoha Medical Corps camp, I accelerated, leaving even Shikamaru, who was well acquainted with my abilities, astonished. When I first undertook a mission, Shikamaru had witnessed my speed as far less impressive, despite being away for merely a month. He had not anticipated my mastery of wind chakra, which had drastically enhanced my velocity, placing him, once a member of the Umbu, at a slight disadvantage. As for Ino, her astonishment was even more pronounced, having not undergone any specialized training like Shiawashi in the art of stealth. Yuhi Kurenai found herself straining immensely while keeping pace with the rugged terrain. She had initially intended to showcase her prowess to the rugged individual, but as soon as they departed from the camp, the formidable display of his skills left her feeling overwhelmed. How infuriating! If she were to suggest slowing down now, it would undoubtedly lead that young imp to underestimate her. Even a child might mutter that women are troublesome, wouldn't they? No. She could not allow that young imp to look down on her. She must keep up with his pace. This was not only a matter of competing with him, but also of preserving the dignity of a female ninja. After weighing her options, Kurenai resolved to give it her all, channeling her chakra with urgency as she prepared to accelerate and stay beside him. However, just as Kurenai and Shiawashi gritted their teeth to barely keep up with the rugged one's pace, he suddenly halted. Uttering a single phrase that left both Kurenai and Awashi dumbfounded, their mouths agape, unable to utter a word for an extended moment. Washi, Kurenai, can we call off the warm-up? Our mission is rather urgent, so we need to pick up the pace. Are you able to manage? Upon hearing this, Kurenai felt her face flush crimson, unable to respond. Instead, Awashi, who was more familiar with him, quickly replied, Shadow, to be honest. I struggled to keep up with that last speed. Let's take it a bit slower. Awashi then added with a sigh, Shadow, I didn't expect that in just over a month, your skills would have improved so significantly. I imagine Rado and Gunma will be just as astonished when they join you on missions. Yes, if possible, I would love to partake in missions with them as well. He responded with a smile, though he merely frowned slightly as he turned away, not elaborating further. With the team newly formed, the incident involving Asuma Saratobi had just arisen. Thus, the rugged one could not chastise Awashi and Kurenai for their sluggishness. That would be tantamount to a direct affront to their dignity. Therefore, for the sake of team cohesion, he had no choice but to revise their breakout strategy, opting for a more cautious, step-by-step approach. Undoubtedly, this method of retreat was the least efficient and equally perilous. Yet, there was no alternative. Having chosen to trust Awashi, he must bear the consequences of that decision. Subsequently, he utilized his wind perception technique to gauge the surrounding situation, then turned to Awashi with a serious expression and inquired, Washi, assess the surroundings. It's far too quiet. Kurenai, please check for any traps. I leave that matter to you. Understood, Captain. If the rugged one had not previously demonstrated his strength to Kurenai, she would have outwardly complied with his orders while inwardly resisting. However, the off-road team has recently demonstrated their prowess and speed, leaving the Sunset Red team in awe. Just moments after the off-road team issued their commands, not only did they manage to impress the likes of Diawashi, but even the previously obstinate Sunset Red complied dutifully, as if striving to regain some lost dignity, meticulously searching for traps in their vicinity. Moreover, it must be noted that the illusionary arts exhibited by Sunset Red far surpassed those of Off-Road and Diawashi. Within mere seconds, while Diawashi remained oblivious to their surroundings, Sunset Red discovered 3 subtle traps nearby. Each of these traps was intricately tied to illusion techniques. Had they been set for Off-Road or Diawashi, they could have easily fallen prey to them. Fortunately, Sunset Red identified these traps, sparing the Off-Road team and Diawashi from unnecessary delays. Sunset Red's remarkable performance elicited a silent nod of acknowledgement from Off-Road, recognizing the strength of their companion. Clearly, without Sunset Red's presence, Off-Road and Diawashi would have been utterly inept in dealing with illusions, potentially stepping directly into the enemy's traps, which, while not life-threatening, would have jeopardized their escape plan, leading to an imminent onslaught from numerous enemy ninjas. With Sunset Red's assistance, the efficiency of the Off-Road team's escape undoubtedly increased significantly. Yet, even so, combat remained an indispensable aspect of their escape strategy. With Sunset Red's support, the Off-Road team had just leapt over several traps ahead and were preparing for the next phase of their escape when suddenly, Diawashi signaled to Off-Road and murmured, "Shadow." Enemy ninjas detected 500 meters ahead. Preliminary assessment indicates a J-Nin leading a team of 2 CH-Nin and 3 Genin. What should we do? What? A J-Nin? As soon as Diawashi finished speaking, Sunset Red couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Clearly, for ninjas of Sunset Red's caliber, encountering a J-Nin was tantamount to mission failure. Thus, upon hearing of the enemy J-Nin's presence, not only did Sunset Red's countenance darken, but Diawashi's expression also turned grim. However, while Diawashi and Sunset Red felt the weight of this revelation, Off-Road merely smiled with ease. It seemed that having anticipated the encounter with a J-Nin during their escape, Off-Road was more than prepared. Not only was he ready to confront the J-Nin, but upon learning of the impending clash, he smiled reassuringly at Diawashi and Sunset Red, saying, "Washi, Red, do not worry. It is merely a J-Nin. As long as you follow my commands, not only will we handle this J-Nin, but even if more J-Nin come, we shall ensure they return empty-handed." Is it truly that simple? But that is a J-Nin. Despite Off-Road's comforting words, Diawashi felt somewhat reassured, while Sunset Red remained devoid of confidence. Just what did the presence of a J-Nin entail? Despite the portrayal of many Jonin in the original narrative as mere background characters, often succumbing to defeat with little resistance, it is imperative to recognize their critical role during wartime. The strength of a ninja village is not only measured by the number of its Kage-level warriors, but also by the sheer quantity of Jonin it possesses. For instance, while it may not be exceedingly challenging for an ordinary individual to enter the ninja academy and attain the rank of Genin, the arduous path to becoming a Chunin through the rigorous Chunin exams reveals a formidable obstacle, as one can discern from the original storyline. Among 100 Chunins, only a scant few may successfully ascend to the rank of Jonin, especially during times of conflict. The journey to this esteemed title often necessitates not merely the completion of numerous missions, but also the grim reality of stepping over the fallen bodies of Genin and Chunins alike. Thus, Jonin are frequently perceived by ordinary ninjas as relentless harbingers of death on the battlefield. The reactions of Kurenai Yuhi and Shino Aburame upon hearing the name of a Jonin are not indicative of cowardice, but rather a natural response to the daunting presence they represent. Should their comrades form a breakout team only to learn of a Jonin's involvement in their initial skirmish, the psychological toll could be devastating. Hence, the calm demeanor exhibited by Kurenai appears utterly peculiar, bordering on madness, from Shino's and Kurenai's perspectives. Shino, having previously accompanied Yuya on missions and witnessed his prowess in vanquishing Jonin, manages to maintain his composure under Yuya's reassuring presence. In stark contrast, Kurenai initially harbors doubts about Yuya's capabilities, intent on teaching him a lesson. Now, upon learning of an impending encounter with a Jonin, as she conceals herself alongside Yuya and others, her hand trembles uncontrollably around her kunai. The mere act of maintaining her composure seems a Herculean task. Meanwhile, Yuya remains wholly absorbed in the imminent battle, evidently lacking the bandwidth to attend to Shino's and Kurenai's anxieties. Particularly, upon receiving word from Shino that the enemy team has crossed into the 100-meter warning zone, a cruel smile unfurls at the corner of Yuya's mouth. After enduring rigorous training for so long, the prospect of a test has finally arrived. A Jonin, indeed, presents a thrilling challenge. With a silent vow, a palpable aura of deadly intent envelopes Yuya's gaze. As Yuya prepares meticulously for the impending confrontation, the enemy team reveals themselves before him and his companions. "Captain, having just apprehended that individual, does this count as a merit?" One member inquires. "Indeed, Captain. Our squad has managed to capture a leaf ninja after such a lengthy period. Surely, we can afford a brief respite?" Another adds. "Yes. It has been 3 days. We haven't even had time to sleep." A voice echoes. "Captain, how could the ninjas from the Leaf Village possibly break through? Isn't it prudent to allow for a proper rotation?" Silence. Maintain your vigilance. Do not forget we are on a mission. The captain's stern reprimand swiftly silences the cacophony, reinforcing his authority over the team. However, observing the expressions of discontent in the eyes of his subordinates, the leading Mist Ninja Jonin, Kirigakure felt a profound sense of frustration, contemplating the absurdity of the orders from above. 3 days prior, Zingy had received commands to lead his team in the pursuit of the majority of Konoha's medical troops. While the notion of such a pursuit was acceptable, the relentless 3 days of travel without respite was quite another matter. To his dismay, even after the conclusion of the Blood Mist era, the directives remained excessively stringent. Not only was there no time to rest, but Zingy, a Jonin, was also acutely aware of the dwindling food supplies, which were becoming increasingly unpalatable, leaving him feeling physically strained. Yet, for the pride of the mist, Zingy felt compelled to endure, lamenting the plight of his subordinates. It was undeniable that Jonin were the true backbone during wartime. But without the support of Chunin and Genin, the foundational forces, how could a war persist? How could victory be attained? Among his ranks were 2 Chunin and 3 freshly minted Genin, all novices on the battlefield. Under the guidance of an experienced Jonin like Zingy, the dangers were mitigated. Yet the prolonged lack of adequate supplies rendered the possibility of death on the battlefield all too commonplace. The more Zingy pondered the state of the village, the more agitated he became. Just as he furrowed his brow, contemplating a solution to address his subordinates' needs, a shadow abruptly materialized ahead, instantly shifting Zingy's expression to one of gravity. An enemy attack. Caution. Whoosh. Just as Zingy uttered a warning, the shadow surged forward with astonishing speed, darting directly in front of one of his genin. Such swiftness. As he discerned the opponent's remarkable velocity amidst the shadows of the forest, he faintly recognized the attire, likely belonging to Konoha's Umbu. Zingy's heart sank, and he instinctively moved to protect his subordinate. Alas, the speed of the shadow far exceeded Zingy's expectations. In the next instant, a sharp sound pierced the air, and a vibrant light fell before Zingy's eyes. The figure that had suddenly emerged and swiftly dispatched a mist genin was none other than Yue, who had been concealed within the forest. One down. Sensei Minato. I trust my speed has not disappointed you? Indeed. At the moment of his appearance, Yue employed the 4th Hokage's acceleration technique, swiftly claiming the life of the mist genin before him. However, amidst the chaos of battle, the death of a single genin could hardly alter the tide of war. After all, genin and chunin often existed as mere fodder in such conflicts. Therefore, the loss of one genin would do little to affect Zingy's mindset. In the next moment, gripping the katana slung across his back, Zingy narrowed his eyes, ready to unleash his chakra, poised to strike down Yue and claim his life. In an instant, Zen accelerated, evoking a deep sense of dread within Waya. Such was the speed of a true Jonin, a stark contrast to that of a Kai. Thus, when Zen charged, Waya's pupils involuntarily constricted, and with great effort, he invoked an acceleration technique to narrowly evade the descending blade. Yet, the sword's edge still left a deep gash upon Waya's shoulder, causing blood to flow. Just as Zen caught the scent of blood, his murderous intent intensified, and he prepared to strike again. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Waya planted his feet firmly and, with hands forming seals, unleashed the technique of multiple shadow clones. Multiple shadow clones. Attack. Bang. 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 Shadow clones? Not mere illusions? Alarm surged through Zen as he realized Waya had deployed multiple shadow clones, plunging his spirits to rock bottom. As a Jonin of the Mist, especially during the Third Shinobi War, how could Zen be oblivious to the implications of shadow clones? Consequently, when Waya's clones manifested, Zen's first thought was that the Leaf Umbu before him intended to annihilate his squad. For what purpose would an Umbu waste chakra on clones, if not to eliminate their foes? Zen's reasoning was indeed spot on. Waya had resorted to the technique of multiple shadow clones precisely to obliterate the Mist Ninja squad before him, forced into this confrontation with a Jonin. Upon discovering that the ninja squad was comprised of Mist Shinobi, Waya harbored ominous thoughts, knowing that the Leaf's engagement with the Mist could lead to dire consequences. Moreover, given that Waya was executing a breakout mission, allowing even one Mist Ninja to escape would complicate future endeavors. Thus, in the midst of his confrontation with Zen, Waya willingly expended chakra to create 6 clones, swiftly encircling the Mist Ninjas. Just as Zen sensed the precariousness of his situation, gripping his blade and channeling chakra to rescue his subordinates, a cold smirk crept across Waya's face at the sight of the Jonin's hurried approach. Distracted by our skirmish? Even as a Jonin, how could you hope to save anyone? With an inward scoff, Waya stealthily concealed himself within the dense foliage, shielded by the visual cover of his clones. However, as soon as Waya nestled into his hiding place, Aitsuki Zin found himself in considerable trouble. Shadow stitching technique. Whoosh. Just as Aitsuki Zin reached the first of Waya's clones, the clone suddenly formed seals with its hands, expending all its chakra to execute the shadow stitching technique. The shadow beneath them surged forth, transforming into a streak of light that penetrated the body of a low-ranking mist ninja. As another shadow clone of the rugged terrain loomed, the mist ninja found himself with only a slim chance of defense. Just then, a dark figure surged forward, rendering the mist ninja utterly defenseless. Consequently, the lurking adversary felt a sharp pain in his chest, followed by the sight of a shadow piercing through the mist ninja, who collapsed into a pool of blood. It was evident that the shadow clone that had previously executed the shadow stitching technique was destroyed at the hands of Kazuki Seiji. However, Kazuki too failed to safeguard the life of his subordinate. The second mist ninja met a tragic end at the hands of the rugged terrain. Cursed be the Konoha Anbu for allowing me to lose 2 subordinates. Die! He roared. Water release. Water chaos waves. Boom. Boom. Realizing the dire situation, Kazuki Seiji could no longer remain passive, waiting for the rugged terrain shadow clone to eliminate all his subordinates. Thus, as the second mist ninja fell, Kazuki Seiji swiftly formed hand seals, completing a C-rank water release jutsu. With a whoosh, the seals were completed, and the chakra within Kazuki Seiji underwent a perfect transformation, drawing moisture from the air and executing the water technique without a direct water source. Instantly, a torrent of water surged towards the shadow clone of the rugged terrain. Seeing this, the mist ninjas under Kazuki's command instinctively prepared to leap away, seeking to evade the impending water jutsu. Yet, in the next moment, a scene of horror unfolded before Kazuki and his subordinates. Suddenly, the water wave controlled by Kazuki Seiji surged forth, and as the mist ninjas attempted to jump to safety, the shadow beneath the rugged terrain's clone unexpectedly extended, ensnaring each mist ninja, leaving them with no chance to escape Kazuki's water technique. Kazuki Seiji stood aghast, especially upon realizing that all his subordinates were now threatened by the very water jutsu he had unleashed. He bit his lip in frustration, tasting the metallic sweetness of blood, and muttered, "Damn it, is this the work of a member of the Nara clan from Konoha? The shadow imitation technique is indeed formidable." Spitting blood, Kazuki Seiji forcibly retracted his water jutsu, suffering a backlash for his efforts. However, just as he believed he had retracted the jutsu and would find a way to save his subordinates, the rugged terrain offered him no respite. At that moment, as the shadow clone employed the shadow imitation technique to bind all the mist ninjas except Kazuki Seiji, the rugged terrain suddenly altered his hand seals and whispered, "Shadow neck binding technique." Crack, crack. The shadow neck binding technique ensnared the shadows of the mist ninjas, creeping upward amidst their terrified gazes. As the shadows ascended to envelop the neck of the mist ninja, the sound of shattered vertebrae echoed incessantly, clearly under the binding technique of the shadow of Yuyama. All the mist ninja except for Koizumi Seiji met their demise at the hands of the Nara clan's secret arts. And what of Koizumi Seiji? He was left with a heart heavy with despair. The backlash of ninjutsu is not a trifling matter. In a desperate bid to save his subordinates, Koizumi Seiji swallowed the symptoms of this backlash, yet upon witnessing the tragic demise of all his men at Yuyama's hands, how could his heart bear the weight? Then, as he beheld the frail figure of Yuyama reappear before him, Koizumi Seiji took a deep breath and finally regarded the young Anbu with newfound seriousness. Yet, who could have foreseen that just as he prepared to utter some harsh words, Yuyama's voice would cut through the air first? "Miss Ninja, have you not noticed that my shadow has vanished?" "What?" Koizumi Seiji gasped in astonishment at Yuyama's words. But before he could process this revelation, under Yuyama's icy gaze, he issued a command, "Washi, Akai." Such an opportune moment. Do I really need to remind you? Yes, Captain. Hidden within the dense forest, both Akai and Washi watched Yuyama's display in awe. They found his prowess truly terrifying. 1 Mist Ninja Jonin, 2 Mist Ninja Chunin, and 3 Mist Ninja Genin, 6 in total, stood before Yuyama, without even a glimmer of resistance. Akai almost believed Yuyama to be a reincarnated demon. How else could someone so youthful possess such formidable strength? Especially when Yuyama ordered the harvest of Koizumi Seiji's life and the shadows beneath him dissipated, leaving Seiji with no chance to move. In that moment, Akai and Washi suddenly emerged, kunai in hand, piercing the throat and heart of Koizumi Seiji, engulfing them in a surreal sensation as if they were living a dream. Even as Seiji's breath faded, An astonishing thought lingered in Akai and Washi's minds. Could this figure before them truly have been a Jonin of the mist? When did Miss Jonin become so easily slain? Did I truly just kill a Miss Jonin with my own hands? Am I dreaming? With the death of the Miss Jonin Koizumi Seiji, Akai and Washi remained in a daze, unable to grasp the reality of their actions. Meanwhile, Yuyama surveyed the corpses of the mist ninja, deep in contemplation. Having spent considerable time within the Konoha medical unit, Yuyama realized after this initial clash with the mist that their adversary was indeed the Mist Village. With this understanding, he finally grasped the source of his ominous premonitions. Could it be? No wonder I have felt a sense of foreboding. It originated from those beside me. Kakashi, you may still be unaware of what this battle signifies for you. The battle we currently face signifies for you not merely the loss of a comrade, but also the imminent threat posed by that individual who seeks to extinguish our teacher's life. A bitter smile involuntarily crept across Yuye's face as he pondered this grim reality. Fortunately, his countenance was concealed beneath the mask of the Umbu, preventing Kurenai Yuhi and Tsubaki Awashi from perceiving his distress. Had they caught sight of that subtle expression, it might have given rise to various misconceptions, leading them to wonder if Yuyi was dissatisfied with their performance. However, the melancholy smile that graced Yuye's face was not directed at Kurenai or Tsubaki. Rather, it was a reflection of his thoughts concerning Kakashi and his mentor, the fourth Hokage. Others may remain oblivious to the potential ramifications of the ongoing conflict between Konoha and the Mist Shinobi, but for someone like Yuyi, a traveler well-versed in the original narrative, such ignorance was impossible. He was acutely aware of the secret mission Kakashi had undertaken. Among the myriad of battles in the Third Great Ninja War, the one that lingered most vividly in Yuye's memory, aside from Kakashi's acquisition of the Sharingan during the Battle of Shinnok, was indeed the present conflict between Konoha and the Mist Shinobi. To put it plainly, this war was orchestrated by the shadowy figure, Madara Uchiha. Months prior, Yuyi had gleaned intelligence from the likes of Rikuju and Dingzu, learning that the fourth Hokage had dispatched Rin to infiltrate the Mist Village, with the intention of making her the host for the Three Tails, Isabu, thereby weakening the Mist's capabilities and preventing their support in the ongoing war. Little did the fourth Hokage realize that his decision to send Rin to the Mist Village would prove to be a grave misstep, for in the Battle of Shinnok, the supposedly deceased Uchiha Obito was, in fact, alive, having merely become a target for Madara. When Madara deemed the time ripe, he commanded a division of the Mist Shinobi to split their forces. One contingent would engage Konoha's main strength, while another, led by Rin, now the host of Isabu, would advance on Konoha to unleash the Three Tails' power against the village. Based on the original storyline, Yuyi understood that Madara's scheme was both a failure and a success. Kakashi, during his covert mission, succeeded in eliminating Rin, the host of Isabu. Yet, that very act triggered Obito's transformation into the masked villain, ultimately becoming Madara's successor. Thus, Madara's plan could not be deemed a failure. Conversely, even though Konoha emerged victorious in its clash with the Mist Shinobi, it inadvertently sowed the seeds for the impending Nine Tails incident and the fourth Hokage's downfall. If only, just if only, I could rescue Rin from Kakashi's hands, would Obito have succumbed to darkness? After all, becoming Hokage was his dearest aspiration. Had Obito not succumbed to darkness, there would have been no possibility of Minato's demise. Based on the original narrative, it seems that Madara has reached a state of exhaustion. Moreover, with a non-corrupted Obito present, there should be a means to locate the aged Madara, should one desire to do so. At present, the priority lies in successfully completing the breakout mission, which necessitates a discussion with Minato regarding this potentiality. However, before that can transpire, I must first address you. Contemplating this inwardly, Yuenge gazed at the still-dazed Kurenai Yuhi and Taiyahashi, shaking his head in disappointment. It is possible that in the future, Kurenai and Taiyahashi may become exceptional ninjas. Yet they remain far too inexperienced at this moment. Just as earlier, had Yuenge not valiantly turned the tide by utilizing the Nara clan's secret techniques, particularly the wondrous effects of the Shadow Clone technique, the immediate threat posed by the Mist Nin would not have been resolved so smoothly. Merely facing that one Mist Jonin might have been sufficient to spell disaster for Kurenai and Taiyahashi, likely resulting in their untimely demise at his hands. Furthermore, disregarding their previous performances, the present conduct of Kurenai and Taiyahashi is somewhat intolerable to Yuende. Especially when he approached them, observing their continued stupor, he cleared his throat gently. Upon meeting Yuenya's icy gaze, Kurenai and Taiyahashi shivered, and they soon heard him declare in a cold tone, as ninjas, "Is it any wonder you lack the resolve to execute your mission? Takahashi, let us set aside Kurenai for now. As a former Umbu, did you truly not grasp the simplicity of handling a corpse? I apologize. I will attend to it at once. Takahashi responded sheepishly, scratching his head before hastily attending to the body of the mist ninja. Then, as Yuenya's gaze shifted to Kurenai, he noticed a slight blush gracing her fair cheeks. She hurriedly uttered an apology. I sincerely apologize. It was my and Takahashi's oversight. You have neglected more than just a trivial matter. Please be more vigilant in the future. Yes, Captain. With a gentle reminder to Kurenai, Yuenya was confident that this lesson would be etched in her memory, given her status as a jonin in the original tale. Thus, as Kurenai and Takahashi moved to handle the Mist Ninja's remains, Yuenya, who had yet to dispel his shadow clones, settled next to the lifeless body of the Mist Jonin, Hozuki Zabuza, fixing him with a frigid stare and sneering. Tell me, is there a lesson in your training about feigning death? Each of you Mist Nins seem adept at it. No wonder you can never surpass our Leaf Village. Moreover, had you truly perished, it would have spared me from facing such a difficult choice. As Yuenya spoke, the seemingly lifeless Hozuki Zabuza gradually opened his glazed eyes. Yet, his sudden revival merely left Takahashi and Kurenai momentarily taken aback. What truly astonished Yuhi Kurenai and Yagura Washi was the moment when the eyes of the enigmatic Gato Zenji opened, and the peculiar weapon that had been snatched from his grasp by Yuya was revealed. This weapon, adorned with the emblem of the Leaf Village, was none other than Asuma's. As Yuya clutched the extraordinary weapon, Kurenai and Awashi could not suppress their gasp of disbelief. The uniqueness of this weapon was unmistakable to Kurenai. She recognized it all too well. She was acutely aware that this blade, known as the Kunai blade, was meticulously crafted by the third Hokage specifically for his son, Sarutobi Asuma. The entirety of the weapon was forged from a rare metal capable of channeling chakra, rendering the singular Kunai blade in Yuya's possession of an unimaginable value. As for the reason behind its worth, it was quite simple, much like the chakra testing device Yuya had acquired recently. This special metal that could conduct chakra was a rare commodity within the ninja world. Apart from a few prominent ninja villages and affluent clans, the average individual would require an extraordinary stroke of luck to possess such chakra-conducting metal. Asuma, who had not accompanied Yuya and the others in their escape, had undoubtedly become a fortuitous opportunity for the Mist Jonin, Gato Zenji. Thus, the instant Yuya seized the Kunai blade from Gato Zenji, he was faced with a formidable choice, to continue the breakout or to rescue Sarutobi Asuma. However, just as Yuya wrestled with this dilemma, he noticed an unsettling change in Kurenai and Awashi's demeanor. Furrowing his brow, he quickly reassured them, Kurenai, Awashi, there is no need for concern at this moment. If my instincts are correct, Asuma should be safe. Even the Mist Ninja would require sources of intelligence, and Asuma, as the bearer of such information, is likely a guest within their camp, posing no immediate threat to his life. Oh, is that truly the case? Young one, your deduction may not be entirely accurate. Just as Yuya's comforting words began to take effect, Kurenai and Awashi visibly relaxed, only for Gato Zenji, having returned to life, to utter a single phrase that sent Kurenai and Awashi into a state of panic once more. To be honest, Awashi's condition had improved considerably. Having once served in the Umbu, he had grown accustomed to the life and death of comrades, were it not for Asuma's unique status. Whether he would feel panic was a matter of debate. The true source of Yuya's unease, however, remained Kurenai. It was evident that Kurenai shared a deep bond with Sarutobi Asuma, and given their long-standing acquaintance, she was likely the most concerned person regarding Asuma's fate in the vicinity. Sensing that Gato Zenji might pose further complications, Yuya narrowed his eyes slightly and delivered a swift strike that rendered Gato Zenji unconscious. With the troublesome individual now asleep, Yuya took a deep breath, finally able to engage Kurenai and Awashi in a meaningful discussion about Sarutobi Asuma. If I am not mistaken, it seems that Asuma departed from the camp alone to prepare for a breakout before our assembly. But, Shadow, why would he do that? What advantage is there for Asuma to break out alone? Listening to the conversation, Dayawashi could not help but retort. However, as soon as Dayawashi's voice faded, Zairong let out a deep sigh, filled with regret, and addressed Yuenya, saying, Shadow, Dayawashi, I am aware of certain reasons. Both Asuma and I harbored doubts about your abilities, and we were skeptical about your capacity to lead us to a successful escape, which is why we had considered confronting you earlier. Yet, I never anticipated that Asuma would be foolish enough to attempt a breakout alone. As she spoke, Zairong grasped Yuenya's sleeve tightly, pleading, Shadow, for the sake of our comrade. You must save Asuma. In truth, Asuma is quite easy to get along with. He merely has a bit of a temper at times. Indeed, being the son of the third Hokage, it is only natural for Asuma to possess some temperament. After all, he is a nobleman. Xiron's earnest plea undoubtedly placed Yuanya on the precipice of a dilemma. It is crucial to note that the breakout mission undertaken by Yuanya and the others pertains to the survival of the Konoha Medical Corps. Under such circumstances, even for the sake of Asuma Sarutobi, fulfilling the primary objective of conveying intelligence during the mission takes precedence over everything else. Otherwise, the direst outcome would be the annihilation of a medical unit trapped within the encirclement of the mist ninjas, rather than the demise of a single ninja at their hands. Yet now, what recourse does Yuanya have? If he chooses not to rescue Asuma Sarutobi, not only will Xiron and Daewashi be disappointed, but the fragile unity of the team that Yuanya had just begun to forge would shatter instantly. Even the third Hokage, a rational man who understands that his son's life is far less significant than that of an entire medical unit, may still hold familial loyalty. Who can say whether the third Hokage would seek retribution later? Moreover, the Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimichi clans, as guardians of the Hokage, bear the obligation to rescue the Hokage's bloodline. With a heavy sigh, Yuanya cast a glance at the fallen ghost lantern Seibutsu, filled with bittersweet resolve, and replied, Xiron, Daewashi. Since Asuma is our comrade, we must make an effort to rescue him. However, while undertaking Asuma's rescue, we must first complete our mission. Thus, we must document the coded messages around us so that any passing ninjas from our village may be informed of our unit's situation. After recording the coded messages, our task will be considered half accomplished, and we can proceed to save Asuma. What do you think? Absolutely, Shadow. I shall follow your lead. Shadow, I thank you on behalf of Asuma. No need for thanks, let us hasten our journey. We must act swiftly while Asuma is still in no immediate danger. As the setting sun cast its crimson glow, Shiranui Yashiro waved his hand, and Yuya produced a kunai. He first dispatched the slumbering ghost lantern Masashi beneath his feet, then dealt with the corpses of the mist ninja. Accompanied by the more team-oriented Shiranui Yashiro, Yuya ventured further afield to document some clandestine symbols. Subsequently preparing to rescue Asuma Sarutobi, who had been captured by the mist ninja. However, shortly after the figures of Yuya and his companions had departed, a cacophony of sounds erupted from the location where they had previously clashed with the mist ninja. Upon investigating the source of the disturbance, they beheld a pair of hands slowly unearthing themselves from the freshly disturbed earth. When the surrounding soil had been entirely excavated, had either Shiranui Yashiro or Yuya been present, they would have surely gasped in astonishment at the sight emerging from the pit. It was none other than Ghost Lantern Masashi, a figure who had seemingly perished multiple times yet remained defiantly alive. As Masashi crawled from the earth and stretched his limbs, a sinister glint appeared in his eyes. Noticing the traces left by Yuya and his companions, a cruel smile crept upon his lips. The son of the third Hokage, is it? Little Umbu, you have indeed delivered splendid news. Masashi mused to himself. Could it be that the mist ninja he had encountered possessed a form of immortality akin to that of Kakuzu or Haiden from the original narrative? No. The situation was entirely different. It was not that Ghost Lantern Masashi bore an immortality of sorts, but rather that Yuya and his companions had employed an ineffective method in their attempt to vanquish him. The very surname of Masashi reveals his lineage, as he hails from the esteemed Ghost Lantern clan within the Mist Village. In the original tale, members of the Ghost Lantern clan, such as Full Moon and Water Moon, possessed a remarkable ability to liquefy their bodies instantaneously to evade lethal strikes. As a shinobi of the Mist Village and a member of the Ghost Lantern clan, Masashi had mastered this technique to an exceptional degree. Thus, had Yuya and his companions relied solely on physical attacks without discerning Masashi's vulnerabilities, they would have found it impossible to eliminate this formidable shinobi. Consequently, Masashi not only escaped from the clutches of Yuya and his team, but also extracted vital intelligence from their conversation, the identity of Asuma Sarutobi as the son of the third Hokage. Within the confines of Konohagakure, despite the third Hokage's retirement and the ascension of the fourth Hokage, all within the ninja world were acutely aware that the fourth Hokage wielded far less influence than his predecessor. Therefore, possessing the son of the third Hokage granted the Mist Village the opportunity to exploit Asuma's identity to assert dominance over Konoha, while simultaneously using his life as leverage against the third Hokage, an exceedingly valuable asset indeed. Moreover, even if the momentum did not overshadow the Hidden Leaf Village, and even if the third Hokage was not under threat, Utilizing Asuma Sarutobi as a bargaining chip to exchange for valuable wartime resources from the Hidden Leaf Village was certainly a feasible strategy. The third Hokage could not, after all, stand idly by and witness his son perish for the sake of a few resources. Thus, upon learning of Asuma Sarutobi's identity from the likes of Kageyama and others, the ambitions of Mizukage Koizumi ignited fervently. After all of Koizumi's subordinates had perished in the skirmish, and as a seasoned jonin of the Mist, his return to the Mist Village would inevitably entail certain repercussions. However, with Asuma Sarutobi as his trump card, Koizumi no longer had to contend with the specter of punishment. Rather, he could potentially earn merit for the Mist Village, significantly enhancing his chances of receiving rewards upon his return. Shortly thereafter, having carefully surveyed his surroundings to ensure no one was in pursuit, Koizumi gradually retracted his menacing smile, took a moment to compose himself, and proceeded toward the Mist Village encampment. At that moment, his destination was unmistakably the location where Asuma Sarutobi was detained. Initially, unaware of Asuma's true identity, Koizumi had treated him merely as an ordinary prisoner of war. However, now that he was cognizant of Asuma's significance, he was determined to ensure the young Sarutobi's survival as a means of atonement and to secure a substantial reward. Young Sarutobi, I hope your lips remain sealed and you do not divulge too much information. Otherwise, if you were to perish within the confines of the Mist encampment, we would indeed be in trouble. With a silent resolve, Koizumi understood the urgency of the matter and swiftly vanished into the dense forest where the battle had previously unfolded. As he hastened along, the experienced jonin remained vigilant against any potential deceit from Kageyama and his associates. It was not until he returned to the Mist encampment that he took a deep breath, his demeanor significantly relaxed. It was evident that the preceding skirmish had left a profound psychological impact on him, particularly the ruthless tactics employed by Kageyama, which had instilled a sense of dread within Koizumi. Upon re-entering the encampment, he was taken aback to find only a handful of Mist Chunin guarding the area, with the lower-ranked Mist Shinobi absent. Furrowing his brow, he inquired of a nearby Chunin, "Why are the guards so weak? Where is Lord Piwa? Where has everyone gone?" In response to Koizumi's query, the Mist Chunin replied respectfully, "My lord, the leaf forces we surrounded have begun to retaliate. Lord Piwa has led the troops to engage them. He instructed that should you return, you should quickly take your team to provide assistance." At this, the Chunin paused momentarily before adding, "My lord, what of your team? Humph. Is that something you are permitted to inquire about? Begone." In a fierce confrontation with the likes of Konoha's elite, Guy lost all his subordinates. Fueled by unquenched rage, the formidable Gazuki Seiji could hardly muster a semblance of civility towards the captured Mist Ninja. After inquiring about the whereabouts of Asuma Sarutobi, he stormed into the camp where the prisoners were held, his gaze immediately spotting the beleaguered figure of Asuma. It was indeed a dismal fate that had befallen Asuma at the hands of the Mist Ninja. Despite the camp housing only a scant few lower-ranking Mist Ninjas, Asuma, as the first prisoner of war, was subjected to the scrutiny of interrogation specialists. Not long after his capture, the relentless torture had pushed Asuma to the brink of mental collapse. Had Kazuki arrived even a moment later, Asuma might have divulged the secrets of his comrades' escape, rendering himself useless and meeting a grim demise at the hands of the Mist Ninja. Fortunately, being the son of the third Hokage, Asuma's resolve held firm. Upon witnessing Asuma's resilience, Kazuki inhaled deeply and addressed the surrounding Umbu interrogators, commanding, "You may withdraw. This prisoner was captured by me, and it is only fitting that I handle him personally." "Yes, my lord." Upon hearing Kazuki's decree, the Mist Ninjas promptly retreated, leaving only Kazuki and Asuma in the camp. Observing Asuma's dazed demeanor, Kazuki couldn't help but smile triumphantly. The recollection of Asuma's lineage and the humiliation he had suffered at the hands of Konoha's elite only intensified Kazuki's grip on his blade, a cruel smile playing upon his lips. "Little brat, I've heard you're the son of the third Hokage, is that true?" Kazuki taunted. "And no," Asuma stammered, his spirit not yet broken, aware of the boundaries of what he could reveal. Yet, Kazuki's sudden inquiry caught him off guard, and the torment he had endured seeped into his gaze, betraying a flicker of vulnerability. This prompted Kazuki to draw nearer, pressing the cold steel of his blade against Asuma's neck, grinning maliciously, "Little brat, your companions have already exposed your secrets, so there's no need for pretense. Your little friends are rather impressive, managing to cause me trouble. Once I deliver you to Lord Pabachi, I shall seek vengeance upon them. But before that, I intend to collect some interest from you." His laughter echoed ominously. "Wouldn't it be amusing if the son of the third Hokage were to lose a leg? Tell me, Little brat, which leg shall it be, your right or your left? And no, please, not that. Faced with Kazuki's cruel and menacing smile, Asuma was truly terrified. As the son of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Asuma stealthily slipped away from the camp, disregarding the orders for reconnaissance. Should he perish in battle, it would afford both him and the third Hokage a semblance of honor. Yet, if he were to return to Konoha bearing the marks of injury or as a prisoner of war, it would not only tarnish the third Hokage's reputation, but also drive Sarutobi Asuma to the depths of despair, potentially leading him to contemplate suicide out of shame. However, before the menacing figure of Hozuki ZJ, Sarutobi Asuma found himself utterly powerless, reduced to mere prey. As he beheld the advancing shadow of Hozuki ZJ, genuine fear gripped him, tears welled in his eyes, dreading the fate of disability that might await him at ZJ's hands. Yet, ZJ, having resolved to torment Asuma, was not one to show mercy. His training amidst the blood mist had instilled in him a ruthless demeanor. The more he listened to Asuma's anguished cries, the more exhilarated he felt, especially upon witnessing Asuma break down in tears, which only fueled ZJ's sadistic delight as he raised his blade high. Just as ZJ's sword was on the verge of descending upon Asuma's leg, a sudden whoosh pierced the air. In the midst of ZJ's astonishment, a familiar voice echoed in the ears of both him and Sarutobi Asuma. Shadow mimicry technique, successful. The surviving Miss Jonin. You have fallen into my trap within a trap. Curse brat. It's you again. Recognizing the voice and the binding sensation gripping his feet, ZJ could hardly fathom the identity of the newcomer. It was none other than the Umbu brat who had continually thwarted him, despite recognizing the infiltrators, including Yugugo and the familiar figure of Yuhi Kurenai. ZJ could hardly believe how effortlessly they had penetrated the Mist Ninja's camp. Moreover, after infiltrating, they had seamlessly entered the area where the captives were held. Meanwhile, sensing ZJ's bewilderment, the masked Yugugo could not suppress a triumphant smile and explained to the astonished ZJ and the wide-eyed Asuma, surviving Miss Jonin. You must be curious about how we managed to infiltrate your ranks, right? Since you are about to meet your end, allow me to reveal how it shall come to pass. Kurenai, elucidate the situation for him, so that when he meets the Grim Reaper, he can provide a satisfactory account of his demise. Yes, leader. As Kurenai responded, her eyes sparkled with pride as she elaborated to ZJ, Miss Ninja. Our ability to infiltrate your camp and neutralize your guards was all thanks to you. By failing to explain the whereabouts of your team, we were able to disguise ourselves as your comrades and accompany you back to the camp. Moreover, Miss Ninja, it appears your reputation within the village is rather lackluster. The three of us disguised ourselves as your subordinates, yet not a single soul inquired about the whereabouts of the remaining team members. Thus, your demise can be attributed to your amiable disposition. Nanny? As Yujito slowly articulated the reason, Kazuki Seiji felt increasingly despondent, particularly as he recalled a recent moment when a Mist Ninja Jinin had inquired about this matter. Kazuki Seiji regretted with such intensity that his insides felt as if they were turning to lead. Had he informed that Jinin of the complete annihilation of his team, the guards at the Mist Ninja encampment would undeniably have prevented Yuya and his companions from infiltrating with ease. Consequently, Kazuki Seiji would not have found himself once again in a position of servitude to Yuya, would he? Alas, Kazuki Seiji could not conceive that even if he had divulged the fate of his team members, Yuya and his allies would still have found a method to breach the Mist Ninja encampment, merely with a touch more difficulty. As for the reason, it could only be said that Yuya's intellect utterly overshadowed Kazuki Seiji's. At this juncture, Kazuki Seiji's defeat stemmed not solely from minor oversights, but rather from the inadequacy of his scheming compared to Yuya's brilliance. Long ago, under Yuya's guidance, when Yujito and Sumuji had just vanquished Kazuki Seiji, Yuya, utilizing his enhanced perception from a breakthrough in mental energy, instantly sensed something amiss with Kazuki Seiji's aura, particularly upon noticing a hint of moisture on Kazuki Seiji's wounds. And being well-versed in the original narrative, Yuya quietly formed a hypothesis. Kazuki Seiji belonged to the esteemed Kazuki clan of the Mist Village. Being familiar with the original plot, Yuya was undoubtedly aware of the clan's secrets. Furthermore, within the original storyline, Uchiha Asuma's companion, Kazuki Suigetsu, hailed from the Kazuki clan. Thus, upon discovering that Sarutobi Asuma had been captured by the Mist Ninja, Yuya cleverly feigned ignorance, deliberately mentioning Sarutobi Asuma's identity in front of Kazuki Seiji, intending to manipulate him through that identity. Subsequently, Yuya once again eliminated Kazuki Seiji, employing a strategy of feigned vulnerability. Fully aware that Kazuki Seiji had not perished, Yuya and his allies pretended to execute a mission, all the while orchestrating Kazuki Seiji to lead them to the Mist Ninja encampment. Tsumugi, being a sensory-type ninja, not only possessed the ability to perceive, but could also mask others' perceptions, thus leveraging Tsumugi's ability to obscure sensory detection. Combined with Yuya's use of the shadow clone technique to infiltrate Kazuki Seiji's shadow, Yuya's intricate scheme was effectively halfway to fruition. Upon reaching the Mist Ninja encampment, Yuya found himself unexpectedly favored by fortune. From Tsumugi, he learned that the encampment housed merely a handful of Mist Ninja Chunin and Genin on guard duty, while Kazuki Seiji had failed to disclose the demise of his team members. Thus, Yuya's elaborate stratagem unfolded seamlessly as they disguised themselves as Kazuki Seiji's subordinates, easily dispatching the guards within the Mist Ninja encampment. At this moment, the plans for the off-road operation were entirely complete. Simultaneously, Sarutobi Asuma found himself saved the instant the off-road strategy was realized. However, when the off-road operative employed the Nara clan's secret techniques to silently eliminate the guards within the Mist Ninja camp, he effortlessly utilized shadow clones to directly restrain Kirigakure's J-Nin, Mizunoto Seiji. The reason the off-road operative refrained from immediately capturing Mizunoto Seiji was undoubtedly to impart a valuable lesson to Sarutobi Asuma, illustrating the consequences of disobedience. Unfortunately, upon catching a glimpse of Sarutobi Asuma, witnessing Yuhi Kurenai dispel the Mist Ninja's Jinjutsu on him, and preparing to strike down Mizunoto Seiji with a kunai, Asuma exhibited not a shred of gratitude towards the off-road operative and his companions. With a silent sigh, the off-road operative mused that Sarutobi Asuma was indeed a mere rotten log, devoid of even the potential for refinement. Observing Sarutobi Asuma's several failed attempts at a lethal strike, which only invited ridicule from the Mist Ninja J-Nin, the off-road operative frowned and bellowed, "Asuma, have you not yet learned your lesson? You intend to kill my captured Mist Ninja J-Nin without my command? Are you planning to betray the hidden Leaf Village and become a spy for the Mist, preserving intelligence for them?" With that, the off-road operative had branded Sarutobi Asuma a spy, leaving him momentarily speechless, staring blankly at the off-road operative. Yet, in Asuma's eyes, the off-road operative discerned a glimmer of indignation. However, amidst the Mist Ninja camp, it was unwise to voice further grievances, so he turned to instruct Iwashi. "Iwashi, this captured individual cannot be eliminated through conventional means. Simply affix a few explosive tags on him. Kurenai, you shall incinerate the Mist Ninja camp to prevent any future threats, and the destruction will aid our escape." As the off-road operative's gaze fell upon Sarutobi Asuma, he was met with a cold snort in response. This disdainful sound not only reflected Asuma's lack of appreciation for the rescue efforts of the off-road operative and his team, but it also drew frowns from Yuhi Kurenai and Iwashi. Just look at the off-road operative, who risked his life for your sake. And yet, Sarutobi Asuma, instead of showing gratitude, adopts an arrogant demeanor. What is there to be proud of as a captive? In an instant, Sarutobi Asuma's mere cold snort had obliterated any favorable impression Kurenai and Iwashi held towards him. Conversely, upon hearing Asuma's disdainful sound, a chilling smile crept upon the lips of the off-road operative. Then, as the off-road operative's icy gaze slowly met Sarutobi Asuma's indignant stare, causing the latter to grow increasingly anxious, a shadow suddenly surged from beneath Asuma's feet, knocking him unconscious before he could react. As Sarutobi Asuma gradually succumbed to oblivion, the off-road operative's cold words plunged him into the depths of despair. The circumstances surrounding Asuma Sarutobi have rendered him unfit for mission execution. Thus, for the sake of our impending plans, it is prudent to allow him to slumber for a while. Once we have successfully broken through, Asuma shall be entrusted to the esteemed 4th Hokage for resolution. What a calamity! If my father were to discover the blunder I have committed, it would spell my doom. Hong, Vashi, I beseech you to assist me. In the fleeting moment before unconsciousness enveloped him, Asuma Sarutobi's foremost thought was to implore Hinata and Vashi to intercede on his behalf. Given his transgressions, it would not merely be the 4th Hokage who would be incensed. Even the 3rd Hokage, Asuma's own father, would be outraged should the news circulate, and severe punishment would be a foregone conclusion. First, he forged orders to escape the Leaf Village's medical unit. Subsequently, he encountered a Mist Ninja captive, narrowly avoiding becoming a pawn for the exchange of wartime provisions. Following that, despite being rescued by Hinata and others, he remained ungrateful, disregarding his captain's commands, driven by his own whims to prepare for the execution of the Mist Ninja Jounin before him. It is no exaggeration to say that any one of these infractions would warrant a death sentence during the stringent era of shinobi warfare. Asuma, being the son of the third Hokage, failed to set a proper example and committed such egregious acts while his ninja squad faced peril. One can only imagine the third Hokage's dismay upon learning of these events. Henceforth, Asuma is likely to face a fate of house arrest for several years, lest the matter be publicized and bring disgrace upon the Sarutobi clan. However, these affairs were of little concern to Hinata. The bond between him and Asuma was already tenuous. And due to Asuma's actions, the difficulty of the tasks assigned to Hinata had escalated significantly. Long before, while observing the original narrative, Hinata discerned that young Asuma possessed a profoundly rebellious nature, disregarding the third Hokage's directives and dismissing his father's guidance. The original storyline clearly elucidated that Asuma's rebellious disposition strained his relationship with the third Hokage. Eventually, Asuma departed from the Leaf Village, journeying to the Temple of Fire to become one of the 12 guardians of the Land of Fire, with a staggering bounty of 35 million ryo placed upon his head, subsequently attracting the attention of the Akatsuki's Kakazu. It was only upon grasping the depth of Asuma's defiance that Hinata recognized it as more than mere rebellion. It was akin to courting death. During the tumultuous Third Shinobi War, countless prodigies fell. Hinata executed his missions with utmost caution, in stark contrast to Asuma, who perpetually courted trouble. In summary, Hinata felt that Asuma's survival until the onset of the original storyline was indeed a testament to his fortuitousness. Without delay, Hinata intervened, employing the shadow stitching technique to render Asuma unconscious, which did not elicit any resentment from Hinata or Vashi. Evidently, both concurred that Asuma's actions had crossed a line. Moreover, following that event, Yuya and Hinata eagerly undertook the tasks assigned to them in the wilderness. And it was not long before the true demise of Kazuki Seiji unfolded before their eyes. The Mist Ninja camp they occupied was soon engulfed in fierce flames. Gazing at the towering inferno of the Mist Ninja camp, Yuya took a deep breath, inhaling the acrid scent, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Although Asuma Sarutobi had been rescued, the mission of Yuya and his companions was far from complete. The Mist Ninja camp had suddenly come under attack, and it would not be long before most of the Mist Ninja forces arrived to assess the situation. Perhaps the return of the Mist Ninja's main contingent would grant the Leaf Medical Corps, where Yuya had originally belonged, a brief respite. However, Yuya and his companions would likely face the relentless pursuit of the majority of the Mist Ninja, not only for the sake of pride, but also to prevent any word from reaching the Leaf's main forces about their escape and the ensuing rescue. The prospect of a direct confrontation with the Mist Ninja was something Yuya had never entertained. It was absurd. Eliminating Kazuki Seiji appeared simple, yet it had cost Yuya countless mental faculties. Now, with only Yuya, Hinata, and Awashi, along with the burden of Asuma Sarutobi, Yuya was far from confident in confronting the numerous elite Mist Ninja. While the camp was ablaze, Hinata experienced a fleeting sense of satisfaction. However, once the flames were set, the looming threat of being hunted by the Mist Ninja weighed heavily on her mind. She furrowed her brow and inquired of Yuya, "Shadow, what should we do next?" "Indeed, Shadow, our success hinges on you." As soon as Hinata posed her question, Awashi chimed in. Evidently, following the rescue of Asuma Sarutobi, Yuya had established an undeniable authority within the team. If either Hinata or Awashi faced a dilemma, their immediate instinct was to consult Yuya. This was a signal of authority, a manifestation of the dependence of the weaker on the stronger. While executing that cunning plan, Yuya had already contemplated subsequent strategies. Upon hearing Hinata and Awashi's inquiries, his grave gaze fell upon Asuma Sarutobi, and he feigned ease, saying, "Hinata, Awashi, in fact, I have already devised the next plan. We owe a debt of gratitude to Asuma. Since he is so cooperative, we shall turn the tables." With that, Yuya bestowed a mysterious smile upon Hinata and Awashi, leaving them somewhat perplexed about his intentions. Subsequently, Yuya utilized a transformation technique, assuming the appearance of Kazuki Seiji, allowing Hinata and Awashi to realize that Yuya intended to disguise himself as Kazuki Seiji, leading the captive Asuma Sarutobi to breach the Mist Ninja's defenses. If the Mist Ninja's ambush questioned him, Yuya could once again reveal Asuma's identity, claiming that they were fleeing with the vital captive, Asuma Sarutobi. Due to an attack on the Mist Ninja camp, it must be said that the cunning stratagems of the wilderness are truly formidable. Hearing the names of Sunset Red and Tsubaki Awashi, one cannot help but nod in silent agreement, recognizing that the plans devised by the wilderness are indeed flawless. Subsequently, under the guise of the esteemed Ghost Lantern Zongi, Sunset Red and Tsubaki Iwashi sought to mask their identities by casually locating a corpse of a mist ninja within the fog-laden encampment, transforming themselves into their likenesses. As for why they did not assume the forms of Ghost Lantern Zongi's subordinates, it was likewise to conceal their identities, preventing the revelation of the demise of Zongi's men, which could jeopardize the plans of the wilderness and its allies. As Sunset Red and Tsubaki Iwashi, now disguised as mist ninjas, held the esteemed Asuma Saratobi captive, the wilderness and its companions swiftly made their way from the Mist Ninja encampment towards the last bastion within the encirclement. In traversing the previous defenses, the wilderness, leveraging the identity of Ghost Lantern Zongi along with the significant captive of Asuma Saratobi, navigated through with relative ease. Now, having reached the final line of defense of the Mist Ninja, the wilderness encountered no immediate troubles, successfully passing through the search conducted by several Mist Ninjas, mere moments away from accomplishing their mission to break free from the encirclement. Yet, as fate would have it, unforeseen challenges arose. Just as the wilderness members had taken their last step away from the defense and breathed a sigh of relief, poised to escape, an imposing figure of a Mist Ninja Jonin suddenly appeared before them. Their successful breakout was thwarted by the narrowest of margins. Ghost Lantern Zongi, wait, the Jonin called out. Why did you not greet me when we crossed paths? You were so close to escaping. The air was thick with tension. Another Mist Ninja Jonin had emerged. Just as the wilderness was on the verge of breaching the Mist Ninja defenses, a youthful Mist Ninja materialized before them, raising their heart rates to an alarming degree. Particularly, upon perceiving the strength of this young Jonin through mental energy, it became evident that, despite his tender years, he held the rank of a Jonin. This revelation sent chills down the spines of the wilderness members, especially Sunset Red and Tsubaki Iwashi, as they feared their true identities might be unveiled. However, having previously navigated through rigorous interrogations while breaching the earlier defenses, the wilderness remained composed. Thus, even as cold sweat trickled down their backs, the wilderness signaled to Sunset Red and Tsubaki Iwashi to lead Asuma Saratobi away. Adopting the authoritative tone of Ghost Lantern Zongi to address the young Jonin with a haughty scoff. Humph, who do you think you are? I am on an important mission. So kindly step aside. If you delay my task, you will regret it. With a sidelong glance confirming the absence of further pursuing Mist Ninjas, the wilderness added with a cold smirk, we shall take our leave. Understood. As the words left their lips, the wilderness sensed the young Mist Ninja's faint, chilling smile, stirring an unsettling premonition within them. Immediately, Yukino recognized the ominous situation and allowed Tsukuyami, alongside Ino, to lead Asuma away. Under the slightly anxious gaze of Tsukuyami and Ino, Yukino found himself alone, confronting the Mist Ninja youth, evidently prepared to serve as a rearguard for Tsukuyami and Ino. Ino, do you think he'll manage? Hearing Tsukuyami's voice, Ino couldn't help but smile wryly as she replied, Tsukuyami, he possesses the skill to transform peril into safety. We should prioritize taking Asuma away from here. Even if Yukino were to hold the rear, we have already escaped the Mist Ninja's defenses, and blocking that previous Mist Ninja should pose no issue. We must hurry. Becoming a burden to Yukino would indeed result in true trouble. Alright, let's go. After Ino's counsel, Tsukuyami clenched his jaw, casting a worried glance at Yukino, and soon vanished ahead with Ino and Asuma. However, the departure of Tsukuyami and Ino did bring a secret sigh of relief to Yukino. Yet, when his gaze fell once more upon the Mist Ninja youth before him, Yukino's pupils constricted slightly as he directly inquired, how did you discern that? What gave it away? There were too many flaws. At Yukino's question, the Mist Ninja youth, dressed in Jonin attire, coldly smirked, revealing his jagged teeth, and nonchalantly replied, I truly can't fathom what those fools ahead are thinking. Mizukage Zabuza, aside from his subordinates, has never been fond of collaborating with others. They're indeed a bunch of imbeciles. Moreover, if Zabuza were to encounter me, how could he possibly refrain from greeting me? Do you realize? Zabuza is but a servant in my household. Whoosh. Almost instantaneously after the Mist Ninja youth's words, he transformed into an afterimage, launching an assault towards Yukino's side. Such speed. Witnessing the youth's velocity manifesting in afterimage, Yukino gasped internally and prepared himself for battle. Confronted by a Mist Jonin, Yukino held no contempt. His expression was grave. Having previously engaged with Zabuza, a fellow Mist Jonin, Yukino was acutely aware that Zabuza's power vastly outclassed his own. Were it not for Zabuza's instinctive underestimation upon recognizing Yukino's solitary approach, and if Yukino had not grasped the Nara clan's secret techniques developed through App, he would have faced certain demise in his confrontation with Zabuza. Moreover, the adversary Yukino faced now was significantly stronger than Zabuza. From the outset, the Mist Ninja youth clearly understood that Yukino and his companions had traversed several defensive lines and successfully escaped from the Mist Ninja encampment, indicating they possessed considerable skill. Thus, the figure vanished from sight, and the Mist Ninja youth summoned all his strength to engage in combat with Yuenya. In an instant, he lunged beside Yuenya, and with a cruel glint in his eyes, he grasped a katana reminiscent of the one wielded by the legendary Hozuki Mangetsu. Suddenly, a swift sound pierced the air as the blade of the katana sliced through Yuenya's throat. Just as blood gushed forth from Yuenya's wound and his body began to tilt toward the ground, the Mist Ninja's pupils narrowed slightly. Shadow Clone. Indeed, it was the Shadow Clone technique. In that fleeting moment when the Mist Ninja's form disappeared, Yuenya realized that in a physical confrontation, he was no match for the Mist Ninja. Furthermore, during their earlier dialogue, Yuenya had secretly utilized the Shadow Clone technique, manipulating his own shadow to form hand seals. First employing the Shadow Clone technique, followed by the body replacement technique, successfully evading the Mist Ninja's initial ferocious assault. While the swordsmanship was commendable, it was of no consequence if it failed to strike its intended target. Shadow Shuriken. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the first exchange, Yuenya, at the cost of considerable chakra, initially employed the Shadow Clone technique, then executed a body replacement technique, effectively neutralizing the Mist Ninja's onslaught. Afterward, with both feet firmly planted on the ground, Yuenya aimed at the Mist Ninja's position, reaching for his ninja tool pouch, and swiftly hurled the Shadow Shuriken. In midair, the gracefully arcing Shuriken completely sealed off all escape routes for the Mist Ninja. However, as he observed the approaching Shadow Shuriken, the Mist Ninja merely smirked disdainfully, brandishing his katana to block the attack. Such exquisite Shuriken technique, are you of the Uchiha clan? Not only did you employ an arcing throw to restrict all my avenues of evasion, but you also prepared to execute the multi-shuriken technique, allowing the shuriken to collide mid-flight. Crafting a hidden lethal gambit against me? It seems that aside from Uchiha Shursui, your proficiency with shuriken is among the finest. Alas, even Uchiha Shursui fell short before me. Hozuki Mangetsu, what chance does a mere Uchiha brat like you have? Break! The Mist Ninja roared, causing Yuenya's heart to tremble. Clearly, upon the revelation of his identity, he had not anticipated that the Mist Ninja before him was none other than the infamous Hozuki Mangetsu, one of the future 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist, and the second wielder of the twin swords, Hiramikariya. Yet, at this juncture, what truly astonished Yuenya was not the illustrious title of Hozuki Mangetsu within the original narrative, but the sheer terrifying prowess he exhibited at that moment. As Yuenya launched his Shadow Shuriken, it became evident that, as Hozuki Mangetsu had stated, there were 2 layers of lethal intent behind his attack. However, the true hidden trump card of the Mist Ninja lies in the unique effects of the Shadow Shuriken. As long as the Shadow Shuriken can latch onto the shadow of the Ghost Lantern full moon, it grants the wielder the ability to momentarily confine him. Yet, who could have anticipated that as a high-ranking Mist Ninja, Ghost Lantern full moon possessed an extraordinary intuition, or rather, an acute sense of perception. Sensing the chakra emanating from the Shadow Shuriken, he first deflected several with his katana. Upon realizing something was amiss, Ghost Lantern Full Moon let out a soft exclamation, vanishing before the eyes of the wielder. Subsequently, leveraging his extensive combat experience, he unexpectedly formed hand seals after disappearing and unleashed a perfectly countering ninjutsu. Little brat. The game is over. Ninja art. Misconcealment technique. Misconcealment technique? ISNT that the signature jutsu of the rogue ninja, Zabuza Momochi? This is bad. In the clash between the two, Ghost Lantern Full Moon, utilizing his astonishing speed, vanished once more, causing the wielder to inwardly lament his misfortune. After all, the disparity in strength between them was immense. Ghost Lantern Full Moon's remarkable speed rendered the wielder increasingly hard-pressed to respond. Moreover, after Ghost Lantern Full Moon's disappearance, the completion of his hand seals and the application of the misconcealment technique intensified the difficulty of combat for the wielder. With his understanding of the original storyline, the wielder was naturally aware of the effects of the mist concealment technique. Simply put, nearly all ninjas from the village hidden in the mist could employ this jutsu. As it was not particularly difficult to perform, one merely needed to manipulate chakra to create mist. However, it was precisely this ordinary technique that, when combined with the unique skill of the mist ninja, transformed into a terrifying assassination art. That art was the silent killing technique. In the familiar original storyline, Kakashi Hitaki encountered the rogue ninja Zabuza, who utilized the mist concealment technique in conjunction with the silent killing technique to counter Kakashi's Sharingan perfectly, pushing Konoha's foremost technician into a perilous situation under the threat of assassination. As for Ghost Lantern Full Moon, despite his youth, he bore a formidable reputation in the original narrative, for he was the only one among the infamous 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist capable of wielding all 7 swords with mastery, making him a daunting opponent for the wielder, particularly in the later stages of the original storyline during the Fourth Great Ninja War. The resurrected Ghost Lantern Full Moon showcased his terrifying prowess, fully demonstrating the fearsome strength of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, leaving the wielder, well-versed in the original tale, inwardly astonished. At this moment, with the use of the mist concealment technique combined with the silent killing technique, the wielder found his pupils slightly constricting amidst the thick fog. Yet, at that moment, he remained unaware of just how adeptly Ghost Lantern Full Moon executed the silent killing technique. In the midst of a dense fog, a sense of peril reverberated in the mind of Yuanze as he swiftly utilized the chakra emanating from his feet to evade danger, despite his rapid escape. Enhanced by the acceleration technique of the fourth Hokage, a damp sensation soon graced Yuanze's face, accompanied by a trickle of crimson blood cascading down his cheek and pooling on the ground. How swift! The situation was further complicated by the combination of the mist concealment technique and the silent killing technique, which effectively countered his combat style. How had Hozuki Mangetsu discerned his vulnerabilities? As he wiped the blood from his face, a grave expression filled Yuanye's eyes, tinged with an undercurrent of bewilderment. It was evident that he harbored curiosity about how Hozuki Mangetsu had uncovered the fact that the mist concealment and silent killing techniques were tailored against him. At this juncture, Yuanye had attained commendable prowess in both physical combat and stealth techniques, especially under the accelerated training provided by the app. His mastery over various techniques, including the Nara clan's secret arts and the spiraling sphere, was nothing short of remarkable. Undeniably, had Hozuki Mangetsu engaged in a conventional battle, Yuanre would have still retained a glimmer of hope. Yet, Mangetsu opted for a strategy that completely countered Yuanye, leaving him in a state of confusion. Even with the fourth Hokage's secret technique, which allowed him to sense the wind, his ability to perceive his surroundings was limited, at best. He could discern details within a 10-meter radius. In the face of Hozuki Mangetsu's overwhelming power, ensuring accurate perception within 3 meters was a stroke of fortune. At that moment, Mangetsu employed the mist concealment technique alongside the silent killing technique to launch a covert attack on Yuanya. Beneath the shroud of fog, Yuanye's capacity to visually assess his surroundings was utterly nullified. Even with the fourth Hokage's technique, the interference from the chakra within the mist further diminished his perceptual range, leaving him barely capable of sensing anything beyond 2 meters. 2 meters. A mere 2 meters. What could that accomplish? Given Mangetsu's remarkable speed, Yuanye's survival hinged solely on luck as the assailant closed in within that critical distance. Unbeknownst to Yuanye, Hozuki Mangetsu's choice to employ the mist concealment technique and silent killing technique against him stemmed from Yuanye's earlier reliance on the Uchiha clan's throwing techniques. Aware of Yuanye's Uchiha lineage, Mangetsu, having suffered at the hands of Uchiha Shursui, instinctively resolved to utilize the mist concealment technique to negate Yuanye's Sharingan. How could the moonlight of the Ghost Lantern possibly conceive that Yuya is not a member of the Uchiha clan, nor possesses the Sharingan, but rather hails from the Nara lineage? By a stroke of serendipity, Ghost Lantern Moonlight unleashed a ferocious assault, meticulously targeting Yuya's vulnerabilities with a method of complete restraint. Subsequently, as Yuya resorted to a chakra surge to evade Ghost Lantern Moonlight's assassination attempts, the sight of Yuya, marred with bloodstains, elicited a chilling smile from Ghost Lantern Moonlight. His voice resonated from all directions, piercing Yuya's ears. Little spirit, surviving under my silent assassination technique for so long is indeed a testament to your skill. Yet, have you not realized? Should my speed increase even the slightest, you would meet your demise at my blade. Observe your wounds. 3 lacerations upon your chest, 2 gashes upon your neck, and even a wound upon your forehead. Under such dire circumstances, how much longer can you endure? Tell me, where shall my blade descend next? Your throat? Your heart? Your brow? Or perhaps the artery in your arm? With the emergence of Ghost Lantern Moonlight's voice, the pressure upon Yuya intensified. Humans often require the clarity of sight to perceive their surroundings and maintain tranquility. when one is abruptly deprived of vision, plunging into a state of blindness. A flicker of panic inevitably arises within. Furthermore, Yuya, in his blindness, felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from Ghost Lantern moonlight. His heart raced violently, and his mind swelled with a sense of impending doom. Ghost Lantern moonlight's voice clearly achieved its intended effect, rendering Yuya increasingly agitated. Damn it! If only I could master a more potent wind release technique. With it, I could unravel Ghost Lantern moonlight's hidden mist technique. Yet, even within the secret scrolls of the fourth Hokage, no wind release jutsu capable of dispelling the hidden mist technique is recorded. What am I to do now? Shall I simply await my demise beneath Ghost Lantern moonlight's silent kill? As Yuya pondered this, a premonition of danger resurfaced, compelling him to evade once again. Yet he could not escape the onslaught of Ghost Lantern moonlight's assassination. In an instant, crimson blood dripped from Yuya's arm onto the ground. Ghost Lantern moonlight's strike had rendered Yuya's arm incapacitated. If not for timely aid, Yuya might succumb to fatal blood loss from his injured arm, perishing at the hands of Ghost Lantern moonlight. The severity of Yuya's injuries only served to heighten Ghost Lantern moonlight's arrogance. However, when Ghost Lantern moonlight's voice again pierced the fog, Yuya, reeling from the pain in his arm and feeling faint from blood loss, suddenly flashed a glimmer of determination in his eyes. In response to Ghost Lantern moonlight's triumphant laughter, the injured Yuya unexpectedly wore a faint smile, abruptly silencing Ghost Lantern moonlight's mirth. As the luminous full moon cast its eerie glow, enveloping the wilderness with an oppressive laughter. What astonished the full moon was the sudden closing of the eyes of the off-roader, who, despite suffering from a grievous arm injury with blood gushing forth, appeared to succumb to an unexpected darkness. Is that fellow? Has he gone mad? Crimson blood coursed down his arm as he closed his eyes tightly during the confrontation with the ghostly lantern under the full moon. Has the wilderness truly driven him to madness? Are you truly prepared to relinquish your resistance and succumb beneath the blade of the ghostly lantern's full moon? Certainly not. At this moment, Yi suddenly closed his eyes, for he had discerned the true essence of the mist concealment technique. The art of mist concealment is merely a rudimentary ninjutsu technique. When an ordinary mist ninja employs this technique, the outcome is simply the generation of dense fog, which obscures the vision of others. It is only the likes of the skilled master, such as the character from the original work, Zabuza Momochi, who can truly demonstrate the full potential of the art of mist concealment. Even the mist produced by such a master far exceeds that of a common ninja's execution of the technique. When combined with the chilling art of silent assassination, the true might of the art of mist concealment is fully realized. However, what if one lacks the silent assassination technique? In essence, the technique of mist concealment is merely a rudimentary ninjutsu that obscures the vision and perception of others. In the previous battles, the off-road vehicle that encountered the moonlit ghost undoubtedly felt the influence of the silent killing technique, as its thoughts were consumed by how to evade the next onslaught from the moonlit ghost. What should one do when the surrounding situation is obscured? From which position will the next assault of the Ghost Lantern full moon emerge? Restless thoughts and numerous questions inundated the mind of the off-roader, undoubtedly distracting him from his focus. Therefore, when he grasped the essence of the mist concealment technique, he shut his eyes, dedicating himself to employing the wind sensation passed down by the fourth Hokage. In this manner, he sought to unravel the mist concealment technique of the enigmatic Mangetsu. Moreover, at that time, the concept of off-roading was rather straightforward. If it was not visible, then it was best not to seek it out. Rather than observing with the naked eye, constantly inundated by fearful thoughts, close your eyes and cast aside your fears. Engage your heart to perceive the circumstances around you. I refuse to believe that even with the secret techniques of the fourth Hokage, one cannot unravel a silent assassination technique or a mere mist technique. Silently reflecting, the off-roader closed his eyes, effectively shielding himself from the surrounding fear, thereby dissolving the mental assault of the ghostly lantern under the full moon. The true essence of the combination lies in the psychological pressure exerted by the art of fog concealment paired with the silent killing technique. It is akin to the earlier contemplation of the off-roader. In a state of overwhelming distractions, an individual finds it nearly impossible to focus on the surrounding circumstances. Consequently, perceptive ninjas, despite their ability to sense the movements of the silent killer, often succumb to the psychological strain, rendering them incapable of employing their perceptive skills, ultimately leading to their tragic demise at the hands of the silent assassin. In the fleeting moment when Yuya closed his eyes, he sensed the breath of the wind coalescing gradually, and his perceptual range expanded incrementally. The secret method of perception passed down by the fourth Hokage was perfectly employed in Yuya's hands at that instant. However, as Yuya shut his eyes, the figure of Kaizuki Mangetsu, concealed within the dense fog, let out a cold laugh. It was merely a ruse to enhance his focus. Yet, did he truly believe that concentrating would allow him to unravel my silent assassination technique? Do not underestimate the secret arts of the Mist Ninja, nor the prowess of Kaizuki Mangetsu. Prepare to meet your demise. Whoosh. Sounds echoed from all directions, and relying on the direction of these sounds, even if Kakashi were present, he would be unable to discern Kaizuki Mangetsu's location merely by auditory cues. Furthermore, merely closing one's eyes and concentrating was not akin to employing a technique to break through the mist concealment, so why should Kaizuki Mangetsu burden himself with unnecessary pressure? Consequently, as Kaizuki Mangetsu's voice resonated, his figure vanished once more into the thick fog. In the next moment, Kaizuki Mangetsu, drawing closer to Yuya, wore a cold, sinister smile. With his sword in hand, he struck as practiced. Without a hint of hesitation, the moment Yuya's concentration sharpened, the blade descended. Swish. Crimson blood splattered as a gash appeared on Yuya's chest, barely evading Kaizuki Mangetsu's attack. Yet, that moment of Yuya's struggle only deepened Kaizuki Mangetsu's grin. For with each assault, he discerned that Yuya had made no discernible progress. Since there was no advancement, then death awaited. Following this, under the guise of a cruel smile, a relentless barrage of attacks commenced. With an apparent acceleration in pace, the silent assassination technique was unleashed, inflicting yet another wound upon Yuya, nearly solidifying Kaizuki Mangetsu's victory. However, at that time, Kaizuki Mangetsu remained oblivious to the fact that under his intensified onslaught, Yuya bore numerous new scars. Yet, the depth of these wounds was such that they merely grazed the surface, gradually diminishing in severity. In essence, unbeknownst to Kaizuki Mangetsu, Yuya was indeed progressing bit by bit. Moreover, amid this advancement, Yuya suddenly found himself enveloped in an enigmatic epiphany. It was the wind. I can feel the presence of the wind, and its strength is increasing. There is a flow of air to the left, and another to the right. Indeed, this encapsulates the essence of the fourth Hokage's secret perception technique, the true nature of the wind. Boom. Within this profound realization, the flow of chakra within Yuya surged suddenly. An occurrence unnoticed by Kaizuki Mangetsu. As the gentle smile graced the face of the moonlit specter, Rinnegan Manyu. The silent art of assassination was once again put into play, poised to claim the life of the unsuspecting Yuyi. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the air. The seemingly dazed Yuyi, standing frozen in place, evaded the swift strike of the razor-sharp katana in the very instant of Rinnegan Manyu's assault. In that fleeting moment, a subtle smile appeared on Yuyi's lips as he whispered, eyes tightly shut, Rinnegan Manyu. Your next attack is set to come from behind, is it not? What? As Yuyi's calm voice reached his ears, Rinnegan Manyu's pupils constricted sharply. How could he foresee my tactical maneuvers? How could he pierce through my silent assassination technique? In an instant, amidst the tightening of his gaze, Rinnegan Manyu was overwhelmed by a torrent of chaotic thoughts, failing to heed Yuyi's warning, and instinctively launched a surprise attack from behind. At that precise moment, Yuyi had gripped a kunai tightly in his hand. Immediately, a thin layer of chakra enveloped the sharp kunai, and beneath Yuyi's serene demeanor, crimson blood splattered onto the ground. Yet, this blood did not belong to Yuyi. It was the blood of Rinnegan Manyu. Despite Rinnegan Manyu's timely utilization of the water transformation technique, a secret art of the Rinnegan clan, Yuyi's kunai still carved a deep wound into his arm. What was most shocking to Rinnegan Manyu was not merely the injury itself, but the incredulous realization that Yuyi had managed to wound him for the first time. After vanishing from sight, Yuyi uttered a chilling proclamation, Rinnegan Manyu. I have deciphered all your attack patterns. Await your impending doom. Whoosh. Just as Yuyi finished speaking, an invisible force enveloped Rinnegan Manyu, rendering the formidable Mist Ninja temporarily spellbound. While Rinnegan Manyu stood there, entranced, Yuyi remained composed. Beneath Yuyi's calm exterior, the ultimate transformation of wind chakra manifested upon his kunai. The sensation of breaking through was exhilarating. The transformation of wind chakra. Accomplished. In the face of Rinnegan Manyu's relentless pressure, Yuyi had indeed surpassed his training limitations, successfully altering the properties of his wind chakra. Thus, the chakra now infused within Yuyi's kunai was far from ordinary. It was a thin, sharp wind chakra. Furthermore, should he pursue the second phase of wind chakra transformation, akin to the legendary feat of slicing through waterfalls as depicted in the original tale of Naruto Uzumaki. Yuya could wield the formidable power of his wind chakra to achieve the same. This was the herald of mastering wind chakra to its utmost potential. However, through the perception of the wind's flow, Yuya has grasped the ultimate transformation of wind-style chakra. Yet, for reasons unknown, he always feels that there exists a bottleneck above the pinnacle of wind-style chakra, awaiting his breakthrough. He firmly believes that upon taking that crucial step, his application of wind-style chakra will undoubtedly surpass that of his mentor, the fourth Hokage, establishing him as the foremost practitioner of wind-style chakra. However, in the midst of his confrontation with the enigmatic Kaguya Mangetsu, the pursuit of further breakthroughs is clearly not what occupies Yuya's thoughts. What he must contemplate now is how to overcome Kaguya Mangetsu at his side. With his newfound strength, he aims to truly defeat the elite mist ninja before him. The complete mastery of wind-style chakra transformation suggests that my abilities are likely far beyond those of an average chunin. Not only has he ascended in his control over wind-style chakra, but he has also begun to grasp some of the essence of the fourth Hokage's secret techniques. Therefore, Kaguya Mangetsu, it is utterly impossible for you to triumph over me now. The breakthroughs I have made in wind-style chakra are more than sufficient to vanquish elite chunin, and even some ordinary jounin. Henceforth, the true counterattack begins. Indeed, just as Yuya envisions with the completion of his wind-style chakra transformation, his power is poised for yet another qualitative leap. Why is this the case? The last time Yuya experienced a significant enhancement in strength was due to mastering the fourth Hokage's secret techniques. His mentor, the fourth Hokage, is a master in the art of wind-style chakra. Initially, Yuya struggled to fully grasp the transformation of wind-style chakra, but through training in the fourth Hokage's techniques, he gained profound insights that further elevated his strength. Now that Yuya has completed the transformation of wind-style chakra, his understanding of the fourth Hokage's techniques naturally ascends to new heights. Therefore, if he possesses a portion of the essence of the fourth Hokage's wind-style chakra yet cannot defeat even a typical jounin, would that not diminish the legacy of the fourth Hokage? Undoubtedly. Even if Yuya can overcome an ordinary jounin, he still does not qualify as a jounin-level ninja. After all, Yuya can only utilize the transformation of wind-style chakra when his chakra reserves are ample, allowing him to barely contend with jounin-level opponents. Furthermore, the transformation of chakra is exceedingly taxing, meaning that the duration for which Yuya can engage jounin in battle is exceedingly brief. With Yuya's chakra capacity, he can only sustain this level of confrontation for a mere 5 minutes. Within those fleeting 5 minutes, he can unleash power comparable to that of a jounin. Thus, Yuya's strength level should be categorized as lying between that of a chunin and a jounin. To articulate it more plainly, Yuya is currently a half-step jounin. Just a half-step away, one could attain the true prowess of a Nin, akin to Kakashi or the enigmatic Konoha's ghost, Mangetsu. Recognizing the gravity of his situation, Yuya resolved to conclude the battle within 5 minutes. Otherwise, his chakra would be entirely depleted, leaving him unfit to face Mangetsu, ultimately leading to his grim demise. Fortuitously, as Yuya wielded his kunai and successfully inflicted a wound upon Mangetsu, he discerned a shift in the latter's demeanor, especially upon witnessing the faint smile curling at Yuya's lips. Mangetsu felt the sharp pain in his arm and bit down hard on his lip, his eyes ablaze with fury. How infuriating, this wretched foe. How dare he harm me? He thought I would let him soar like a cooked duck? Water release. Water clone technique. Boom, boom, boom. Although young, Mangetsu had achieved the rank of Nin. Despite his impatience, he retained the combat experience expected of a ninja of his caliber. Upon realizing that Yuya could injure him, particularly while he was utilizing the water transformation technique of the Hozuki clan, Mangetsu outwardly continued to disdain Yuya, yet inwardly adopted a more cautious approach. Thus, as he prepared for the next round of silent assassination, he formed hand seals and suddenly employed the water clone technique. Amidst the thick fog, Mangetsu executed the water clone technique. With a surge of terrifying chakra, it became apparent to Yuya. Utilizing the perception skills of the fourth Hokage, Yuya discerned that Mangetsu had created several water clones. These clones were evidently not Mangetsu's trump card. In Yuya's estimation, only Mangetsu himself held that distinction, while the clones merely served to confound Yuya's senses, akin to the mist technique. What was even more unfathomable to Mangetsu was the fact that as Yuya recognized his use of the water clone technique, his smile grew even more pronounced. Suddenly, A swift sound pierced the air. Mangetsu's water clones, employing the silent assassination technique, lunged towards Yuya once more. However, just as Mangetsu's clones simultaneously advanced, a smirk of derision flickered across Yuya's expression. Mangetsu, I just informed you that I see through your little tricks. What mist technique? What silent assassination technique? They hold no power before me. Break. Whoosh. Whoosh. As Mangetsu commanded his water clones to strike, Yuya's chakra underwent a transformation into wind nature. The altered chakra, under Yuya's control, enveloped him, forming an invisible barrier of energy. If the fourth Hokage were present, he would undoubtedly be astonished to witness Yuya employing his innate sensory techniques. For, as Yuya had previously asserted, he had indeed grasped the essence of the fourth Hokage's sensory arts, utilizing his wind-based chakra to meld with the surrounding environment. The moment any disturbance in the wind occurred, Yuya would be capable of sensing the slightest movements in his vicinity. Moreover, Yuya's mental energy was inherently remarkable. By relying solely on this mental acuity, his perception could easily surpass that of a typical nin. Thus, almost instantaneously upon the appearance of the water clones of Kirigakure's Mangetsu, Yuya, through the dual effects of wind perception and mental sensing, discerned their attack trajectories with astounding clarity. At that very moment, as Yuya deciphered the assault routes of Mangetsu's water clones, he unleashed his chakra with explosive force, executing the fourth Hokage's signature technique before Mangetsu, the Shunshin no Jutsu. Her body flicker technique. The wind body flicker. Whoosh. Whoosh. Beneath the shroud of thick fog, Mangetsu never anticipated that Yuya, even before the moment his water clones initiated their attack, had already employed wind perception, augmented by his mental energy, to trace their incoming paths. Furthermore, just as Mangetsu's water clones emerged, Yuya, with a disdainful smirk, unleashed the fourth Hokage's unparalleled skill, the very technique that earned the fourth his illustrious reputation, the wind body flicker. In the instant the water clones launched their assault, Yuya executed his move without hand seals or a moment's hesitation. Suddenly, his figure seemed to vanish from Mangetsu's perception entirely, leaving the seasoned mist Jonin momentarily stunned, grappling with the sheer speed Yuya had exhibited, which defied all logical reasoning. Little could Mangetsu fathom that the fourth Hokage's body flicker technique was an extraordinary art that transcended the norm. Otherwise, how could the fourth's name have resonated throughout the Third Great Ninja War? How could the moniker of the Yellow Flash have instilled fear in the hearts of countless shinobi across various villages? As Yuya erupted with chakra, completing the transformation of his wind-type chakra while employing the fourth Hokage's secret wind body flicker technique, his immediate sensation was one of merging with the wind itself. With mastery over his chakra, he became one with the wind, and with a swift motion, he vanished before Mangetsu's water clones. Yuya's sudden disappearance left Mangetsu's true form in a state of shock, not to mention the bewilderment of his water clones. Yet, without affording the clones any time for hesitation, Yuya's wind perception pinpointed the locations of all Mangetsu's water clones. Gripping a kunai in hand, he re-emerged before the water clones, swiftly slicing through their throats. Accompanied by a series of distinct sounds, the water clones conjured from the chakra of Akatsuki's full moon had transformed into mere puddles, each collapsing beside the location where Yuya had manifested. However, upon witnessing Yuya's emergence, Akatsuki's full moon hesitated not for a moment, as Yuya revealed more of his hidden cards. Despite possessing the overwhelming prowess of a jonin, he felt an undeniable pressure due to Yuya's exceptional performance during their confrontation. Thus, seizing the moment when Yuya had exhausted his wind body technique and had dispatched several water clones, Akatsuki's full moon, concealed within the thick fog, suddenly appeared behind Yuya. To his surprise, this unexpected emergence elicited a faint, almost imperceptible smile from Yuya's face. Finally, are you done with your little tricks, Akatsuki's full moon? Prepare to face my wrath. Emerging behind Yuya, Akatsuki's full moon had meticulously devised his strategy to capitalize on the interval when Yuya was engaged in dispatching the water clones, launching a new wave of surprise attacks. However, Yuya, utilizing the refined chakra of the wind nature, was constantly employing wind perception to remain attuned to his surroundings. Even if Akatsuki's full moon executed his silent assassination technique flawlessly, the mere act of movement would create subtle disturbances in the wind, an unbreakable law of nature. The true terror of Yuya's wind perception lay precisely in this ability. When employing wind perception, as long as Yuya's chakra was abundant, he became one with the wind. And everything the wind could sense was within his awareness. Thus, the moment Akatsuki's full moon revealed himself, Yuya unleashed chakra from his feet. executing the fourth Hokage's secret wind body technique. In an instant, Yuya vanished from his original position, and with a whoosh, he reappeared behind Akatsuki's full moon. His empty left hand now glowing with brilliant azure chakra. Rinnegan. Buzz. Buzz. The azure chakra swiftly coalesced into a sphere. At this moment, Yuya was not only emulating the fourth Hokage in terms of the body technique, but was also completely mirroring his combat strategies. What is the hallmark of the fourth Hokage in the ninja world? One is the high-speed mobility that earned him the moniker of the Golden Flash through his wind body technique. The other is the A-rank ninjutsu he was currently employing, the Rinnegan, which requires no hand seals. With the combination of wind body and Rinnegan during this brief, explosive period, Yuya had nearly perfected the fourth Hokage's combat strategy. It is no exaggeration to say that when Yuya unleashed the prowess of a half-step jonin, even ordinary jonin would find themselves defeated by his hands. Perhaps it was not merely Yuya's strength that shone through, but rather the formidable reputation of the fourth Hokage that he wielded. Yet what of it? Not everyone can emulate the fourth Hokage, and certainly, not everyone can replicate the fourth Hokage's combat strategies as adeptly as Yuya. Immediately following this, standing upon the shoulder of the fourth Hokage's colossal statue, Yuya deftly employed the wind body flicker technique, successfully evading the assault of Hozuki Mangetsu. With a spiraling sphere held firmly in hand, he thrust it directly against Mangetsu's chest at point-blank range. Beneath a confident smile, Yuya was almost certain that Mangetsu would inevitably succumb to the formidable power contained within the spiraling sphere. However, just as Yuya reveled in his confidence, believing Mangetsu was destined for defeat, a sudden laughter echoed in his ears. "Haha, did you truly believe that your formless ninjutsu struck home? How utterly underestimated you are. Hozuki Mangetsu. Water release. Water prison technique." Boom. As Mangetsu's arrogant laughter resonated, Yuya's heart plummeted into despair, especially as Mangetsu formed hand seals to employ the water release jutsu. Yuya found himself ensnared within the water prison, unable to breathe. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld, mere inches away in the thick mist, the shocking sight of Mangetsu using the liquid technique to transform his torso into liquid, deftly evading the confident spiraling sphere. A look of horror emerged in Yuya's eyes. Is that the liquid technique? A secret art of the Hozuki clan? Indeed, it is the secret art of my clan, Mangetsu replied, his confidence unabated as he met Yuya's astonished gaze. Boy, your performance has truly surprised me, particularly your ability to threaten me after breaking through in a life-or-death scenario. However, it is regrettable that your battle experience leaves much to be desired. Knowing my name is Hozuki Mangetsu, why did you not guard against the secret techniques of my clan? As the vanquished, let your life serve as a lesson in the aftermath of failure. Boy perish. Swish. No sooner had Mangetsu's words left his lips than he lunged forward with his katana, piercing Yuya's chest in an instant. Yet, as Mangetsu reveled in his triumph, witnessing the blood gushing from Yuya's body dyeing the waters of the prison red, a chilling statement escaped Yuya's pale lips, abruptly reversing their fortunes, sending Mangetsu, who was but a step away from paradise, plummeting into the depths of despair. I have long known you belong to the Hozuki clan. Did you think I was unprepared? While you are trapped within the water prison, you cannot move, can you? Thus, the defeated one is you, Hozuki Mangetsu. Art is an explosion. Boom. Boom. Upon uttering these words, the situation shifted dramatically under Mangetsu's astonished gaze. The sound of hissing filled the air, and as Mangetsu's eyes fell upon the explosive tags affixed to his ankles, a terrifying explosion erupted into the sky, enveloping his figure entirely. Boom. In the tranquil depths of the forest, a sudden and deafening explosion shattered the silence, sending birds and beasts scattering in fright. In the wake of this explosion, the lone figure of Yuangai confronted the ominous full moon, while the faces of Shiyu Hong and Dai Iwashi, who had managed to escape the misty defenses, turned grim. Particularly for Shiyu Hong, who, lacking the specialized training of the Umbu, felt an overwhelming sense of shame at abandoning her companions. Hearing the fierce battle raging behind them, and catching a glimpse of the rising smoke in her peripheral vision, she could not help but express her concern to Dai Iwashi. Iwashi, is it truly acceptable for us to leaving alone? Engaging with the mist ninjas outside their defenses, do you thinking we'll be alright? We have no choice but to trust in Ing, Dai Iwashi replied, after a moment of silence, clenching her teeth as she, like Shiyu Hong, endured a silent torment. Yet, there was little to be done. Having narrowly escaped the mist ninja's stronghold, Daiwashi, once a member of the Umbu, understood that even their captain Kakashi might issue the same orders as Yuangai. Thus, she forced herself to regain her composure, mustering a faint smile as she addressed Shiyu Hong. Hong, our primary objective now is to quickly regroup with the others. Only then can we devise a plan to rescuing. With just the two of us, it would be exceedingly difficult to confront even a few mist ninjas, let alone take on AJ Nin. We can only hope that Ing can hold on for a little while longer, and we must hasten our pace. As long as Ing can endure until our rescue arrives, all will be well. Indeed, Shiyu Hong acknowledged, aware of the importance of the greater good. Yet within her heart, she felt a lingering reluctance, particularly as she recalled her earlier disdain towards Yuangai, which now filled her with guilt. However, Daiwashi's feelings were not much better. While others were unaware of Yuangai's true identity, having once been part of the same Umbu, Daiwashi was all too aware of the weight of that burden. At the tender age of 4, Yuangai was tasked with perilous missions, facing the ferocity of mist ninjas alone in times of dire failure. Just thinking of Yuangai's age and circumstances made Daiwashi feel woefully inadequate. Thus, as she and Shiyu Hong fled alongside Asuma Sarutobi, Daiwashi clenched her fists, silently praying for Yuangai's endurance, steadfast in her resolve to train diligently, vowing never to hold Yuangai back in the future. If Yuangai, at merely 4 years of age, could exhibit such prowess, then Daiwashi, being significantly older, could not resign herself to being useless. In the quietude of the moment, Yuangai's emergence altered the previously mundane trajectory of Daiwashi's character, potentially influencing the original storyline with which Yuangai was familiar. As for Yuangai, the confrontation between him and Atsuki Mangekyō unfolded with great intensity. The sound of an explosion echoed as the detonating talisman erupted, enveloping Atsuki Mangekyō in a searing and formidable blast. Bound by the water prison technique employed by Atsuki Mangekyō, Yuya found himself unable to evade the ensuing explosion. Even though he attempted to shield himself with wind chakra and awkwardly invoked the defensive secret technique of the fourth Hokage, he was too close to the source of the explosion. His limited mastery of the technique resulted in him being caught in the blast, sending him hurtling through the air, landing with a thud against a nearby tree before collapsing to the ground. Struggling to open his eyes, Yuya gradually discerned the scene before him through the dissipating haze. Upon realizing that Atsuki Mangekyō's figure had vanished completely from sight, he let out a deep breath, shifting his gaze to his own disheveled state. He silently reflected, "What a hard-won victory this is. If I hadn't hastily employed the shadow clone technique to affix the detonating talisman to Atsuki Mangekyō's ankle, it could very well have been my demise." "Humph. You thought I was unprepared for the secret techniques of your clan, Atsuki Mangekyō? Alas, if only I possessed Kakashi's Raikiri or Chidori, I could have targeted you directly with lightning chakra instead of resorting to a mere detonating talisman. How ironic that I ended up injuring myself." As he contemplated this, Yuya attempted to move his body, but was met with a piercing pain that caused him to gasp. The severity of his injuries was alarming. He bore multiple wounds that required urgent attention. Particularly concerning were the injuries from Atsuki Mangekyō's final strike, which had nearly compromised his internal organs. He needed to procure some medicine without delay. As for the blast wounds, they were a minor concern in comparison. However, addressing his injuries was secondary. The explosion's reverberations would undoubtedly attract the attention of the mist ninjas. He needed to escape post-haste. In his haste, Yuya had no time to tend to his wounds or ascertain Atsuki Mangekyō's fate. With a sudden flicker, he vanished from the spot. Indeed, as Yuya had privately mused, his victory came at an arduous cost. His body was riddled with numerous cuts, none of which were fatal, yet they bled profusely. The near-fatal wounds on his shoulder and chest caused him to lose blood rapidly, leaving him in a constant state of dizziness. Furthermore, the after-effects of the explosion compounded his injuries, creating a perilous situation. Despite having emerged victorious against Atsuki Mangekyō, if his wounds were not treated promptly, Yuya's life would remain in jeopardy. However, there was truly no time for healing. The only opportunity for Yuya to apply some medical bandages and staunch his bleeding arose when he was fleeing, propelled by a surge of chakra. The explosive sounds generated by his confrontation with Akatsuki's Gato were deafening, and given his position near the Fog Ninja's defensive line, any delay in his escape would mean inviting an assault from them. Fortunately, Yuya still had some chakra remaining, enabling him to utilize the fourth Hokage's secret technique, the body flicker technique, to hastily vanish into the dense forest. By the time the Fog Ninjas arrived at the defensive line, a Aside from the signs of Yuenya's battle with Gato, those pursuing him could do nothing but return quietly to their posts, as Yuenya had expertly concealed his departure. Nevertheless, it was not long before several teams of fog ninjas set out to search for traces of Yuenya, hoping to apprehend him for disrupting their lines. Meanwhile, Yuenya, heavily wounded and having narrowly evaded their pursuit, thought he could finally take a moment to recuperate. To his dismay, while he was attempting to rest, the injuries he sustained and the relentless pursuit by the fog ninjas were not his greatest concerns. Rather, the complete separation from Yugao and Yawashi was weighing heavily on his mind. Oh no, the map is with Yugao, and Yawashi was the one guiding me. Now that the threat from the fog ninjas has been resolved, how do I return to the Konoha camp and reunite with the others? Being directionally challenged is truly a tragedy. Moreover, the vital paths through this forest are certainly guarded by fog ninjas. Given my current state, encountering them would be tantamount to death. Sigh. In the future, I must refrain from playing the hero when I am lost, lest I meet my end due to my lack of direction. That would indeed be laughable. With a deep sigh, troubled by his poor sense of direction and the separation from Yugao and Yawashi, Yuenze could only silently search for a place to take refuge within the forest. The thought of actively seeking out Yugao and Yawashi was no longer on his agenda. After all, as Yuenya pondered, what if he were to encounter fog ninjas while searching for them? With his current condition, how could he possibly confront them? It wouldn't take a formidable ninja like Gato or Gato Zen to defeat him. Even a few lower-ranking fog ninjas could easily slay him in his wounded state. Thus, after inspecting his ninja tool pouch, he found that aside from some emergency medical supplies, secret medicines from the Nara clan, and concealed weapons, he still had enough rations to survive for a few days. With that in mind, he quickly approached a tree, gauged its dimensions, and using a sharp kunai, he carved out a hollow within it, taking refuge inside. The advantages of youth were now manifesting for Yuenya. If it were an adult like the fourth Hokage facing his current predicament, he would have needed to seek out a sturdier tree to dig into. In such circumstances, whenever the mist ninjas arrive for a search, not only the nearby caves, but also the sturdier trees become their targets. Concealed behind relatively slender tree trunks, Yuenya finds himself effectively hidden, making it quite challenging for the mist ninjas to conduct their search. Of course, it is unlikely that a figure akin to the fourth Hokage would ever face the predicament Yuenya currently endures. Thus, taking refuge in a dugout tree hollow is merely a means for Yuenya to find a semblance of comfort amidst his dire situation. Before he succumbs to slumber, he tends to his wounds, and at this moment, the advantages of having studied the secret medical scrolls of the Nara clan become apparent. During Tsunade's tenure in the Hidden Leaf Village, in a bid to prevent casualties among the ninjas, partly motivated by the tragic demise of her brother, Nawaki, this legendary Sannin mandated that every team must include a medical ninja, and furthermore, insisted that each ninja carry medical supplies in their equipment packs during missions. Unfortunately, not all ninjas possess the skills to heal themselves. The average ninja can only apply rudimentary bandages to their injuries. However, Yuenya stands apart. As a member of the Nara clan, having perused the clan's secret medical scrolls and spent considerable time within the medical ninja corps, he is remarkably adept at treating his injuries. In no time, he wraps his wounds with medical bandages, resembling a mummy in the process. Yet, despite this mummy-like appearance, Yuenya's proficient emergency care ensures that most of his injuries will heal within a few days, while the wounds affected by explosive tags will recover in merely a day. The only wounds requiring more attention are the two severe injuries on his shoulder and chest. Nevertheless, Yuenya remains optimistic. With the aid of the Nara clan's medicinal potions, he believes he can restore himself to peak condition within half a month. Regrettably, achieving this recovery in the comfort of the Leaf Village's medical facilities is one thing. In the wilderness, merely maintaining his condition without deterioration is a fortunate outcome. With inadequate food, water, and nutrition, Yuenya cannot afford to be overly demanding of his circumstances. As night falls, gnawing on hard, dry rations, Yuenya, pursued by the mist ninjas, dares not kindle a fire, instead choosing to hide alone in his hollow. He muses to himself, if only I had watched more survival shows in the wild. Alas, my situation bears little difference from a survival scenario, perhaps even more dire. While survival shows merely depict the struggle for existence, I must also evade the relentless pursuit of the mist ninjas. How pitiful. With a heavy heart, Yuenya glances at the bloodstained bandages, inhaling deeply. Alas, injured individuals cannot survive solely on dry rations, while I may keep my wounds from worsening. There are inevitably hidden ailments lurking within. Such ailments pose a particularly troublesome dilemma. This simply will not do. Tomorrow, even at the risk of peril, I must procure some fresh herbs for healing and gather some meat to replenish my strength. I had not previously recognized the invaluable pharmacological knowledge inscribed within the secret scrolls of the Nara clan, but now it appears to be a treasure beyond measure. At the very least, in the realm of survival in the wilderness, it is an exceedingly precious resource. Contemplating this, I settled cross-legged within a hollow of the tree, restored my chakra, and reflected upon my encounter with the formidable Akatsuki member, Hozuki Mangekyō. Undeniably, Hozuki Mangekyō was the first formidable adversary I faced, providing me with a rare and invaluable combat experience that gradually familiarized me with the harsh realities of battle. Particularly after our confrontation, I experienced a significant breakthrough in strength, leading me to comprehend why combat on the battlefield is essential for a ninja's true growth. Thus, even amidst numerous crises, I diligently recalled my battle with Hozuki Mangekyō until exhaustion overwhelmed me, and I succumbed to deep slumber within the hollow. Upon awakening the following morning, I was compelled to attend to my injuries to prevent any latent afflictions from taking root within my body. At times, one must never underestimate the potential for hidden ailments to develop after sustaining injuries. In the heat of battle, even the slightest wound can harbor dangers within the human body, not to mention the arduous struggle I endured against Hozuki Mangekyō. Moreover, after achieving victory in combat, any wounds sustained must be treated alongside the underlying afflictions. Otherwise, the gradual accumulation of these hidden ailments can transform minor injuries into grievous ones, potentially leading to irreparable harm, which would halt a ninja's progress and, in a sudden crisis, could threaten their very life. This is akin to certain NBA players from my previous world. As professional athletes, neglecting to properly manage their bodies and pushing through injuries without full recovery can lead to hidden ailments. Many gifted stars, having disregarded their health in their youth, accumulated countless latent injuries, ultimately leading to the demise of their careers and their quiet exit from the NBA stage. Given the multitude of such examples, I am determined to learn from these lessons. Thus, even at great risk, I now traverse the dense forest in search of herbs, preparing to use the Nara clan's secret medicines to first heal my wounds and then address any underlying afflictions. As for nutrition, the vast wilderness is home to various beasts. As long as I can effectively manage the traces of battle, hunting shall be a relatively effortless endeavor for me. However, just as I had crudely concocted some of the Nara clan's secret medicines and was preparing to hunt, an unforeseen event transpired. This unexpected occurrence was the sudden appearance of the Mist Shinobi's Umbu during my hunting expedition. What? Do the Umbu of the Mist require sustenance? What are their intentions? The defensive line of the Mist is nearby. Do they truly require rest in the wilderness as fellow members of the Mist? In the realm of darkness, one must ponder why the Umbu of the Mist seem so inexperienced. At the very least, they should possess a more profound sense of awareness. Thus, when Yuenya stumbled upon a squad of Mist Umbu resting in the wilderness, his initial thought was that something was amiss with these operatives. Particularly, when he utilized his mental energy to perceive them, he discerned that the strongest among them barely reached the level of a chunin. A sardonic smirk crept upon Yuenya's lips. This group of Mist Umbu appeared to be waiting for someone to intervene on their behalf. Although the infamous Blood Mist moniker had long been abandoned, under the command of the elusive boss Madara, it seemed the Mist could not escape their brutal regime. Nevertheless, it seemed their mission was merely to meet their demise. Very well. Before my departure, I shall assist you in fulfilling your task. Secretly resolving this in his mind, Yuenja resorted to nibbling on his rations while observing the four Mist Umbu indulging in their game meat. The more they relished their meal, the deeper the resentment brewed within Yuenja's heart. Little did the four Mist Umbu realize that their enjoyment of sustenance had unwittingly drawn the attention of a harbinger of death. Once Yuenya had laboriously consumed his dry provisions, he enveloped himself in mental energy, safeguarding against detection by sensory-type ninjas. Skillfully employing wind perception, he rendered the surrounding winds imperceptible. In simpler terms, if the fourth Hokage were to utilize a similar technique of wind perception to gauge Yuenya's surroundings, he would encounter no anomalies whatsoever. For Yuenya, who had mastery over wind perception, was specifically targeting ninjas proficient in secret technique detection, such as the fourth Hokage, gradually advancing towards the Mist Umbu. He positioned himself within earshot of their conversation. Despite the proximity, the Mist Umbu were oblivious to Yuenya's presence, prompting him to silently marvel at their carelessness. Indeed, they were inviting their own demise. Otherwise, how could they fail to detect even a single sensory-type Umbu, suppressing the murderous intent within him? He gripped the kunai tightly in his left hand. Closing his eyes, he focused intently on the murmurs of the mist umbu. Soon, the faint sounds of their discourse drifted into his ears, carried by the wind chakra he controlled. Captain, what exactly is the nature of our mission? Could you enlighten us? One queried. Indeed, Captain, we were abruptly assigned this task without any details, and we are required to operate in secrecy. What is the objective? Rather than wasting time here, wouldn't it be more prudent to assassinate a few Leaf Village ninjas at the forward camp? Captain, if you possess any insider knowledge, please share it with us. Initially, as Yuenya eavesdropped on the disgruntled murmurs of the mist umbu, he found their complaints to be telling. It was at that moment that his suspicions deepened considerably. After all, even if the shadowy figures before him were all Nin-level members of the mist umbu, a small umbu team dispatched on a mission surely required a clear objective. Did it not? It was an utter waste of resources for the esteemed umbu to merely serve as scouts. Even the so-called foremost hidden village, Konoha, would not squander resources in such a manner, sending its umbu to probe the area. What more could be expected from the resource-strapped mist village? After a few more minutes of patient waiting, the captain of the mist umbu still remained silent, causing Yuenya to furrow his brow slightly, betraying a hint of impatience. However, just as Yuenya could no longer contain his growing restlessness and was about to approach the mist umbu team, the captain, too, exhibited signs of impatience. As several members of the mist umbu were on the verge of voicing their grievances, the captain bellowed, "Silence! Is there no semblance of discipline among the umbu? Have you forgotten that we are merely tools obeying the orders from above? You wish to understand the intentions of our superiors, do you? Allow me to enlighten you. Our true purpose is to lure certain umbu from Konoha to pursue us. In simpler terms, we are bait. Are there any questions now?" Silence ensued, a profound silence. After the captain vented his frustration, the remaining mist umbu promptly fell silent. On one hand, they were reluctant to offend their captain, who was clearly not an easy individual to deal with. On the other hand, they feared the authority of the higher-ups in the mist village, dreading that further complaints might lead to punishment from their captain, not to mention repercussions upon returning to the village. Upon hearing the words of the mist umbu captain, a faint smile finally graced Yuenya's concealed visage beneath his mask. So, they were bait, implying that Konoha's allies were positioned behind them? Excellent. Just splendid. He had fortuitously lost his way in this dense forest, allowing him to encounter comrades from Konoha. He truly had these mist umbu to thank for this. As a reward, let these mist umbu serve as sharpening stones under his command. Almost instantaneously, as Yuenya gleaned crucial information from the innermost members of the mist umbu, a swift sound echoed, and his figure vanished from sight. When Yuenya reappeared, he had employed the wind instantaneous technique, placing him directly before the first mist umbu member. The wind instantaneous technique, a closely guarded secret of the fourth Hokage. Even before the formidable Mage, Yuenya's use of this technique had proven infallible. Now, before these Nin of the mist, despite their status as umbu, they would find it exceedingly difficult to withstand the terrifying efficacy of the wind instantaneous technique. As Yuenya suddenly manifested before the mist umbu, wielding a kunai infused with sharp wind chakra in his left hand, the remaining 3 umbu members were engulfed in panic. In an instant, he severed the throat of the leading umbu, causing him to collapse into a pool of blood. Disaster. An enemy attack. The swift execution of one of their own left the captain of the mist umbu in a state of alarm. The speed with which Yuenya struck was akin to that of a specter, and the kunai he wielded resembled the scythe of death itself. Displaying the prowess of a half-step jonin, he executed the fourth Hokage's secret technique with precision. At that moment, Yuenya appeared as a diminished version of the Golden Flash, instilling dread among the mist umbu. Moreover, this was merely the beginning of Yuenya's display. Having slain the first umbu, he recognized the necessity to avoid a prolonged battle. Thus, after utilizing the wind body technique, he swiftly formed hand seals amidst the encirclement of the remaining 3 mist ninjas. In a startling turn, he employed the shadow stitching technique, ensnaring all 3 umbu before they could react. With a smile reminiscent of a devil, Yuenya shifted his hand seals, preparing to unleash the shadow neckbind technique to eliminate the remaining umbu. However, just as he was on the verge of obliterating the squad, a brilliant flash of lightning pierced his vision. In the narrowing of his pupils, a shadowy figure surged forward, appearing before him in the blink of an eye. It was him again. The specter would not disperse. In the midst of the fray, Yuenya attempted to break through, yet when facing the formidable Kaguya Mangetsu, he found it challenging to demonstrate the full extent of his newfound strength. After all, Kaguya was a prodigy of the mist, a Jonin-level ninja, who outclassed Yuenya in every regard. Nevertheless, Yuenya's progress became evident as he faced off against 4 missed Umbu. With a sudden surge of chakra, he resembled a weakened version of the Leaf's golden flash, swiftly dispatching one of the Umbu. Although the fallen Umbu was merely a standard Chunin, the rigorous training of the missed Umbu endowed even the average Chunin with the capability to overpower ordinary ninjas. Moreover, Yuenya's ability to eliminate the Chunin-level Umbu in an instant showcased the advancements he had made following his breakthrough. Prior to this moment, Yuenya had only possessed the strength of a middle Chunin. Furthermore, upon his arrival, he did not merely vanquish one Umbu. He swiftly formed seals and ensnared the surrounding 3, demonstrating his remarkable growth and combat prowess. In such circumstances, despite the ambush, within mere seconds, 4 Ni-level hidden mist Umbu were dispatched, showcasing the prowess of the elite J-Nin. However, just as the protagonist was poised to alter his hand seals and employ the shadow neck binding technique to eliminate the 3 immobilized hidden mist Umbu, a flash of dazzling lightning unexpectedly filled his vision. At that moment, he beheld a ghostly figure materialize before him, causing his pupils to constrict in alarm. Yet, as he silently pondered why he had failed to sense this individual as presence earlier, a familiar aura emanated from the figure, prompting a sharp twitch at the corner of his eye. Especially upon recognizing the distinctive attire of the Konoha Umbu, he clenched his teeth, inwardly exclaiming, "It's him again! Truly a persistent specter. Who could this be?" The individual who incited such bitter animosity within him was none other than his former Umbu captain, Kakashi Hitaki, who had left an indelible negative impression since their first encounter. It was only when he recognized Kakashi's familiar silhouette that he fully grasped the truth. The hidden mist Umbu had been attempting to lure none other than Kakashi himself, who was out on a covert mission. Realizing the unfolding events, he let out a deep sigh, contemplating his unfortunate entanglement in this unforeseen predicament. As he prepared to greet Kakashi and intended to deal with the surrounding hidden mist Umbu before having a proper discussion, hoping Kakashi would assist him in returning to the Konoha camp, an unforeseen event transpired. With lightning cutter in hand, a crimson glint flickered within Kakashi's eye. Without hesitation, Kakashi surged forward, employing the S-rank technique lightning cutter, and shockingly showed no sign of slowing down as he approached the protagonist. In the next instant, a sharp pain compelled a soft gasp from him, and he witnessed Kakashi's hand, wielding the lightning cutter, piercing into his injured shoulder. "Fool, are you trying to kill me? Look at my Umbu attire. I'm a shadow, a denizen of Konoha." The protagonist's furious voice echoed, momentarily catching Kakashi off guard. However, upon recognizing the familiar voice and the Umbu garb, an awkward expression slowly surfaced in Kakashi's eyes. He quickly shifted the conversation, stating, "Let us deal with these foes first." Lightning cutter. With a glare filled with resentment directed at Kakashi, the protagonist could not easily overlook the previous incident where Kakashi had nearly ended his life during their spar in Konoha. Now, confronted by the mist ninja Umbu, Kakashi found himself bewilderingly unable to distinguish friend from foe, inflicting further injury upon himself with his Chidori technique. The combined circumstances left Yuya bereft of any desire to eliminate Kakashi. Regrettably, after sustaining another grievous wound to his shoulder, Yuya realized that despite his intent to teach Kakashi a lesson, he could not match the latter's formidable prowess. Thus, witnessing Kakashi's right hand aglow with the brilliance of Chidori as he swiftly dispatched 2 bound mist ninja Umbu, Yuya scoffed disdainfully, remarking coldly, "Is that all? Were it not for my binding of them, would you have chased them down the streets? As for that last Umbu captain, allow me to deal with him." With a decisive flick of his wrist, he invoked the shadow neck binding technique. Snap! Not only did he inflict harm, but he also sought to claim the fruits of victory for himself. What benevolence exists in this world that allows for such audacity? Just as Kakashi prepared to reap the life of the mist Umbu captain, Yuya, enduring the agony in his shoulder, altered his hand seals and executed the shadow neck binding technique, eliminating the captain on the spot. Instantly, Yuya felt the icy intensity of Kakashi's gaze upon him, followed by a frigid retort. "Why did you kill him? Do you realize how long I pursued them? Now that you have slain them, my efforts have been in vain." In vain? Better to chase in vain than to injure one's own allies. Before his breakthrough, Yuya would have never dared to confront Kakashi with such fervor, having been haunted by the shadow of Kakashi's previous technique, the 1,000 birds. However, after triumphing over the likes of the ghost lantern Manyuki, Yuya's confidence surged. Given that Yuya was evidently in the right, he had no intention of granting Kakashi the satisfaction of an amicable exchange. With a huff of indignation, Yuya seated himself on the ground and began to unwrap the bandages from his shoulder. Upon doing so, the acrid scent of charred flesh filled the air, revealing that the blood and tissue of his shoulder had congealed. Without immediate medical intervention, Yuya risked losing an arm due to Kakashi's actions. Observing the severity of Yuya's injuries, Kakashi's expression mirrored astonishment, particularly after the battle. When he noticed the multitude of bandages adorning Yuya's body, curiosity compelled Kakashi to inquire, are you not part of the medical unit? How did you sustain such injuries? Injured? Indeed, I have urgent matters to discuss with you. As Yuya listened to Kakashi's question, he selectively disregarded his own wounds and responded gravely, our medical unit is besieged by the Mist Ninja, necessitating substantial reinforcements, lest our medical personnel face annihilation at their hands. I managed to lead a successful breakout, but having stayed behind to cover our retreat, I have become separated from my comrades. My dear captain, if possible, I implore you to expedite my return to our instructor to report on the situation. Additionally, please help me locate my teammates. I fear for their safety. Teammates? Who comprises your squad? Listening to the report of Yunya breaking through the Mist Ninja defense line, Kakashi was utterly astonished. This is because Kakashi, much like the enigmatic Awashii, was well aware of Yunya's identity and age. At the same age, Kakashi was still honing his skills at the Ninja Academy. While Yunya was entrusted with such crucial responsibilities during a significant wartime period, bearing immense pressure, a feat that far surpassed Kakashi's own accomplishments at that time. Moreover, Yunya led his team to break through under the stringent vigilance of the Mist Ninja, willingly putting himself at risk to ensure the safety of his team members and the successful execution of their mission. Thus, as Yunya solemnly expressed his concerns for his subordinates, Kakashi, noticing the multitude of injuries adorning Yunya's body, felt a twinge of admiration alongside his apologetic demeanor. Contrarily, Yunya remained oblivious to the subtle shift in Kakashi's gaze. Only after Kakashi posed a question did Yunya discreetly glance at the fallen captain of the Mist Umbu, murmuring, there should be no one else around. So I shall refrain from addressing you as captain in accordance with Umbu protocol. Instead, I shall refer to you as senior. Kakashi-senpai. I must mention that one of my team members is quite familiar to us, none other than Awashii. The other two members were also recommended by Awashii. One is named Yuhi Kurenai, a genjutsu specialist, and the other is Asuma Saratobi, a fellow prone to causing trouble. Were it not for him, I might not have become separated from Awashii and Kurenai during our escape. In admitting this, Yunya couldn't help but smirk at himself, subtly gauging Kakashi's reaction. Throughout their escape from the Mist Ninja's line, Asuma had indeed caused Yunya an abundance of trouble. Certain matters, if not reported to the higher-ups, would undoubtedly leave Yunya feeling uneasy, and even Kurenai and Awashii would likely harbor similar sentiments. Furthermore, it was imperative for Yunya to relay the sequence of events during the mission to his superiors, as was the duty of an Umbu and a ninja of Konohagakure. Hence, before reporting Asuma's rather reckless behavior, Yunya contemplated seeking Kakashi's guidance on how to present the matter in a way that would garner serious attention from the higher-ups without incurring the wrath of Asuma's father, the third Hokage. As for Asuma, did Yunya truly need to fear offending Asuma? At this moment, whether it was the rebellious Asuma of his youth or the Asuma from the original narrative, what difference did it make? Possessing the strength of a mid-level Jonin and having triumphed over the Mist Jonin, Kido Mangetsu, Yunya felt emboldened in the presence of such formidable opponents. Thus, his primary concern lay with the attitudes of the third and fourth Hokage. A mere Asuma was hardly worth his anxiety. Upon hearing Yunya's words, especially after learning about the members of Yunya's team, Kakashi's gaze shifted to one of profound intrigue. Are you a prodigy? Is it still the divine will that saves the village of Konoha? The mere fact that a mere 4-year-old Umbu is dispatched to breach the Mist Ninja defense line and seek aid for Konoha's medical team is astonishing enough. That you could accomplish this feat would leave anyone utterly speechless. Now you claim that during your escape, you were accompanied by 3 others of similar tender age, who could only be deemed burdensome. Surely, you jest. Listening to Yuya, Kakashi felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. Yet, he did not overlook the implications of Yuya's remarks and inquired, Asuma, what has transpired? With a cold, mocking sneer, Yuya spoke candidly before Kakashi, laden with disdain, disobeying orders, leaving the camp without permission, and preparing to undertake a solo mission is self-explanatory. Captured by the Mist Ninja, he now necessitates our rescue. Kakashi-senpai, let us not forget that even in peacetime, Asuma would have faced dire consequences for such recklessness. That may be true, but Asuma is, after all. Kakashi sighed deeply, acknowledging the complexity of the situation. Just as Yuya presumed Kakashi was at a loss regarding Sarutobi Asuma, Kakashi's expression suddenly turned steely. With a mere gesture, Yuya's resolve solidified. Clearly, Kakashi's signal conveyed the expectation that as an Umbu of Konoha, one must adhere to the standards of the Umbu. Regardless of Sarutobi Asuma being the son of the third Hokage or a Hokage himself, any breach of command must be reported. It was this affirmation from Kakashi that reinforced Yuya's determination to report the matter to the fourth Hokage. Yet, following this exchange, both Yuya and Kakashi fell into silence, each consumed by divergent thoughts. In his silence, Kakashi pondered whether to assist Yuya in returning to the Konoha camp. After all, Kakashi was engaged in a covert mission, and escorting Yuya back could jeopardize his objectives. However, after a moment of reflection, recalling the words of his fallen comrade Obito Uchiha, Kakashi gently closed his eyes, prepared to temporarily relinquish his current task for the sake of his ally. For as Obito had once said, those who forsake their comrades for the sake of a mission are indeed less than worthless. As for Yuya, his thoughts were far more convoluted. Having long harbored intentions to alter the fates of Kakashi, Rin, and the fallen Obito, he found himself inadvertently entangled in the mission Kakashi was to undertake. Yuya's immediate concern was undoubtedly about transforming the destinies of the trio. Regrettably, both Yuya and Kakashi were outside, and in this delicate moment, Yuya sensed it unnecessary to elaborate further in Kakashi's presence. As Kakashi resolved to assist the gravely injured Yuyue in returning to the Leaf Village, Yuyue, wishing to avert a calamity, earnestly conveyed to Kakashi, Kakashi-senpai, during my mission, I uncovered a significant lead regarding the Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village. I wonder if you have noticed that the strategies recently devised by the Mizukage have been rather peculiar. If my deductions are correct, the Mizukage must be grappling with some formidable issues. I hope you can report this to our teacher upon your return. Certainly, Kakashi replied. Undoubtedly. Yuyue's words were intended to guide Kakashi and the fourth Hokage towards unraveling the concealed truths behind the Mizukage's manipulation, enabling them to prepare for a confrontation with Madara. However, as Yuyue hastily vanished from sight, swiftly making his way back to the majority of the Leaf's encampment, he could scarcely have anticipated the profound ramifications of his statement. For, shortly after Yuyue and Kakashi's disappearance, the very captain of the Mist's Umbu, whom Yuyue had previously dispatched, abruptly opened his eyes. At that moment, as the captain feigned death and regained consciousness, his gaze fell upon the direction in which Yuyue and Kakashi had departed, and he muttered to himself, Mizukage-sama. Could it truly be that there is an issue? Humph. There is no need for you Leaf ninjas to investigate. I shall delve into the concealed matters surrounding the Mizukage myself. The captain in question, none other than the infamous Zabuza Momochi, had been the very adversary Yuyue had failed to eliminate. Ironically, Yuyue's admonition to Kakashi became the catalyst for Zabuza's investigation into the Mizukage. Was this a deliberate act on Yuyue's part, or merely a twist of fate? If posed the question, Yuyue would undoubtedly assert it was the latter. 4. While employing the shadow neck binding technique against the Umbu captain, Yuyue had sensed some peculiarities surrounding the captain's demise. Yet, due to the injuries inflicted by Kakashi's unexpected assault, he had not given it due consideration as he departed. After all, Yuyue reasoned, if the captain were truly alive and could divulge the secrets of the Mizukage, it would ultimately benefit the Leaf Village. Little did Yuyue realize, as he departed with Kakashi, that his words would unwittingly set Zabuza on a path from which there was no return. In the original narrative, what prompted Zabuza's defection from the Hidden Mist Village? The answer lay in his failed assassination of the Mizukage. Long before the events of the original plot, two astute individuals had emerged within the Mist Village, Zabuza Momochi and Kisame Hoshigaki, both of whom had vaguely discerned the secrets lurking behind the Mizukage. However, Zabuza and Kisame's choices diverged significantly. The character of Dry Persimmon Kisame is prepared to loyally serve the Mizukage, ultimately choosing to follow him and join the Akatsuki organization. In contrast, the original storyline depicts Zabuza Momochi as having assassinated the Mizukage, regrettably failing in his attempt and subsequently forced to defect from the Hidden Mist Village, enduring relentless pursuit from the village's Umbu. At this juncture, during the Third Great Ninja War, there remains a considerable span of time before Zabuza uncovers the secrets of the Mizukage. Unexpectedly, through a twist of fate, a remark from Yueying ignited Zabuza's suspicions, prompting him to investigate the Mizukage secrets prematurely, thus retracing the path laid out in the original narrative, a serendipitous turn of events, perhaps guided by fate itself. However, one undeniable truth emerges. Wei Ying's presence has indeed triggered a slight butterfly effect. The implications of Zabuza's early exploration into the Mizukage secrets on the future are certainly not for Yue Ying to ponder. For shortly after Yue Ying parted ways with Kakashi, his shoulder injury worsened considerably, and he began to experience feverish symptoms. Initially, Yue Ying and Kakashi encountered one another not far from the Mist Ninja's defensive line. Still a considerable distance from the majority of Konoha's encampments, Kakashi, lacking medical ninjutsu expertise, noticed Wei Ying's deteriorating condition and fever, rendering him in a state of delirium, which filled Kakashi with regret over his oversight. Yet, without the option to return to Konoha's camp, Kakashi had no choice but to hasten their journey while carrying Wei Ying, fervently wishing to reach safety in Konoha. Fortunately, prior to meeting Kakashi, Yue Ying had already been striving to rid himself of the internal affliction. Thus, despite the worsening of his injury, he managed to return safely to Konoha's encampment with Kakashi's assistance, where he received medical treatment. Moreover, on the day following Yue Ying and Kakashi's safe return, the trio of Yugao, Shizen, and Asuma also returned to the camp unscathed. However, the events that followed became somewhat unclear to Yue Ying. Upon learning of Yugao and the others' safe return, he felt an immense weight lift from his shoulders, leading him to faint immediately. When Yue Ying regained consciousness, it was a week later. Oh, ouch, how painful. As he groggily awakened, a sharp pain coursed through his shoulder. After a week-long unconsciousness, the sudden surge of pain caused Yue Ying to fear for the safety of his shoulder, prompting him to quickly open his eyes and glance at the afflicted area. To his surprise, as he instinctively attempted to rise, he faced significant restraint. Soon after, a gentle voice wafted into his ears. "Ing, don't move. Be careful with your injury." That familiar voice. Is it Red? It's me. With his vision still blurred, Yue Ying struggled to make out the figure before him. Having some knowledge of pharmacology, Yue Ying understood that his prolonged unconsciousness had left his eyes unaccustomed to the light. However, upon hearing the voice of Yuhi Kurenai, Yue Ying felt a sense of relief. Yet, due to the injury on his shoulder, he couldn't help but furrow his brows slightly and quickly inquired, "Kurenai, is my shoulder injury serious?" I thought your first question would surely be about the mission." Yue Ying's inquiry unexpectedly brought a smile to Kurenai's face. In her impression, Yue Ying was a task enthusiast, willing to risk his life to complete a mission. Little did she know, if faced with a choice between a mission and his own life, Yue Ying would undoubtedly choose his own life without hesitation. However, in front of Kurenai, he had to maintain an air of righteousness. Thus, when he noticed her amusement, he awkwardly chuckled and explained, "I returned to the camp with Kakashi-senpai, and within a day, I heard about your return. So, I have no worries regarding the mission. Instead, my arm is truly a disaster. It was bad enough that I was injured by a mist ninja, but Kakashi-senpai even added to my woes. How can I not be concerned?" As he spoke, Yue Ying remained preoccupied with the injury on his arm and once again pressed, "Kurenai, my injury is really all right, isn't it?" "Of course it's fine." Kurenai gently grasped Yue Ying's hand, fearing that his excessive worry would hinder his recovery. Addressing his repeated concerns with soothing words, she assured him, "I've already inquired about your injury. There's nothing to worry about. As long as you take the time to heal, within half a month, your wound will scab over. And in a month, you will be completely fine. By the way, I came to see you today because I have no missions to execute." Sigh. Actually, I'm more concerned about Asuma's situation. Knowing that his injury was not serious, Yue Ying finally felt relieved. He did not wish to pay the price of losing an arm due to a mission, especially because of Kakashi's mistake. However, upon learning from Kurenai that Sarutobi Asuma was in trouble, the relief on his face quickly turned back into concern. Finally, he could clearly see the worry etched in Kurenai's eyes, prompting him to ask curiously, "What happened to Asuma?" "After we were separated, did you encounter an attack from the Mist Ninjas?" "Not at all," Kurenai replied, shaking her head slowly. "You stayed behind to cover for us, and we didn't encounter any other Mist Ninjas. The journey was quite safe. However, when Kakashi brought you back, it seems he reported Asuma's situation to Lord 4th Hokage. Originally, Lord 4th intended to inform Lord 3rd Hokage to handle it. Who would have thought that Asuma learned of the situation and actually escaped from the camp? He has yet to return, and his whereabouts remain unknown." "He escaped? That rebellious little brat is indeed troublesome. I heard from Yuhi Kurenai that Sarutobi Asuma merely escaped and was not injured under the pursuit of the Mist Shinobi." This revelation brought a sense of relief to Akimichi Choji. "Why, you may wonder. The reason lies in the fact that had Sarutobi Asuma sustained injuries while fleeing from the Mist Shinobi, a portion of the responsibility would inevitably fall upon Choji. Although Sarutobi Asuma had left the Konoha Medical Corps camp in defiance of Choji's orders, as a member and captain of the team, Choji bore the obligation to ensure Asuma's safety. In essence, if Sarutobi Asuma were to face any misfortune during a mission, those with ulterior motives could easily shift the blame onto Choji. This is particularly true for the ever-watchful Uchiha clan, who might exploit the situation surrounding Asuma to sow discord between the Nara clan and the third Hokage. However, since Sarutobi Asuma had escaped due to the negligence of the Konoha camp upon his return, it bore no connection to Choji. After all, when calamity strikes, isn't there someone to shield them from above? Furthermore, Choji had no belief that anyone within the confines of Konoha would dare to incite discord between the fourth and third Hokage. Given this context, the matter of Sarutobi Asuma's escape appeared trivial to Choji, in the original narrative with which Choji was familiar. Sarutobi Asuma was destined to flee due to his entanglements with the third Hokage. Whether he escaped sooner or later was inconsequential. The fact remained that Sarutobi Asuma would not meet his demise, and the third Hokage could not attribute blame to Choji. Thus, Choji adopted a mindset of indifference, regarding the situation as none of his concern. However, as Yuhi Kurenai expressed her worry for Sarutobi Asuma, Choji, once Asuma's captain, felt compelled to patiently console her. Fortunately, Kurenai had harbored some prejudice against Sarutobi Asuma during their missions, perceiving him as somewhat headstrong. Now, aside from her concern for Asuma as a comrade, Kurenai had little to say to Choji and privately held a measure of disdain for Asuma's character. In comparison to Choji, Sarutobi Asuma appeared to be a stark contrast, disregarding orders and failing to adhere to regulations, as if his only redeeming quality lay in his noble lineage. In stark contrast to Choji, who, at a young age, had already achieved a significant role in the Umbu and rendered great service to Konoha. Had Choji been a few years older, Kurenai might have entertained different sentiments altogether. After a brief discussion with Kurenai regarding Sarutobi Asuma, Choji began to recount the events following his own unconsciousness. Gradually, he learned from Kurenai about the developments in the ongoing conflict between Konoha and the Mist Shinobi during the week he had been in a coma. The first matter addressed was that concerning the Konoha Medical Corps, which had been reported to the fourth Hokage by Kakashi upon Choji's return to the Konoha camp. And who is the fourth Hokage? Do not be deceived by his usual cheerful demeanor, which exudes a sense of amiability when thrust into the chaos of battle. The fourth Hokage is a figure to be feared and dreaded by all. Upon hearing that the Mist Ninja had the audacity to encircle the medical team of Konoha, disrupting the rear lines, the fourth Hokage commanded several squads of ninjas to mobilize, swiftly dismantling the siege within 3 days and successfully liberating the Konoha medical unit. The captain of that medical team, upon learning that the mission had indeed been accomplished by the likes of Yue and his comrades, was momentarily taken aback. Evidently, even the captain of the medical unit, originally under Yue's command, had not harbored much hope in him and had subsequently dispatched numerous smaller teams for assistance. To their dismay, those teams met a tragic fate within the encirclement of the Mist Ninja, leaving only the initially dispatched Yue and his companions to achieve their objective. Moreover, a second significant event has recently unfolded. The Mist Ninja, employing subterfuge, dispatched a unit with intentions to infiltrate the Land of Fire. This task undoubtedly fell to Kakashi. After escorting Yue back to the Konoha camp, Kakashi seized the opportunity to fulfill his own mission while the fourth Hokage was engaged in rescuing the medical team. However, upon hearing from Yugao that Kakashi had been downcast every day following the completion of his mission, Yue felt a pang of concern. Clearly, being well-versed in the original narrative, Yue surmised that Kakashi might have received news regarding Rin, which explained his recent melancholy. Furthermore, considering the third piece of intelligence relayed by Yugao that the fourth Hokage intended to divide his forces, launching a full-scale assault against the Mist Ninja while simultaneously returning to confront the infiltrating unit, Yue's already heavy heart grew increasingly burdened. Yet, in the presence of Yugao, Yue masked his emotions, engaging in light-hearted conversation until she took her leave, ensuring his recuperation was undisturbed. Only then did his expression darken, as he silently lamented, "The tragic events of the original storyline are about to commence." Based on the intelligence gathered from Yugao, it was imminent that Teacher Minato would issue orders to personally lead the majority against the Mist Ninja. Meanwhile, Kakashi would covertly lead a team to rescue Rin. Under Madara's machinations, even if Minato could achieve a superficial victory, once the concealed seed takes root, It could lead Minato, Kakashi, and even the fallen Uchiha Obito down the same tragic path as the original narrative, all for the sake of an inconspicuous Rin. With a heavy heart, Yu Yue's gaze darkened with a sense of unwillingness. Especially as his eyes fell upon the wounds on his arm, he could not help but sigh deeply, thinking, how infuriating it is that I am injured. As long as I remain unscathed and can accompany Kakashi on missions, my foresight regarding the original plot surely allows me to avert the tragic events that ensue, does it not? Furthermore, Kakashi, I distinctly informed you of the issues concerning the Mizukage. Why did you not relay this to Lord Minato? Alas, with time still at my disposal, I must resort to bold measures. Whether it be for Lord Minato, for Kakashi, for the fallen Obito Uchiha, or for the wronged Rin, I must take the risk. My gaze resolutely firmed. I engaged with the fourth Hokage, Kakashi, and others. Although I harbored certain thoughts, it was undeniable that I gradually forged profound bonds with them. Even with Kakashi, whose relationship with me was less than amicable, I wished to spare him from excessive suffering in the future. Thus I resolutely chose to tread the perilous path. However, just as I struggled to rise and seek a serious conversation with the fourth Hokage, an authoritative voice resounded in my ears, leaving me momentarily stunned. Yu Yi, lie still. You are injured and require proper recuperation. Do you not understand? Upon hearing the familiar voice, I was taken aback and promptly reclined once more. The visitor was none other than my uncle, the head of the Nara clan, Nara Shikaku. While I might disregard others' words, how could I possibly ignore those of Shikaku? Thus, no matter how pressing the situation, upon seeing Shikaku arrive, I could only obediently remain prone, eventually breaking the silence with an awkward inquiry. Uncle Shikaku, what brings you here? If I did not come, you would have long since perished. Observing my grievous injuries, an unmistakable flicker of compassion crossed Shikaku's gaze, warming my heart. However, it was clear that he had important matters to discuss, so despite his reluctance, he maintained a serious demeanor and spoke slowly. Yu Yi, I came primarily to check on you. As for the second matter, I have both official and personal matters to discuss with you. Which shall we address first, the official or the personal? Uncle Shikaku, let us begin with the personal matters. Witnessing Shikaku adopt an interrogative demeanor, I could not help but smirk inwardly, realizing he was indeed here to create trouble. Moreover, from Shikaku's tone, it seemed he intended to scrutinize me on both fronts. In my exasperation, I resolved to first heed Shikaku's admonitions regarding personal matters. As for why I chose personal matters first, it was simply because I felt I had managed the official affairs exceptionally well, leaving little room for critique from Shikaku. Upon hearing my choice, Shikaku's serious expression faltered slightly, especially when his gaze once again fell upon the shoulders of Yuyama. Nara Kakuzu could not help but let out a profound sigh, speaking earnestly. Yuyama, your performance has been commendable. Even Mizukage has been singing your praises. Had it not been for you, the rear of our Konoha village would surely have descended into chaos, and an entire medical unit might have perished under the encirclement of the Mist Shinobi. As a ninja of Konoha, I truly feel a sense of pride in you. However, Yuyama, you must understand that you are not merely a ninja of Konoha. You are the future of the Nara clan. Most importantly, Yuyama, you are my dear nephew. As he spoke, Yuyama could clearly see the glimmer of moisture in Kakuzu's eyes, prompting him to lower his head in silent remorse, saying, Uncle Kakuzu, I understand my mistakes. Kakuzu replied, Yuyama, I do not wish for you to merely acknowledge your faults. I want you to recognize your circumstances. Hearing you admit your errors, Kakuzu shook his head and sighed, Yuyama, even just a few months from now, you will only be 5 years old. At such a tender age, your accomplishments are remarkable, positioning you as the future of Konoha. Why harbor a competitive spirit? When we of the older generation are no longer of use, there will be responsibilities you must undertake, whether you desire to or not, for that is the duty of a Konoha ninja. However, for now, I hope you can reflect more deeply when dealing with matters. If anything were to happen to you, how would I face your father? Of course, there are matters in which I, as your uncle, have erred as well. For instance, placing you in the rear medical unit. Intending to keep you away from the battlefield to avoid injury was indeed a misguided notion. If you truly wish to hone your skills, I will select tasks of appropriate difficulty for you in the future. This time, you genuinely frighten me. Without a doubt. The original Nara Kakuzu is portrayed as an enlightened father, though it is unfortunate that Nara Shikamaru was somewhat lacking in the early stages. However, during the exchange between Yuyama and Kakuzu, as Yuyama listened to Kakuzu's words imbued with deep concern, he found himself at a loss for words. The only response he could muster was to bow his head in silence, which seemed to be all he could do. The more he comprehended Kakuzu's heartfelt intentions, the stronger Yuyama's desire to protect the Nara clan became. At times, safeguarding something is not simply a matter of coercion. It requires a person to genuinely wish to protect it, thus ensuring their willingness to do so. Just as in Yuyama's case, Kakuzu never explicitly instructed him to defend the Nara clan. He merely cared for him in silence. Under such circumstances, Yuyama, as a member of the Nara clan, takes pride in his lineage and is willing to quietly safeguard it for the sake of his uncle Kakuzu. Then, after Kakuzu had concluded his personal matters, both he and Yuyama found their eyes redden with emotion. Yet, when it came time to discuss official matters, Yuyama observed Kakuzu briskly wiping his eyes, and then, with a fierce intensity, he widened his gaze and questioned Yuyama. "All right, Yuyama, we've finished with personal matters. Now let us address the official business. In the midst of the wilderness, did you truly err?" Upon hearing the abrupt inquiry from Rikuju, Yuinye found himself momentarily stunned. Could it be that there were no personal missteps? If so, what blunders could possibly arise in the realm of official duties? Yuinye was left in a state of bewilderment. However, as if anticipating Yuinye's inability to recognize his faults, Rikuju merely offered a cold smile. Without granting Yuinye a moment to respond, Rikuju swiftly struck Yuinye on the head, reprimanding him with a fierce tone. Taking the son of the third Hokage on such a perilous mission without authorization, Yuinye, have you yet to realize where your mistakes lie? You were fortunate this time, as Asuma has returned safely. Had anything happened to him, how would our Nara clan account for your actions? Yuinye, as I previously mentioned, you must contemplate certain matters more thoroughly. Now look, Asuma has escaped again. If the third Hokage were to hold you accountable, it wouldn't just be you in trouble, but the entire Nara clan. I can forgive you this time, but Watergate may not be so lenient. I fear that your achievements in this reckless endeavor will be overshadowed by a mere oversight. However, one thing you must remember, Yuinye, do not harbor any grievances, especially against Asuma. It will serve you no benefit. Do you understand? Listening to Rikuju's admonishments, what could Yuinye possibly retort? Furthermore, despite Rikuju's insistence that Yuinye should refrain from holding a grudge against Asuma, is that truly a feasible expectation for a human being? After all, Asuma Sarutobi creates chaos while being sheltered by the third Hokage, and yet Yuinye, after toiling on a mission, finds his efforts undermined by a single individual. What does that amount to? Is it merely a shadowy injustice? The more he pondered, the more anger welled up within Yuinye. If Asuma Sarutobi stood beside him, enduring a beating would be a light punishment in comparison. Yet, Rikuju, how could he not empathize with Yuinye's grievances? However, as the guardian family of the Hokage, Yuinye must confront the unfair treatment inherent in certain circumstances. Especially considering Asuma's delicate position, Rikuju felt an uncomfortable weight in reprimanding Yuinye, compelled by various factors to publicly chastise him, ensuring that the watchful eyes of others would not lead Yuinye into future troubles. Unexpectedly, just as Rikuju concluded his lecture on official matters, a familiar laughter echoed throughout the hospital room, filling the silence between him and Yuinye. Upon hearing that laughter, Rikuju secretly exhaled a sigh of relief, reassured that his earlier admonishments had not been in vain. As for Yuinye, upon hearing that recognizable laughter, he first cast a skeptical glance at Rikuju beside him, then turned his full attention to the words spoken by the newcomer. How could there be no reward for accomplishing a task for our village? Rikuju, scaring children is hardly commendable. In addition to the off-road adventures, do not sulk there any longer. Your uncle may not reward you, but allow your master to bestow upon you a gift. Is it Teacher Minato? The familiar sound of laughter echoed from outside the ward, and before the visitor even entered, Yuinye instinctively recognized the identity of the person as the fourth Hokage, the current leader of the Konoha ninja forces. However, as he listened to the words spoken by the fourth Hokage, Yuinye found himself lost in contemplation, especially when his gaze fell upon Kakuzu, noticing the faint, enigmatic smile at the corner of Kakuzu's mouth and the glimmer of wisdom in his eyes. Yuinye could not help but pause momentarily, then thought to himself, could it be that Uncle Kakuzu's earlier words were intended for Teacher Minato's ears? If that were the case, Uncle Kakuzu is indeed remarkable, having anticipated my awakening and the arrival of Teacher Minato. Yuinye felt a mix of admiration for Kakuzu's cunning and a sigh of resignation at the intricate web of intrigue within Konoha. Almost at the very moment Yuinye deciphered Kakuzu's scheme, with the arrival of the fourth Hokage, he began to understand why his official duties had been handled so adeptly, prompting Kakuzu to come and admonish him. Wasn't it, as Kakuzu had suspected, merely a performance for those with ulterior motives? Initially, Yuanya believed that Asuma Sarutobi's return to the Konoha camp would allow him to escape scrutiny, but little did he know that in the history of Konoha's internal struggles, if one is truly determined, even a minor blemish could cast someone into the depths of despair, rendering them forever unable to rise again. It was akin to the fate of Konoha's White Fang, Kakashi's father, Tsukumo Hatake, who succumbed to despair over a trivial matter. Thus, the true purpose behind Kakuzu's discussions with Yuanzai regarding official matters was twofold. Firstly, to silence those with ill intentions, and secondly, to garner the support of the fourth Hokage. With the backing of the fourth Hokage, the third Hokage would inevitably lend his support to Yuanya. After all, it is said that one should not only consider the monk but also the Buddha. For the sake of the Nara clan, the guardians of the Hokage across generations, both the fourth and third Hokage ought to extend some leniency towards Kakuzu, the clan leader, in certain matters. At that moment, Yuanya's thoughts proved to be quite accurate. Initially, he had merely overheard the conversation between Yuanya and Kakuzu from outside, but upon hearing Kakuzu reprimanding Yuanya for official reasons, the fourth Hokage could not resist stepping inside. He first smiled at Kakuzu, then turned his gaze to Yuanya. Noticing the bandages wrapped around Yuanya's shoulder, still stained with flecks of crimson, the previously smiling fourth Hokage could not help but retract his smile, expressing sincere regret to Kakuzu. Kakuzu, I truly apologize. It is my fault for not keeping Yuanya safe. Kakuzu, unfazed by the sentiment, smiled back and replied, You have so many matters to attend to each day. How could you trouble yourself over Yuanya's affairs? As he spoke, Lich gradually rose to his feet, discreetly handing something to Yui before addressing the fourth Hokage. All right, Minato, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall not intrude on your heartfelt conversation any longer. Farewell. Take care, Uncle Lich. Very well, Lich. See you shortly. As Lich departed, Yui cast a sidelong glance at the object in his hand, only to discover that it was a blue pill that Lich had stealthily given him. A pill. And a blue one at that? Reminiscing about a certain medication from his previous life, Yui couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his eyes upon gazing at the blue pill. The fourth Hokage, being more perceptive, noticed the blue pill in Yui's hand and remarked with a smile, Yui, Lich truly values you. Do not underestimate this blue pill. Such secret medicine is scarce even among your Nara clan, with only a few delivered to the village each year. The last time Kakashi was gravely injured, I implored Lich for quite some time just to obtain this secret remedy from him. Otherwise, even with Tobi's Sharingan handed over to Kakashi, without the effects of this pill, Kakashi's I might have been rendered useless. Sighing deeply at the mention of the fallen Uchiha Tobi, the fourth Hokage couldn't help but express his melancholy. Meanwhile, Yui, fixated on the blue pill in his hand, bore a look of sheer astonishment. What sort of jest was this? Kakashi's eye had sustained severe damage, and yet, this blue pill could work wonders to aid his recovery. Now, with merely an arm injury, Uncle Lich had bestowed upon him such a precious secret remedy for healing? His mind was filled with thoughts of Lich's kindness, and Yui clutched the blue pill as if it were an invaluable treasure, fearful that it might dissolve in his grasp. After lamenting the loss of Uchiha Tobi, the fourth Hokage prepared to discuss serious matters with Yui. Noticing the change in Yui's expression, he nodded inwardly. Recognizing Yui as a person of deep feelings and loyalty, the fourth Hokage then proceeded to the crux of the matter, stating, Yui, your status is merely that of a temporary umbu. Even if you achieve merit on the battlefield, the village may not provide you with substantial rewards. I hope you can understand the village's position. Is this the treatment of a temporary worker? Observing the fourth Hokage's opening remarks, Yui could not suppress a silent scoff. Yet he maintained a fervent demeanor, replying excitedly, completing missions is inherently a ninja's duty, sensei. If we were to discuss merits, wouldn't that be somewhat presumptuous? Yui, at such a young age, you exhibit such wisdom. Indeed, you are a worthy disciple of mine, Minato Namikaze. However, you must understand that not everyone in the village shares your perspective, much like Uchiha. Never mind, it's better left unsaid. With a shake of his head, the fourth Hokage continued, moreover, due to Asuma's situation, the village may not be able to offer you significant rewards either, and I hope you can comprehend this as well. Certainly, as I mentioned upon my arrival, how could one complete a task for the village without receiving a reward, even if the village neglects to offer you a recompense? As your mentor, I, the fourth Hokage, would never allow you to go unacknowledged. Therefore, starting today, you shall remain by my side, and whenever I find the time, I shall guide you through your next steps in cultivation. The fourth Hokage concluded, and while Yuya did not harbor many thoughts, he could only nod silently. However, Recalling all events that transpired, it was all instigated by Asuma Saratobi. The mere thought of Asuma's arrogant demeanor filled Yuya with an intense desire to strangle him. Asuma Saratobi. Should you dare, never return to the Hidden Leaf Village. Moreover, even in the original plot, despite your demise, you still managed to create a future for the Saratobi clan with Kurenai, did you not? Now that I am here, your Saratobi legacy shall transform into my Nara legacy. Just wait and see. As a member of the Nara clan, Yuya may find it impossible to seek revenge against Asuma Saratobi. Yet, being well-versed in the original storyline, he could certainly impede Asuma's romantic endeavors. Furthermore, Kurenai, even at a young age, possesses the allure of a beauty. Thus, even if Yuya were not motivated by revenge against Asuma, harboring intentions toward Kurenai for his own future would not be amiss, would it? Alas, Yuya is merely 4 years old, and the prospect of winning Kurenai's affection must be postponed for now. At the very least, he could lay a solid foundation for both his and Kurenai's future. As Yuya was lost in his thoughts, his mind filled with the youthful visage of Kurenai. The fourth Hokage's words jolted him back to reality. Yuya, I see your injuries have healed sufficiently. You should be able to walk now, correct? I happen to have some time, so let us engage in some recovery training together. Yes, Sensei Minato, though it was merely recovery training. The opportunity to partake in it alongside the fourth Hokage filled Yuya with excitement. Who is the fourth Hokage? He is a true powerhouse, a figure who stands at the pinnacle of the shinobi world. It is no exaggeration to say that during the Third Great Ninja War, the fourth Hokage's reputation far surpassed that of the legendary three, the White Fang of Konoha, and even the third Hokage. If Yuya could engage in genuine combat with the fourth Hokage during this recovery training, even if the outcome were inevitable defeat, the combat experience would still be invaluable. At the very least, it would lay a more solid foundation for Yuya, paving the way for future breakthroughs. Thus, as soon as the fourth Hokage finished speaking, Yuya sprang up from his bed like a carp leaping over the dragon's gate. Unfortunately, after such a long period of unconsciousness, having lain in his sickbed for over a week, his seemingly graceful descent was met with a wave of dizziness upon standing, and he swayed for quite some time without managing to stabilize himself. As for the fourth Hokage, he would never simply stand by to witness the spectacle. With a warm smile, he supported Yuya and gradually guided him out of the infirmary. Accompanied by the fourth Hokage, Yuya strolled through the Konoha camp, acutely aware of the envious and admiring gazes from the surrounding ninjas directed at him. Who is that? The fourth Hokage himself is walking alongside him? How fortunate. Don't you know? That young lad is the one who saved the medical ninja unit in the rear. It is said that he is already a member of the Umbu at such a tender age. So it is him? He is far too young. I've heard that he entered the Umbu as an exception, and he is not even 5 years old yet. My goodness. He managed to breach the Mist Ninja's defenses and return with intelligence at under 5 years of age? Was he the new generation's top talent supposed to be from the Nara clan? How can this young boy be so formidable as well? Fool. He is Nara Yue, the foremost genius of Konoha's new generation. The whispers of the surrounding ninjas were hushed, yet they reached Yuenya's ears, filling him with a secret sense of delight. Not to mention Itachi, I might even rival Kakashi in terms of renown. Humph. Kakashi, you scoundrel, if it weren't for you, would I have had to lie on that sickbed for so long? Just wait. In just one day, I will ensure that the people of Konoha know that I, Nara Yuenya, surpass you, Itachi Kakashi. At this moment, Yuenya turned his gaze toward the fourth Hokage. Noticing the warm smile on the Hokage's face as he greeted each ninja without a hint of superiority, Yuenya thought to himself, let us surprise Teacher Minato first. With this thought in mind, Yuenya slowly extended his left hand and discreetly began to perform the Reinnegan. However, sensing the fluctuation of chakra nearby, how could the fourth Hokage fail to notice? Almost instantaneously, as Yuenya initiated the Reinnegan, the fourth Hokage smiled inwardly. Recognizing that Yuenya was undertaking the first stage of restorative training, focusing on chakra control. Yet, the fourth Hokage could not fathom that Yuenya had no intention of engaging in restorative training at that moment. What Yuenya was truly doing was developing a new technique, specifically the next phase of the Reinnegan. During his encounter with the Mist Ninja, Yuenya had already grasped the nature transformation of wind chakra in a moment of breakthrough. Since he had completed the transformation of wind chakra, he now sought to master the wind release, Raisen Shuriken technique, which showcased boundless power in the original narrative. Unfortunately, after defeating the Mist Ninja, he had been threatened and had no time to train. Now, however, he had the opportunity to surprise the fourth Hokage while secretly using an app to accelerate his training. Thus, after successfully gathering the Rinnegan, Rinnegan, utilizing his formidable chakra control, forcefully manipulated the chakra within him to achieve the nature transformation of wind chakra. Subsequently, it was merely a matter of infusing a touch of wind-attributed chakra into the Rinnegan. Indeed, the training progress of the wind release, Raisin Shuriken was seamlessly integrated into the progress of the outdoor training. App. Modify the training progress of wind release, Raisin Shuriken. Target 100-100. Ding. Player. The training progress of wind release, Raisin Shuriken is 100-1000. Congratulations, player, on completing the training for wind release, Raisin Shuriken. The familiar voice of the app echoed in his mind, and Yuanya felt a surge of excitement, as it had been a long while since he had last heard it. However, when Yuanya discovered that there was more to the training of wind release, Raisin Shuriken, a look of confusion inevitably crossed his gaze. How peculiar. The advanced training of the shadow clone technique leads to the multiple shadow clone technique, so what could the subsequent training of wind release, Raisin Shuriken, entail? App. Modify the training progress of wind release, Raisin Shuriken once more, target 1000-1000. Ding. With hope in his heart. It was evident that Yuanya was eagerly anticipating the subsequent transformation of wind release, Raisin Shuriken. The app, determined not to disappoint him, promptly responded after Yuanya adjusted the training progress again. Player. The training progress of wind release, Raisin Shuriken is 1000-1000. Congratulations, player, on completing the training for throwing wind release, Raisin Shuriken. So, it was indeed the method of throwing. A sudden realization struck Yuanya as he recalled the original storyline. The advanced training of wind release, Raisin Shuriken, involved mastering the method of throwing. As is well known, when Naruto Uzumaki first mastered wind release, Raisin Shuriken in the original narrative, he was unable to throw it like a typical Rinnegan, only able to unleash its power at point-blank range. However, after training in Sage mode at Mayaboka Mountain, Naruto acquired the technique for throwing wind release, Raisin Shuriken, transforming it into a true weapon in his arsenal. Now, Yuanya not only grasped the usage of wind release, Raisin Shuriken, but also became proficient in the throwing technique, able to execute it single-handedly without the aid of shadow clones, surpassing Naruto Uzumaki by several tiers. Furthermore, after mastering the method of throwing wind release, Raisin Shuriken, Yuanya experienced a remarkable sensation. His chakra control and understanding of wind-attributed chakra had both ascended to new heights. If Yuanya were to fully recover from his injuries, he was certain that his strength would elevate from a half-step Jonin to a true Jonin. Shortly thereafter, accompanied by the fourth Hokage, Yuanya made his way to the training grounds of the Konoha camp. In the training grounds, as the fourth Hokage smiled and instructed Yuanya to charge forward, he took a moment to assess whether Yuanya had made any progress. Meanwhile, Yuanya, who had experienced a significant leap in strength, could not help but smirk. He called out towards the fourth Hokage, Master Minato, "Be careful. Yuanya, give it your all and come at me." Seeing Yuanya prepared, the fourth Hokage smiled slightly, not genuinely concerned about Yuya's capabilities. After all, no matter how formidable the fourth Hokage was, he could hardly fathom that Yuanya had, during his previous training with the Rinnegan, utilized the accelerated effect of an app to instantaneously master the wind release, Raisin Shuriken technique, and its subsequent throwing technique. Moreover, with the completion of the two advanced ninjutsu training associated with the Rinnegan, Yuya's chakra control had undergone a qualitative transformation, and he had made breakthroughs in the comprehension of wind chakra. His strength had surged from the level of a mere half-step Jonin to that of a true Jonin, and the speed of his progress could only be likened to a rocket launch. Thus, when Yuanya sensed the fourth Hokage's nonchalance, a faint smile graced his lips as he retrieved a kunai from his ninja tool pouch, gripping it tightly in his hand. At that moment, Yuanya yawned to astonish the fourth Hokage while simultaneously gauging the gap between himself and a true powerhouse of the village. In the next instant, as Yuanya locked onto the fourth Hokage using his wind perception and mental energy, the confrontation was poised to ignite. Wind body flicker. Whoosh. Undoubtedly, despite Yuya's remarkable surge in strength, his true prowess lay in the myriad of secret techniques he had mastered from the fourth Hokage's scrolls. If he were to rely solely on the Nara clan's techniques, it would be a challenge even to maintain the strength of a half-step Jonin, let alone that of a full-fledged Jonin. Thus, following his breakthrough in the nature transformation of wind chakra, Yuya's combat style evolved from the ordinary techniques of the Nara clan to a style akin to that of the fourth Hokage. As the duel commenced, Yuanya unleashed the chakra beneath his feet without hesitation, executing the wind body flicker to strike at the fourth Hokage's position. On the other hand, The fourth Hokage first sensed the traces of wind perception emanating from Yuya, and then witnessed him employing the signature technique of wind body flicker. His pupils narrowed slightly in surprise. Is that my wind perception? Yuya has mastered it so well? And not just that, he has even grasped the wind body flicker? The young lad truly should not be underestimated. Realizing that Yuya had not only utilized his secret techniques but had done so with such finesse, the fourth Hokage was genuinely astonished. Particularly, Yuya's adept movements and the proficient manner in which he unleashed his chakra compelled the fourth Hokage to silently marvel at Yuya's innate talent. Due to his adept utilization of the fourth Hokage's secret techniques in the realm of combat, it became evident that he had grasped the essence of these skills, prompting the fourth Hokage to approach their first encounter with a newfound seriousness. Gripping his specially crafted kunai, the fourth Hokage furrowed his brow in concentration. Quickly detecting the fleeting silhouette of his opponent, Yue, employing the body flicker technique. Yet, despite the fourth Hokage's perceptive acuity, his body struggled to keep pace. At the onset of their clash, he had underestimated Yue. Seizing the opportunity, Yue was not about to grant the fourth Hokage an easy chance to turn the tables. Displaying the prowess of a high-ranking ninja, even with his recently recovered body bearing some strain, Yue resolved to exert every ounce of strength to triumph over the fourth Hokage. As the fourth Hokage prepared to block Yue's approaching kunai with his own, Yue suddenly appeared before him, a cold smile gracing his lips. In that instant, as the kunai met the fourth Hokage's block, Yue conjured a Raisengan with his left hand, thrusting it towards the Hokage's abdomen. The Raisengan. A resonant hum filled the air, its azure brilliance illuminating the scene, even drawing a flicker of astonishment from the fourth Hokage's gaze. Yue wielded the Raisengan with remarkable finesse. Underestimating Yue would undoubtedly lead to regret. However, Yue believed that defeating him in such a manner was an impossibility. With a swift motion, the fourth Hokage, embodying his serious demeanor, effortlessly evaded Yue's Raisengan using the body flicker technique. In the blink of an eye, as he completed the maneuver, Yue caught a glint of gold. The fourth Hokage had rapidly positioned himself behind Yue, propelled by the winds of his sensory perception. How swift! While both employed the body flicker technique, Yue's seemed but a mere imitation compared to the authentic mastery of his teacher, Minato. Frustration welled within Yue. Though he could sense Minato's presence, his body could not match the Hokage's velocity. With no other recourse, he resorted to the shadow clone technique. With a silent exclamation of despair, Yue formed hand seals, manifesting his shadow clones to defend against the fourth Hokage's onslaught. The sudden emergence of the clones undoubtedly aided Yue in parrying the fourth Hokage's attack, leaving the Hokage impressed by the technique's ingenuity. Yet, let it be remembered that their confrontation had only just begun, having lasted merely 2 or 3 exchanges. In the course of 2 or 3 exchanges, the fourth Hokage initially found himself at a disadvantage due to underestimating the capabilities of Yuenya. However, in a mere round, he adeptly reversed the unfavorable situation with a simple technique, the wind body flicker, compelling Yuenya into a position of considerable difficulty. In such circumstances, Yuenya could only bitterly reflect on the vast disparity between himself and the fourth Hokage. Moreover, as the subsequent rounds progressed, the fourth Hokage deliberately slowed the pace, gradually exposing several critical flaws in Yuenya's technique. It is indisputable that Yuenya possessed the strength of a Genin, a fact acknowledged even by the fourth Hokage. Yet, in terms of technique and combat experience, Yuenya, who had only recently ascended to the Genin level, was still significantly lacking when compared to seasoned Genin. Even without utilizing his full strength, the fourth Hokage, leveraging his exceptional experience, could easily outclass Yuenya in various aspects. Nevertheless, Yuenya was not oblivious. He understood that the fourth Hokage's deliberate deceleration was a teaching method, allowing him to quietly absorb the lessons imparted. One was a powerful and experienced mentor, while the other was a gifted and astute pupil. Through the fourth Hokage's earnest guidance, Yuenya, despite not exhibiting any tangible improvement in strength, found himself feeling considerably more at ease during their exchanges. Remarkably, under the new wave of offense, Yuenya's wind body flicker began to keep pace with the deliberately reduced speed of the fourth Hokage. This progress prompted Yuenya to inwardly commend. Indeed, Sensei Minato is formidable. However, such rapid advancement carries both advantages and drawbacks. Yuenya's swift progress was largely attributed to the accelerated training facilitated by an application. Consequently, when he transitioned from a half-step Genin to a full Genin-level ninja, he found himself in need of a period of consolidation due to a lack of foundational experience. The optimal method for this consolidation would be to gradually recognize his shortcomings on the battlefield, accumulating knowledge through life and death experiences. For an ordinary ninja, a few exchanges might suffice for such consolidation. However, for Yuande, it would require dozens, if not hundreds, of encounters to gradually achieve this accumulation and consolidation, revealing a significant disadvantage. Nonetheless, through direct interaction with the fourth Hokage, despite lacking the life and death insights and battlefield experiences that typically accompany such exchanges, Yuanye was nonetheless rapidly amassing experience and solidifying his strength. It is no exaggeration to say that his encounters with the fourth Hokage constituted an accelerated training process. The personal mentorship provided by the fourth Hokage offered Yuanye yet another opportunity for significant advancement, fundamentally altering his perception of the fourth Hokage's teachings. In the past, if one were to inquire who the finest teacher of the Naruto series was, the unequivocal answer would be Jiraiya. Analyzing the original narrative, it is evident that Jiraiya has undoubtedly mentored the highest number of exceptional ninjas. Setting aside Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan, the three founders of the Akatsuki organization, who hail from outside the Hidden Leaf Village, one can observe the quality of Jiraiya's instruction through the achievements of the fourth Hokage and the series protagonist, Naruto Uzumaki. Without Jiraiya's superior teaching, how could the fourth Hokage and Naruto have attained their current accomplishments? As for the fourth Hokage himself, in the context of bygone evaluations, his teaching prowess pales in comparison to that of Jiraiya. Who were the fourth Hokage's disciples? In the original storyline, they were merely Kakashi Hatake, Obito Uchiha, and Rin Noara. Let us first discuss Kakashi Hatake, a naturally gifted ninja who, under the tutelage of the legendary Konoha White Fang, Tsukumo Hatake, broke numerous records and achieved the rank of Jonin at the tender age of 12. Such is an extraordinary feat. However, under the guidance of the fourth Hokage, Kakashi became a ninja who initially thrived but later faltered. Perhaps Kakashi's decline is somewhat tied to Obito Uchiha. Yet can we truly absolve the fourth Hokage of responsibility for this? While Kakashi's situation may invite debate, there is no room for contention regarding Obito Uchiha. Under Madara's mentorship, how long did it take for Obito to cultivate the strength necessary to confront the fourth Hokage and instigate the Nine-Tails rampage? In light of this, can one claim that Obito's potential was lacking or that he possessed poor talent? Certainly not. It can only be inferred that the fourth Hokage's teachings were flawed. Thus, when initially becoming a disciple of the fourth Hokage, I had no ulterior motives. It was only after acquiring numerous secret techniques from him that I began to gradually appreciate the depth of his teachings. Now, as I swiftly progress under his guidance, I realize that the fourth Hokage's instruction is far from the inadequacy I once imagined. Little did I know that my good fortune played a significant role in this journey. In truth, the fourth Hokage's teaching, as I had previously perceived, can be encapsulated in one word: abysmal. Had I not been practicing the fourth Hokage's secret techniques, my capacity for comprehension exceeding his expectations, I might not have advanced as rapidly under his tutelage. Furthermore, the primary reason the fourth Hokage succeeded in instructing me effectively lies in the fact that I was studying his own techniques. Could he truly be unaware of his own creations? When teaching me, the fourth Hokage was essentially revisiting the fundamentals of his own secret arts. Moreover, he found that I could grasp whatever he imparted with remarkable speed, leading him to quietly reflect. Teaching me is indeed a gratifying experience. Alas, Kakashi, Rin, and Obito, if only they possessed the potential for cross-country prowess. Especially Obito, had he mastered my secret techniques earlier, perhaps he would not have perished. Indeed, witnessing the swift progress of others in their training, the fourth Hokage promptly shifted the blame onto Kakashi and the others. If Obito truly had died, it might have been the fourth Hokage's lamentations that could have resurrected him. Subsequently, the fourth Hokage deliberately slowed the pace of their duel, seizing the opportunity during the combat to gradually impart subtle techniques for utilizing secret arts. Upon discovering the Hokage's covert instruction, Yuya noticed that whether it was the acceleration technique, wind perception, or the wind body flicker, there were subtle alterations in their execution. However, after a brief period of training under the Hokage's guidance, Yuya felt a peculiar awkwardness whenever he attempted to employ the secret techniques. Eventually, as Yuya's chakra was completely depleted, the fourth Hokage ceased their sparring. Observing Yuya's furrowed brow, he couldn't help but chuckle and inquired, "Yuya, have you encountered a dilemma?" "Indeed, Master Minato," Yuya replied, nodding in acknowledgement. "During our engagements, I gradually uncovered my own shortcomings. The first, undoubtedly, is my lack of combat experience." Yet under your tutelage, Master Minato, I can gradually remedy this, so this issue hardly seems grave. The second point concerns my proficiency with secret arts and ninjutsu. I am not as adept as you, Master Minato. This matter will require my own gradual accumulation and refinement. If you permit me to practice diligently, I assure you that within 2 years, I shall surely master this stage of training. As he spoke, Iya hesitated, casting a cautious glance at the fourth Hokage, and delicately asked, Master Minato, were the subtle techniques you just imparted to me incorrect? Why do I always feel an indescribable awkwardness during my practice? It feels as though, despite increasing the chakra consumption, the effectiveness of the secret techniques has not only failed to improve, but has actually resulted in a greater depletion of chakra. When it comes to chakra control, Yuya, who could wield the wind release, spiraling shuriken technique with a single hand, is indeed unrivaled. Even Tsunade and the fourth Hokage, both of whom are elite shinobi, would agree. Yuya possesses the potential to surpass even the strongest of shadows in terms of chakra control. Thus, when Yuya imitated the fourth Hokage's method of utilizing secret techniques, enhancing chakra consumption to further amplify the effectiveness of the Hokage's techniques, it led to his confusion. After all, with his exceptional chakra control, Yuya had wasted not a single ounce of chakra, fully realizing the utmost potential of the fourth Hokage's secret arts. However, when Yuya expressed his doubts, rather than reacting with anger as he anticipated, the fourth Hokage maintained a cheerful demeanor, nodding approvingly at Yuya. Immediately, as Yuya was about to continue questioning, the fourth Hokage suddenly shook his head. Especially when he met Yuya's questioning gaze, the fourth Hokage took a deep breath and smiled, saying, Yuya, I truly did not misjudge your talent. You are indeed the most suitable person to inherit my legacy. Since that is the case, I shall impart the secret technique to you. I hope that as you traverse the ninja world, you do not tarnish the names of both myself and your other master. Other master? Who could it be? Could it possibly be Jiraiya, one of the legendary three? Is Teacher Minato going to teach me the Sage Mode? The prospect of the fourth Hokage imparting the Sage Mode, likely derived from Mount Myaboku, filled Yuya with excitement. What is Sage Mode? It is arguably the most formidable secret technique in the world of Naruto, aside from the bloodline limits. In the original storyline, how did Madara, with his Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, contend against the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju? The answer is Sage Mode. Similarly, how did Naruto Uzumaki's strength soar, allowing him to confront Jiraiya's 6 paths of pain after only a few days of training? Again, the answer is Sage Mode. If Yuya could master the training methods for Sage Mode, even if he could not achieve the perfection of Sage Mode like Hashirama Senju or Naruto Uzumaki, he was confident that using Sage Mode would elevate his strength from an ordinary Nin to a peak power in the ninja world, a figure of the highest caliber. What a tantalizing allure. However, the anticipation of mastering Sage Mode and transcending into a figure of such dominance only thrilled Yuya for a fleeting moment. Soon, he realized something was amiss. This shouldn't be. If Teacher Minato intended to teach me Sage Mode, he should say he was imparting it on behalf of my master, rather than merely on behalf of another person. After all, if one were to consider it, Jiraiya should be regarded as my grandmaster. And saying he was teaching on behalf of another feels somewhat distant. Moreover, as he silently pondered this, the corners of Yuya's mouth involuntarily twitched, and he thought somewhat despondently. Furthermore, during the Third Great Ninja War, Jiraiya seemed to have only just begun to grasp Sage Mode, and Teacher Minato likely hadn't even completed his own training in it. Alas, it seems I was indeed indulging in fanciful thoughts. I should inquire what secret technique Teacher Minato truly intends to impart. Not being able to train in Sage Mode left Yuya feeling somewhat unsettled. Yet, as he had previously contemplated, the journey must be taken step by step. Taking too large a stride may lead to missteps. Given that, with the accelerated training through the app and the direct guidance of the fourth Hokage, Yuya's strength had already seen 2 significant leaps. Thus, he deemed it unnecessary to be overly ambitious. Consolidating his strength and foundation, gradually breaking through limitations, and steadily climbing to the pinnacle of power among the shadows is the true path of a king. In the myriad affairs of the world, shortcuts often bear drawbacks, unless one is the protagonist. Yuya, self-aware of his lack of a protagonist's halo, swiftly reconciled himself to the fact that he could not cultivate the Sage Mode. Moreover, even if he could not learn Sage Mode from the fourth Hokage, the fourth still had the responsibility to pass on a new secret technique to Yuya, did he not? As Yuya secretly anticipated the nature of the secret technique the fourth Hokage was prepared to impart, the fourth suddenly employed an acceleration technique, sprinting 100 meters before Yuenye's eyes. Upon returning to Yuenye's side, the fourth Hokage inquired, "Yuenye, do you perceive any difference between the technique I just used and the one you employ?" "There is no difference," Yuenye replied, shaking his head after keenly observing earlier. "Teacher Minato, the technique you just executed is fundamentally similar to mine. Even the increase in speed is quite comparable." "Indeed, Yuenye. This is the limit of the secret technique I developed." The fourth Hokage smiled gently, observing Yuenye's furrowed brow, and elaborated thoughtfully, "Yuenye, Jika mentioned your inquiry regarding the chakra test paper. Given your current mastery of my techniques, I believe you have successfully completed the nature transformation of wind-type chakra. At such a young age, achieving this is truly remarkable. You possess immense talent. However, do you know that the nature transformation of wind-type chakra does not merely culminate in one ultimate form? If you can make another breakthrough upon mastering the nature transformation, your comprehension of wind will ascend to an entirely new level, just like this." With that, the fourth Hokage executed the acceleration technique once more, sprinting 100 meters in front of Yuenye. As he did so, Yuenye, relying on his spiritual energy perception, merely sensed an increased output of chakra from the fourth Hokage. However, when Yuenye utilized the method of wind perception to discern the fourth Hokage's acceleration technique, a glimmer of enlightenment illuminated his eyes. "So, this is the true essence of Teacher Minato's technique. How foolish I have been. Relying solely on spiritual energy perception, I could only sense the increase in chakra usage. Yet, by employing wind perception, I could uncover the subtle nuances of Teacher Minato's technique. This is intriguing. Previously, the acceleration technique utilized wind-type chakra to meld with the wind, enhancing his movement speed. Yet now, Teacher Minato has integrated the wind-type chakra into the wind, surpassing it. What a profound understanding. If I were in his position, could I truly transcend the wind as Teacher Minato does?" Reflecting inwardly, Yuenye could not help but feel a twinge of despair. For the fourth Hokage's comprehension of wind was far beyond anything Yuenye could imagine. If given 2 to 3 years solely to comprehend the exquisite applications of wind-style chakra, without engaging in any other form of training, Yuenye felt he might yet catch up to the fourth Hokage. However, pursuing such a singular focus on training brought with it a sense of inefficacy. Moreover, Yuenye intended to embark on a path as a versatile ninja. Spending several years devoted exclusively to wind mastery seemed less advantageous than seeking comprehensive breakthroughs, thus amplifying his overall strength. Yet, as if sensing Yuenye's dilemma, the fourth Hokage reappeared before him. Just as Yuenye was about to voice his intention to decline the specialized wind training, the fourth Hokage affectionately ruffled Yuenye's hair and said, "Yuenye, I understand your predicament, which is precisely why I do not wish for you to forego other training in favor of merely comprehending wind chakra. Reflecting on my own journey, I owe my progress to the assistance of others. Without the secret technique I am prepared to impart to you. No matter how remarkable one's talent may be, it is nearly impossible to reach my level alone. Thus, Yuenye, as long as you diligently practice the secret technique I will teach you each day, while balancing your other training, I believe that with your innate talent, you will surpass my understanding of wind chakra in just over a year. Now, let me reveal the secret technique I intend to pass on to you." As he spoke, Yuenye noticed a gentle warmth emerging in the fourth Hokage's gaze. Curious about the identity of the person who had bestowed this technique upon the fourth Hokage, Yuenye was soon met with the answer. "Yuenye, the one who imparted this technique to me is none other than your teacher's wife, Uzumaki Kushina. The technique I will share with you is a secret art of the Uzumaki clan, known as the spiritual technique." "The spiritual technique?" Yuenye mused, recognizing its significance as an art of the Uzumaki clan, and it became clear why his teacher, Minato, emphasized the importance of passing on knowledge. As for his teacher's wife, whom he had never met, it seemed that she had indeed been a benefactor to Minato. The mystery surrounding the technique was finally unveiled, and as Yuenye absorbed this revelation, a soft smile began to grace his features. Furthermore, being an individual who had traversed time and was well-versed in the original narrative, Yuenye understood the aptness of the fourth Hokage's words about Kushina as his benefactor. At this point in time, she was likely expecting their child, who would grow to become the protagonist of the original story, Naruto Uzumaki. Moreover, beyond ensuring the continuation of the fourth Hokage's lineage, without Kushina, it is conceivable that he would not have achieved his current success. On the path to the fourth Hokage's triumph, 3 individuals were undeniably essential. The first, without question, was Jiraiya, who brought the fourth Hokage back to the Hidden Leaf Village and took him under his wing. Had it not been for Jiraiya, the fourth Hokage, who grew up as an orphan, might not have been able to unearth his potential and become a competent Jonin. Thus, Jiraiya stands as the first benefactor encountered by the fourth Hokage. As for the second benefactor, it is none other than the late second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Without Tobirama's unique techniques, including the Flying Thunder God technique, the illustrious title of Konoha's Golden Flash would not have been bestowed upon the fourth Hokage. Therefore, even though the fourth Hokage never met the second Hokage, Tobirama is undeniably one of his benefactors. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, the immense respect the fourth Hokage held for the second Hokage was likely influenced by the legacy of the Flying Thunder God technique. The third benefactor, an equally indispensable figure in the life of the fourth Hokage, is none other than Kushina Uzumaki. It is evident that the fourth Hokage's true talents were revealed as he ascended from an ordinary Jonin to an unparalleled leader of the ninja world. A transformation intricately linked to Kushina. On one hand, Kushina's aspirations of becoming Hokage constantly inspired the fourth Hokage to grow. On the other hand, the original narrative illustrates that it was through exchanging the secrets of the Uzumaki clan with Kushina that the fourth Hokage developed and mastered numerous techniques. As a disciple of the fourth Hokage, when Yuyue learned that the fourth Hokage intended to impart the secrets of the Uzumaki clan to him, he naturally felt a profound connection, whether it was the wind body flicker technique or the acceleration technique. The fourth Hokage relied on the spiritual techniques of the Uzumaki clan to gain a deeper understanding of the nature of wind chakra, thereby transforming these techniques into true masterpieces. Moreover, upon discovering that the fourth Hokage had mastered the secrets of the Uzumaki clan, Yuyue realized that his own method of sensing the wind bore a resemblance to the techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Quietly acknowledging that Kushina truly was a benefactor to the fourth Hokage, an essential element in his growth, the fourth Hokage began to teach Yuyue the cultivation methods of the Uzumaki clan's spiritual techniques. It is well known that the members of the Uzumaki clan not only possess superior physical capabilities but also an extraordinary quantity of chakra. Their proficiency in sensing techniques, sealing arts, and various other secret arts is remarkable. The formidable sensing ability of the Uzumaki clan is attributed to their innate talents and the vastness of their spiritual energy. Furthermore, their long-standing practice of spiritual techniques further enhances their immense spiritual energy. As a time traveler, Yuyue inherently possesses a substantial amount of spiritual energy. However, lacking the cultivation of spiritual techniques has resulted in Yuyue only achieving breakthroughs in exceptional circumstances. His first breakthrough in spiritual energy occurred during a confrontation with Kakashi, when he nearly faced death from Kakashi's Chidori. The second breakthrough in mental energy occurred during a confrontation with the ominous Moonlit Ghost, where the protagonist barely escaped death at the hands of the combination of the mist concealment technique and the silent killing technique. This instance clearly illustrates that for an ordinary individual to achieve a breakthrough in mental energy, it often transpires in the face of life and death peril. A truth that even applies to those with a unique advantage in mental energy, such as the protagonist. It is important to note that by ordinary individuals, we refer to those from families untrained in mental secret arts. For instance, the Yamanaka clan, who maintain a friendly rapport with the Nara clan, actually possess methods for cultivating mental secret arts within their lineage, as the extent of mental energy directly influences the effectiveness of their techniques. However, despite the amicable relationship between the Nara and Yamanaka clans, it is improbable that they would share such crucial knowledge regarding mental secret arts. At this juncture, the protagonist, having acquired the mental secret arts of the Uzumaki clan from the fourth Hokage, found himself presented with an invaluable opportunity, one that would enable him to harness his inherent advantages and continually amplify his mental energy, particularly as he engaged in the cultivation and enhancement of his mental energy. He would not only gradually master the terrifying perception techniques akin to those of the Uzumaki clan, but would also delve deeper into the nature of wind release chakra, much like the fourth Hokage. Additionally, beyond these two significant benefits, numerous subtle advantages awaited the protagonist, ready to be unearthed through persistent effort. In essence, it could be summarized succinctly: the cultivation of mental secret arts by the protagonist yields abundant benefits without any discernible drawbacks. Following the fourth Hokage's instruction on the Uzumaki clan's mental secret arts, witnessing the protagonist's initial success in this training prompted the Hokage to mandate that he complete his mental arts exercises daily. Subsequently, due to other pressing matters, the fourth Hokage concluded his teaching for the day. Nevertheless, during the ensuing half-month of the protagonist's recuperation, the Hokage dedicated time each day to further instruct him in his training. Throughout these days of training under the fourth Hokage, the protagonist not only saw his injuries heal by half, but also solidified his strength at the Jonin level, marking a significant advancement. Conversely, the cultivation of mental secret arts proved to be a gradual process akin to water wearing down stone. After all, the protagonist had already exhausted the advantages of his Traverser's mental energy through 2 breakthroughs. Yet, as long as he persevered in practicing the Uzumaki clan's mental secret arts, the manifold benefits of this training would gradually manifest upon achieving another breakthrough in mental energy. Moreover, even if a qualitative leap in mental energy had yet to be realized, the protagonist had still reaped numerous benefits from daily practice over the past half-month. However, the rigorous training schedule alongside the fourth Hokage left him little time to reflect on his progress. Thus, on this particular day, as the year drew to a close and the fourth Hokage, preoccupied with the demands of war, was unable to provide instruction, the protagonist resolved to take the opportunity to thoroughly assess his recent training achievements. Who could have imagined that just as Yuanya was preparing to summarize his recent training achievements, the sudden arrival of Rukyu would completely derail his plans? Yuanya, your injuries must be nearly healed, right? Our decisive battle with the Mist Ninjas is about to commence. Prepare yourself well, as today, Minato will assign you a special mission. Yes, Uncle Rukyu. Initially intending to reflect on his progress in training, Yuanya was caught off guard by Rukyu's unexpected visit, which rendered his summarization plans futile. However, upon learning of the new mission from Rukyu, Yuanya could not help but feel an exhilarating excitement, overshadowing his earlier disappointment. He even harbored a flicker of anticipation for the imminent experience of stepping onto the battlefield. Indeed, while Yuanya was not a war fanatic nor a bloodthirsty individual, the arduous task of breaching the Mist Ninja defenses had allowed him to fully immerse himself in the atmosphere of combat for the first time. In that moment of life and death, he discovered an unexpected thrill in the idea of charging through the battleground and honing his skills against formidable foes. Thus, the moment Rukyu instructed him to prepare, Yuanya swiftly rose, readying himself for the impending conflict after completing his daily training regimen. Donning the attire of the Umbu and organizing his ninja tool pouch, Yuanya carefully placed the precious blue pill, gifted by Rukyu, at the bottom of his pouch, saving it for unforeseen circumstances. Once all preparations were finalized, he adorned his Umbu mask and, following Rukyu's directive, made his way to the rendezvous point designated by the fourth Hokage. Upon arriving at the assembly location, despite the masks worn by others, Yuanya immediately recognized the figure waiting there. It was none other than his old acquaintance, Kakashi. Kakashi's presence hinted that perhaps Minato-sensei intended for them to embark on a mission to rescue Rin. If that were indeed the case, it would be splendid. At last, his injuries had not hindered this vital undertaking. Kakashi, should I truly alter the course of the original narrative, you will owe me your sincere gratitude. After all, it is I, Nara Yuanya, who has the potential to change the tragic fates of you, Uchiha Obito, and Rin. Fixating on Kakashi's silhouette, Yuanya approached and greeted him. Kakashi-senpai, you're here quite early. Shadow, my current codename is Thunder. Do not forget the rules of the Umbu. However, just as Yuanya exchanged pleasantries with Kakashi, the latter doused him with cold water, leaving Yuanya feeling as though he had once again pressed his warm face against Kakashi's icy demeanor. Given that the injury on his shoulder was inflicted by Kakashi himself, Yuanya could not muster a friendly demeanor and retorted with a sarcastic smile. No problem, Thunder. Thank you for allowing me to languish in a hospital bed for over half a month. Are you surprised to see me now? Shocked, perhaps? During the execution of the task, refrain from addressing me as if I were a subordinate. Remember, I am your comrade. Kakashi, stung by the irony of Yuanya's words, felt a sharp twitch at the corner of his eye but chose to endure it. After all, he had erred, and acknowledging one's mistakes is essential. Even when kneeling in humility, Kakashi fell into a contemplative silence, and Yuanya, likewise, had no intention of engaging with him further. Soon, under the assembly of the fourth Hokage, 2 additional Umbu members swiftly approached Yuanya and Kakashi. However, these newcomers were unfamiliar to both Yuanya and Kakashi. During their introductions, Yuanya learned only their codenames, Shun and Emo. Observing the 4 gathered Umbu members, it was evident they formed a small team. Glancing at Shun and Emo, Yuanya mused that with Kakashi present, he must be their leader. Being a subordinate under Kakashi, an esteemed senior and captain, was indeed a begrudging circumstance. Nevertheless, for the sake of rescuing Rin, Yuanya resolved to tolerate Kakashi's leadership. Acknowledging his position as both a senior and a captain, with a silent sigh, Yuanya, once a captain himself, felt unwilling to serve under another. Yet, among the Umbu present, not only Kakashi but also Shun and Imo were seasoned veterans. It seemed improbable that they would accept a junior like Yuanya as their leader. Thus, he could only await the arrival of the fourth Hokage, hoping the mission would involve rescuing Rin and altering the narrative of the original tale. As the fourth Hokage materialized, the spirits of Yuanya and the others were instantly lifted. His gaze first settled on Kakashi before glancing at Yuanya. His expression unusually grave as he began to outline the mission. The new year is fast approaching, and as per the directives of the third Hokage, we must conclude our conflict with the Mist Ninjas before its arrival. I am preparing to lead our forces into direct confrontation with them. Your task is to gather intelligence and disrupt the Mist Ninja forces that penetrate deep into our land of fire while we await the outcome of the battle ahead. Surprisingly, the fourth Hokage did not direct his attention to Kakashi, but instead focused on Shun, stating, "From this moment, you shall be the captain of this Umbu team, which will be known as the Blade Team. I trust you comprehend the significance of Blade and will execute this mission flawlessly. Do not let me down." "Yes, Lord Fourth Hokage," Shun responded promptly. With that, the fourth Hokage vanished from sight, leaving Yuanya in a state of astonishment. Only when Yuanya regarded Shun with a look of surprise did Shun solemnly continue. "The fourth Hokage previously mentioned that the Hokage has suffered significant injuries recently. Therefore, during this mission, I hope each of you will assist the Hokage and ensure his condition does not deteriorate. If there are no further questions, let us set forth." "Yes, Captain." With a swift command, the Blade Team departed from the Konoha camp, setting their sights towards the Land of Fire. As for Yuanya, upon learning of the mission issued by the fourth Hokage, he quickly deduced that their objective was undoubtedly to rescue Rin. The mission involved infiltrating the Mist Ninja forces to retrieve Rin and bring her back to Konoha, where the three tails sealed within her would be unleashed. Therefore, Yuanya felt that if they could catch up to the Mist Ninja squad, there was at least an 80% chance of preventing the tragic events from the original story from unfolding. However, before embarking on this mission, Yuanya had not anticipated that the leader of the Blade Team would be Shun rather than Kakashi. The enigmatic identities of the new members, Shun and Ming, coupled with Shun's unexpected leadership, piqued Yuanya's curiosity about Shun's background, especially since Kakashi showed no signs of dissent. As they departed from the Konoha camp, hastening towards the borders of the Land of Fire to rendezvous with the Umbu squad monitoring the Mist Ninja forces, Yuanya discreetly approached Kakashi and inquired, "Kakashi, who exactly is Shun? You must know something." Anticipating a cold dismissal, Yuanya was taken aback when Kakashi did not ignore his question. Instead, the proud Kakashi regarded Shun with admiration and provided Yuanya with an unexpected revelation. Shun's identity is not a secret within the ninja world. He is the one I have long sought after. His surname is Uchiha, and his name is Shursui. I trust you have heard of his renown? Uchiha Shursui? Astonishing. Shun is actually Uchiha Shursui, the very Shun of legend. In the original narrative, mention of Itachi is known to all, with no one forgetting the proud figure who effortlessly defeated Kakashi. Yet, when it comes to Uchiha Shursui, fewer are aware of his legacy. Most people associate Uchiha Shursui with the tragic fate he met at the hands of Itachi during the massacre. However, is Uchiha Shursui truly so pitiful? Not at all. As a fervent admirer of Hokage, Yuanya understands just how formidable the Shun, known as Shursui, truly is, especially now as Itachi has yet to fully mature. If one were to name the foremost representative of the new generation of the Uchiha clan, it would undoubtedly be Uchiha Shursui, alias Shun, standing before Yuanya. Furthermore, even as Itachi began to grow stronger, the illustrious reputation of Uchiha Shursui had already begun to spread throughout the ninja world. In fact, in the eyes of the third Hokage and other Konoha leaders, Uchiha Shursui would, in a few years, become the epitome of strength within the Uchiha clan, a figure capable of being hailed as their greatest warrior. Regrettably, such a brilliant genius, a figure whom even the proud Kakashi secretly admired, met an untimely demise on the historical stage due to the extreme biases of the Konoha Elder Council and the reckless actions of the Uchiha clan. Had the Uchiha clan not conspired to betray the future of Shunshin Shursui and Itachi, both of whom are godlike beings, could have surely elevated the Uchiha clan to unprecedented heights. Upon learning from Kakashi about Shun's true identity as Uchiha Shursui, the legendary Shunshin Shursui, Yuya found himself momentarily entranced, his gaze gradually sharpening as it fell upon the illustrious figure of Shursui. Yet, looking at the extraordinary silhouette of Shunshin Shursui before him, Yuya felt a thrill surpassing even that of his first encounter with the fourth Hokage. After all, during his interactions with the fourth Hokage, Yuya had not executed missions alongside him. Rather, Shunshin Shursui had been Yuya's most formidable partner during his own missions. No wonder that Sensei Minato held such profound trust in Shun. The name of Shunshin Shursui alone rendered him far more dependable than Kakashi. Moreover, during Shursui's prime, he not only arrived on the scene earlier than Kakashi but was also considerably stronger, having trained alongside Sensei Minato for such an extended period. The mere presence of Kakashi could no longer satisfy Yuya's aspirations, thus he yearned to witness the extent of Shursui's prowess. My beloved captain, Shunshin Shursui. Silently affirming this in his heart, a glimmer of determination flickered in Yuya's eyes. However, Yuya refrained from hastily surpassing Uchiha Shursui with his acceleration techniques during their journey, for he deemed it childish to engage in a competition of speed with Shursui. What significance would it hold if Yuya were to outpace Shursui? Would it imply that Yuya was superior to him? Furthermore, missions undertaken by the Umbu adhered to strict protocols. Recklessly surpassing Shursui would equate to disobeying orders, an act only a fool like Asuma Sarutobi would commit, which Yuya held in disdain. Thus, Yuya resolved to outshine Shursui not in a race, but in the heat of battle against the Mist Ninjas, aiming to excel beyond Shursui's reputation. Unfortunately, Mist Ninjas are not as easily encountered as one might hope. Moreover, since Yuya and Kakashi had departed from the Konoha camp only recently, even if Mist Ninjas were nearby, they would likely be Umbu operatives discreetly gathering intelligence on the Konoha camp, making an encounter with Yuya's team highly improbable. Consequently, Yuya could only suppress his competitive spirit and march alongside Kakashi, silently trailing the path guided by Uchiha Shursui and the enigmatic Umbu operative codenamed Wild. As they swiftly advanced towards the second assembly point within the Land of Fire, as the journey proved somewhat tedious, Yuya utilized wind perception to ascertain the absence of any immediate disturbances in their surroundings, prompting him to secretly engage in training. The nature of Yuya's training was straightforward. Over the past fortnight, he had been diligently practicing the spiritual techniques of the Uzumaki clan. At this moment, although the spirit energy of the protagonist had not undergone a qualitative leap, it had nonetheless experienced a significant increase. In such circumstances, he silently endeavored to break through the second stage of the wind-release chakra transformation, harnessing his heightened spirit energy in conjunction with the acceleration technique of the fourth Hokage. During the journey of the first stage, he had gleaned a minor insight. Unbeknownst to him, his adept use of the fourth Hokage's acceleration technique subtly hinted at a breakthrough in the second stage of the wind-release chakra transformation, astonishing Kakashi, Uchiha Shursui, and the enigmatic Umbu operative known as Mighty. Initially, when the protagonist had just joined the Blade team, both the fourth Hokage and the esteemed Due had cautioned Uchiha Shursui and others about his incomplete recovery from injuries, emphasizing the need for their guidance due to his tender age. However, during their rapid progression, while Kakashi was visibly panting during a brief respite, the protagonist and Uchiha Shursui exhibited no signs of fatigue whatsoever. This left Kakashi and Shursui with a renewed perception of the protagonist's capabilities, even evoking a sense of admiration. As for Shursui, being a renowned ninja, it was commonplace for him to maintain peak performance without losing composure under such high-speed conditions. Conversely, the protagonist's remarkable performance at such a young age exceeded Shursui's expectations, particularly for Kakashi, who had only parted ways with the protagonist a mere half-month prior. Witnessing his rapid advancement stirred feelings of impatience within him, igniting a desire to prove himself once more in front of the young talent. Shortly thereafter, perhaps due to Kakashi's fervent hopes or the inherent unpredictability of their mission, Uchiha Shursui, his face concealed by a mask, furrowed his brow and gestured to the team. Upon noticing Shursui's signal, the resting members, including the protagonist and Kakashi, felt a sudden chill of anticipation. The protagonist, eager to demonstrate his prowess before Shursui, immediately employed Wind Sense to assess their surroundings as Shursui's gesture fell. Upon utilizing Wind Sense, the protagonist's expression shifted to one of concern. Captain, approximately 4 squads of Mist Ninjas are approaching from the front right, totaling 12 in number. Shall we engage or retreat? The Blade team, embodying the essence of the fourth Hokage's blade, was led by the illustrious Shursui, accompanied by the Sharingan-wielding Kakashi and the mysterious Umbu operative, Mighty. Under normal circumstances, even when faced with 4 squads of Mist Ninjas, the protagonist, possessing ample chakra and capable of maintaining Jonin-level strength, should have felt no fear. Rather, he he should have experienced a surge of excitement. After all, the Wild Expedition team, belonging to the elite Blade unit, is indeed composed of true elites. However, utilizing the secretive wind perception technique of the fourth Hokage, the perceptive Wild Expedition clearly recognizes that the Mist Ninja team they have encountered must belong to the elite ranks of the Mist, and may even be part of the covert Umbu division. Ordinary Mist Jonin are seasoned veterans, having endured the Bloody Mist era, which endows them with combat capabilities far superior to their contemporaries. What's more, elite Mist Jonin and Umbu operatives can single-handedly contend with several ordinary Mist Jonin. Therefore, the 12 Mist Ninjas now facing Wild Expedition undoubtedly pose a significant threat to the Blade unit. It is precisely for this reason that when Wild Expedition perceives the emergence of these 12 Mist Ninjas, his expression suddenly darkens, clearly apprehensive of the combat prowess of the 4 Mist teams ahead. As Wild Expedition diverts his gaze to seek answers from the calm Shunshin Jishui, little did he expect that Shunshin Jishui would maintain his serene demeanor, and, meeting Wild Expedition's gaze, a faint smile would grace his countenance. Ah! The intangible air of superiority truly stung Wild Expedition. Who could have imagined that in the face of such a threat from the Mist Ninjas, Shunshin Jishui would remain so composed and dismissive? Following this, after feeling a sting from Shunshin Jishui's aloofness, Wild Expedition turned to glance at Mage and Kakashi, hoping their demeanor would reflect a similar nonchalance. Fortunately, upon receiving information about the Mist Ninja teams ahead, Kakashi's expression was equally grave, and even Ming appeared cautious, somewhat soothing Wild Expedition's wounded spirit. Before Wild Expedition could utilize wind perception to meticulously assess the strength of the 4 Mist Ninja teams, Ming cast a meaningful glance at him and remarked, "It seems that aside from possessing remarkable support capabilities, the shadows also excel in perception." Indeed, the 4 Mist Ninja teams ahead comprised a dozen Mist Ninjas, presumably all members of the Umbu. Among them, approximately 6 possessed the strength of Jonin, while the remaining 6 appeared to include 3 combat-oriented Chunin, with the last 3 being specialized in perception, medical assistance, and support, respectively. What? Such detailed insights? Wild Expedition was taken aback by Ming's report. Furthermore, when his gaze fell upon Kakashi once more, he was surprised to find Kakashi equally astonished. This situation undoubtedly indicated that even Kakashi was impressed by Ming's perceptive abilities, hinting at his own curiosity regarding Ming's true identity. Conversely, Shunshin Jishui seemed to have anticipated Ming's extraordinary perceptive skills all along. As Ming finished speaking, he casually declared, "The true test has begun. Those 4 Mist Umbu teams ahead are evidently the sharpening stone for our Blade unit. During the confrontation with the 4 squads of Mist Ninjas ahead, I aspire for the Blade team to fully exhibit the essence of teamwork. Naturally, the current strength of the Mist Ninja squads is not particularly formidable. So while demonstrating our collective synergy, each of us must also showcase our individual combat prowess. I shall take on 2 of the 6ch Nin-level Mist Ninja Umbu, while Ming will handle another 2. Lei, your targets, alongside Ing, are the medical and support type Mist Ninja Umbu, respectively. As for the remaining higher-ranked Mist Ninja Umbu, we shall deal with them subsequently together." "Understood, Captain." At the command of Shunshin Shizen, the team felt a sudden chill of determination and promptly prepared for battle. However, following Shunshin Shizen's orders, Yuya gained an even deeper understanding of the Blade team's capabilities, not to mention Ming's perceptive abilities, which in certain aspects overshadowed Yuya's own wind perception. He could sense the intricate details of the 4 Mist Ninja Umbu ahead without the need for hand seals or even a hint of chakra fluctuation. Moreover, Shunshin Shizen's confidence in assigning tasks illuminated the terrifying potential of the Blade team to Yuya for the first time. We were facing a total of 12 Mist Ninja Umbu, not mere genin. In mere moments, a rather unrefined plan was executed. And Shunshin Shizen's intention was clear, to confront the 4 Mist Ninja squads head-on with the might of the Blade team. What remarkable composure Shunshin Shizen possesses. Facing 12 Mist Ninja Umbu felt as effortless as slicing through cabbage with a knife. If you, Uchiha Shizen, possess such fortitude, how could I, Nara Yue, be outdone? My ambition cannot be limited to merely taking down a single support-type Mist Ninja Umbu. At least 2 of those 6 elite Mist Ninja Umbu must fall by my hand. Only then may I prove my worthiness before you. Is that not so, Shunshin Shizen?" With a fervent resolve, as we advanced towards the 4 Mist Ninja squads, Yuya's gaze ignited with intensity. Yet, as members of the Mist Ninja Umbu, could those 4 squads truly be likened to mere vegetables awaiting slaughter? The answer, of course, is a resounding no. Thus, as we swiftly approached the rear of the 4 mist ninja squads, relying on Ming's formidable perception, the members of those squads suddenly became aware of the Blade team's movements and launched a counterattack in our direction, witnessing the simultaneous assault of 12 mist ninja Umbu, which included Yue's target, the support-type mist ninja Umbu. Yue's pupils constricted slightly. His left hand reached for his ninja tool pouch, prepared to perform hand signs to utilize the Shadow Shuriken technique, intending to demonstrate his exceptional skill with throwing weapons and deliver an initial blow to the approaching mist ninja Umbu. However, what the brave adventurer did not anticipate was that before he could complete the technique of the Shadow Shuriken, the fierce prowess of the newly emerging member of the Blade team would manifest itself. In an instant, the 12 members of the Mist Ninja Umbu surged forth with a ferocious counterattack, poised to encircle the Blade team to which the adventurer belonged. Yet, who could have predicted that as the Umbu closed in for the kill, the formidable member suddenly formed hand seals with a single hand and unleashed a C-rank Earth Release technique, forcing all 12 of the Mist Ninja Umbu to retreat. Earth Release, Rock Beheading Technique. Bang! With a single-handed seal, as the technique was unleashed. The adventurer was astounded to discover that the method of hand seals employed was an extraordinary single-handed technique. It is worth noting that even within the original narrative, only a handful of individuals possessed the ability to form hand seals with one hand. Among them was the revered Itachi, a master of such techniques. Furthermore, due to Itachi's impressive and practical use of single-handed seals in the original story, the adventurer had also devoted considerable effort to mastering this skill. However, despite his unparalleled prowess in single-handedly throwing wind release, spiraling shuriken, he had made no significant progress in the art of forming hand seals with one hand. Aside from utilizing shadow clones to substitute for his own body in forming seals, the adventurer had no inkling of how to execute single-handed seals. At that moment, it was the mysterious Umbu, Ming, who first showcased his extraordinary sensory abilities before the adventurer and his companions, employing the single-handed seal technique to cast the Earth Release ninjutsu, leaving the adventurer and Kakashi utterly speechless. Particularly striking was Kakashi's expression of enlightenment as he witnessed Ming's single-handed seals. Prompting the adventurer to ponder, it seemed Kakashi had discerned Ming's true identity, while perhaps he alone remained oblivious to this revelation. Nevertheless, now was not the time to be distracted amidst the confrontation with the Mist Ninja Umbu. As for Ming's true identity, that inquiry could wait until after the battle. Resolutely focusing his attention on the ongoing skirmish, the adventurer witnessed Ming forcefully repelling all 12 of the Mist Ninja Umbu with his C-rank Earth Release technique, with his left hand forming seals and his right hand striking the ground. Barely half a second passed before the might of the Earth Release, Rock Beheading technique was fully unleashed before the Umbu. Boom, boom. Almost instantaneously upon Ming's hand striking the earth, a tremendous rumbling erupted, defying belief that such a commotion could stem from a mere C-rank Earth Release technique. Immediately, the rocks on the ground began to rise slightly, transforming into arms crafted from stone, intent on dragging the approaching members of the Mist Umbu into the depths of the earth to bury them. This display of a mere C-rank Earth Release technique was executed with greater grandeur and potency than an A-rank technique. It was evident that, aside from possessing extraordinary perception skills, Ming also exhibited remarkable mastery over Earth Release techniques. Particularly impressive was the transformation of the Earth Attribute Chakra, which not only leaned towards the ultimate form but also hinted at a breakthrough of the second stage's constraints, reminiscent of the fourth Hokage's insights into Wind Attribute Chakra. Moreover, the rock hands that emerged from the ground may have merely pushed back the advancing Mist Umbu, but at that moment, as they were being repelled, a glimmer of brilliance shone in Ming's eyes. Subsequently, another row of rock hands appeared, seizing the 2 targets assigned to him by Shunshin Tashizumi, dragging them into the earth and burying them alive. Shun, I've dealt with my targets. The floor is yours. This C-rank Earth Release technique not only repelled the ambushing Mist Umbu but also fulfilled Shunshin Tashizumi's objectives, as the mysterious Umbu Ming displayed his prowess. It was a sight so fierce that it rendered Yuenji and Kakashi solemn for an extended period, prompting them to form hand seals in preparation to eliminate the targets assigned to them by Shunshin Tashizumi. However, just as Kakashi completed his hand seals, dazzling lightning surged in his right hand, ready to unleash Raikiri. Meanwhile, as Yuenji emerged with the wind, he prepared to utilize the wind Shunshin. Suddenly, with a swift sound, Shunshin Tashizumi's figure vanished beside Yuenji and Kakashi. When he reappeared, he was gripping a small dagger, which he used to slice through the throats of the 2 Mist Umbu. The blood that flowed forth signified that Shunshin Tashizumi had also accomplished his task. Not only was he a fraction slower than Ming, but even Shunshin Tashizumi had surpassed me? How infuriating. In the presence of such prodigies, there truly was no room for distraction. Kakashi, even if I am not as swift as Ming or Tashizumi, I will certainly outpace you. When Shunshin, with Ming demonstrating his extraordinary abilities followed closely by Shunshin Tashizumi, if Yuanjie were to fall behind Kakashi, it would indeed tarnish the legacy of the fourth Hokage. Thus, he unleashed the Wind Shunshin, akin to Tashizumi's earlier display, and with a swift motion, he vanished from his original position. Utilizing the wind to sense, he completely locked onto the support type, Mist Umbu ahead. The moment Yuanye's gaze landed on him, a brilliant blue light radiated from his right hand. Spiraling sphere. Bang. The azure light coalesced, and Yuanye's spiraling sphere struck the support type Mist Umbu. Yet, he knew that relying solely on the spiraling sphere would not suffice to eliminate the target before him. Immediately following the moment when the spiraling sphere struck the Umbu of the mist, rendering them unable to control their body and sending them hurtling backward, Yuanye manifested a kunai in his hand, swiftly slicing it across the throat of the same Umbu. It was akin to the technique of body flicker, executed with remarkable speed to eliminate the target among the mist Umbu. As Yuanrei beheld the fallen Umbu, now lifeless on the ground, a faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth. However, as he cast a glance toward Kakashi out of the corner of his eye, he was taken aback by the sight of Kakashi, illuminated by brilliant lightning, dispatching the medical-type Umbu at the precise moment Yuanye had neutralized his target. In that instant, the gazes of Yuanjie and Kakashi collided mid-air, igniting a subtle spark between them. Clearly, in this first phase of confrontation, both Yuanye and Kakashi could only be regarded as equals. Thus, when Kakashi unveiled his forehead protector to reveal his crimson eye, Yuanye, recognizing Kakashi's intent, sneered and began forming hand seals in preparation to engage their true adversaries, the elite Umbu of the mist. Meanwhile, Shunshin no Jutsu observed Yuanjie and Kakashi's exchange with a knowing nod, particularly when his gaze landed on the formidable Ming. He couldn't help but smirk and muse. Ming, it seems you have little opportunity for reflection left. For not only am I present, but those two, Ing and Lei, are each faster than the last. Fast? Mere speed holds little value. Efficiency is paramount. Shun, it's your time. The playful tone of Shunshin no Jutsu resonated, causing Ming's pupils to constrict slightly. Recalling Yuanye's wind-based body flicker and Kakashi's lightning-fast Raikiri, Ming, unwilling to concede defeat to his juniors, steeled his resolve and swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing another Earth-style ninjutsu. Earth-style, Earth Flow River. The ground trembled as the technique completed. Ming's chakra transformed into an earth-natured manifestation, and he slammed his palms onto the ground. Yuanjie and Kakashi, sensing the shift in the battlefield, quickly utilized their remarkable speed to evade the potential collateral damage from Ming's Earth-style jutsu. At that moment, Shunshin no Jutsu observed Ming's Earth technique with a subtle smile. The soil beneath Ming's influence morphed into a near-liquid state, rushing forth towards the remaining 6 elite Umbu of the mist. Though this flowing earth may not have been lethal to the elite Umbu, it effectively separated them, rendering them isolated in their struggle. Subsequently, Shunshin Chisui beheld the formidable Earth-style ninjutsu, which cleaved through the elite fog ninjas of the Dark Division. And the mirthful glint in his eyes gradually transformed into an expression of indifference, particularly as the remaining 6 fog ninjas of the Dark Division struggled to counter the second Earth-style technique unleashed by Ming. Shunshin Chisui directly commanded Yue and Kakashi, execute the decapitation tactic, eliminate 3 of them at once. Understood. At Shunshin Chisui's command, before his figure could vanish, Yue and Kakashi had already disappeared in advance. Clearly, neither Yue nor Kakashi wished to be outshone by Shunshin Chisui, but how could Shunshin Chisui allow them to take the lead? In an instant, as Ming maintained his Earth-style ninjutsu from the rear, he witnessed a rather intriguing scene unfold when Yue and the others launched their assault. A mere moment prior, the 6 elite fog ninjas had just been ensnared by Ming's Earth-style technique. Yet, in the next heartbeat, 3 figures, clad in black, blue, and white, of the Blade Squad emerged, launching a sudden strike against the 3 elite fog ninjas. Were they swift? Indeed, they were astonishingly fast. Shunshin Chisui and Kakashi, wielding Raikiri, required no further elaboration. Within the original storyline, Uchiha Chisui earned his moniker due to his remarkable body flicker technique. In the village of Konoha, perhaps only the 4th Hokage's body flicker technique could rival the speed of Shunshin Chisui's. Moreover, Kakashi's Raikiri also triumphed through sheer speed. In the absence of the Sharingan, Kakashi, while utilizing Raikiri for rapid movement, struggled to discern the enemy's trajectory. Only the perceptive abilities of the Sharingan could keep pace with Kakashi's velocity when employing Raikiri, underscoring just how terrifying Kakashi's speed truly was. Not to mention, Raikiri is renowned for its ability to sever lightning itself. Thus, as Ming observed the figures of Uchiha Chisui and Kakashi transforming into mysterious shadows of darkness and brilliant light, he could only exhale a sigh. However, upon witnessing Yu morph into that vibrant blue figure, capable of competing in speed with Shunshin Chisui and Kakashi, Ming was genuinely astonished. If memory serves me right, both Minato and Jiku had mentioned that the age of the shadow was merely 4 years, correct? 4 years. Just a mere 4 years. And he possesses agility that rivals that of Chisui and Kakashi. Could it be that in the coming years, the shadow will evolve into a being akin to Minato himself? Indeed, that would be Minato's signature body flicker technique. It seems Minato has truly taken on a remarkable disciple. Amidst his astonishment, he also silently praised Yu, revealing the extent of amazement his wind body flicker had incited among the onlookers. Furthermore, it was not solely Ming who harbored admiration for Yu, even Uchiha Chisui and Kakashi, upon witnessing Yu's body flicker technique, felt a sense of trepidation. At this moment, perhaps only Yu remained fully focused on confronting the fog ninja of the Dark Division before him. Off-roading possesses a remarkable advantage during combat. One is seldom distracted or underestimates the adversary before them. 4. To remain unfocused and to take the foe lightly, despite being aware of one's own inadequacies, is indeed a grave error. Thus, as Uchiha Chisui and Kakashi found themselves momentarily diverted by the unfolding battle, they witnessed the impressive results of Yuya's training alongside the 4th Hokage. The 4th Hokage imparted his secret techniques, initiating the acceleration jutsu, Leaf Hurricane. With a resounding boom, Yuya transformed into a streak of blue light, utilizing the wind body flicker technique to strike towards the ambushing Mist Umbu. The acceleration technique manifested, and with the force of his attack, Yuya delivered a powerful leaf hurricane kick against the Umbu's arms. Though the Umbu attempted to block with his limbs, Yuya's strength, while not overwhelming, coupled with the inertia of his speed, caused the Umbu to stagger perilously close to falling. Conversely, Yuya, affected by the recoil, swiftly controlled the gentle breeze around him to stabilize his retreat. However, the intensity of the backlash prevented him from seizing the opportunity to eliminate the Umbu before him. The Umbu, despite his momentary stumble, adeptly twisted his ankle to regain his balance, demonstrating the resilience characteristic of a seasoned Mist Jonin from the Blood Mist era. Even with a slight sprain, his gaze, now filled with a fierce intent, was fixed upon Yuya. It was evident that Yuya's rapid approach had inadvertently provided the Umbu with an opening, as he swiftly grasped a kunai, preparing to retaliate against Yuya. This sudden counterattack took Ming by surprise. He had never anticipated such decisiveness from the Umbu, who, despite his injury, was determined to subdue Yuya. As the Umbu lunged forward with his weapon aimed at Yuya, Ming bit his lip, contemplating a change in hand signs to employ an Earth-style defensive jutsu to shield Yuya. Yet, in the following instant, Ming was struck by an astonishing sight that unfolded before his eyes. Just as the Umbu seemed poised to claim Yuya's life, a shadow abruptly emerged, crashing down upon the Umbu and sending him sprawling to the ground. At that precise moment, as the Umbu was losing his balance, a dark figure gracefully materialized behind him, radiating with a brilliant blue chakra. With a swift motion, the figure pressed a luminous sphere, reminiscent of the moon, firmly against the Umbu's face. Secret technique. Shadow hand. Giant Reinnegan. Boom. 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 6 seconds. In a mere 6 seconds, the prowess of Yunya was vividly displayed as he dispatched a Jonin-level member of the Mist Ninja Umbu. This remarkable feat was achieved not only through the adept utilization of secret techniques but also through meticulous strategy, leaving the onlookers in awe. Initially, he employed the wind body flicker technique in conjunction with the leaf whirlwind, deliberately presenting an opening to the Mist Ninja, just as the Umbu believed he could eliminate Yunya. The latter had already activated the shadow clone technique, allowing a shadow clone to perform the hand seals. With no hand signs, he unleashed the shadow stitching technique, resulting in a sudden assault from the shadows beneath, granting him a decisive advantage. Subsequently, he executed the Reinnegan with the unmarked shadow hand, fatally wounding the Mist Ninja before him. Consequently, whether it was Ming or any other observer evaluating Yunya's prior combat performance, the verdict would undoubtedly be one of perfection. Of course, had Yunya not mastered the myriad secret techniques of the Nara clan, he would have found it considerably more challenging to eliminate the Jonin-level Anbu. Nevertheless, even though he expended a significant portion of his chakra to vanquish the Mist Ninja, potentially hindering his ability to maintain such a formidable combat style, he could not help but smile with satisfaction upon witnessing Uchiha Shursui and Kakashi's ongoing struggle. He returned to Meng's side, inquiring playfully, "What's the matter? Are you tired?" Meng, perceptive and not easily fooled, recognized Yuenya's subtle competition with Uchiha Shursui and Kakashi, which he observed keenly. Furthermore, Yuenze had never acted recklessly, clearly demonstrating his intelligence. Thus, his discreet rivalry served only to enhance the morale of the Blade team, as no one took their adversaries or current mission too lightly, creating a positive feedback loop. In this context, even Meng, despite being the team leader, could not admonish Yuenya, but instead silently praised him. However, upon witnessing Yuenya return after dispatching a Mist Ninja Anbu, Meng felt that something was amiss and naturally inquired further. Just as his question left his lips, Yuenya's gaze shifted to Uchiha Shursui and Kakashi. Noting that Shursui was handling his combat situation well while Kakashi's earlier Raikiri had missed its target, Yuenya's eyes glimmered with amusement. He calmly stated, "Meng, the captain has just reiterated that we are a team. Therefore, when it is time to shine, I shall not yield to the captain or Raikiri. Yet, when the moment calls for teamwork, I am equally willing to relinquish my advantages in pursuit of our collective effort. After all, we, the Blade team, are one cohesive unit." With that, Yuenya surveyed the battlefield ahead, inhaled deeply, and clasped his hands together once more to form the necessary seals. Instead, the words spoken by the rugged individual prior to the confrontation left Meng utterly astonished, rendering him momentarily speechless. At such a tender age, he displayed an admirable composure, devoid of the arrogance that typically accompanies youth, which often provokes annoyance. In Meng's eyes, this rugged figure appeared almost otherworldly. Within the original narrative, who possessed such profound awareness at a young age? It was none other than the esteemed Itachi. In the future, he would achieve extraordinary feats, harboring a noble spirit. Others, even the third and fourth Hokages, were not immune to the flaws of youth. As for Kakashi, the individual standing before the likes of Yuenje and others, his personality was undeniably egotistical. Without his reputation as a genius, had he not transformed later on, Kakashi might have become one of the least favored individuals in the village of Kanehagakure. Meng's identity, though shrouded in mystery, hinted at significance within the village, as evidenced by his reference to the fourth Hokage. Thus, as Meng quietly marveled at Yuenya's character, it felt akin to discovering a precious gem, his eyes brimming with anticipation. It was bewildering how fortunate Rikuji was. Setting aside all else, the essence of the Shadow's character, if preserved, heralded the imminent rise of the Nara clan. In fact, the future Nara clan could potentially ascend to become the third prestigious family, following the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. "Rikuji, I find myself enviously contemplating your fortune." With a silent sigh, Meng took a deep breath, particularly reflecting on his inept brother, causing his gaze towards Yuenya to take on a more intriguing demeanor. As for Yuenya, he remained oblivious to Meng's identity and thus could not fathom Meng's thoughts. Consequently, while Meng pondered other matters, Yuenya's focus was firmly fixed on Kakashi. In Yuenya's estimation, Kakashi faced a perilous situation. Shortly after Yuenze eliminated the hidden Mist Anbu before him, Uchiha Shursui employed his remarkable body flicker technique to similarly dispose of the hidden Mist Anbu in his vicinity. The number of elite Anbu from the hidden mist plummeted from 6 to 4. Subsequently, in a bid to swiftly conclude the battle and minimize traces, Uchiha Shursui boldly confronted the 2 elite Anbu ensnared by Meng's Earth Release technique. He was prepared to face 2 elite Anbu single-handedly. However, Shursui was indeed Shursui. Regardless of the prowess of the 2 elite Anbu, what did it matter? In mere moments, awakening his Sharingan, the crimson light shimmered within his dual pupils, 3 black tomos swirling amidst them. Harnessing his full power, Shursui overwhelmed the 2 elite Anbu, leaving them no time even to catch their breath. Yet, due to Meng's momentary distraction from Yuenya's remarks, the remaining Anbu seized the opportunity to flank Kakashi. Initially, Kakashi found himself somewhat overwhelmed by a member of the Mist Ninja Anbu. At that moment, another Anbu operative from the mist struck from behind, leaving Kakashi, despite his heightened awareness, utterly astonished. The prospect of facing 2 Jonin-level Mist Anbu working in tandem was indeed formidable. The Anbu engaging Kakashi in front was relentlessly depleting his stamina, while the one approaching from behind wore a sinister grin, ready to plunge a kunai into Kakashi's chest at the slightest opportunity. However, just as Kakashi became aware of the kunai aimed at him from behind. The movements of both Mist Umbu abruptly halted in unison. In that instant of stillness, a familiar voice resonated softly in Kakashi's ear. Shadow Mimic Technique. Successful. Reikage. If you remain dazed any longer, I shall claim your head.